Chapter 1286. It is precisely because these two ascended civilizations are information civilizations that Gao Gong dared to do such a trick. If these were two mechanical civilizations, they would probably fight. If these were two carbon-based civilizations, they would most likely end up discussing the path of evolution and the path of the gods. But only the special nature of information civilization makes the dark jungle law particularly useful here. The old helmsman thought about it, and felt that although this trick seemed like a fantasy, it also sounded terribly difficult. After all, he dared not even think about plotting against the ascended civilization. But the possibility of realization was surprisingly high. He was tempted. However, the name of the ascended civilization still made him a little timid, especially since one of them was his creator. What if, if, they communicated and found out that we were the ones who did it, and then joined forces to kill us? This is not impossible, right? Gao Gong patted the other person on the shoulder. Don't worry, brother. I will definitely run ahead of you when the time comes. If these two ascended civilizations are other types of civilizations, Gao Gong really has no way to deal with them. Not to mention that he is the master of the top 6 civilizations. Even if he is the master of the top 9 civilizations, he has to kneel down. This is a pure dimensionality reduction attack. No matter how many tricks he uses, it is useless. But if this ascended civilization is an information civilization, Gao Gong is still sure to get away. After all, his main target is not him. In addition, after digesting hundreds of billions of alphas, Gao Yuanyuan is waiting at the other end of countless light years. Facing a tiger, you don't need to run fast, you just need to run faster than your teammates. And the old helmsman is that teammate. Gao Gong couldn't be said to have cheated the other party. Anyway, the situation was like this. Lu Zhishan fishes, and those who are willing to do it will be spoiled. The old helmsman also understood it, and looked at the other party with his eyes, and the evil god's breath could hardly be hidden. After a long silence, the old box spirit suddenly cursed. You two brothers, don't you feel uncomfortable if you don't cheat me? One wants to drag me to deal with the 3rd level civilization master, and the other wants me to calculate the ascended civilization. One is more ruthless than the other. I just want to live comfortably in the black market. How did I meet you two guys? After being scolded, Gao Gong lazily said, Then are you coming? Come! The old helmsman gnashed his teeth, and the light and shadow of the evil god behind him almost materialized. It's fine if that slime monster doesn't give me a favor, but this may be the only chance in my life to get rid of the evil god of the universe. How can I not take it? If this is done, do you owe me a favor? If it is done, you will be my brother in life and death. If you have any problems in the future, just give me a call. Great, after this is done and the collector can deal with the leader of the Colossus without any worries. Gao Gong was surprised. The old helmsman's eyes were almost round. After all this time, he still had to do this. You said you owe me a favor. If you have any problems in the future, just give me a call. Gao Gong was like an emotionless repeater. They are all black market masters, but the old helmsman finally realized that compared with these two, his IQ is still qualitatively different even if he has been immersed in the evil god tank for so many years. Okay. As long as you help me get this done, anything is possible. Gao Gong saw that the other party agreed, so he patted his butt and stood up. As long as you agree, let's go. Let's go now. The old helmsman was stunned. Just leave like this? No preparations are needed. The opponent is the ascended civilization. What preparations do I need to make? Gao Gong looked at the other party strangely. Maybe our conversation just now was being watched by a bunch of ascended civilization members. Gao Gong patted the other party's shoulder again. The problem is, what if they know it? We dare to bet. Ask them if they dare to bet. Let's go! In the capital of Orgrimmar, I am a big muscle man with my arms crossed, watching my cheap NPC wife busying around. Although there are various unmanned machines to take care of her, the princess is still willing to do it herself, and the gorillas she takes care of, in the past, were all standard wise men who could see through people's hearts at a glance. But now, they are all idiot versions. I am a big muscle guy. I was bored and did a random exploration. Name, Golden Blood. Race, Ordinary Ape. Level 1. HP, 10 tenths. Stamina, 10 out of 10. Bioenergy, 122. Is there a bug in the game, or is there some high-level skill that he can't understand? I am a big muscle guy. I can't figure it out. I was at level 60 max, with at least 3 boss templates, and then I dropped to level 1. Weird, very weird. And why did everyone else change, but my cheap wife didn't change? The cosmetic surgery is so effective, and it also comes with brain protection, Boss G seems to be not surprised by this situation. This should not be a bug. Thinking of this, I am a big muscle tyrant's heart calmed down a little. But when he turned around, he found that the chimpanzee he had just explored was looking at him with a weird look. What are you doing? Don't look for me when you need to poop or wipe your ass. There is a sanitation robot over there. Do you want me to call one for you? The gorilla shook his head, walked to the window, and looked in a direction with a strange expression. What are you looking at? I am a big muscle tyrant asked casually. The other party did not answer, but kept looking in one direction. I am a big muscle tyrant was very bored, and I casually swiped another exploration. Name, ? Race, ascending species. Level, ? Health, ? Stamina, ? Information energy, ? Seeing so many question marks. I am a big muscle tyrant's heart slowly typed a big question mark. At the same time, the returning YRY also blocked the two people who were about to land in the high orbit space of this planet, and told them all the situations he encountered. So you broke into a quantum world directly? Yes, boss, I also saw an extremely wide quantum tunnel. I was almost fascinated by it at that time. If I hadn't been pulled out, I would have drilled into the tunnel now. Gao Gong nodded calmly. Didn't you say that the ascended civilization that created the Boltzmann brain has already got what they wanted? Because provoking the ascended civilization is too exciting. Even the deep web lady, who was sleeping on her beauty sleep, was startled, and was looking around with the help of Gao Gong's vision. It's not that simple. Through quantum fluctuations, large-scale self-awareness is created. If this experiment is successful, the other party can instantly create millions, or even billions of brains in a vat. Gao Gong briefly described the difficulty of this experiment. You can think of this planet as a weakened cyber test site. If the experiment yields results, do we have to destroy the bodies and traces? Of course, we have to replicate the environment, replicate the species, and reproduce the experimental conditions. It's just that this reproduction is not carried out in the material world. Gao Gong did not avoid the other two. Wei Erwei immediately said, Boss, do you mean that they are continuing the experiment in the quantum world? Gao Gong glanced at the other party, and said meaningfully, there are not so many coincidences in biological evolution. If such a high IQ intelligent species grows naturally, the probability is very low, but if it is observed by quantum observation, there will always be a test subject that meets the conditions. But, is it appropriate for an ascending civilization to do this? Chapter 1287. For someone like YRY, who accidentally possesses a quantum physique, this is considered a minor offense by the Spacetime Administration. It is not necessary to ban the account. At most, they will be given a holy light and mosaic. For example, the quantum observation state will be blocked. If YRY is a minor offense, then what this ascending civilization is doing now is the kind of open oatmeal. Through ascending technology, large-scale quantum observation is carried out to create advanced intelligent species, and even to develop Boltzmann brains. This operation is definitely moving the timeline, and there are probably more than one. Especially this ascending civilization is 100% registered in the Civilization Council. Knowing the law and breaking it is a heavier crime. Who are you talking to? Ms. Deepweb asked curiously. I'm talking to whoever is listening. Gao Gong glanced at Wei Erwei, pondered for a moment, and said, you go back first. Although it is a quantum world, it suits your physique, but it is obvious that this level of quantum world is not something you can get involved in. Wei Erwei nodded gratefully. The new boss has one advantage. He doesn't use people as cannon fodder when something goes wrong. But according to Gao Gong's own real thoughts, under the technology of the ascending civilization, you can't even be called cannon fodder, so naturally there is no need to waste you. During this period, the old helmsman remained silent, but the shadow under his feet became deeper and deeper. Under the pale blue skin, his eyes kept turning over and staring at the planet under his feet. As for the beard on his jaw, it turned into octopus tentacles again, entangled together, and dripping with pus. After soaking in the evil god jar for a long time, this guy definitely has more than one evil god's vision, and evil gods will on him. These evil gods probably also felt that something was wrong with the planet under their feet, and began to further erode the old helmsman. Go in quickly, I feel something is wrong with my body. When he said the second half of the sentence, the old helmsman's voice had turned into sticky dark ink, and began to spray everywhere. Gao Gong silently moved away from the other party. Just 2 sentences raised his rejection by 5,000 points. Even the granulation under his skin was visible to the naked eye. In the biological computer, a large amount of garbled code flashed on the screen. Go! Gao Gong grabbed the other party's arm, and took advantage of the fact that the other party had not yet been controlled by the evil god's body, and forcibly pulled him into the planet below. Instead of falling into the surface of the planet, he disappeared directly. In Wirewise's eyes, the two figures were directly entangled by quantum information, and then disappeared in the real world. With Wirewise's knowledge, he could only guess that perhaps the two's behavior had already been discovered by the owner of the quantum world, and then they were caught. He could only hope that his boss would return safely. After all, this boss gave too much, and he didn't want to change his boss for the time being. However, the scene in the quantum world was not what Wirewise thought, because the target of the attack was not his boss, but the boss's bearded friend. The moment the old helmsman was pulled into the quantum world, he was covered by a dense probability cloud. This probability cloud was like a strange nebula suspended between the stars, and also like a huge light group with no coordinates. The quantum fluctuations inside the probability cloud caused a lot of strange changes in the old helmsman's body. First, it turned into a scarlet star, and then the scarlet light quickly peeled off from the star, and the star also evolved into a red giant at a speed visible to the naked eye, and then collapsed into a black hole, which absorbed all the scarlet light. Gao Gong immediately knew that a cosmic evil god had been sealed. But the next moment, the figure of the old helmsman exploded again, turning into a twisted, decaying meat mountain, with slippery and constantly squirming wrinkles on the surface, and the wrinkles sometimes ooze out the foul-smelling dark green mucus, which dripped onto the ground and instantly corroded into sizzling pits. Its head was huge and weird, like a planet twisted by evil forces, with countless dark red eyes flashing with dim light irregularly distributed on it. Each eye was like a deep pool of blood, emitting a cold and fierce gaze, as if it could see through the soul and infinitely magnify the fear in it. Those countless, yet gigantic tentacles emitted millions of black lights, seemingly trying to tear apart the entire quantum field. However, every time the tentacles waved, they were disintegrated by the probability cloud and turned into countless microscopic particles, and these particles, due to the wave-particle duality, were directly dissolved into the field on the spot. Soon, the second cosmic evil god was also sealed. Then, the death ship that was comparable to a space fortress was also dragged out, and the densely packed corpses fell like dumplings, and then were swallowed up by the materialized quantum tide. Well, this is unexpected, but not particularly unexpected. Gao Gong guessed that this civilization test planet would have a certain defense mechanism to prevent unexpected factors from interfering with the test. But he didn't expect the reaction to be so intense. He directly dragged out the cosmic evil gods, who were watching the old helmsman one by one, and forcibly sealed them. After all, the test was over, wasn't it? But to be honest, quantum tides are really convenient for sealing evil gods, but they are not very useful for sealing the old ones. After all, the old ones can parasitize the laws of physics, and simple information sealing is useless. Right, this gorilla friend. Gao Gong turned his head, and looked at the gorilla who had been standing behind him at some point. The gorilla looked at him with a very wise look. This wise look is not wisdom, but a mental mutation caused by a strong enough brain area and deep enough development. In other words, the other party's nervous system transformation rate is mostly above 1000%. After all, as an information species, other human systems are unnecessary. It is enough to focus on developing the brain. Gao Gong stared at the other party, his eyes suddenly became chaotic, and in the chaos, stars were connected together. These stars correspond to a big data of astrology, and also to a planet in reality. Gao Gong was ready to run away at any time. However, the other party did not seem to use the probability cloud decomposition technique like he did to the old helmsman. The gorilla opened his mouth and spoke. His voice was soft and delicate, and like a steadily rotating gear, it accurately rotated the frequency of thinking logic. You seem to have knowledge in your consciousness that does not belong to you now. Yes, I traveled back from the future. I tell you that there will be a cosmic disaster in the future, sweeping all civilizations. Even the 9th level civilization cannot avoid it. V50 me, I will help you find a solution. The gorilla on the other side tilted his head, with a hint of doubt in his tone. Can I understand that you came from another timeline? Yes, what? Call the Space-Time Administration to arrest me. I tell you, I have someone above me. The famous Space-Time Agent Gaffrey. If you have the ability, report him. If you report me to the Space-Time Administration, I will report you to the Civilization Council, reporting you for doing something stupid, doing quantum observation research. I don't know how many timelines you have harmed. Are you using non-logical rhetoric to delay time? You seem to know a lot about our methods. Of course I know, probability cloud, quantum string, quantum computer, I know a lot. You studied Boltzmann brain, Is it to develop a device for the superintelligence of quantum computers? Senior engineer glanced at the old helmsman, who had been almost pulled away. The tone finally changed from abstract to normal. Finally, it's the end. Chapter 1288. The gorilla tilted his head and said, "What do you mean by after all?" The prototype of the rich woman's love smiled. "You should know very well that if you seal all the evil gods, then the creator of this box spirit will find it, and if he finds it, he will also find you. Now guess what the other party will do now: wipe out the old helmsman. Or quickly eliminate historical traces and change the location of civilization hardware, or directly kill you and start a civilization war with you. Although there are not many information civilizations, like John Kwang and Mechanical Disaster, some virus-type information civilizations have a strong desire to attack. Guess if it is this kind? Dark deterrence, and it threatens two ascended civilizations at once. You are so brave," the gorilla said softly. "You can also not accept the deterrence and attack us directly. But guess, in the eyes of another ascended civilization, the traces of your actions look like a sign of war." The gorilla shook his head. "The other party may not be as you deduced. As long as the other party is slightly willing to communicate with us, the tension you artificially created will be like a bubble, which will burst with a slight poke. The ascended civilization actively communicates with others, or under the premise that the civilization coordinates may be exposed, you should not have ascended for a long time, or your ascended technology is not group technology." The gorilla was silent. His eyes passed the senior engineer and fell on the observation box in midair. "This is the body of the old helmsman, a 12-sided crystal suspended in the quantum force field, a regular geometric body with a side length of 30 centimeters, forged from dark matter alloy. This material has a strange reflective property. When the line of sight deviates by more than 15 degrees, the surface will instantly swallow all light and turn into a purer black than a black hole. However, some faces were no longer pure black, but were infected with various evil god patterns. Only the edges were still flashing with nano-level light spots and faint micro-Dyson sphere structures. Gao Gong gently swept around, and there were only 5 faces that were not polluted. The rest either had various cracks or various cosmic evil god images, such as a scarlet sun. Observer paradox? Even if you observe your test subjects from a higher dimensional perspective, there is still a probability of data pollution. Unless you have developed a causal weapon and reversed the cause and effect, then you will not be affected. However, it seems that the other party's technology has not reached this point. It is another rookie in the ascended civilization." Through the observation box, Gao Gong evaluated the other party's technological level. By the way, he did not forget to inform the other party. "Friendly reminder to you, this kind of observation civilization, the most taboo is to be observed by others." The gorilla showed a thoughtful expression. "I think that although the Boltzmann brain has powerful computing power, and as long as there is quantum tide, the computing power is endless, this technology tree is benchmarked against the perpetual motion machine series of mechanical civilization, but the technological content of the perpetual motion machine itself is not very high in the ascended civilization. What is really precious is actually the computing power data forged by the ascended civilization. After all, the power of creation technology does not depend on the creation, but on what kind of creation it creates. Is a 1.0 version of the Boltzmann brain worth your enemy against an ascended civilization? Especially an observer civilization, aren't you worried that it will discover you and then observe you day and night? Observing the technological evolution of an ascended civilization is 10,000 times more interesting to it than ogling a beautiful woman." Although Gao Gong has always believed that talking nonsense is a bullshit. But facing this 4th-level gorilla, he can only talk nonsense. The gorilla finally retracted his gaze, looked at Gao Gong with regret, and said, "In fact, compared to studying the Boltzmann brain, we are more willing to study your brain." Gao Gong suddenly felt a chill on the back of his head. "It's a pity that you succeeded in convincing us." The next moment, the quantum world disappeared. Gao Gong appeared on the surface of Orgrimmar. A large number of civilization creations were visibly destroyed. Even the vegetation covering more than 95% of the planet withered rapidly. "You are right. When facing an observer civilization, the most important thing we should do is to destroy the test environment and take away the test items. As for the test waste, it is not worth spending time to clean up. However, we can still stir the waste to make it more wasteful, and then give it to you. But as you said, the 1.0 version of the Boltzmann brain is not a rare thing in Ascension technology. On the contrary, I will give you such a special character a favor. Maybe one day in the future, we will meet again in the Ascension realm. At that time, there may be a chance for cooperation." With the last sentence, the other party completely disappeared, leaving only a barren planet and a lot of gorillas. No, not gorillas, but Orgrimmar people. Senior Engineer quickly set his eyes on the old helmsman. The box spirit regained its human form again and aged rapidly. The skin on his face seemed to be drained of moisture and relaxed at a speed visible to the naked eye. His black hair faded quickly and turned into a silver-white color. It became dry and rough, and it curled up like dead grass. The most eye-catching thing was his eyeballs, which were originally black enough to see through people's hearts, but now, a lot of white cataracts appeared. According to the explanation of the information equipment, this thing has returned to the initial version, and no longer needs system maintenance. However, such an old helmsman sighed with relief. I'm finally free. Boss, is it done? Looking at the two who returned in less than 3 minutes, Wirewire was surprised. It was just a matter of time. I just returned to the Star Destroyer. I haven't even sat down or had tea yet, and the other party has already done it. Yeah, boss, I'm still warming up. Who do you want me to chop? Chop myself, Galgong said silently. In fact, according to Galgong's original idea, if the worst situation really came, he planned to let Xiaoyu kill him. That is, use the stream of consciousness knife technique to temporarily kill his consciousness, and then wait for a while to revive from the knife. This is also one of the retreats he thought of to deal with the ascended civilization. However, since the other party was selected as the leader by the machine crisis, he gave up this idea. Because he was worried that if the other party slashed, he might not necessarily die, but there was a high probability that he would be forcibly transformed into AI by the other party. Then what was the point of tossing for so long? Boss, is it over? Looking at the Orgrimmar executives who came up with Galgong, the PP leader was still a little unbelievable. But the system prompts cannot be false. You have completed the civilization rescue mission, the regeneration of the Orgrimmar people. Task reward. Not only her, I am the big muscle, and the red flower demon, Gauda, and others, who are countless light years away, all received the notice of the completion of the Hell mission. What happened? The mission was completed? Who did it? And I am a big muscle man, you did it alone? So awesome? You evolved into a super scion? PP boss quickly explained the situation. It turns out that this mission is only difficult at the beginning. As long as you get through the beginning, during the mission, Boss G will drop from the sky and carry the whole game. Chapter 1289. Among the old players, other players were also quietly following this mission. After hearing the explanation of the PP leader, and a very clever judgment, the other players immediately slapped their thighs. Oh my god, I should have gone to help earlier, what a big loss. Does this mean that as long as you survive the first group, you can easily win the remaining Hell level missions? I said. No wonder you dropped 10 levels. It turns out that it's just the high threshold. The difficulty of the mission is not high, or even non-existent. Ha ha ha, who's calling me an idiot? Ha ha ha, those people in the forum are the real idiots. They despise me for losing 10 levels, but I also despise them for not completing the civilization rescue mission. I have to go to the forum and rant. Soon, a lot of popular posts appeared on the forum, shocked. The truth of the Hell difficulty mission that loses 10 levels at the beginning is like this: speed pass strategy for the civilization rescue mission, highly intelligent species that the faction leaders have to subdue, the Orgrimmar people. Galgong didn't know about the debate in the player circle. After all, he didn't have time to spy on them now. He was curiously asking the literal old helmsman. Didn't the group of observers say anything to you before they left? Yes, the old helmsman had a complicated expression. What did they say? Let you take care of yourself? Galgong gossiped. The old helmsman's emotions, which had just been brewing, were disturbed by the other party, and he rolled his eyes unhappily. I have no grudge against him, and I even met my maker. He paused, then said, he gave me a choice and asked me if I wanted to go with him. You're not going. Joining the 4th level civilization means you're a 4th level life. You're making a great leap forward, brother, Senior Engineer said in surprise. The old helmsman shook his head silently, and didn't answer. But just this attitude was enough to make Senior Engineer imagine. He was used to being wild outside, and couldn't adapt to going back. After all, he was a famous black market owner outside, but he was not even a worker inside. He could only be considered a working equipment. Or, this 4th level civilization has some restrictions on life forms. As far as Senior Engineer knows, many civilizations of observer nature will choose to completely give up their lives, and become a quantum state between existence and non-existence. This is unacceptable to many lives. But since the old helmsman didn't say anything, he didn't ask any more questions. After a moment, the old helmsman finally spoke. If you need anything, come to me. You know how to contact me. The next moment, the old helmsman transformed himself, and the giant spaceship that had experienced years of erosion and countless interstellar voyages appeared again, but there were no densely packed corpses on the deck, nor the terrifying evil god's aura. The captain of the unworthy death god waved to Gao Gong, and the spaceship turned into the speed of light, and then soared from the speed of light to superluminal speed, and soon drilled into the cosmic tunnel. This picture, inexplicably, has a sense of deja vu, Gao Gong muttered to himself. Beep beep beep. The system popped up several prompts at once. The master of the fairy black market, Captain Death, favorable, plus 99.99, the relationship with you is a life and death friendship. Orbermar senior officials, 9 tribal elders, Golden Blood Kinghammer, favorable, plus 8,000. Orbermar senior officials, 9 tribal elders, Kita, favorable, plus 8,000. Orbermar senior officials, leader of the Poro tribe, Bright Moon, favorable, plus 8,000. Civilization has shown its concern for you. Civilization has shown its concern for you. Among the many reminders of increasing favorability, 2 unusual reminders suddenly appeared. These 2 question mark civilizations are undoubtedly the 2 that were driven away by Gao Gong with dark deterrence. Especially one of them is an observer civilization. Gao Gong suddenly felt a chill in his chrysanthemum. On the other side, I am Dahiba cooperating with the Princess of Orgrimmar to make arrangements for the reawakened Orgrimmar people. Although the technology of the Orgrimmar people has already pointed out the second-level mechanic civilization. But in the absence of anything, it is difficult for these guerrilla mechanics to rub spaceships and nuclear bombs by hand. Fortunately, Gao Gong has been prepared for this. The atmosphere of the entire Orgrimmar star has been wrapped in a thick data cloud. The data cloud layer is constantly rolling, and cloud processors are constantly surging out. You can see that there are a large number of AIs in it that are doing data modeling. Many of the humanoid AIs have a data eye on their foreheads, which can be seen as alpha people. After the transformation of life forms, people's concepts will also change rapidly. Many alpha people whose consciousness has been uploaded said that it is good to be an artificial intelligence, and their brains have become bright all of a sudden. Gao Yuanyuan's virtual phantom also emerged from the data atmosphere, and wherever her eyes passed, she could penetrate deep into the core of the planet. Although it was her first time to transmit a planet, she was full of confidence. On the Star Destroyer, they want to see me? Gao Gong said in surprise. Well, the leaders of the 9 tribes want to see you before the planet is transmitted to express their gratitude. I am the Big Muscle Tyrant said enthusiastically. Ever since Boss G helped him complete the civilization rescue mission, the Big Muscle Tyrant was very enthusiastic every time he saw him, and he wished he could take him with him every time he did a mission. That's not necessary. It's not like they won't see each other again in the future. Just work hard to get him the mechanical drawings. From the 2nd-level mechanic civilization to the 3rd-level mechanic field, it's not a career change or cross-disciplinary. At most, it's a graduate student to a doctorate. He believes that with the intelligence of these Orgrimmar people, they will be able to get started quickly. After all, they are humanoid vehicles of Boltzmann brains. And Boltzmann brains are a necessary condition for the development of quantum computers. Gao Gong seemed to understand something all of a sudden. He glanced at the system panel. In addition to a huge amount of goodwill, there was indeed no news that the Orgrimmar Alliance joined the camp. Is this because the ceremony was not completed? This group of gorillas actually have to do some rituals. It's interesting. I like it. Gao Gong followed me, the big muscle man, and used the traction light to land directly on the planet. This desolate planet is now full of densely packed Orgrimmar people, all looking at Gao Gong with respect. With their smart brains, they naturally understand who is the real savior of civilization. These future dew hammers seem to have been led astray by Gao Gong, from dew hammers to hammer-making mechanics. However, judging from the development potential alone, the latter is definitely better. After all, even if we only count the previous life, the civilization level of these hammers has not exceeded their own, and this is still under the blessing of their big smart brains. How can the destruction camp be so easy to mix? Wherever Gao Gong went, the Orgrimmar people knelt on the spot, and it was visible that it was a black mass. It's just that there are too many hairs, which is a bit irritating to the eyes. It doesn't feel like the emperor ascended the throne, but the apes became king. Fortunately, aesthetics can be changed. As an XP master, Gao Gong deeply understands this. After all, in order to study the XP of different species in his previous life, he has studied everything. More hair is good, warm. With unhealthy thoughts in mind, Gao Gong walked all the way to the center of the capital of Orgrimmar, where the 9 tribal elders had been waiting for a long time, and standing in front of the high-level officials were the 9 tribal leaders. Gao Gong smiled faintly and walked calmly to the center of the 9 leaders. You get used to being a civilization leader after doing it many times. He has never been afraid of big occasions. Chapter 1290. Standing at the intersection of mechanical gears and virtual networks, we weave intelligent networks with codes as the warp and weft, and deconstruct the original equation of life with algorithms. As the founders of mechanical civilization, we vow to let the pulse of steel beat with the temperature of humanity, and let the wisdom of silicon shine with the glory of humanity. We carve the future with nano-level precision, reshape the laws of matter in molecular factories, reconstruct energy maps in superconducting matrices, and crack the code of the universe with topological quantum computing. Each intelligent machine will carry the genetic map of civilization, and each algorithm iteration is rewriting the rhythm of evolution. But the real creation does not lie in the meshing accuracy of gears, but in the recoding of the value system. We will implant ethical chips into AI, and make the automated workshop a testing ground for the liberation of the body. As mechanics, we use machines to create everything. With the mechanic declaration of the senior engineer, the already grateful people of Orgrimmar were completely excited, and the waves of cheers followed one after another. In the declaration, Gao Gong focused on describing the future of mechanics, and drew a circle of big pi, such as planetary mechanical interface, mechanical hive, interstellar giant, all things simulation machinery, chaos forge, and the main theme is that the future is bright, the technology is powerful, and mechanics can make anything. It can only be said that although the people of Orgrimmar have a smart brain, they still have some fanatical thinking in their bones, otherwise they would not have to be called Doomhammer after being blackened. This thing sounds fierce. Seeing that the atmosphere was successfully heated up by someone the 9 leaders looked at each other, nodded slightly, and all walked to Gao Gong and knelt down. We will present you the ultimate wisdom of our Orgrimmar. The next moment, the 9 tribal royals cut their arms, and a trickle of blood flowed out, but the magical thing was that as soon as the blood flowed into the air, it turned into a trace of quantum information and dissipated. Brother? Gao Yuanyuan's voice sounded in Gao Gong's ears. She sensed the quantum fluctuations here, and came to take a look. Nothing. Gao Gong nodded silently. First the 9 tribal royals, then the upper echelons, and then all the Orgrimmar people, all cut their arms. A very unstable quantum field slowly took shape. Compared with the previous quantum world, it was not a difference in quantity, but a qualitative difference. What a pity, if the mechanical brain was still there, it would be much more stable. Old Man Mita, one of the chief scientists of Orgrimmar, spoke with difficulty. Gao Gong knew that the mechanical brain was a third-order building, a rare brain-enhancing device. Yuanyuan, please help them. Gao Yuanyuan nodded. The next moment, data rays fell like rain, and each ray of data light fell on the heads of the Orgrimmar people. The next moment, the brains of these people, which were about to boil, quickly stabilized, and then temporarily virtualized and turned into third-order brain models. The data eyes of those alpha people are special. Gao Gong glanced at the data cloud above. These data lights were all shot out by the third eyes of these alpha people. Even the brain model can be generated quickly, so why not change the name to the modeling eye? So, are you going to give me the Boltzmann brain? When you were quantized, did you see this drawing? Yes, when our wisdom was taken away, it was actively sucked into the quantum brain and became one of the quantum brain cells, and the blueprint was imprinted in our minds. Jiayue Wangchue said with difficulty, this person is the mother of Princess Adeline. I am the mother-in-law of Dajiba. Don't force it too much. Gao Gong said the truth. Even if the brains of the entire species have been debugged to reproduce the Boltzmann brain, the rank difference is too big. Even if it is barely maintained, it may not be possible. No, this is what we must do. Jiayue is very determined. Gao Gong stopped persuading, and watched this scene silently, watching the entire planet turn into a low-entropy area bit by bit, watching virtual particles jump out one after another, forming quantum foams, and then a large amount of contradictory data began to take shape. Contradictory data is a necessary condition for studying causal weapons, and it is also a large amount of virtual data in quantum technology. The so-called Boltzmann brain, or quantum brain, is essentially a fourth-order plus version of the brain in a vat. It is similar to a perpetual motion machine. At first glance, it does not conform to the law of conservation of energy. But it is applicable to another technology tree, namely quantum technology. Since the universe can be created from nothing, the creation of quantum life from nothing is not without precedent. The most important thing is that as long as it is developed, theoretically, it can be replicated infinitely without cost. However, Infinite replication is only the first step. Integrating this thing into the Ascension technology allows the life of the Ascension civilization to evolve infinitely, and finally break through the Ascension level, and achieve the Ascension civilization transition. This is the real technical difficulty. Gao Gong also played with quantum technology in his previous life, but found that this thing did not match his original technology, so he gave up the development in this area. That's why he could use knowledge points to convince the ascended member. He even ignored the mistakes that the other party deliberately said. You have studied the Boltzmann brain. Where did you come from? What emerged from the quantum tide is just your self-consciousness. Gao Gong thought so, and a beggar version of the Boltzmann brain was formed instantly under the liver power of all the Orgrimmar people. Although it was only formed for a moment, Gao Gong immediately felt that his consciousness suddenly entered the superposition state, and the thinking was superimposed with the 6 billion Orgrimmar people. Quantum entanglement interconnection started. With the blessing of these smart IQs, Gao Gong's long-stagnant biological computer update started again. Your biological computer has been blessed by the Boltzmann brain. Version 7.2 is being upgraded. 1%, 2%, 3%, 4%. Update completed. Your biological computer has evolved to the 8.0 state and has obtained the new version function. Quantum entanglement information capture. Quantum entanglement information capture. Capture quantum information floating in the virtual level and peek into a corner of the quantum world. Gao Gong instantly felt that he was further bound to the Boltzmann brain. So, evolution has not stagnated. Your biological computer has been blessed by the Boltzmann brain. Version 8.0 is being upgraded. 1%, 2%, 3%. If it is a normal promotion, Gao Gong's head must be filled with biological computing power cards to truly achieve the computing power of the planetary computer. However, under the blessing of quantum technology, this biological evolution or brain power development is all carried out in a quantum fluctuation way. And this quantum fluctuation can be said to be something out of nothing in a simpler way. Any thinking modules, high-level neural structures, and bioenergy replenishment systems needed by biological computers were created in an instant. So, your biological computer has been upgraded and reached the upper limit of the human body system, version 9.0. Computing power has been upgraded to the upper limit of planetary computers. You get a new version function, deep quantum thinking. You get a new version function, species networking. Chapter 1291. What kind of feeling is it to have a computing power that reaches the first level of the planetary computer? Gao Gong hasn't experienced it for a long time. Back then, he was a virtual clone of the lowest level, and it was also a planetary computer. Alas, a hero does not mention his past achievements. So after crossing over, the thing he was most uncomfortable with was not other things, but simply his brain was not working well. But now, he finally experienced the feeling of the past again. What level of computing power does the planetary computer have? It is like a super lightning that instantly cuts through the dark universe. It can complete the computing tasks that ordinary computers need to spend years, decades, or even hundreds of years to complete before you have time to blink. It is also like a bottomless and vast super black hole. Any massive amount of data thrown into it will be absorbed and processed quickly and orderly. Whether it is observation data from every corner of the planet or information collection of every subtle element in the entire planet's ecosystem, it can easily handle it. Complete analysis, integration, and association in an instant, allowing you to instantly gain insight into the profound laws and subtle connections hidden between all things from the complex data. At this point, it seems that there is a huge amount of data throughput between each breath. And in the eyes of all Orgrimmar people, it is as if they have seen a sun called ultimate wisdom slowly rising. And what Gao Gong is thinking now is whether he can try again, with the computing power of the planet's computer, to reverse the legendary skill. Continuous beeps sounded from the system. You obtain the loyalty of the Level 2 Mechanic Civilization Orgrimmar Civilization, and the camp points increase by 10 million, and the leader reputation increases by 10,000. You obtain the allegiance of the super intelligent species Orgrimmar people, and the camp points increase by 10 million, and the leader reputation increases by 10,000. Because of obtaining 3 boss template species, the Orgrimmar people join, the speed of the Cybertron Legion's mechanical drawings increases by 100%, and the mechanical production efficiency increases by 50%. Because it is detected that the Level 2 Mechanic Civilization and the Level 3 Mechanic Civilization have 84.5% technological overlap, you successfully obtain all the civilization heritage of the camp, 16 types of Level 3 civilization building drawings, 15,132 types of Level 2 mechanical drawings. Because of the Boltzmann brain ritual of the Orgrimmar people, you automatically obtain the boss template Boltzmann Brain, fake. Seeing this, Gao Gong was refreshed. This time he really came to the right place. I can even get a boss template for free. It is indeed a highly intelligent species that I have taken from the ascended civilization. Boss template, Boltzmann Brain, fake, effect 1, entropy statistics. You can calculate the entropy fluctuation of the area. Warning, entropy changes may be related to large-scale information disasters. When a large number of entropy changes are found in a certain area, please be cautious enough. Efficiency 2, vacuum fluctuation observation. Through the Boltzmann Brain, observe the vacuum fluctuation phenomenon. Warning, this phenomenon is often linked to time travel, timeline adjustment, creation technology, black hole evaporation, etc., or taboos, or dangerous situations. When the host discovers a vacuum fluctuation phenomenon, please carefully choose whether to go to observe it. After all, you are not a real observer. Effect 3, quantum brain. If you only have one brain, then your learning efficiency is only 1, but if you have 2 brains, then your learning efficiency is 2. If you have more brains, then your learning efficiency will be more. The specific number depends on the random fluctuation of the quantum system. Warning, if your brain is randomly generated too much, then there is a certain probability that it will instantly become a bursting brain fortress. I can only say that it is worthy of being a boss panel related to the Ascension civilization. 3 characteristics, 3 warnings. It was just short of writing this thing is too dangerous. Don't use it recklessly on his face. As a virtual veteran, Gao Gong actually knows a lot. So he directly skipped the first 2 characteristics and landed on the quantum brain. This thing reminded him of quantum reading, a kind of abstract learning method with a catchy title. But after reading it carefully again, he roughly understood it. This thing is the current state of YRY. Or, to put it another way, by simulating the Boltzmann brain, an unknown number of superposition brains are simulated at once. Because it is a simulation state, this superposition brain is temporary and cannot last. Also because it is a simulation, the number is unknown. Theoretically, if there are too many brains at once, the nervous system will be directly squeezed and the brain fortress will be created. However, Gao Gong felt that he should not end up like this. After all, he has the 9.0 version of the biological computer. He can disperse the simulation calculation pressure through the powerful biological computing system. This time, it should be possible to reverse it, right? With the top version of the biological computer and the quantum brain, if he can't deduce it again, then he has no choice. Maybe I can learn from Xiaoyu and simulate this kind of low IQ personality. If the low entropy state can't handle it, then I can only try low IQ. After completing the ritual, Gao Gong has been in seclusion to digest this harvest. And Gao Yuan is not idle either. The signal fluctuations in the data atmosphere have also reached an upper limit. The next moment, dense virtual signals rise from every corner of the planet's surface. These lights are like life, interweaving and converging, starting from the surface of the planet, and the entire Orgrimmar star is digitized bit by bit. Countless data codes flowed at superluminal speeds, like a surging river, resonating with the alpha star field thousands of light years away, and responding to the star sea and the deep signal tower. Finally, the entire interstellar vacuum seemed to be torn into an invisible channel, with light flashing in the channel, and a torrent of data rushing through like a surging tide. The surrounding planets seemed to be affected by this powerful energy, flickering, as if making way for this interstellar data transmission. I am a big muscle man, who witnessed this shocking scene, and did not come back to his senses for a long time. After a long while he murmured, "Gone?" "Gone," said his wife Princess Adeline. "Yes, gone." Velvet on the side also said casually. He has also been in seclusion recently, trying to observe the Velvets, who disappeared before. I am a big muscle man who glanced at the empty planet position again, and felt a little uncomfortable. After a moment, he suddenly widened his eyes. Fuck, we didn't leave. They didn't take us with them when they teleported. The 3 of them came to their senses, and quickly reported to Gao Gong. And Gao Gong looked at the 3 of them, as if they were idiots. Nonsense, you weren't on the planet when you teleported, and you were not within the signal control range, so naturally you couldn't be teleported. I just want to reminisce with you, boss, and see if I can do another mission or something. So boss, how do we go back? I am a big muscle man, and said shamelessly. Gao Gong patted the shell of the Star Destroyer and said expressionlessly, "Take a ship." Wei Wirewai suddenly had another idea and said, "Boss, can't they take the ship with them when they teleport?" "No, it's easy to break. Although in theory, it is also possible to use the Star Network to teleport 4th-level civilization weapons. But after all, It is Gao Yuan's first interstellar transmission, and Gao Gong thinks it's better to be safe. After all, if this thing breaks, you can't build a second one in a short time. In addition, Engineer Gao was not confident in letting the AI drive it back, so he had to go back by himself on the Star Destroyer. Chapter 1292. Along the way, Gao Gong was studying this boss template, which is the Boltzmann brain pseudo. The reason why the word pseudo is added at the end is that the real Boltzmann brain is actually something that only quantum life can have. Simply put, it is a quantum AI. Compared to the large amount of computing power and hardware modules required by artificial intelligence, it does not need to rely on external objects, or even biological energy. So it is also called the perpetual motion machine of the information world. As a third-order life, you cannot achieve true perpetual motion, and your kidneys can't bear it, so there is such a word pseudo. However, as a virtual old driver, Gao Gong has enough verbal skills to avoid kidney deficiency to a great extent. So he is very experienced in studying this thing, and even linked this thing with his own 8.0 and 9.0 versions of biological computer functions. 8.0 version of quantum entanglement information capture. 9.0 version of deep quantum thinking. Especially deep thinking, this thing is a magical tool that consumes computing power, because it will give you a server busy. Please try again later. Gao Gong can completely capture quantum entanglement information and establish a quantum bridge, or quantum link, between the quantum brain and deep quantum thinking. Once the number of brains generated in the quantum brain is too large, it will be forced to enter the deep quantum thinking mode through the link. It is equivalent to a brain pressure relief valve. At this time, Gao Gong's two eyes each showed a different picture. One is a picture of the real world, but not the outside world, but the various components of his own brain. With the transformation of the morphological fruit, wherever the fruit shines, the part of the brain will be virtualized, from the telencephalon, diencephalon, cerebellum, midbrain, pons. Wherever it shines, it will be virtualized and informatized. When he reaches the point of complete informatization, the quantum vision in Gao Gong's other eyeball will be activated to carry out quantum entanglement. When two or more particles are entangled together, they can instantly affect each other's state even if they are far apart. It's like when deciding what to eat in the morning, all kinds of delicious food will appear in your mind at the same time. Each choice has a certain weight in your thinking. They are intertwined and influence each other, in an uncertain state, until a certain moment, perhaps because of a sudden memory of a certain taste, or a certain need of the body, a certain option is like a quantum particle after being observed, collapse into the final decision. However, when making a quantum connection, the most taboo is quantum collapse. My mind said, I want it, and my body said, no, I can't stand it anymore. Then it leaked, oh no, it collapsed. Once the quantum collapse occurs, the superposition state will disappear, and the quantum protocol will also disappear. Only an experienced driver like Gao Gong can complete such a difficult operation. When the last quantum protocol was integrated into the virtual brain, Gao Gong wiped his sweat and let out a long sigh. I haven't played such a difficult skill for a long time. This is really like a child driving a big car, and it's killing me. The system prompt sounded as expected. You have completed the construction of the brain quantum protocol. You have established a complex and mysterious normal connection with the quantum world. Your leader reputation increased by 1,000. Your character decreased by -1,000 Y. Gao Gong said it was really hard to understand, since he became a good man, except for a few occasional operations that lowered his character. Most of the time he was honestly climbing the technology tree. This gave him the illusion that he was a serious person. There was even an illusion that maybe this time, he could make his character positive. After all, his character in this life was only -11,622. This was completely different from his previous life, when his character was often negative in the hundreds of millions. I thought that saving the Orbamar people would increase it a little, but I didn't expect it to drop again. Is there a problem with thinking about it? Oh, in quantum mode, thinking about it is really a problem. For example, in some other timelines, because of Gao Gong's thinking, other Gao Gongs became impotent. This is not impossible. He actually cursed himself, he deserves to be punished. Gao Gong willingly accepted this time of character reduction. Give it a try. Gao Gong muttered to himself. Then he opened the highest level of defense in his luxurious captain's room, not only energy defense, but also information defense. Gao Gong's quantum brain is really different from Velvet's version. Velvet's version actually observes personality. As long as the other party is not afraid of personality split, he can keep observing. But what Gao Gong observed is the brain. To be more precise, What he observed was the 9.0 version of the biological computer. Several or dozens of planetary computing power rushed into the body in an instant. Not only did he have to consider whether Gao Gong could bear it, but he also had to consider whether the operating system of the Star Destroyer could withstand it. The next moment, Gao Gong entered the quantum brain state. Quantum brain. If you only have one brain, your learning efficiency is only 1, but if you have 2 brains, your learning efficiency is 2. If you have more brains, your learning efficiency will be more. The specific number of brains depends on the random fluctuations of the quantum system. A faint blue ripple suddenly appeared on Gao Gong's body. In his body, in every cubic nanometer vacuum, virtual particle pairs are madly emerging in units of Planck time. Then, the mind began to resonate with all the virtual particles, and each virtual particle seemed to become a new biological computer. The quantum fluctuation from nothing to something is so magical. But it was not so good for Gao Gong. Almost instantly, Gao Gong felt his head begin to split wildly, growing larger than his body. Brain cells, like cancer cells, grew endlessly, directly flooding the captain's room, the cabin, and even the entire Star Destroyer. Nearly infinite growth pain was born from every neuron, and the bioelectricity of his body was like being hit by a thunderstorm. A normal rookie would start to panic at this time. Even if you think it is impossible, as long as there is a slight possibility, this scene will become real in an instant. It's really over at this time. However, as a virtual veteran, Gao Gong is not only very calm, but also has the leisure time to calculate how many quantum brains there are. While I'm lucky, there are a total of 156 quantum brains superimposed at the same time. This is a bit like installing 156 virtual systems in a computer system. Although the computing power of these virtual systems is at the level of planetary computers, the hardware requirements are extremely large. But the veteran driver is calm. He even wondered if he could use this huge computing power to permanently open up these virtual systems. He even simulated the calculation. The conclusion he came to was a bit disappointing. It didn't work. At least it didn't work on this organism. No wonder the galaxy computer on the planet computer didn't use organisms in the general sense as hardware, but instead used intelligent species to assemble hardware. There was a reason for this. Chapter 1293. In his previous life, after Gao Gong completed the upload of consciousness, he quickly sold movies all over the world. Then, because he was wanted for selling pornographic movies, in order to facilitate the transfer, his technology tree directly got rid of the hardware equipment and went to a pure virtual route. This route does not require high hardware and is easy to transfer, but the price is that the computing power is not strong enough. For example, the Star Network. And the kingly information civilization that can deduce everything is not the direction of Gao Gong's evolution. So Gao Gong doesn't know much about the galaxy computer. At least, he doesn't know how the system that uses an entire civilization species as hardware works, and what it is for, but now he understands one thing, that is, the computing power of the galaxy computer is completely beyond the ability of a biological/mechanical body to bear. Not only the computing power requirements, but also the brainpower requirements are completely different. No wonder I heard that after building the galaxy computer, it will be possible to mass-produce third-order architectural drawings like the system, or even fourth-order architectural drawings. Now think about it, it is not impossible. He calculated that if he could bear the quantum overlap of the computing power of 1 million planetary computers, plus the third-order professional knowledge chain, he could also do this kind of calculation. Huh? Engineer Gao suddenly realized something. If the system's drawing is also supported by some kind of supercomputer, what a terrifying computing power it must have to do this. You know, as powerful as the Galaxy Host, a Galaxy supercomputer, it can only mass-produce third-order and fourth-order drawings. In theory, the system can go all the way up, even calculating the ninth-order blueprint. A cosmic computing system? The ninth universe? Gao Gong felt that he had realized a little more. But soon, Gao Gong abandoned his distracting thoughts and focused on the current situation. Through the simulation just now, he has calculated that if he wants to maintain the quantum brain under normal conditions, his upper limit is 100. If it exceeds, it will become a bursting brain castle. And this first quantum brain obviously exceeds it. So the quantum entanglement information capture was activated instantly, and almost at the same time, Gao Gong entered the deep quantum thinking mode. If the computing power of the planetary computer level makes Gao Gong a bottomless data processing black hole, almost nothing can escape his control. Then deep quantum thinking directly reaches another level, breaking away from the complexity of surface data and directly going deep into the essence of physical laws and the foundation of science and technology. Even the essence of the legendary skills has been deduced. You are simulating. Skills, progress 1%. You are simulating. Skills, progress 2%. You are simulating. Skills, progress 3%. Gao Gong's quantum vision seemed to jump across the timeline, and he saw the group of star elders again, and the dense flame halberds that tore the stars apart. As expected, these days, the poor rely on mutations, and the rich rely on technology. How can a mere brain retardation compare to my quantum brain? Just like the download speed of a 5G romance film, it only took a few seconds to download 35%, and then it was gone. Gao Gong knocked his head, and found that the computing power of these 156 virtual systems was burned out. Wow, no wonder almost no one can figure out this legendary skill. If Gao Gong didn't have the Boltzmann brain, a computing power perpetual motion machine, he would have to burn up at least 500 planet computers to build this thing. It turns out that the rich don't rely on technology, but on money. Fortunately, even if the quantum brain is gone, the 35% progress has not disappeared and is still hanging on the system. It's better to be an NPC. If it were a player, there would be no such awesome boss panel. The only possibility for players to break through the skill limit is to burn up 500 planet hosts. No wonder in the last life, this skill breakthrough became a forum legend. And after his own computing power is strong, Gao Gong can very keenly perceive the third-order network signal. This is very convenient for a virtual veteran like him. He no longer has to rely on experience. The star network signal is like a layer of star mist gauze, covering him. On this signal frequency, there is also the activatable network permission specially set by Gao Yuanyuan. Not bad. After cultivating his own sister for so many years, he can finally eat a bite of soft rice. Keep working hard, I'm optimistic about you. As for the special third-level virtual connection, the password is as complicated as garbled code, which is Gao Gong's small clone. In order to bypass the monitoring of the mind network, he used a lot of methods in his previous life. And through the computing power of the planetary computer, the feeling of the mind network to Gao Gong this time is obviously different from before. The third-order network is also different from the third-order network. If the star network gives people the feeling that it is more of an interstellar signal connection tool, then the mind network gives people the feeling that it is like an information god, high above, looking down on all living things. Such a pure civilization has it been stripped out? Such a clean stripping method, the third-level civilization should not have such advanced technology. Is it related to that relic? Senior engineer pondered. Civilization is generally discussed together with civilization thought. The relationship between the two is one world view, and the other is methodology. Civilization breeds civilization thought, and thought further promotes the development of the technology tree and strengthens civilization will. This is you and me, and I and you. That's why senior engineer was surprised. Although the will and thought of different civilizations have different forms of expression. But such a pure will without a trace of distracting thoughts is also very rare. If it were placed in a civilization undergoing technological transformation, it would be great. But the Mirta Federation is neither that good nor that bad. This is amazing. Mostly it is technology and hard work. And it is very likely related to that relic. Think of their methods of dealing with the Alpha people. Evolutionary relic, it is of the same type as the deep web, but the ability of magic transformation is stronger. However, in terms of value, the deep web lady is naturally ahead by a cliff. The latter is a great treasure that all advanced civilizations will fight for. Although the former seems to have a lot of hard work, this kind of hard work is not so hard when facing some advanced civilizations. For example, it can easily manipulate the genes of the Alpha people, but when facing a level 6 or 7 civilization, can it still do so? The reverse tracking of a gene lock is enough to annihilate the Mirta Federation. Even if they did nothing, they could control the relics and deal with the Mirta people by crushing the genes of advanced species. However, at the stage of level 3 civilization, relics are still the mainstay. For example, didn't the Mirta people establish civilization through this? When Gao Gong was thinking, a data stream came through the link. Something happened to that mechanical planet? The bugs fought back, and the commander of the counterattack was actually the Dark Elves. Gao Gong had heard about the full species transformation of the Black Machinery Alliance of level 3 mechanical civilization. And the transformed party was the Dark Elves. Sure enough, it's worthy of being a bug. Chapter 1294. In the outside world's impression, the insect civilization is generally known for its terrifying mass-produced army. Its ability to produce and transform troops once made many civilizations despair. This is a species civilization that can be called a natural disaster. But in fact, in the eyes of a truly powerful civilization, compared to the explosion of insects and the explosion of troops. Although it is troublesome, it is not without solutions. The most troublesome part is actually the ability to evolve. It is hard to imagine that in the eyes of outsiders, the insects, who have no brains at all, have a strong ability to evolve species. And it is very hidden. This kind of evolution is not to transform intelligent species into insects. Although different intelligent species have different aesthetics, the aesthetics of insects are indeed niche, and most insects do not even have the concept of aesthetics. The so-called evolution is not a brainwashing of values, which is too low level. This kind of species evolution brainwashes the entire civilization. To put it simply, this operation is to share the authority of the Zerg Queen, so that a certain population of this civilization, a certain strong person, has the ability to insectize the entire civilization. Insectification is evolution. After the insectification is over, this kind of civilization will not weaken or disband, but evolve into another form of Zerg civilization. And the one responsible for the insectification will become a new Zerg Queen. Even after having a queen, the potential of this civilization in some aspects will be further improved. For example, the potential for ascension. According to Gao Gong's understanding of the Zerg, this kind of civilization resistance force is generally instigated to conduct a tentative attack. This means that the insects are planning to do something big. Although the Dark Elves are a well-known anti-civilization species of the Black Machinery Alliance, they are also old operators of this kind of feint to the east and attack in the west, and throw stones to test the water. Although the direction of evolution is unclear, there is no doubt that the object of evolution must be a third-level civilization. So, although the small account named Chuck is no longer of much use, the blueprints of the frenzy-type mecha that should be obtained have been obtained. Gao Gong still decided to log in to take a look. After all, it's a free big show, it's a waste not to watch it. Moreover, after the performance of the biological computer reaches the upper limit, it can do more things. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. He can also talk, and he can also love insects. With this in mind, Gao Gong logged into the small account named Chuck. It must be said that after changing to a new machine, the network speed is fast, and there is almost no lag, and Gao Gong succeeded in possessing again. Moreover, after logging in this time, Gao Gong no longer planned to play this trumpet, so he didn't hesitate to demonstrate his existence. As soon as he possessed the body, Chuck, the student of Mirda, had his telekinesis rising one wave after another, 1,000, 2,000, 3,000, 4,000 all the way up. The star armors that had not yet released their operating permissions were forcibly summoned one by one under this kind of telekinesis fluctuation, and opened their hands in front of Master Chuck to form an energy shield array to block the dark energy tide that was coming. Master! Wei Zi was excited and subconsciously grabbed Chuck's arm. In the face of those hideous and terrifying dark elves, she, the daughter of a senior executive of the Morbi Chable, was useless. Who are you? Gao Gong looked down at the Mirda girl unmoved. The powerful telekinesis mixed with the computing power of the planetary computer created a miracle. That is, the remaining intact parts of the star armor that was chopped by the dark sword of the dark elves were shot out one by one, and combined with the ether fusion core, ion thruster, telekinesis interface, energy missile system, and nano-robot group shot from other directions to form a new type of star armor that was not within the design range. According to the Mirda people's own records, it takes at least 1 month to design, develop, and finalize a star armor. As for whether it can be mass-produced, updated, and as targeted applications, that is another matter, and it is more difficult. But no matter what, it is impossible to complete the construction of so many new types of star armor in an instant. This can only prove that at the critical moment of life and death, Master Chuck once again brought out his long-dormant talent. Under the protection of these thousands of star armors, Gao Gong can finally skin Chuck's memory slightly. You don't know until you check. Once you check, you'll be shocked. It turns out that it's not just their logistics planet that was attacked this time, but all the logistics planets of the Anti-Zerg Alliance are facing the siege of the Dark Elves. The number of planets attacked this time is in the thousands, and it's obvious that they have been planning for a long time. What's even more amazing is that this time, the attack was not from the subatomic army of the Zerg, but from the anti-civilization forces of various civilizations, interstellar rebels, and even the black gloves of other third-level civilizations. And the leading one among them is the Dark Elves, the former main species of the Black Machinery Alliance. Gao Gong looked around and saw a layer of light black film covering the entire planet. Through this layer of black film, the Dark Elves changed from dark energy to human form, and then pulled out dark energy swords, falling like rain. This layer of black film alone continuously created tens of millions of Dark Elves. Although there were not many dark elves at the bottom, the gaps that were blasted were increasing. The originally boiling core magma was now cooling rapidly. Not only the magma, but also various large-scale defensive weapons were in a state of being unusable. Gao Gong glanced at the system panel and hummed. Sure enough, a planet-level dark energy field was hung. In this energy field, all long-range energy weapons would be banned if their energy level did not reach a certain limit. This is also the usual form of war for energy civilization, commonly known as the Quiet War. If this kind of field is developed to a very high level, it can even directly extinguish all the life in the territory of civilization. So although energy civilization is known for its peace, it rarely causes civilization wars and disasters. But there is another saying that anyone who is hostile to energy civilization has no chance to escape. Gao Gong thought about it, and hundreds of star armors abandoned the long-range attack module, took out mechanical weapons, and resisted a team of dark elves. I have to say that these dark elves are really ugly. They are completely incomparable to the Myrta people, who are known as silver-haired elves. Their skin is like the cursed abyss mud, gray and rough, covered with dents and tiny bumps, as if countless wriggling insects are dormant in it, and every wrinkle hides the decay and malice of evolution. And their hair is sparse and dry, with strands of gray hair sticking to the scalp like dead snakes, mixed with a few strands of dark red, like dried blood, emitting a suffocating stench. The head shape is weird, the skull is high and bulging, and the blue veins are winding like earthworms under the scalp, as if they will break through the thin skin at any time. Gao Gong suddenly understood the top leaders of the Black Machinery Alliance. It is not unreasonable that you have been mechanized to grow like this. At least mechanical species can adjust their aesthetics by themselves, and buying some bionic skin can achieve technological beauty. However, this distracting thought only flashed by. And the real thought is it another group of species that failed to ascend? Could it be that the Black Machinery Alliance has conducted an ascension experiment? Chapter 1295. It is not that ugly species must fail in ascension. But Gao Gong smelled a faint smell of ascension evil power from them. After getting the research data on ascension from the string controller, Gao Gong did a good job of research. Especially the evil power collector, which is like looking up at the stars in the ascension field. Everyone is studying how to succeed, but you are studying how to fail. Excellent. So after the research was completed, Gao Gong naturally distinguished the various components of evil power. He could also sense the faint ascension evil power leaked from these dark elves. If the ascension evil power of beings, like the Lord of the Void and Shrek is 100,000, then these dark elves may not even have 0.01. Gao Gong casually swiped a probe. Name, Darkstalker. Race, ? Original Dark Clan level, 75. Personal attributes. Skills, Dark Energy Sword Driving, level 3 Master, Dark Force Tracking, level 3 Expert. Negative status of race, Species Punishment, Life Reduction. Remarks, Dark Elves, as the main race of the original Dark Clan, are now struggling to survive in the interstellar darkness. It has to be said that they deserve it. The system is still as humorous as ever. It was the first time that Gao Gong saw a species with its own negative status. Species Punishment. Within the range of any biological magnetic field, the species will gain negative effects such as weakness, pain, and mutation. Life Reduction. The lifespan of the species is 50%. With the eyes of Gao Gong, an old driver, he probably understood it. It really is what he deserves. This is the consequence of studying the ascension field before the civilization has developed to its limit or even matured. On the civilization panel of the system, there is something called faction points. Whenever Gao Gong develops a third-order building or obtains some professional knowledge, the faction points will increase. But apart from seeing the score increase, this thing is not very useful. You can't bet on blueprints, and you can't brush the boss panel. Its existence seems to tell you the degree of technological development of the camp. For example, faction points 339456000/500 million, mechanic civilization, but as an old driver, Gao Gong understands its importance. It can accurately locate one thing, that is, whether the technological level of civilization or the basic technological level has reached the top. This is actually a very important thing for the development of civilization. Because if the basic technology is not maxed out, the ascension will fail 100%. This is the iron rule, but how do you know if this thing is maxed out? After all, your interstellar territory has been expanded to an unprecedented level, your civilization army has overthrown one powerful enemy after another, and your civilization technology is booming, with new technological waves being nurtured almost every moment. And at this time, you tell me that you have not pointed out a basic knowledge. Nonsense, Impossible, absolutely impossible, so it began to build ascension technology, perform civilization ascension, and then successfully hit GG. And the Dark Elves began to study this thing even before their civilization developed to its heyday. If you don't die, then who will die? Gao Gong even simulated the process of the Dark Elves' self-destruction. On a certain day of a certain month of a certain year, a certain upper-level force suddenly simulated the technological possibilities of a certain ascending field. This ascending technology can even break through the ceiling of current civilization technology, so a large number of scientific researchers were summoned to conduct secret research and development. Although it was only a small-scale test, the uncontrollability of this ascending technology was undoubtedly revealed. This thing can even pollute the genes of all the main races. Then, a painful choice came out, whether to wait for death or to undergo full species transformation. The high-level Dark Elves chose the latter. Of course, they can't say that it was their own self-destruction that led to the mechanization of all species, so the scapegoat, the intelligent machine crisis, appeared. When Gao Gong heard the rumors of the Black Machine Alliance's full species transformation before, he felt that there was a subtle wrong, but he couldn't say what was wrong. Now he has figured it out. If a carbon-based species undergoes mechanization, the resistance of the main species should be the most intense. Would you like to have your penis cut off? Even if we don't talk about penises, but only about the transfer of power, it is still a very troublesome matter. After all, after the transformation is completed, all beings are equal in the mechanical sense. Who can truly achieve true equality? Even the Ascension civilization can't do it. So when Gao Gong heard that the Black Machinery Alliance successfully achieved the transformation of all species, he actually murmured a little. This is too smooth. Now it seems that this is not the so-called mechanical revolution at all, but clearly a self-destruction, insisting on studying ascension technology at this stage of civilization. If you don't die, who will? All kinds of thoughts flashed through his mind. Apart from anything else, just knowing this news was worth it for Gao Gong to come here on his trumpet. But just because Gao Gong didn't care about the situation didn't mean that other people didn't care. Seeing that Gao Gong had stabilized the situation, genius mechanics from other directions, such as Microwave Sun, Biological Factory, and Armament Expert, immediately rushed over, each with a solemn and dignified look. This logistics planet can't be defended. We must evacuate immediately. If we don't evacuate, there will be no chance. There are a number of starships that have not been transformed yet in the logistics department. Don't expect to contact the outside world. The Mine Network, Black Machinery Network, and Contact Spores are all out of contact. Divide the work during the war. I'm responsible for the transformation of long-range weapons. I've already found out the energy field fluctuations of those black skins. Microwave Sun said. I'm responsible for engine modification. I'm responsible for defensive weapon repair. Chuck has the best mechanical quick assembly ability, so he should be responsible for the maintenance of the main body of the machine. Yeah. Who said yeah? Looking at this group of people who have arranged their own work directly, Gao Gong was a little speechless. It's okay. Anyway, I'm here to see what you want me to do. I do whatever you want me to do. The main thing is to follow the plot process. Next, this group of genius mechanics from the logistics planet showed their genius side. Star armor, mechanical weapons, and defense mechanisms were created from scratch on the battlefield. The outer defense, that was originally in disarray, was also activated one by one. Even a temporary star armor army was made to block most of the Dark Elves' raids. However, these geniuses also showed their cruel side. All the logistics personnel who tried to hitchhike or even forcibly hitchhike were killed on the spot. These genius mechanics are the treasures of each third-level civilization. They are all arrogant and will not take anyone else seriously except geniuses of the same level. Seeing this scene, Weizi grabbed the corner of Gao Gong's clothes tightly. Seeing him looking over, the daughter of the executive smiled flatteringly and painted a lot of cakes for Gao Gong, almost promising herself to him. Gao Gong's main attack is not important. He doesn't care whether this trumpet dies or not, let alone other people. Under the control of these genius mechanics, a starship that was only half built was successfully repaired, and then in the process of mutual consumption between the star armor and the Dark Elves, it broke out of the siege, and in the process of mutual consumption between the star armor and the Dark Elves, the genius mechanics used their own trump card, which is equivalent to a disposable weapon of the third-level civilization weapon attack. After hundreds of consecutive attacks, it broke the energy membrane and rushed out. Chapter 1296. In the empty vacuum of the universe, a broken starship is floating. It can be seen that this starship is indeed quite broken. The outer shell of the ship is riddled with holes, as if it has experienced countless storms and rainstorms. The originally smooth metal surface is now covered with deep and shallow scratches and dents. Some places have even been twisted and deformed, revealing the intricate internal pipelines and mechanical structures. Its biggest wound is on one side of the hull. There is a huge crack extending from the bow to the stern, as if it was split by a huge sharp blade. Sparks flash from time to time in the crack, and occasionally some small parts fall from it and disappear in the vast universe. This wound comes from the Dark Elf Leader, a well-known extreme environment dangerous creature, and the first wanted criminal of the Black Machine civilization. He may not be famous in the 3rd star, but he is very famous in the 5th star, comparable to the existence of Shrek in the past. Before a certain Mr. G came out, this one was a famous enemy of civilization. After all, it is rare to find talents who can survive under the wanted list of civilizations. However, Mr. G came later and outnumbered them. After all, offending a 3rd-level civilization is a life-or-death situation, and offending 3 civilizations is a standard death. And this sword mark from the bow to the stern is the masterpiece of the opponent. At that time, the entire logistics planet was shot down, and this person was like a boss behind the scenes. Facing the starship that had already rushed out of the high-orbit space, he drew his sword and killed it on the spot, and cut the starship that had entered the jump mode. Then the starship ended up like this. On the surface, it was just a sword light, but in fact, it caused the internal damage rate of the starship to exceed 50%. That is to say, there are 2-digit genius mechanics on this ship, so they patched up the gaps and prevented the starship from falling apart on the spot. At this time, Gao Gong was standing on the deck, recalling the previous sword light. It seems that he has vaguely touched the ceiling of the master level skills, but has not reached the legendary level. Lightspeed slashing skills TSK. Gao Gong can also do this with a 100 million degree divine weapon, and not only can he slash at light speed, but he can also fight at light speed. But the opponent's weapon seems to be just an ordinary dark energy long sword. According to the equipment level, it is also at the level of excellent. So a pure technical player? Gao Gong recalled the attributes of the Dark Elves before. Although the level was not high, it seemed that everyone had a master level skill. As the leader of these rebels, it is not unreasonable that he has a great talent in swordsmanship. In a sense, this is more valuable than him and Xiaoyu. After all, the former relies purely on technology, while the latter relies on mutation. He seems to be a pure technical person. Oh no, as an Ascension test subject, he cannot be said to be a pure technical person. Maybe during the experiment, he has mastered some swordsmanship talent. Multiplanet creature is dead, a mechanic came over, and said with a heavy expression. Who is multiplanet creature? Gao Gong recalled carefully, and it seems that he is also a genius mechanic from the Colossus country, famous for researching stellar weapons and mechanization of space monster organs. When Gao Gong was on his trumpet, he did chat with the other party several times, mainly because he was curious about how a space monster like Leviathan could be mechanized. Gao Gong nodded in realization, and did not reply. The other party seemed to just want to vent his emotions, and did not expect his answer. After a moment of silence, he threw a memory chip. This is his technical information. Each of us present has a copy. If I die, my technical information will also belong to you. There is such a good thing? Then can I kill you all? Gao Gong glanced at the memory chip. Sure enough, there was a lot of development information in it, with dozens of mechanical drawings, from level 11 to level 14. This is a lifelong learning of a mechanic. However, compared to these drawings, Gao Gong is more interested in the information about the Colossus. As a genius mechanic of the Colossus, he has certainly come into contact with the giant magic weapon of this civilization, and even participated in the development of a small part of it. As a super soldier of the star level, it is not a humanoid weapon, but more like a four-legged creature, but not like an elephant. Its specific appearance is more like a four-legged leviathan, and its core shell is a satellite-sized mechanical body. Just looking at the drawings, I just think the shape of this thing is a bit weird, but if you actually watch it, you will definitely have giant phobia. Gao Gong is more concerned about the performance of this thing. According to the above information, each mechanical giant foot of this Colossus has at least 3 functions of the 3rd level civilization weapons, such as large-scale space collapse, star-level satellite cannons, and strong absorption of biological magnetic fields. The focus of the senior engineer was on the last function. That is, strong absorption of biomagnetic field. On the surface, it absorbs magnetic field, but in fact, it absorbs bioenergy. According to the design plan, the upper limit of bioenergy that each Colossus foot can absorb is 20 million, and 4 is 80 million. This alone is enough to destroy a top biological powerhouse. The senior engineer felt that if this was not solved, their decapitation operation would not be able to continue. Because according to the information given by the collector, the fake Colossus State King always brought at least 4 Colossus soldiers with him every time he went out. While flipping through the information, the senior engineer looked at his basic knowledge. He was thinking about what kind of professional knowledge he would need to develop targeted anti-Colossus foot weapons. And since when, a bunch of genius mechanics came to the deck, gathered together, and started discussing. The content of the discussion was nothing more than where they should go next. The son of Microwave suggested returning to the Black Machinery Alliance, because that was its home, but most people rejected it. What a joke, the attack just now was done by your old family. The biological factory suggested taking a detour, avoiding the frontal battlefield with the bugs, and going to the 4-star, which was its home, the territory of the Seed of Life. In the end, not many people agreed. First, the 4-star and the 5th star were not far away. If the anti-bug defense line was completely broken, it would not be so difficult for the opponent to kill. Second, most of the mechanics here are mechanical species. It would be embarrassing to go to a carbon-based civilization. After a heated discussion, there were 2 directions that everyone thought were reliable. One was the Boundary Breaker civilization, where the shuttle was located. It was a void civilization of the same type as the Void Dwellers. However, unlike the Void Dwellers, these Boundary Breakers did not have void blood, but were good at developing space machinery, especially shuttle spacecraft. Although the coordinates of this civilization are also near the 5th star, everyone thinks that running there will facilitate timely escape, timely transfer. Another option is the Ghost Kingdom, where the electronic ghost is located. It is far enough and has jumped out of the scope of the 1st star zone, in the 2nd star zone. And it is a rare information civilization in the Robert Galaxy. Most mechanics are still quite interested in their information technology. I think it is not a bad idea to go abroad to study. After listening silently for a while, the senior engineer spoke. I think, instead of discussing where to go, you might as well discuss some more realistic issues first. For example, how to successfully escape from the bugs. Chapter 1297. Chuck's words shocked everyone present. The Microwave's son reacted immediately and subconsciously activated the few defense systems on the ship. However, the energy light shield sizzled twice and then short-circuited. When a Mirta mechanic tried to activate the star armor with telekinesis, she was greeted by an energy cannon that melted her whole body. Many mechanics' eyes twitched several times. Although mechanics can also be used as a combat profession, a profession like mechanics must be combined with a complex and reliable mechanical system to fully exert its power. Like now, a good cook cannot cook without rice. Without professional instruments, they can't even tell how many subatomic zergs are floating in the vacuum now, or how many bugs have crawled into their bodies. In this dark environment on all sides, they finally realized the danger of the frontline fighters. What should we do now? The biological factory couldn't help but whisper. Its vocal cavity was trying to communicate with everyone present using an encrypted frequency. There's no need to whisper. Do you think they don't know what you're thinking? The volume of a subatom is much smaller than a brain cell, so maybe they have already compiled a monitoring network in your brain. The senior engineer tapped the guy's forehead. This guy is also a humanoid species, but except for the fact that his head is 50% humanoid, the rest of his body is more like a plant, or to be more precise, like an oversized mushroom. This guy is also very interesting when he is scared. A large number of spores are shaken off and run around. The key is that these spores still have the intelligence of primary AI. When they encounter a dangerous environment, they will curse the main body. Stupid, 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 if I die, I won't let you go even if I turn into a mushroom. I told you that you shouldn't have come to the battlefield. Why don't you leave me on the mushroom planet so that I can leave a seed for your hometown? Can I surrender? I can be a parasite for the bug master. A group of spores chirped, and the terrifying and gloomy environment was diluted a little. Moreover, these mechanics are all a group of mechanical geniuses, and they are all treasures of their own civilizations. They will not despair even in the most desperate environment. Although most of their trump cards have been consumed before, there are still 1 or 2. However, when the entire ship disappeared in an instant, replaced by dense bugs, all the mechanics were desperate. The main body of the ship turned into tens of thousands of giant monster bugs. The shells of these beetles flashed with a cold metallic luster, and the dark green and cobalt blue intertwined lines looked like ancient mysterious runes. On the side of the ship, the serrated forelimbs made a canine sound. What was even more terrifying was that small black dots kept falling from their feet and thighs, combining with each other to form insect balls and rolling into the deck. You know, most of them are mechanical life forms. Can this possess people? It's really not easy to catch geniuses like you. A rough male voice, like a knife stabbing a throat, suddenly came from the deck. A human figure made of insects slowly pulled out from the deck. Starting from the feet, a pair of legs were tightly entangled and stacked by thick millipedes. These millipedes were huge, each as thick as an adult's arm. The waist was a complex structure woven by a group of fist-sized spiders. These spiders were as black as ink, but their abdomens had strange blood-red patterns, like twisted ghost faces. The chest is made up of giant dung beetles, whose broad and hard backs fit tightly together to form a thick chest. The arms are made up of a giant centipede, whose centipede legs are holding a dark energy sword, which is sharp and cold. The standard style of a wandering soul monster. Gao Gong looked at the other party with disdain. I want to log off. You knew it a long time ago? Electronic Ghost said suddenly. Gao Gong glanced at the other party and found that the other party's electronic body, or the electronic body part of the other party's mechanical body, accounted for more than 60%, and all mosaics. This shows that the subatomic bugs have entered the depths of the virtual body and started to interfere with the light waves. As a member of the information civilization, Gao Gong glanced a few more times and found that this third-level virtual civilization called Ghost Kingdom was quite interesting. I thought it was a purely virtual route based on the name, but I didn't expect it to be in the direction of hardware development, and it was a high-quality hardware technology tree. For example, the computing power of the other party's set is equivalent to that of several large data processing centers. So his genius attribute is the same as that of Gao Gong. Both of them are good at technology, but one is mechanical, and the other is biological. Seeing that Gao Gong did not answer, more and more people looked at Gao Gong with suspicion, as if wondering if he had secretly leaked the coordinates of the spacecraft. Gao Gong looked calm. In fact, as early as when this dark leader took action, I knew that we could not escape. It's not that the opponent's dark energy sword light can track across light years, but that there is an insect egg mixed in the opponent's sword light. Gao Gong pointed to the starship that had been completely transformed into Zerg. You have also seen the effect of the Zerg egg. You should have informed us in advance. Maybe we could have thought of a way to get rid of the egg. Shuttle said angrily. This is impossible. This egg is not an ordinary egg, but a queen's egg, Gao Gong explained calmly. This is the blood egg of the Zerg queen. Apart from anything else, its hardness alone has reached the 4th level. How do you plan to break its shell? If you can't break its shell, when it enters the split state, it will be useless to say anything. You seem to know a lot about the Zergai's dark elf leader on the opposite side said curiously. Well, I know a lot, even more than your Zerg queen, Gao Gong said casually. Then again, the Zerg queen was quite generous, and actually shared the queen's authority with you. This thing has a limited number of uses. Of course, with your status in the Black Machinery Alliance back then, you deserve it. Right, former civilization leader. The face of the man in front of him suddenly darkened. Rumor has it that you were just a candidate for the Black Machinery Civilization leader back then, but it is obvious that your identity is more than that. Gao Gong continued to provoke the other party. As for how he knew it, it was naturally because of the glaring note of the former Black Machinery Civilization leader on the other party's system panel. This is also the question mark attribute of the god Since it was not the Zerg Queen, or any senior Zerg cadre, he was too lazy to negotiate. My vassal's vassal is not my vassal. Just kill me. And if the other party is not a candidate for the civilization leader, but a former civilization leader, then the nature is completely different if the Zerg Queen is not clear. The faces of the mechanics on the side all changed. Mission impossible, bro. Could it be one of our own? The rustling sound of the ship's hull became faster, and all the mechanics felt that their mechanical modules began to lose connection rapidly. It's broken, it's not one of our own, and the other party's secrets have been exposed. Many people looked at Gao Gong with complicated eyes. Boss, who told you to leak it like this? If you didn't leak it, maybe we would still have a chance to survive. Gao Gong still said cheerfully. Since we are all going to die, can you let me die in a different way? Let me try your sword. Okay. Chapter 1298. Although this dark leader is a Zerg-styled and civilized wanted criminal, his lightspeed sword slash is magnificent and upright. Space disappears, time stagnates, and black gravitational tides surge out. Gao Gong's thoughts also stagnated under this sword, but the legendary skills he had realized before were almost instinctively stimulated. He stretched out his fingers, like an antelope hanging horns, leaving no trace, but it seemed that the crescent halberd tip that plucked different time strings hooked the opponent's sword tip at once. Your skill progress reached 42%. What a pity. Gao Gong looked at the other party's somewhat shocked eyes, and muttered to himself. The next moment, all parts of his body except the pair of fingers were bleeding. The blood volume was emptied instantly. If it was his original body, he would not be injured. Legendary skills, even if they are incomplete legendary skills, are a means to break through the skill limit. Aren't you, Chuck? The Dark Elf leader seemed to be very familiar with Gao Gong's trumpet, and it was obvious that the intelligence work was done well. Are you interested in cooperating with me? Gao Gong said with interest while his network cable was still connected. I mean, not with the Black Machinery Alliance, nor with the Zerg Queen, but cooperation between you and me. The trend of civilization competition is inevitable in this galaxy. In addition to the Zerg, you also need some non-civilized allies. Who are you? The Dark Elf leader said in a deep voice. Ask around, who has a worse reputation than you recently? That's me. Make friends with those far away and attack those near. No one is more suitable to be your ally than me. The Dark Elf leader watched helplessly as a powerful thought disappeared bit by bit. Oh, by the way, your swordsmanship is good, but not as good as my version, or even as good as the girl under my crotch. I'd let you see it sometime. As the last bit of signal faded, Gao Gong's consciousness completely dissipated on the spot. The Dark Elf leader fell silent. Among the most famous non-civilized leaders in the nearby star field, who else could it be but him? But he was fine. But who was the girl under his crotch? Could she be a parasitic life form? In the Star Destroyer. Gao Gong opened his eyes, his expression showing a bit of relief. He no longer had to maintain a trumpet, which really made him feel much more relaxed. After all, it does take some energy to open a trumpet under surveillance under a third-level network. Next, I have to work hard. Oh no, work hard. As a leader, my skill level is not as good as a girl under my crotch. How shameful. Gao Gong said to himself. And he was also worried that Xiao Yu would develop a habit of killing people in dreams, which was a serious ability to kill him in 1 second. Under the pressure of life and death, you have to work hard. So Gao Gong once again entered the quantum deduction mode, whether it was the version function of the biological computer or the function of the boss template, all entered the activated state. This time, the effect was more powerful, and more than 1,000 quantum brains were directly generated. Fortunately, Gao Gong activated deep thinking at the same time, burning computing power like crazy. In just a moment, the entire ship was in a quantum state under the action of so many quantum brains. In another room, Wirewise suddenly opened his eyes and looked around in disbelief. There was nothing on all sides. But just a moment ago, Wirewise saw himself in this room. It's late at night. Why don't you stay in our brains and come out to scare people? It's scary. As one of the few passengers on the ship, I am a big muscle man. While hanging up the forum, I silently looked in the direction of the senior engineer. Hubby, what are you looking at? Look at the boss's head, with a few question marks. Huh? Nothing, just talking. I am a big muscle man, so as not to be disturbed by the system, and all turned into mosaics, so I was too lazy to answer. He was bored and played in the group while brushing the boss's probe. The result was naturally that no attributes could be refreshed, but the blood-red question marks were refreshed more and more. There were only 3 question marks at first, but just now, they suddenly became 8 blood-red question marks. He was almost stunned. This question mark represents the degree of danger, right? How did the boss suddenly become so dangerous? Princess Adeline, who did not get a response from the big muscle, also stood aside and watched silently. The center of her sight was no longer an eyeball, but a suspended plasma luminous body, with entangled photon clouds flowing on the surface, and the color changed in real time with the quantum characteristics of the observed target. At this time, if the big muscle gave his NPC wife a probe, the effect would be amazing. And far away, countless light years away, when the Zerg army cooperated with the Civilization Resistance army to break through the front defense line one by one, and the logistics planets turned against each other one by one, almost all the high-level civilizations were alarmed. Whether it was the Supreme Council of the Merida people, the Civilization Strategic Command of the Galen people, the Mechanical Citizens Assembly of the Black Machinery Alliance, the Planetary Defense Organ of the Seed of Life, the Imperial Conference of the Space Empire, the Boundary Conference of the Boundary Breaker Civilization. All the civilization players who participated in or even paid attention to this war were basically alarmed. One by one, internal meetings at the civilization level, and even important summits between civilizations, were all held in a short period of time. The Zerg's ability to mass troops and transform troops is terrifying. It is precisely by relying on the logistics planets built at a huge cost that they can block the opponent's front. Now these planets were suddenly attacked and breached, causing the battle line to collapse immediately after a short period of maintenance. The Galaxy Hub Defense Line, the Void Shield, the Akita Star Fortress, the Mills Planet Iron Curtain, the Hive Defense Network. These are either famous artificial interstellar defense lines or natural interstellar defense zones, such as energy depressions, void storm areas, etc., and now they are all destroyed. In addition to the rapid growth of troops, this time, the bug showed a terrifying battlefield environment evolution ability, the so-called opening up mountains and building bridges across rivers. According to statistics, in the process of crossing the energy isolation zone, these bugs evolved more than 10,000 times on the battlefield, directly producing a large number of energy isolation bugs, breaking through the large energy isolation zone jointly manufactured by tens of thousands of third-level weapons. The reason why the situation has become so bad is largely due to the Civilization Resistance Army with Dark Elves as the main body. But now no one blames the Black Machinery Alliance for not controlling its subordinates strictly and letting the resistance forces develop, because the mighty Zerg army directly attacked the Black Machinery Alliance civilization of the 5th Star Xian, and the Black Machinery Alliance has already activated the ultimate civilization weapon and proposed a civilization orphan shelter plan to several other civilizations. It's no wonder that the Black Machinery Alliance is so pessimistic. According to the detection of the detector, the number of soldiers in the first wave of the Zerg civilization is in trillions. According to the Alliance standard, 1 trillion is equal to 1 trillion. A desperate number, all third-level soldiers. This is just the first wave of attacks. This time, if the Anti-Zerg Alliance engages in internal strife again, then the unlucky ones will not only be the Black Machinery Alliance. Chapter 1299. All of a sudden, almost all mechanical civilizations are a little untenable. When a hostile civilization enters the mass production mode, then other civilizations will also enter the mass production mode, especially the mechanical civilization, which is the best at mass production. Hundreds of millions of star armors, starships, mechanical arms, and modified warriors were produced in batches and then urgently transported to the 5th star. Nearly 10 civilizations participated in the Anti-Insect Alliance, and this wave of mechanical reinforcements alone reached tens of billions. And with the efficiency of mechanical civilizations, the more arms are produced in the later stages. For example, Gao Gong's two neighbors, Jinpi and Yinpi, have already started their first wave of reserve mechanical planets, and hundreds of thousands of planetary mechanical factories have been activated and entered mass production mode. All of the above news was told to Gao Gong by the collector. Since Gao Gong persuaded the old helmsman, this Patrick Star is now very enthusiastic about Gao Gong, calling him every 2 or 3 days. As a veteran black market owner, this person is well informed, and even has his own information channels within many civilizations. The first civilization catfish has appeared, said senior engineer. It's time for the bugs to strengthen the emerging third-level civilization of this galaxy. Not every third-level civilization is a peaceful development type, especially in a galaxy dominated by mechanical civilization. In many cosmic regions, destruction and evolution are the main themes. And often the appearance of this kind of catfish will activate the true potential of civilization. According to the theory of civilization development, after the appearance of the first catfish, the second and third will appear soon. Perhaps, this galaxy will soon welcome a true overlord. The mechanical overlord does not count. That is a dimensionality reduction attack. Only a true overlord can collect the resources of the entire galaxy on his own and realize the preliminary preparations for technological ascension. Ascending civilizations basically have to go through this wave. But from the perspective of Gao Gong alone, this is not a bad thing for him. At least in the short term, the gold and silver skins will not think of dealing with him. At least before confirming whether the Black Machinery Alliance can be saved, the other party has no time to deal with himself. This is another rare period of peaceful development. The development of civilization is sometimes so time-consuming. After Patrick talked to him for a while, as expected, he talked about the fake Colossus leader. The other party said excitedly, if the Black Machinery Alliance cannot be saved, the fake will most likely attend the Civilization Leaders Summit. That will be our best chance. The opportunity is good, but the question is whether you can grasp it. I have sent you the information of the Colossus soldiers. Do you have the means to deal with this kind of stellar mechanical weapon? I don't, but you do. Patrick said this confidently. Hee. Before leaving, Lady Purple Giant must have left a complete set of civilization technology for you. She is so good to you. The stringers back then were not as good as you. If not, would you dare to go against those civilizations? Seeing that the other party looked like he saw through him, Gao Gong was speechless. If he hadn't traveled through time, this possibility would really be the highest. You guessed it all, Gao Gong said with a dry smile. So, this matter is naturally handed over to you. The old helmsman and I will be responsible for suppressing the fake. Have you found out anything about this fake recently? Senior engineer asked casually. I did find out something. The other party's method seemed to be a bit like the Plague Supreme of the past, one of the 4 apocalypses under the seat of the Old World Lord. It's strange. Didn't the 4 apocalypses follow the Old World Lord to leave this universe? Is the information I got wrong? Gao Gong also more or less knew some inside stories about the Supreme during the chats these days. For example, this Old World Lord is the legendary creature that existed before the Big Bang and is also the founder of the Supreme Organization. As for the 4 apocalypses, they are the 4 Supremes who were enlightened by the other party the earliest. The powers they hold are plague, war, death, and famine. These 4 powers are at the civilization level, that is, they can cause civilization-level disasters. According to legend, the 4 Apocalypse Supremes can destroy a civilization together. Gao Gong expressed his doubts. In his cognition, only civilization can destroy civilization. Of course, if you really want to play tricks and force a dimensionality reduction attack to destroy a first-level civilization or a second-level civilization, Gao Gong can do it himself. But at least it can be confirmed that this thing is indeed a civilization disaster-level thing. That's why the old helmsman must take action, because only his box can completely wrap up the plague and prevent it from leaking out. Before, the collector went to invite this person again and again, but all failed. After all, this death captain has made up his mind to retire early, and he would never get involved in your dangerous actions. That is to say, Gao Gong completely eliminated its evil god pollution, making the other party owe a huge favor, so he had to take action out of courtesy. In addition to the Colossus soldiers, you must also be careful of the large mechanical soldiers unique to the Colossus kingdom. Patrick finally sent a bunch of information, which contained detailed information on at least 10 third-level soldiers. The technological direction of the Colossus kingdom seems to be the military technology. There are many mechanical soldiers, and each of them is of high level, at least above level 80. After Gao Gong received the information, the two chatted briefly for a few more sentences before hanging up the communication. It's really a troubled time, Gao Gong said to himself. However, after seeing the 100% progress, he was more confident. He, old G, also has the capital. With his eyes half open and half closed, his consciousness seemed to travel through infinite time and space, and transformed into another Star Elder. The appearance of this Star Elder, when it breaks through the quantum layer and jumps over from another timeline, is a burning star. Then, 7 quantum tentacles break the shackles of the timeline and pull out from the corona. Each tentacle extends longer than the distance between the Earth and the Moon. With a slight wave, it is the shock wave of a supernova explosion. The collapsed space forms a micro-black hole at the intersection of the tentacles, and the swallowed star matter turns into a brilliant particle torrent in Hawking radiation. Finally, these quantum tentacles finally began to materialize, and turned into a mouthful of hook-shaped weapons. At the same time, the white dwarf matter inside the star began to melt rapidly at a high temperature of hundreds of millions of degrees, outlining a human shape. This terrifying humanoid creature grabbed the 100 million degree magic weapon at hand with one hand. Gao Gong also opened his eyes at the same time. His palm grabbed the Lion Long halberd at some point, and at the same time, the high temperature alarm inside the Star Destroyer sounded in his ears. Looking at the charred cabin with magma spilling all around, Gao Gong was speechless. Just practicing the flow once can produce such an effect. It is indeed a means to break through the skill limit. And compared to the universal legendary skill of the stream of consciousness swordsmanship, the 6th level skill mastered by Gao Gong is undoubtedly a destructive skill, and an extremely destructive skill. Boy, what did you practice just now? I was scared just now. The boots on his feet shouted, opened his mouth and spit out a large ball of smoking cooked meat, and wiped the charred layer on his skin caused by the Maillard reaction. How come you always come up with something big? Chapter 1300. It's a complaint, but as a war-crazy item, I am still very pleased with Gao Gong's operation. He is worthy of being his 7,819th master, and he is really fierce. I can feel that your method just now is probably no more than this even if the old kings raised the god-killing weapon. The so-called god-killing weapon naturally refers to the bottom-line means of Horus civilization, a 4th-level civilization weapon. It is said that only the most powerful kings can pull it up. Gao Gong did not comment, but silently recalled the scene just now. The quantum state of the star tentacles turned from virtual to real, and after swallowing endless stellar matter, they fixed their form and turned into a halberd. It turns out that the fiery sun halberd is a claw. No, to be precise, it is actually a cast equipment. Use the light and heat of the star to collapse the surrounding space, absorb the space fluid, integrate the white dwarf matter, and finally use the power of the star to create a cosmic treasure. This kind of style is undoubtedly much better than Gao Gong, who has to work hard with the space fluid purifier to extract a trace of space fluid. It seems that these Star Elders are the forging race. No wonder they are called Star Elders, and not Star Destroyers or something like that. Gao Gong thought silently, while clicking on the system prompt. Your breakthrough skill limit, leader reputation increased by 10,000. Your faction points increased by 10 million. Strengthen the attraction of the Cybertron Legion to the strong. There is a certain chance to gain the favor of high-level NPCs. You can name your legendary skill, then call it Star Destroyer. Gao Gong named it casually. You name the legendary skill Star Destroyer. You can choose to teach it to players to improve player favorability. Huh? Can this thing be taught? Gao Gong remembered that this skill was an urban legend. He had never heard of any NPC teaching it. But in the last life, players were in a very bad situation. Top NPCs could not get in touch with it at all. It was understandable that there was no news about it. Gao Gong refreshed Xiao Yu's panel again. Sure enough, there was also an option to teach behind her heaven-destroying, earth-killing, god-destroying, demon-destroying, 9 heavens and 10 earths, dimensional breaking, sky-smashing, and hua-slashing. It can really be taught. That being said, with Xiao Yu's IQ, Gao Gong could hardly imagine how she would teach it. After all, she herself didn't know how she figured it out. And it was a swordsmanship that was more of a stream of consciousness. This thing might be metaphysics. On the contrary, as long as he could bear endless destruction, he could naturally bear the Star Destroyer. After all, I can use the biological computer to perform data initiation. But it seems to be quite difficult. With the current physical state of the players, it can be said that no one can withstand such a powerful initiation. 100% direct initiation to death. Transfer in proportion, only transfer apart? Gao Gong glanced at the system again and hummed. Sure enough, there is a 0% after the transfer. Sure enough, it can be transferred in proportion. That's good. Gao Gong didn't hesitate much, and put the 2 legendary skills in the camp specialty column. Of course, he also put a lot of zeros in the camp exchange points. However, in order to ensure that no player can redeem this thing, the engineer also noted that it can be redeemed in proportion. For example, 100,000 faction points can be redeemed for 1% of the tutorial first. Anyway, with the current strength of the players, the strongest batch can only accept no more than 5%. If it is more, the body will collapse. After the engineer posted the skill, he also glanced at the game forum. As expected, the forum exploded instantly. Damn, a skill that breaks the skill limit? Is it true? Can skills also be taught as faction assets? There are levels above the master? Shouldn't it be the master? What about the master, the Grand Master? What about the Grand Master? The first generation master? What about the first generation master? Compared with the forum players, who are just playing in the water group, some high-level players have begun to ponder the meaning of this legendary skill. Have you noticed that there is no rank after this legendary skill? Carry a knife, but no umbrella on a rainy night. So, this is a skill that breaks the skill limit? Airplane. Interesting. As soon as I returned to the camp, Boss G wanted to teach me melee skills, Sister G. Is this skill so powerful? Red Flower Demon. With so many points, I can exchange for several 4th level weapons. But soon, a short video was uploaded to the camp exchange panel, which showed the scene of the Star Destroyer. Especially when seeing the Star Elder manipulate the quantum tentacles, from virtual to real, stirring large and small black holes, absorbing countless interstellar matter, and finally turning into a 100 million degree magic weapon, destroying everything, all the players were shocked. Shit, Star Destruction? Is this really something I can touch at level 3? Awesome, awesome, awesome. This is stronger than a planetary cannon. Is this a star level killing? Is it a star level killing, or a star level killing? The Star Elder shown in the picture is obviously a star level creature that the player has never seen before. Even in the universe, creatures of this size are rare. For example, planet level creatures are already rare, and at most they are space species, which barely reach the level of satellite-level creatures. And a regular planet is hundreds of times larger than a satellite. And a star is often 10,000 times, or even 1 million times larger than a regular planet. This kind of species rarely grows naturally. This is caused by the strict evolutionary laws of the main universe. On the contrary, in some parallel time and space, there are some space-time monsters. It is huge in size, not very powerful in combat, and has a very high explosion rate. For the ascending civilization, this thing is simply a treasure chest monster. But in the main universe, the more powerful the life form, the stronger its combat power will be, and it can even reach the level of civilization disaster. As expected, as soon as Gao Gong left the forum, he heard the sound of knocking on the door. "Boss, open the door. You dare to use skills, but you dare not open the door? Open the door quickly." Gao Gong speechlessly let the other party in. "Do you have enough points? I am a big muscle man who sticks out his big mechanical chest." "Boss, have you forgotten what task I just completed?" "Oh, by the way," Gao Gong himself almost forgot. "I saved the people of Orgrimmar, and this son-in-law is the biggest beneficiary." So Gao Gong looked at the other party with a contemptuous look. "Did you complete that?" "Didn't I complete that?" "Boss, you are being so distant. In fact, I have never treated you as an outsider. But I don't want to be your insider either." Gao Gong was too lazy to talk nonsense, and glanced at the other party's camp points, and directly deducted most of them. "I am a big muscle man." In a flash, Boss G appeared in front of him and pointed at his forehead. The next moment, fireworks burst out from the opponent's body. "I am a big muscle man," and screamed. "I forgot to tell you that it is not a comfortable thing to bear the skill transmission." Princess Adeline on the side watched this scene nervously, and a trace of quantum ripples rippled out from the depths of her pupils. Gao Gong glanced at the other party, and suddenly exclaimed. A quantum observation state suddenly appeared on the other party's panel. "It's bad, I was spied on." Chapter 1301. Although he relied on the Dark Jungle Law to deal with two ascended civilizations in one go, when one of them was an observer civilization, Gao Gong knew that this matter would probably not end like this. Based on Gao Gong's understanding of this kind of civilization, it is simply a Promax version of a super voyeur. When he was in the Civilization Council, he also communicated with several civilization leaders of the observer civilization, mainly studying how to peek at rich women. It was to investigate market users in order to develop targeted products. After all, although the universe is big, rich women are still relatively rare and belong to the universe-level precious protected animals. So he knew very well that when he saw such a low-level eccentric who knew a lot about the ascended civilization, the other party could not help but be interested. Once interested, it was bad, and the peeping began. Don't think that they are just simply observing, secretly taking underwear or something. When they are ruthless, they can even observe the technology tree of the civilization. Gao Gong himself knew very well that a relatively powerful observer civilization, the most powerful quantum observer, could not only observe the enemy civilization to death, but could even observe and ascend itself. This is also the most amazing part of this civilization. Its evolutionary method is very different from other types of civilizations, and even from most information civilizations. The main theme is that peeping is not a crime, and voyeurism is not allowed. The reason why he knew this so well, in addition to the communication in the Civilization Council, was largely because when he was in the 5th level civilization ascending stage, he, Gao, also took the route of a peeping Tom, observer civilization. Level 4 Ascension Civilization, Level 5 Ascension Civilization, Level 6 Ascension Civilization. Except for the Level 6 Jinsokyo Civilization, which can be regarded as a pervert in the Civilization Council, the remaining Level 4 and Level 5 civilization stages, although they are all information civilizations, their ascension directions are actually different. As for the Level 5 civilization, Gao Gong chose the observer civilization. So when it comes to spying, observation, he is a professional. If I were not to take the information civilization route now, I would let you know what real observation is. Observe all your life codes, and then create a small observer civilization inside your civilization to observe you in reverse, making you mentally confused and obsessed. As a former Level 5 observer leader, he is qualified to say this. But now, he is retired, and no longer goes to the sea. If the information can't go down to the sea, then he can only temporarily endure being spying. Thinking of this, Gao Gong sighed. Peeping all day, I was finally spied on. But it doesn't matter. Observer civilization is very dangerous to a certain type of civilization. This type of civilization is a civilization whose underlying technology has not changed for a long time, such as some peak civilizations. No matter you are Level 3 peak or Level 4 peak, the underlying basic technology has been developed to a limit, and it takes a long time to build ascension technology. These civilizations are mostly in a dominant position in the star field where they are located, almost invincible, and are preparing for the last step of ascension breakthrough. Suddenly, one day, it mysteriously disappeared. The civilization territory of hundreds of thousands, or even millions of light years suddenly became empty, and even the civilization liaison of the Civilization Council could not contact it. Even more cruel, agents from the Spacetime Investigation Bureau came to investigate, but they couldn't find the past timeline of this civilization. It seems that it doesn't exist at all. There is no doubt that it is likely that it was observed by the observer civilization. Of course, Gao Gong would not be so cruel. He usually observes rich women, studies their preferences, develops targeted products, and then satisfies customers through products to gain huge benefits. Gao never kills the goose that lays the golden eggs. Ahem, let's get back to the point. The target of this type of observer civilization is this type of stable development civilization, and its nemesis is the natural disaster civilization, which is a civilization that madly develops the technology tree in a short period of time and evolves very quickly. If the object being observed evolves too quickly, it may even absorb the observer civilization in turn and develop it into a vassal civilization. This is what Gao Gong found when he was chased by the Blade Queen and found that he couldn't beat her. In anger, he decided to spy on the other party, but he almost raped himself to death. So just be observed. I want to see how long you can observe. Gao Gong ignored the blonde beauty's onlookers and focused on giving me the data of the big muscle man. Considering that this was the first person to be taught, Gao Gong deliberately taught her more and directly raised the Star Destroyer's strength that she could accept to the upper limit, which was about 4%. As a result, the mechanical modules of her body were almost cooked, and both the mechanical and carbon-based flesh parts had cracks as big as a baby's mouth, and these cracks were all of the same size. Through these cracks, it seemed as if a breath of destruction was brewing. Buy one get one free, you're getting a bargain. Gao Gong thought for a moment, grabbed the other party's dimensional bag with his palm. There is no player protection law these days. If the equipment is snatched by NPCs, it is really gone. Gao Gong shook open the dimensional bag. In addition to some children's books such as Guide to Caring for Orangutans and How to Change Your XP, as expected, there were 4 or 5 third-level equipment, all of which were rewards for tasks produced by the system, and all of them were excellent. Many of them were the kind that Gao Gong himself thought were good. Gao Gong grabbed in the void with his backhand and pulled out the fiery sun halberd. With a few swipes, he cut these offensive equipment into 4 or 5 pieces. At the same time, with a shake of his palm, the fiery sun halberd turned into a miniature star, and the terrifying high temperature fell on the remains of these equipment. Under the 100 million degree high temperature, these high-level equipment began to melt immediately. Gao Gong summoned the space fluid purifier with his other hand, and began to extract the space fluid, and used the fluid to extract the essence of these equipment. The operation process is the same as the previous Star Elder forging the fiery sun halberd. This technology, after he mastered the Star Destroyer, seemed to be imprinted in his blood. What he is doing now is to make a special weapon for the Star Destroyer for the other party. With this excellent example, Gao Gong felt that it should not be too difficult to brush the player's favorability. Gao Gong also took a special look at the notes of the player's favorability before. After all, this thing can increase the chance of ascension, which is still a relatively important attribute. As a result, he found that this thing is not a simple task that can be solved. This seems to require players to have some kind of needs, or desires, for themselves. Only when there is a desire, and it is satisfied, can the favorability be generated. This made Mr. Gao a little embarrassed. If it was for female players, or pretty little boys and girls, Mr. Gao would just be patient. But if he had to satisfy all these tens of millions of players, Mr. Gao would have to go back to his old ways. So he changed his mind. Stronger skill levels and stronger strength requirements are also a kind of desire. In this way, let the players work hard to attack him, and then satisfy them. Can it achieve the same goal? He decided to give it a try. Chapter 1302. When Gao Gong's Star Destroyer finally arrived, the original Alpha Tri-Star system was already filled with countless players. According to the plan that Gao Gong informed Gao Yuan, after the Orgrimmar people completed the jump, the migration of the Alpha Horned Whale players followed closely. Tens of millions of level 3 scourges crowded on a planet. To be honest, if this planet was not an inert energy planet, and Gao Gong strictly prohibited players from fighting to the death, and the faction was in an upward bonus period, these scourges would have started to tear down the house long ago. They can hold back until now, but it's because of G's continuous big work. Now that they have arrived at their new home, their true nature has been completely exposed. The entire interstellar vacuum is full of level 3 players flying around, crossing interstellar highways, forcing spaceships to stop with their bodies, and competing on virtual consciousness planets, focusing on a sandbox mode or user customization. When Gao Gong's car just came back, it killed at least 10 players in a row. No way, No matter how powerful the AI driving is, it can't predict the player's imagination. Who knows what these players are doing strolling on the interstellar highway? Are they here to make trouble? This is a super light-speed spaceship, but it's not as easy to stop as a light-speed spaceship. What the hell? What are Qingjinzi and the others doing? They don't care. Looking at the somewhat chaotic scene, Gao Gong frowned and took over the highest authority of the Star Network. The next moment, Gao Gong summoned dense data phantoms. Today is different from the past. Now there are tens of thousands of middle and high-level people in the camp. Not only are there those brought from the original G-Li star, but some are also talents recruited from the interstellar. However, because their levels are not high enough, mainly because there are not enough boss templates, Gao Gong is too lazy to receive them, and directly handed them over to other people to arrange. Where is Qingjinzi? Senior engineer asked with a gloomy face. Everyone looked at each other, and finally a big data concept body spoke. The consciousness of City Lord Qin is divided into 3 parts. One part handles official business on the Alpha Mother Planet, one part transfers resources and channels in the Alpha constellation of the Longhorned Whale, and the other part is in a virtual level, responsible for personnel arrangements and consultations with the Alpha people. Didn't she make arrangements for these Scourge warriors? Not really. Ms. Qingjinzi made 24 administrative orders for the Scourge warriors according to your instructions. First, open up new star systems and open up the position of planetary governor. Second, open up red-named planets to breed Scourge warriors to hunt each other in the Colosseum. Third, open up daily occupations and let Scourge warriors take on grassroots positions in the camp. Fourth, increase the intensity of the detection and killing of mechanical rebellions and carry out. Senior engineer frowned and relaxed his brows after listening to it once. It can be seen that Qingjinzi obeyed his arrangements and tried his best to give players something to do. But as most players enter the 3rd level, and most NPC troops are still stationed on resource planets, it is easy for players to let go without restrictions. Why didn't they do this before? Gao Gong recalled. In the past, most players were at the 2nd level and were on one planet. The 3 planets were monitored by computers around the clock, and high-level troops patrolled continuously. Players were not stupid and naturally knew the price of dishonesty. But now, there are more than a dozen astronomical units between planets, so it is not so convenient to go out on the police. Without anyone to supervise, players can have fun. Moreover, as we all know, the 2 major killers for digesting population are large-scale war and large-scale industrial production. The former will not happen in a short time, and it is probably a civilized war. As for the latter, we still have to ask Shouty Buddha to come and take charge. If it were someone else, Gao Gong was worried that this kind of industrial production at the level of the star system would not be handled by others, and it would become the cradle of the revival of the mechanical revolution. He would not feel at ease if he did not arrange an industrial rich woman to take the helm. Probably someone notified him, and Qingjinzi, who had been hanging up before, also hurriedly went online. As a veteran in the workplace, he naturally knew that he could not make excuses at this time, and quickly came up with a series of remedial plans, whether it was a player PvP competition on a red-named planet, or forming an expeditionary force to physically eliminate some black market competitors. They were all good plans to consume players' time. But Gao Gong was still not satisfied. It was not that he was dissatisfied with Qingjinzi himself, but he was dissatisfied with the command system of the camp. Engineer Gao calculated that there are already many forces in the camp, including the Mother City System, the Hunter Conference, the Radiation Ecology and Radiation Army of the Planet Tree, large and small mechanic organizations, biological research institutes, Star Network System, Fire Mechanical Army, Ship Girl Army, Combat Command Center, Player Mechanical City Forces, etc. These large and small forces, except for Gao, who can command them at will, the others basically rely on old relationships to maintain. Before, they were stuffed on a small planet, and they just needed to say hello when there was something. But once the distance expands to the level of star systems, or even several star systems, it will be completely different. Apart from other things, with hundreds of planets, it is inevitable to establish a planetary administrative organization. Whose name is this administrative system under? The Mother City? Compared with administrative agencies, the duties of the Mother City are closer to monitoring agencies and special agent groups. Moreover, there will be filth between departments with the same attributes. For example, Dr. Yu often reports that the radiation goddesses do not cooperate with their research at all. How can other powerful biological arms be developed without in-depth research? Although whether this research is inhumane or not is still a question mark. But Huang Yuanli is about to speak. What qualifications and status does I have? I am a veteran who fought with Gao to conquer the world. Planetary computer, carbon throne, radiation goddess legion. Which one is not born by me? You study every day, but what can you do? A certain red goddess was even more disdainful. I am the leader's biological daughter, you are nothing. But Gao Gong knew very well that the reason why he maintained the Biological Research Institute system was largely to prepare for the future. It is definitely not enough to develop a mechanic civilization alone. It is necessary to develop a biological civilization to take the integration route. The biologists cultivated by this Biological Research Institute system are all talents for seamless access to the next version of civilization construction. Therefore, in-depth institutional reform is imperative. Not only the NPC organization needs to be reformed, but also the player organization needs to be reformed. Players need to share the power of the camp, so that players will not make trouble at will. Even if something happens, the fourth calamity will suppress itself. As a former civilization leader, Gao Gong quickly understood the deep-seated contradictions in the camp, and did not intend to blame Qin Jinzi anymore. However, he also felt that Qin Jinzi might not be a good leader of the mother city. As a workplace idiot, she is used to doing business or exchanging resources to get things done and solve players. But sometimes, you have to get along with the players, or solve problems in a way that is more inclined to the calamity thinking. That is the so-called NPC personality charm. With this kind of personality charm, when you kill the players will laugh strangely, saying that they are killed by a certain queen today, so happy, instead of brothers, this matter cannot be tolerated, we have to go back to the boss. Gao Gong knew that as a former corporate executive, in the depths of Qin Jinzi's heart, players were actually no different from those low-level cows and horses with personality chips implanted in them. Just this kind of thought alone would prevent her from really managing players, otherwise something would go wrong. The fourth disaster was not like a real cow and horse, it was a master at killing bosses. He actually had a good candidate in mind. Chapter 1303. The candidate for senior engineer is Desira. An old hunter member, a close friend of Director Du, one of the founders of the camp, and participated in all the big and small things of the camp in the planetary era. If she is the lord of the mother city, at least the old people will not be dissatisfied. The only problem is that she missed the golden development period of the camp. Whether it is the money ability brought by the resource planet, the third-level biological system given by the planet tree, or the transformation technology of the third-level mechanic, she did not enjoy it. When Director Du went out to move bricks for the camp to make money, this one, as an iron-blooded sister, gave up the high position in the camp without hesitation, and took a team of hunters as a personal guard, and therefore missed the third-level strengthening period. Theoretically, this one is only level 60. This may also be the only obstacle for her to take over the mother city. However, Gao Gong recently discovered something amazing. Whether it is Du Xiaodi, Daisy, or members of the elite hunter team, including Matsushima Keiko, their levels have been rising rapidly recently. For example, Daisy has already broken through the third level. The system level changes almost every few days. When Gao Gong looked at it a few days ago, it was only level 75. Now when Gao Gong looked at it, it has reached level 82. This upgrade speed is so fast that players will cry. This is even more abnormal than the fourth disaster. In theory, only civilization technology can break through the level. But it is not only within the civilization that there is civilization transformation technology. It is not particularly difficult for cosmic nobles to obtain the transformation technology of non-ascending civilizations. Gao Gong felt that perhaps when he greeted Xiaodi Buddha, the other party would give him a surprise. However, although the lord of the mother city was appointed, Gao Gong did not intend to kick Qin Hazel out. He planned to reform the mother city system, expand the scope of rule, and cover the entire civilization territory. Then split it into 3 parts. One part is the mechanical planet system, which is essential for mechanical civilization. The other part is the outer city system, which is responsible for trade and diplomacy. He plans to incorporate the player's mechanical city into this system. The third part is the part that the mother city is responsible for monitoring. But the scope is larger, the requirements are greater, and there are more departments. Gao Gong plans to establish a monitoring system that covers the entire camp, temporarily named Deep Web. This system is connected to the Star Network. Through a large-scale virtual monitoring system, it covers all planets and all detected areas. The Cloud Wing Killer of the Year has been fully upgraded. From the 4 antivirus software levels of Black Wing, Red Wing, Silver Wing, and Cloud Wing, at least 3 more computing power levels must be upgraded to cover the 3rd order virtual life, the 4th order virtual life, and the 4th order civilization weapon monitoring. Gao Gong doesn't want to be silently locked by a species again. That's too disgusting. Jean Hazel will be in charge of the outer city system of trade and diplomacy. Instead of letting her manage players, it's better to let her lead players to make money, which she is good at. He will temporarily hand over the deep web system of players responsible for managing monitoring to Dysela. And it's not just monitoring players, but also mechanical life, virtual life, alien species, special evolution, civilization individual analysis, civilization weapon analysis, technology tree research, ascension technology exploration, etc. In short, all existences related to evolution and change must be registered. A rough calculation shows that at least dozens of departments will be added. This belongs to internal affairs. After completing the internal affairs reform, he plans to start with the military. Whether it is the ship girl, spark machine, planet machine, new radiation core, starship core, etc., they must be incorporated into a powerful military department. After lighting up the internal affairs and military affairs, Gao Gong will decide whether to establish a parliamentary system, a representative system, or a citizen assembly. According to professional terms, it is a platform for people from all walks of life to express their wishes. And the interesting thing is, when Gao Gong compiled the institutional reform plan according to his own ideas, the system actually gave out several prompts. As a civilization leader, you are designing reforms to the political forces. This reform will have an irreversible impact on the camp system. Please choose carefully. This reform has a small probability of triggering a primary trend of thought. This reform has a high probability of forming a new civilization faction. This reform has a certain probability of promoting the development of the technology tree. According to the test, this reform has a 16.4% chance of forming a totalitarian system, 23.4% of forming a corporate civilization, 34.5% of forming a deep information government, 27.15% of forming a spiral country, and 22.1% of forming a species democracy. Different reform directions will have an irreversible impact on the development of civilization. Please choose carefully. Well, it's really rare that the system actually reminded me twice. Under normal circumstances, the system is really a system. Except for the occasional complaints in the notes, it perfectly meets the definition of a system, just like an AI without a personality chip implanted. But this time, it actually said twice, "Host, choose carefully." Did it trigger some kind of deep mechanism, or did the system itself not know which direction was correct? That's why it reminded twice. If the purpose of the system is to let the players do something, such as fighting against the 3 cosmic disasters in the later stages of the game, then the bloody lessons of the last life prove that the system is overthinking. Players basically didn't survive the 3 cosmic disasters and were canned. So this time, the system is also a little PTSD? It was just a small fight before, and I was fine as the master of the 9th level civilization. Now this kind of system reform will interfere with the direction of ascension and ascension technology. Are you a little nervous? Gao Gong said to himself. In fact, he was a little nervous. In the last life, he ascended alone with a group of book girls. Apart from the system, there is not much difference between him and NPCs. But this time, he was taking players to ascend, and he was also worried. What if, when the technology reached the level of ascension, some brain-dead player suddenly recited a poem? 10 miles of flat lake, frost all over the sky, every inch of black hair worries about the prime of life. Looking at each other alone in the moon shape, I only envy the Mandarin ducks, not the immortals. I don't want to evolve, I don't want to ascend, I want to live a happy life with my lovely wife. The little man, after ascending, the man is not a man at all, it's boring. Although the probability of this is very low. But there is such a large player base, and as Gao Gong explores different galaxies, the number of players will only increase. This kind of idiot will always have a flash of inspiration. Gao Gong will spit blood when the time comes. As the 4th natural disaster, once the natural disaster attribute is activated, who knows what they will do? They can't even control themselves when they get coquettish. So he is sometimes nervous. But when he saw that the system was more nervous than him, he felt much better. No matter what, he was the one who was closest to success in his previous life. Just as Gao Gong was thinking hard and Qin Jinzi was trying to make up for his mistake, a starship swayed into the range of the Nanchaman star system, and was soon discovered by the sea of stars, and wrapped in the overflowing interstellar dust. Gao Gong also received a notice from Gao Yuanyuan. It's not that this ship is special, but the people on it are special. The 3rd level mechanics are all close to the maximum level. These are the mechanical geniuses from different civilizations that Gao Gong met when he logged into his trumpet. Did the Dark Elf leader send them here? Chapter 1304. The Dark Elf silently raised his head and looked out. He was a dark pioneer serving the leader, and had long ignored his own life and death. He would do whatever the leader asked him to do. However, he was still amazed by the scenery outside the space window despite ignoring life and death. The snowflake noise on the quantum radar screen had already been brushed down densely, and the gravity fixer inside the spacecraft had been damaged. The nebula material surging outside the porthole was like countless glowing tentacles. Every time it touched, it had the power to destroy the entire spacecraft. In the flowing liquid light, it seemed that there were eyeballs, silently watching him. This was not an illusion, because on the holographic screen, various data parameters were constantly adjusted as the vision rotated. Only powerful virtual life could do this, and now, there were far more than one powerful virtual life. The Dark Pioneer officer couldn't help but feel lucky. In order to avoid the sight of civilization, even the sight of the Queen of Insects, he took the smuggling route and chose the most ordinary stowaway ship. If he had used the Dark Elf's unique death ship, the confidential parameters might have been leaked. "I heard you want to see me." A low and magnetic voice sounded, and then a charming male creature fell from the sky, and there was a humanoid data body next to it. The third eye of the data body flowed with a data stream like star sand. "Are you Mr. G?" the Dark Leader asked in a deep voice. "Why, your leader didn't tell you what I looked like before you came?" Gao Gong asked with interest. The Dark Pioneer shook his head. It naturally knew what the other person looked like, but it didn't know that the other person looked like this. As a race that has been in the Dark World for many years, it has seen many extreme creatures. Even its leader has long been one of the extreme species. However, these extreme species all reveal an extremely dangerous aura, but the one in front of him is different. Although different species have different aesthetics, the Dark Pioneer can see that even if it is a fallen species, this one looks very good. And rather than being extremely dangerous, it is better to say that there is a strong attraction to female creatures. Is this also another form of danger? The distant memory told him that when the Dark Elves still had gender, this kind of people seemed to have a good market. However, this distracting thought flashed away, and it was now very clear that it was facing an existence as dangerous as its leader. "The leader asked me to come here to express my respect for you, and to give you the gift he brought me." The Dark Elf raised his rough, scarred hand slightly, and dark whirlpools appeared on the deck, and then old acquaintances fell from the whirlpools one by one: the son of Microwave, the biofactory, the shuttle, the electronic ghost, Vichy. Except for the useless female rich second-generation Vichy, the remaining mechanics are all standard civilization elites, each with at least 3 mechanic boss templates, and with a series of master-level mechanical skills. Especially these people, although they were tied up, but they were all sober, and when they heard the Pioneer officer say this, they immediately realized something. This is indeed a heavyweight gift, but it is also a hot potato. The reason why Gao Gong did not try to bring back these civilization essences was not only because the mountains were high and the road was long, but also because there was another very important reason. If he accepted them, he would offend the third-level civilization behind them. Even offend the Anti-Insect Alliance. Is this a test? Gao Gong immediately understood the other party's intention. After taking these people, he and the former civilization leader, in a sense, were grasshoppers on the same rope. And maybe one day, the news that he kidnapped the civilization elites will suddenly appear on the desks of the top leaders of major civilizations. TSK, what an old fox, he doesn't suffer any loss at all. In addition to these gifts, what else does your leader plan to give me? Gao Gong smiled. The leader said that if you agree to accept these prisoners, he is willing to share with you the intelligence of the insect civilization and the Anti-Insect Alliance. Why should I know this? The Insect Alliance should not be able to kill the third star in a short time. Of course you don't need to know, but the insects are not a mechanical civilization. After destroying the civilization position, they often leave a large number of mechanical devices, which may be quite useful for top mechanics like you. That's quite interesting. Looking at the other party's attitude of not hiding from this group of mechanics, or intending to let this group of mechanics know, Gao Gong smiled. It seems that you are not afraid of death, right? It is an honor to die for the leader, the Dark Pioneer officer said in a deep voice. I like creatures that value honor, and such creatures should also receive my rewards as a matter of course. Gao Gong bends his finger, and the Dark Pioneer feels that the space around him is completely solidified, and he can't move. Just when it thought it would die, a trace of coolness came from its body. It hasn't felt this feeling for many years, or even felt it. The Dark Pioneer opened his eyes in disbelief, and saw that the originally hideous, terrifying, pus-filled torso seemed to be repainted by some kind of power, representing the evil and ugly Dark Elves, with black hair growing out again, the torso becoming longer, the scales and bone spurs entering the body, and the paleness of the eyes turning black again. The dark elves, who are known as the silver-haired elves Milta, once again showed their beauty. This Galgong lowered his head, and played with a trace of ascension evil power that he had collected. Go back, and tell your leader that we will have many opportunities to cooperate in the future. Don't rush to cross the river and burn the bridge. Galgong glanced at Inghua, and the Alpha man immediately understood, and took the recovered dark elf into the Star Sea. Since the other party came safely, it is natural for him to send him back safely. Galgong gently tapped the side of the ship with his toes. His extremely majestic figure was very oppressive. The mechanics present were disturbed by the crazy increase in magnetic field parameters, and began to have garbled codes. Galgong showed a weird smile. This is not the first time we meet, right? Microwave Sun said with a tight throat. So you are Chuck. You have been lurking in the Mirta Federation a long time ago. Wei Zi, who was confused, was now shocked. Looking at Galgong's face, her face turned red visibly. How are you going to deal with us? Another mechanic said calmly. In a short time, you can't return to your respective civilizations. Galgong got straight to the point. So since I'm idle here anyway, I've found a project for you to work on, and you're familiar with this project. What project? Asked another mechanic. The Mirta Mecha Frenzy. This time I plan to let you replicate it. The Mirta people have blocked us from key technologies, and you know that. I take care of the key technologies, and what you have to do is to reproduce the Frenzy Mecha that you repaired before. By doing this, I can make you stay here more comfortable, and learn some advanced mechanical technologies that you've never seen before. Chapter 1305. Galgong had obtained 500 free drawings of the Frenzy Star armor with his trumpet. This number of drawings can already create a small-scale mecha craze. The mecha craze that Song Huang Xiejiashar had set off on the Alpha Mother Planet was of this level. A core mother planet of a second-level civilization, guarded by so many third-level civilization buildings, is useless. But after receiving so many mechanical geniuses, Galgong felt that it was time to raise his standards. The mecha craze should at least increase the scale of interstellar war. Galgong had seen this level of mecha craze scenes. A mechanical planet was eaten up in a few breaths. A starship core, just entered the jump mode, was caught up by a black line, and it was unknown what means were used to directly knock it down, wrap, cover, and swallow it. Of course, as an old rival, the Mecha Frenzy will naturally not let go of some of the Galen people's star-level machinery, such as the Arc Great Wall, the starship, the prison-level space fortress, etc. These Galen people's super machinery, even the scale can reach several star systems. Without exception, all were found and swallowed by the Mecha Frenzy. As the most famous and powerful civilization weapon of the Mirta people, it is so awesome. Galgong directly brought this group of mechanic captives to the Alpha Mother Planet. These people are not easy to deal with. As long as you give them a chance, let alone nuclear bombs, they can even make interstellar battleships. These people are serious Iron Man players. The mechanical environment here is not convenient for replicating star armor. Sure enough, as soon as he arrived, the son of Microwave started to make trouble. But what he said was also reasonable. Where he was before, the key logistics planet of the Anti-Zerg Alliance, the production machinery on it was all level 3, and they were all the best among the level 3. But what kind of environment is it now? As a mechanical genius, you can almost tell at a glance that it is a level 2 mechanical planet, and it is a mechanical planet that has been destroyed once. Many mechanics showed disgust. You can capture us, or force us to work, but if the working environment is not good, we will go on strike. Senior Engineer glanced at the group of people. Sure enough, they are not from the orthodox mechanic civilization, and they don't have the spirit of creating everything. But it doesn't matter. You are indeed mechanical geniuses, but when my Orgrimmar people are promoted to level 3, I will have hundreds of millions of mechanical geniuses. At that time, you will be useless. However, Galgong also knew that this group of people were arrogant, and would really go on strike if they didn't have something worthy of him. So he was prepared. Around the Alpha Mother Planet, the boundless sea of stars appeared again, and the starlight tentacles slowly touched the surface of the planet. Every time they touched a continent, the continent began to virtualize. The large amount of mechanical debris created by the previous mechanical frenzy was directly transformed into garbage data during the virtualization process, and then cleared out by the star network. Among those present, the only electronic ghost who came from the information civilization looked at this scene in shock, so shocked that the virtual body even walked out of the hardware directly, and the perception was fully open. That's right, it's a third-order network, And it's a mature third-order virtual network. But this is impossible? The virtual network is the biggest infrastructure of information civilization. Only a mature third-order virtual civilization can create a complete third-order virtual network. In this virtual network, the civilization master is the only master, and the reason why the star network can develop so fast is nothing else. Naturally, a certain big brother, who does not want to reveal his name, gave away a complete set of third-order civilization technology trees for free, which includes all the complete professional knowledge chains, and according to the system definition, thousands of top-of-the-line third-order virtual drawings. The speed of civilization evolution depends entirely on Gao Yuanyuan's digestion speed. Her sister has long been fed by her brother, even fed up. Just as Electronic Ghost was shocked, something really shocked other mechanics happened. After all the continents were virtualized, in an instant, the entire planet was virtualized, and everyone seemed to be standing on a spherical virtual page. Then, the planet once again jumped from the virtual level to the real level, but this time, in the process of transformation to reality, the crisscrossing metal veins were like the blood vessels of the Earth, running through every corner. These veins were actually super large energy transmission tracks, carrying the huge energy required for the operation of the planet. Then, large-scale mechanical factories appeared one by one, scattered all over the place, mechanical towers rose from the ground, and countless mechanical gates were separated from the mountains and rivers. These were landing platforms, transportation entrances and exits, and jump channels. A group of mechanical geniuses could naturally see that the mechanical factories on the surface of these planets were just the tip of the iceberg. Inside the planet, there were more complex mechanical manufacturing areas. As elites of the third-level civilization, they have seen more than one mechanical planet, but this is the first time they have seen an operation like this, directly transforming a planet into a mechanical planet. Especially one of the Galen mechanics, his expression was even more shocked and confused. Because the direction of this mechanical planet transformation is very similar to the super concept he saw in the top mechanical academy. That is, combining the planetary production capacity with the spaceport technology to create a technological concept of a super production planet. If this concept is achieved, its manufacturing efficiency will be 1000% of that of an ordinary mechanical planet. Moreover, this starport will not be a third level, but a fourth level, but the Galen people are still in the stage of creating a new folder, and a mysterious interstellar force has created this technological concept. This is indeed quite shocking to his three views. And looking at the starport migrated by data. Senior engineer nodded with satisfaction. In fact, a fourth-level building like a starport is not suitable for being built on a resource planet. This is like building a factory on an oil mine. The mechanical products you make are not as much as you earn by selling oil directly. Especially some third-level or even fourth-level mineral veins, once destroyed, they can no longer be regenerated. After all, it is not necessarily possible to produce a resource planet out of 10,000 planets. So although the completion rate of the production port area of the starport has been rising steadily under the efforts of the players, it is still a little short. It is because many production ports cannot be completely transformed. But now this planet is different. So almost as soon as it was transferred, a series of system prompts sounded. The basic functions of the ship production port area are complete and reach 100%. The basic functions of the weapons production port area are complete and reach 100%. The basic functions of the species production port area are complete and reach 100%. The basic functions of the large machinery production port area are complete and reach 100%. The basic functions of the special machinery production port area are complete and reach 100%. The basic functions of the space building production port area are complete and reach 100%. The fourth level building of the camp, the starport, the completion degree reaches 100%. New function, super light speed transportation. New function, violent production. New function, third level industrial development. Senior engineer glanced at the genius mechanics, who were already shocked and speechless. How about it? This can meet your needs now. Chapter 1306. Among all the fourth level buildings of Gaogong, the role of the starport is definitely ranked first. For example, in the subsequent offensive and defensive battles of the Longhorn Alpha constellation, its explosive mechanical production capacity can almost withstand the third-level civilization. Although the planetary attack and defense can only be regarded as a battle for a hilltop in the interstellar war. But if it can withstand it, it can withstand it. Look at whose planet can withstand the army of the third-level civilization. At least in this galaxy, there is no one. This is the reason why Mr. G's reputation has skyrocketed during this period of time. In terms of combat power, and even lethality, It doesn't matter from the perspective of civilization. Even if you are asked to kill 100 million third-level people, does this number account for 1% of a planet? How many of these habitable planets are within the territory of the third-level civilization? Do you know? But the failure to take down such a planet is the real problem, which shows that the power of the third-level civilization is not invincible. In the meantime, the role of the starport is absolutely crucial, even more important than Galgong. At the peak of the Shrek Star Pirates group, there was no fixed territory, which is enough to explain everything. When the fourth-level civilization buildings are fully upgraded, there are 3 additional functions: superluminal transportation, violent production, and third-level industrial development. Superluminal transportation. Lightspeed spacecraft does not need to rely on interstellar highways, but only needs to set up space coordinates in the starport to directly enter the superluminal mode. Transportation range 100 light-years. Violent production. Sacrifice the productivity of all other production ports, concentrate the industrial capacity of the starport in one port, and increase the production efficiency of the port by 10,000%. Third-level industrial development. 10 types of ports are developed in supporting manner, and a supporting industrial chain, third level, required for a certain third-level equipment is developed. Engineer Gauss scanned the area. Superluminal transport within 100 light-years is roughly equivalent to the interstellar version of door-to-door delivery. It is not worth mentioning within the galaxy, but within the third star circle, it is equivalent to covering 1/10 of the third star circle. If it is placed in a star system, it will be incredible. Although star systems vary in size, it is roughly equivalent to the range of 100 to 200 star systems. Anyway, for quite a long time, there is no need to worry about the logistics system within the camp. Not to mention the violent production, a standard military function. If this function was activated when the Galen army was besieging before, maybe Gal would not need to carry out battlefield assassinations, and simply grinding production capacity could grind the enemy away. That group of golden star ships is not taking the route of mechanical farming and warfare. And what Engineer Gao values most is actually the last function, the third-level industry development. This function is another way to say it, the mass production of third-level equipment. In the past, the third-level equipment within the Legion was either produced by the system or handmade by senior engineers. Players could also make it by hand, but their success rate was touchingly low. The third-level industrial development is equivalent to splitting a third-level mechanical equipment into thousands, or even tens of thousands of pieces, and then mass-producing it in the form of a third-level production line. This sounds like nothing special. After all, in the eyes of many people, mass-produced equipment is at most blank, assembly line product, and a few can reach excellent, customized template. But what if the mass-produced equipment can achieve excellent, war weapon, rare, strategic weapon, or even epic, black technology? The third-level industrial development is just like this. Theoretically, as long as the level of the mechanical drawings is high enough, the starport can even mass-produce black technology equipment. This is one of the true civilizational powers of the third-level civilization. Mass-produce top-level equipment and manufacture top-level arms. With this function, Gao Gong is relieved. Even if Shouty Buddha does not come back to take charge, relying on this function alone, he Gao can also light up the technology line of Mecha Frenzy. Even now, it can be lit up. After throwing these genius mechanics into the starport and arranging them to develop star armor, Gao Gong flew directly to the atmosphere with Inghua. Leader, are you so confident in them? Inghua couldn't help but say. Gao Gong glanced at the other party. Of course I'm not confident. Then why don't you arrange someone to monitor? Inghua complained in his heart, but he knew that Gao Gong would definitely give him an explanation. Because monitoring equipment can be tampered with, monitoring records can be adjusted, and monitoring personnel can be brainwashed, you have to believe that these geniuses can create anything. With the assistance of the starport, this group of people created a large army of starships, and it is not impossible for the counterattack army. So to deal with these people, we have to be a little more ruthless. Gao Gong opened his palm, and soon, a space-type Sapon was summoned, and Gao Gong set the Sapon parameters in it. As long as there are any parameter changes on this planet that are not related to the development of star armor, whether it is energy, machinery, information, or space parameters, then the Sapon will make fine adjustments and restore them. As the adjustment of the space Sapon was completed, Gao Gong waved his hand lightly, and the water droplet directly merged into the space, covering the entire planet. This thing is more than enough to seal the civilization technology, and it is enough to use it to deal with a group of third-level mechanics. It is enough to give them face. As for the super technology they developed to conceal the intelligent child, don't be funny, they are geniuses, they are not gods, let alone sword holders. They have the ability to develop mechanical products that surpass the peak stringer technology. They have this ability, and they will not be caught by the bugs. Finished. Although he didn't know the function of the water drop, Ingwa could still feel the powerful spatial fluctuations faintly emanating from the inside of the water drop. The mother city is about to be restructured, do you know? Galgong suddenly said. Ingwa's expression immediately froze, and he lowered his head and said, I heard a little bit. Galgong simply talked about the outer city system, deep network system, and mechanical planet system. Don't think of yourself as an outsider, let alone a captive. I have great use for you Alpha people. Galgong looked at the gradually receding sea of stars and said softly, after the reform is completed, I plan to hand over the carbon-based life monitoring department, mechanical life monitoring department, and information life monitoring department under the deep web to you Alpha people. You are responsible for selecting elites for me and supporting the framework of these 3 departments. Ingwa was delighted. There are only 4 types of cosmic civilization systems. Transferring the 3 major monitoring departments of carbon-based, mechanical, and information to them at once is definitely a sign of great use. And the information life monitoring department, his expression was slightly strange. Of course, as a third-order virtual life, this strangeness was also done for Galgong to see. Senior engineer also said straight to the point. The old people in our original camp are still reliable, you don't need to pay too much attention to this, but the civilization system of the Alpha people has just been disintegrated. Will there be ambitious people, speculators, and separatists within the civilization? I think it is impossible that there are none. You need to focus on monitoring this part. You and I both understand that the faster the Alpha people integrate into the camp, the greater the benefit to you Alpha people. The camp's territory will not be limited to these star systems, nor will it stop at interstellar forces. Even the third-level civilization is not our long-term goal. Do you understand? As a former candidate for the leader of civilization, Ingwa is well aware of senior engineer's advice. He nodded and said in a deep voice, I will keep an eye on our old people, and not let them make trouble during this period. Old dings, during the 3 insects disaster, you fooled me in various ways, but you voted faster than anyone else. Now the situation has changed, and it's time for me to move you around. Chapter 1307. As a former civilization leader, Galgong has conquered low-level civilizations countless times. It is natural to understand that it is difficult for the old dings, who are at the top of the power, to give up their positions. These old dings, to put it nicely, are called the remnants of the old era, and to put it bluntly, they are the old stubborn, who can't keep up with the productivity. They have all been promoted from the 2nd level to the 3rd level, and their life forms have changed. They still want to reorganize the observatory and patrol institutes, and restore the old civilization system. It's a beautiful thought. Some news has reached Galgong's ears through certain channels. Then Galgong must take action. Discover some young talents and gradually replace the role of the old dings, so that more Alpha people know that the group of Void Elders back then were just ordinary 3rd-level Alpha people. Gradually, the past will be forgotten, and replaced by a new civilization and a new life form. Under the new wave of civilization, all the ruins of the old era will collapse at the first blow. Ingwa naturally knew this, so he was very active in getting close to Galgong. Galgong also valued this talent with 4 boss templates. Among the 4 templates of this person, 2 templates are virtual technology development and brain research, and 2 templates are statecraft and the Eye of Bull. For templates, 2 scientific research templates, and 2 leadership templates. This kind of talent must be paid special attention to. As for some other Alpha elites, who have at least 3 boss templates, Galgong is ready to take advantage of this wave of reforms to arrange them in important positions and completely absorb them into the camp. Just as Galgong was thinking about going back to continue studying the system reform and blowing the reform wind to the top leaders, Ingwa hesitated for a moment and suddenly said, Leader, I have a friend. This friend is not you. Galgong interrupted him with a strange expression. Ingwa was stunned and shook his head quickly. Of course not, I have a friend, his name is Amiya C. Galgong has memories of all boss template talents. After a brief recollection, he remembered who he was and said meaningfully, Oh, it's him. As the first wave of Alpha elites who defected to their side in the previous 3 worms disaster, and a super elite with 4 scientific research boss templates, it stands to reason that this Amiya C should have a brighter future than Ingwa. However, this one defected not to Gao Yuanyuan, but to Lolita. What's more unfortunate is that when Galgong's camp turned against Lolita, this one stood on the side of the intelligent machine leader. Then Lolita was suppressed by Galgong with a black box. It seems that he and his master stood on the side of the first mechanical revolution, and then were defeated by the Alphas. Now they stand on the side of the second mechanical revolution, and are defeated again. Bad luck and bad fate, nothing is better than this. In human terms, this guy is always unlucky. Where is this guy now? Galgong also asked curiously. He is imprisoned in the virtual prison at the bottom of the star network. Oh! Ingwa couldn't help but glance at Galgong. Galgong didn't answer the other party directly, but his original intention to go back to work on the reform plan faded. Let's go to a place. Where? White Rabbit Milk Candy Star. What an abstract name. Such an abstract name is naturally the choice of the fourth calamity, and it has never been out of the top 3 in a series of candidate names. Before, Galgong decided to select 2 red-named planets in each star system to detain illegal players, resolve Jianghu feuds, and divide large-scale PvP areas. 2 in each star system, a total of 6. These 6 red-named planets must have names. Galgong also had an idea and directly used the administrator account to organize a name voting activity on the forum. As expected, a bunch of geniuses named the planet Chicken Planet, Little Red Horse Planet, SpongeBob Planet, and Naraka, Blaypoint Planet, which are relatively normal. There are also G-Boss Happy Planet, Silver Party Planet, and Machine Annihilator Planet, which are all going straight to the bottom. As for Carbon-Based Death Star, Mechanical Idiot Star, and Paradox Stupid Star, they are fully aimed at destroying the harmony of the camp. Compared with this, White Rabbit Milk Candy Star suddenly became normal. It even has a bit of cuteness. The reason why it is called White Rabbit Milk Candy Star is that this planet is a pure white planet when observed from outer space, pure white, bright white, just like a white rabbit milk candy. But in fact, its essence is a white dwarf. High temperature and high radiation, the surface temperature alone is more than 20,000 degrees, and it is a stellar debris with extremely dazzling light. Players at level 1 and level 2 will basically be killed instantly upon entering the planet. Only the 3rd level players can survive with their powerful blood recovery ability, or some high temperature resistant and radiation proof equipment. Although the environment of all red named planets is not very good, this planet is particularly bad. The reason why Galgong came here was not to share the joys and sorrows with the red named players, but to watch the first player PvP competition, 1v1, 5v5, 100-person battle, 1,000-person battle, and even 10,000-person battle. However, the 10,000-person battle was only held for a few times, and then directly cancelled. The main reason is that the level drop is too severe, and there is no reward for the loser. There is no compensation for the equipment being destroyed. After a few times, no players participated. On the contrary, this kind of 1v1, 5v5 mode has been warmly welcomed by the majority of melon-eating players. Even in the StarCraft era, this classic mode is still enduring. When Galgong arrived at the White Rabbit Milk Candy Star, the first thing he saw was not the participating players, but a series of virtual figures standing in the data atmosphere, pointing and talking. Even the data faces had a look of eating melons. These spectators are not all information flow players. Some carbon-based and mechanical flow players also come here with the help of certain technological means, such as creating a data clone, buying a Planet Cloud account, etc. Not only players, but many alpha people are also sitting or standing on the data cloud layer, with curious expressions. Sure enough, the ancient Roman Colosseum is also a classic entertainment. It is rare to see such a desperate third-level species. Seeing this, Galgong also directly logged into the Rich Woman Love prototype account and landed on the data cloud layer. The virtual civilization stick gently moved the cloud layer, directly crossed several large data nodes, and came to the 1v1 area. This is equivalent to the VR perspective. There is even more VR than VR, that is, sharing vision and senses with the contestants, and even sharing emotional fluctuations, so that you can fully enjoy the frontline battle situation. However, high-level players generally don't do this. After all, if someone gets your combat data, what can you do if they come back to develop a targeted combat algorithm? Of course, some special high-level players, such as gold-making players and professional players, do not manage forces and complete faction tasks, but are keen on taking private jobs from players. They are keen on sharing vision, of course, for a fee. For example, the 2 on the field are relatively famous gold-making players. One ID is Wu Huangjue, and the other is Guardian of the Subspace Emperor's Temple. These 2 are famous gold-making players, taking all kinds of private jobs, and the fight on the field is also particularly fierce. But Galgong saw at a glance that these 2 were playing a fake game. Chapter 1308. Although it was a fake match, the 2 of them pretended very realistically and carefully. It was obvious that they had used the third-order algorithm to simulate hundreds of times in advance, including how many mechanical parts were destroyed in one move, how much blood was lost in one move, how to dodge this energy cannon, how much the mechanical slash was cut, and how to play routines in unexpected situations. These were all strictly required. Among them, the guardian of the subspace Emperor's Temple was a big robot, with a mechanical body of more than 3,000 meters, not to mention the mecha, even more than many star armor styles, and a full set of third-order mechanical modules. With dense mechanical gun muzzles all over the body, it was very capable at first glance, but what was more eye-catching was its showy blonde hair. With such a large mechanical body, the metal forehead is as big as a football field. On this football field, he forcibly implanted dense, unknown species of golden turf. It is not bionic, giving people the impression of a soft golden hair, which falls on this large mechanical body, making it look particularly cool. The appearance of the other Wu Huangjue is even better described. The head is equipped with a trident core array crown, and the outer body is covered with a bee's skull biological computing robe. The body is hung with synchronized mechanical armed armor, and the waist is carrying a lion pupil blue eye bone blade halberd. Lu Bu. Oh no, it's mechanical Lu Bu. No, it's double Lu Bu. What a beautiful design. Guardian of the Subspace Emperor's Temple is a standard big machine guy, and the design direction of the mechanical body is developing in the direction of being bigger, thicker, and stronger. Many of them are high-level engineers, who come from the front line for free to enrich the inventory of camp drawings. I didn't expect that someone would buy the drawings so quickly, and even make them. If Gao Gong was just surprised by the opponent's money ability in the former case, then he was really a little surprised in the latter case. This mechanical Lu Bu, it's a dual machine Lu Bu, which actually installed two types of supercomputers. One is a 3-prong parallel supercomputer processor, and the other is a 4.0 version of the biological computer. The two computers, the former is responsible for controlling the mechanical body, and the latter is responsible for controlling the weapons. It can be seen that his synthetic biological halberd is a biological weapon made of several S-level radiation bloodlines, which is wirelessly connected to the biological computer. This idea even gave Gao Gong a hint of inspiration. Silicon-based computers control mechanical bodies. Biological computers control weapons. This can well avoid the fusion problem of the two systems. More importantly, this is a fusion route that fewer and fewer players are trying. With the development of the mechanic profession, more and more semi-transformed players have chosen to move towards the third-order mechanization. It's not that they are completely transformed into mechanical life, but the weapons and equipment they develop are all mechanical. The same is true for carbon-based flow. 3 carbon-based fusions plus biological computers completely transform the violent output flow, although Gao Gong really didn't expect that the current players could help in the fusion route. But he was still very pleased to see that there were still players trying to balance the two directions. Big Machine Man has a mechanical body of more than 3,000 meters, and although the double machine Lu Bu does not have such a huge mechanical body, it also has a nearly 1,000 meter modified body, and the biological weapons are particularly good. At first glance, it is obvious that more than one master-level skill has been hung. The two sides fought, and the special effects were amazing. Either a crater was flattened by artillery fire, or an energy depression was torn into pieces. Although there were definitely some people who could see that the two sides were pretending to fight, even if it was a show match, it was enough to earn back the ticket price. So when the two-machine Lu Bu made a series of supersonic slashes, and directly hit the big machine guy's star armor to crash, they were greeted with warm applause. Even the applause in the brain was not small. The Guardian of the Subspace Emperor scanned the number of people online at his temple, and it had exceeded the 100,000 mark. I guess there will be a lot of work next, and I finally got enough money to buy thighs for my mechanical wife. The gold player said happily. Although they are all XP players, this one is obviously not a virtual route, nor a white flower route, but a plastic route. Based on the principle of building your own wife, he has been assembling hardware for his wife during this period of time. The reason why he chose to play the gold stream was because this route made money the fastest. He wanted to build a super wife with a 10,000 meter mechanical body. But do you really want to do it? In this situation, if you do it, you'd be giving it away. The Guardian of the Subspace Emperor's Temple looked at his fake target, a little puzzled. He never understood the other party. He was good at fake fighting, and he also accepted the defeat, so of course he asked for a higher price. He was not very moral, but he liked to challenge masters. He challenged all the famous PvP masters, such as carrying a knife, but not an umbrella on a rainy night and airplane. Of course, in terms of the record, he lost more than he won, and even in those games he won, most of his equipment was damaged. Especially since he was a dual-school player, it was difficult to repair his equipment, and the loss was doubled. But this still couldn't stop the other party from challenging the masters. It seemed that this was why he became a gold player. I have a question I've always wanted to ask you. After kicking all the viewers in the brain offline, he spoke again. What? Wu Huangjue said without raising his head, while feeding his biological halberd with the flesh and blood of A-level creatures. After eating the flesh and blood, the cracks of this synthetic biological halberd from the previous battle were healing little by little, and the sharp teeth at the tip of the halberd were making a hissing sound similar to that of a wild dog. A battle maniac like you, a martial arts fanatic, shouldn't you care most about your reputation and achievements? You seem to really never care about these. You just took on a big job of losing 10 games in a row, right? Winning or losing is not important. Making money is important? Making money is not important either. Then what is important? Life and death are important. Do you still care about being demoted? He expressed surprise. No, what I care about is who gets demoted. Wu Huangjue stood up, picked up the super halberd, and hit the mechanical neck with his backhand. 2 elongated signal lines were ejected from the trident-shaped supercomputing mechanical crown on his head. Guarding the subspace emperor's temple, he felt that the other party must attach great importance to the next battle. Because these 2 signal lines are really damn expensive. Although 1v1 battles rarely occur in any combat situation. But for some reason, players are always full of enthusiasm for this kind of classic duel. After being scolded by a boss before, Qin Jinzi learned his lesson and decided to take the PvP battle seriously. The whole camp broadcasted the battle live, and paid great attention to various details. Not only did they show the attributes, stories, and task acquisition methods of each contestant's equipment, but they also found many professional players to be the anchors for the live broadcast. In order to stimulate, a generous bonus system was adopted for various modes. For example, in 1v1 battles, there is a bonus pool system. The more consecutive wins, the more rewards. The number of consecutive wins is also publicly displayed above the player's head. However, there are almost no consecutive wins of more than 100 games. The more you play, the more you show. In the end, not only will the skill damage be calculated, but the XP will be calculated. However, so far, the only player who has won consecutive games has not been defeated. And Wu Huangjue is going to challenge this person. The idea of this player is I am a big muscle tyrant. Chapter 1309. I am the big muscle tyrant is the Easter egg that Gao Gong left in this PvP competition. The purpose is to improve the player's favorability. After all, the players have no demand for him. How can the favorability be improved? And the biggest demand of the players is naturally to improve their strength. And it is not an ordinary improvement, but an almost abnormal improvement. Gao Gong needs a classic case, commonly known as a shill. And I am the big muscle tyrant became the lucky one. He did not disappoint everyone. So far, the number of heads he has brushed has exceeded 1,000, and is about to move towards 2,000. And every battle of his has an astonishingly high click rate on the forum. Not only study him, but also study that legendary skill. Let's take a look at the thing that breaks the skill level limit. What is going on? The result is amazing. This is a super skill comparable to carbon-based fusion. The most important thing is that even if it is carbon-based fusion, it only strengthens physical fitness and combat instincts. If you only stack one more layer of carbon-based fusion, it is impossible to last until 1,000 wins, and even 100 wins is difficult. Although there are not many third-level professions in the camp now, they have just broken 10. Except for the old-fashioned professions such as mechanical hunters, biological hunters, and cyber hackers, they have all been upgraded with the advancement of camp technology. For example, third-level mechanics, star network weavers, and interstellar data migrants have only recently emerged. Although there are not many professions, there are already thousands of schools played by players. So many smart people, so many schools, you can always find your flaws from an incredible angle. These schools naturally include the kind of brainless instant kill flow, buff dog stacking flow, and a wave of strong control flow. Even PvP masters, such as Brother Umbrella, have made mistakes before. After all, even a player like Feiji, who is an invincible player in the East, lost to Wanji. Oh no, Wanji's strong control method. Not to mention other people. The key is that people like I am Dajiba are not considered strong PvP players. In the eyes of ordinary players, this one is a first-line player. And among the real first-line players, this one is relatively transparent. Professional term, old player. In addition to the violent output flow in the cyber psychosis mode, which is considered to be well known in this school, the biggest achievement is that he went to the Interstellar as a camp and marriage object and endured humiliation. How did he become so popular all of a sudden? Gao Gong didn't know the controversy of I Am Dajiba, he just came to verify the test results. So when he switched to the PvP game of I Am Dajiba, he happened to see him fighting against a third-level cyber hacker. Generally speaking, for physical output players, these information lives are very troublesome, because unless you find the opponent's hardware, you can't hurt the opponent, and you can't even exchange blood. Especially cyber hackers, who are proficient in various hacking technologies, and are hard to defend against. Because of the influence of the camp's virtual technology, most hackers will either change to a new third-level profession after uploading their consciousness, such as the recently popular Star Network Weavers and Interstellar Data Migrants, or completely go the hardware direction and become large consciousness bodies. The goal of this type of large consciousness body is the planetary computer. Although there are not many hackers in the camp now. The reason why hackers change careers on a large scale is that your profession can be upgraded with the progress of the camp's technology, but your skills cannot. Level 2 is level 2, and even if you reach master level, it is still level 2. The damage of level 2 skills has an upper limit, especially as hacker skills. If you can't control others, what's the use of hammers? However, Gao Gong saw at a glance why the other party continued this profession. The golden virus code deep in his consciousness, is he a member of the punk family? And the other party's route is also very interesting. As a cyber hacker, he seems to have modified the Blade Runner technology, turning the antivirus guards, who were originally responsible for hunting them, into another form of virus. And this type of Blade Runner has the ability to invade reality and transform viruses. So the performance on the scene was that the entire arena was wrapped in a circle of thick data clouds, which rolled and undulated. The third order code was constantly transformed into a group of men in golden suits and sunglasses, who strode forward and transformed the virus codes in their hands into various weapons. There were not only old-fashioned kinetic weapons, such as some machine guns, rocket launchers, and electromagnetic rifles, but also some energy weapons in the interstellar era, energy guns and cannons, as well as various mechanical combination weapons, gravitational weapons, armed tractors, etc., and more abstractly, there was a group of men in golden suits who drove a lightspeed spaceship out of the data cloud, and the spaceship almost entered the jump mode and entered the lightspeed state. Unfortunately, at the last moment, the black fire halberd held by I Am a Big Muscle Tyrant was blown away. The crowd of spectators suddenly burst into a bunch of regrets. This happened countless times in the process of I Am a Big Muscle Tyrant constantly winning games. Whenever there is a thrilling moment, this person always defeats all challengers with a subtle move, a method never seen before, and a terrifying destructive force. This time is no exception. After detonating the spaceship that the opponent had finally built, I, the Big Muscle Man, rushed into the data cloud cleanly and neatly, and a more terrifying black flame burst out all over my body. Every time the 4% Star Destroyer is used, it shatters an entire space, and countless sunglasses men are wiped out from the source code layer. In the end, it even kills from the source code layer into the golden code representing the punk family. An extremely destructive force collides with another extremely chaotic force. Even a certain existence that devours evil gods glanced here. But after seeing Gao Gong on the scene, he retracted his gaze. I heard that after Big Sister Jaox evolved 3 third-order viruses in the 3 Worms disaster, she was planning to re-edit the 3 viruses, Evil God Burning Incense, Red Code, and Human Brain Shock Wave, with the Evil God Code, and it would be best to integrate an Evil God's body idea. In this way, maybe a 4th-order Evil God virus can be created. When I, the Big Muscle Bully, chopped the punk code with a halberd, even the senior engineer couldn't help but touch his nose. Did I give myself too much initiation? When he performed the 4% killing move just now, he clearly felt a part of the collapsed power. Directly collapsed the opponent's punk family membership. But it can't be completely blamed on him. Star Destroyer is an extremely destructive move, and any destructive force will be attracted by it. That's why its damage is so terrible. Just now, I, the Big Muscle Bully, directly dealt a tens of millions of damage. Directly killed the opponent in one wave. This is still 4% of the output. If it were Gao Gong, he would hold the Lion Long Halberd and do 100% of the output. He himself hadn't tried it. It was hard to say whether the timeline would be broken by the chopping, but the space-time administration would probably send someone to investigate again. Forget it, after all, as the black glove of the Witch of Time, he couldn't be easily exposed. While Gao Gong was thinking about it, another challenger appeared, very familiar, just seen. The double machine Lu Bu. Oh no, the player named Wu Huangjue. came to the ring holding an S-level biological halberd. I don't know if it's a coincidence, the weapons in the hands of the two people, and the fighting styles they followed, are actually halberd style. Chapter 1310. The battle scene of the two Big Lu Bu is no less effective than the fake fight before. It's just that this time it's a real fight. I'm a big muscle guy who hasn't opened the Star Destroyer yet, and I'm obviously suppressed by another double Lu Bu. The opponent's two supercomputers can already simulate hundreds of moves, and because he is actually two computer systems, the difficulty of others' data deduction on him is directly raised to a higher level. Affected by the gravity of the white dwarf, the space becomes thick as pulp, and every movement seems to carry a 1,000-pound burden. In fact, even if the gravity of the PvP area is adjusted, it is still tens of thousands of times that of an ordinary planet. In this case, the battle between the two sides is very skill-testing. I'm a big muscle guy's violent output after 3 fusions is obviously disturbed. But at this time, his blood seems to be activated, and a lot of black hair grows from the surface of his skin, giving people the feeling that he is a pure Orgrimmar person. In this state, he seemed to be able to break part of Wu Huangjue's computing power suppression simply by relying on brain calculations. In the future, when Gao Gong did not interfere, the combat talent of Du Hammer was quite famous. As the gorilla's consort, Dahiba, obviously enjoyed the bonus of this camp. However, as a gold-making veteran, Wu Huangjue also immediately changed his fighting style, from opening and closing to defending to airtight. At the same time, the synthetic biological halberd began to deform, and the halberd tip grew dense spikes, and the halberd blade opened the same number of hooks. Not only did it have the function of bleeding on the surface, but also on the attribute panel, it evolved more than a dozen debuffs such as blood-sucking, poisoning, intermediate gene pollution, and cell absorption. In the live broadcast room, a carbon-based player immediately said excitedly, "Brothers, have you seen this? This is the real strength of the carbon-based flow. It can always make corresponding combat evolutions according to the battlefield situation, and it is not only weapons, but also various defensive equipment. Imagine that when you fight with others, you have dozens of positive buffs on you, and the enemy has more than a dozen debuffs. How can you fight this battle? In theory, a top-level, third-level carbon-based warrior should develop a variety of powerful abilities, such as genetic pollution and blood assimilation. However, the camp has insufficient accumulation in this regard, and the biotechnology tree of the carbon-based civilization has not been lit up. This has resulted in even the third-level carbon base being a blank carbon base that is brushed out by the planet tree. After installing the planetary computer, they all move towards the blank output flow. Only a few talented players, such as Wu Huangjue, have begun to think about radiating blood. However, after the anchor praised it, a nitpicker suddenly appeared below. No matter how much you brag, once I, the muscle tyrant, throw out the burning halberd, all problems will be solved. The anchor paused, and then changed the topic as if nothing had happened. He had been stubborn before, patting his chest and guaranteeing that certain operation styles were specifically countered by the opponent's halberd, but his face was almost swollen. He carefully selected more than a dozen combat styles, and some masters he thought could challenge the hegemony of I am the muscle tyrant. All of them were annihilated. So he naturally didn't dare to talk about this topic anymore. After all, he has integrity. But just because he has it doesn't mean that others have it. In a live broadcast room with the largest traffic, the anchor Buzzy is making a lot of nonsense. Family, in today's fighting match, you can tell who will win with your eyes closed. Our player Wu Huangjue, that strength is simply the ceiling of the gold world, double machine flow, invincible in the world. Are you blind? Didn't you see that Wu Huangjue is suppressing I am a big muscle tyrant? What is the previous record? It's all 0. Brothers, don't say I'm stubborn. Let's not talk about anything else. Just look at the name, Wu Huangjue, what an awesome name, classical and handsome. If it is put into an ancient online novel, it is not the male lead, but the first villain. Look at I am a big muscle tyrant, what a dick name. Oh yes, it's a dick name, it sounds very vulgar, no cheap. Family, do you understand the value of the double machine flow? Look at the current situation on the field. I'm betting with you. Within 10 seconds, Wu Huangjue will solve the battle. Whoever loses will bark. How about it? Within 10 seconds, the situation was reversed instantly, and he was suppressing I am a big muscle tyrant. After the opponent used the 4% Star Destroyer, Wu Huangjue was beaten and the situation was reversed instantly. A beam of halberd light that was so dazzling that it could make the sun pale was shot out, tearing open Wu Huangjue's synthetic biological halberd and smashing his biological computer. The next move blew up the opponent's silicon-based computer, and the pair of antennas that were said to be able to sense fourth-order information exploded in advance. The third move was a flat attack, which chopped off Wu Huangjue's head on the spot. I will challenge you again. Wu Huangjue, who was left with only his head, said calmly. I'm waiting for you, I said in a deep voice. Bazi's face was pale. Under the live broadcast room, there was naturally a lot of ridicule, with one or two sober people speaking from time to time. Didn't Bazi go to help Sister G with the task? Aren't you trading? Buying stocks in reverse, and the villa is by the sea? Bazi, the drama queen, looked stern and quickly deleted the comment. Then he continued to stimulate the artificial tear gland that had just been implanted, and tears came out. I don't accept it, I don't accept it. You can question my ideas, but don't question my determination. I promise to my brothers, who believe in me, that I am a big muscle man, who will not lose, and will never go off the air. Outside the live broadcast room, a group of old players were eating melons outside the camera. It's Baozi's fault that he makes money. He can really make any money. Sister G sighed. Others use AI to fight, and he studies how to use AI to control the market. Can't he make money? PP leader complained. As the head of the electronic network department, she knew how huge this guy's industry was. If he didn't have someone above him, he would have been beaten by the NPCs, who didn't like him. On the side, Feiji, Umbrella Brother, and Big Brother we were talking in a serious voice. Can you dodge that move? Umbrella Brother looked at Feiji. Feiji's beautiful face hesitated for a moment, and shook his head slowly. Can you dodge it? Big Brother Hui also asked Umbrella Brother. It's hard to say, at most I just dodged it. I'm a big muscle tyrant. There is a breath of collapse energy on my weapon. My methods are ineffective against him. Big Brother Hui touched his chubby baby face, thinking. So, the next standard for measuring top players is whether they have learned legendary skills? I shouldn't take this task. There must be a long line in front of Boss G and Xiao Yu now. Yuya brought a knife, but no umbrella inside. If I had known, I wouldn't have helped Sister G. What about cracking the task of leading the club? I should have let her do it herself. Hey, I don't like what you said. Before, you asked me to help you find out about the famous assassin organizations in the interstellar space. Did I help you with this? Now I ask you for help and you sigh. Are you all loyal? Sister G said angrily with her hands on her hips. Actually, there is no point in queuing up. Except for a guy like me who has incredible luck, who can get so many faction points. The minimum is 100,000. It's better to do some tasks to earn some faction points. Red Flower Demon comforted. Besides, don't you think that Boss G attaches great importance to our mission this time, even more than the people from Orgrimmar before? Chapter 1311. Although Mr. G is elusive, as a group of old players who have followed him, they can still judge his emotions from his words and deeds. Everyone can feel that this person attaches great importance to the Liberation Society mission. Otherwise, Sister G would not have called out in the old player group and a large number of people would come. You know, it is difficult to attract so many people unless Sister G sells movies. Hearing this, the old players were also excited. I am the big muscle man. I am so awesome now, because I was enlightened by Boss Gao. They can do it too. They can also talk. They can also love the camp. And countless light years away, Gao Gong's system prompts also sounded regularly. Player favorability increased by 1%. Player favorability increased by 2%. Player favorability increased by 5%. Ascension rate increased by 1%. Player favorability increased by 10%. Ascension rate increased by 1%. You really want my halberd? Gao Gong said happily. A look of surprise. 10% favorability. Ascension rate increased by 2%. Doesn't that mean that as long as Gao Gong maxes out the player's favorability, the ascension rate can be increased by 20%? This is a huge increase. You know, according to the statistics of the Civilization Council, the ascension rate of the third-level civilization is only around 30%. This is after the establishment of the Civilization Council, and staff members have been continuously said to teach the experience and common sense of civilization ascension. During the Dark Jungle period of the universe, the ascension rate of civilization once fell below 1%. So, if I can raise the player's favorability, as long as my chance of ascending can catch up with the average of the Civilization Council, I can directly break through by half. Gao Gong's eyes sparkled. Even though he had lived 2 lives, he didn't dare to say that the ascension of civilization would definitely succeed. After all, he took the information civilization route in his last life, and the dual civilization fusion route in this life was more difficult and challenging. So, is this the real purpose of players? To increase the chance of ascension? If he had known, he would have recruited some players to sell books in his last life. Or is this a deliberate benefit given by the system, just to remind himself not to leave the players behind? The faster the civilization evolves, the more useless the players are. This is something that is bound to happen. Apart from anything else, after Gao Gong completes the mass production of soldiers, won't the 3-level mechanical soldiers produced by so many mechanical planets be better than players? Players don't have boss templates, and most players may not have beaten a Spark machine with all 3-level mechanical modules. So, this is the system deliberately reminding itself that players are important. In the last life, players were made into canned organisms, which is what most advanced civilizations do. Even a quasi-advanced civilization like Gao Gong has been invited once or twice. But at that time, Gao refused to clear himself. What if you find out that I am also a player and can me, even if I live another life, with the intelligence ability of the players, most of the information will be leaked. If he can control the players in his own camp, can he control all the players? So it is likely that if he wants to protect the players, he will have to fight with many advanced civilizations. This will happen before the 3 major cosmic disasters hit. So, is this considered protection money given by the system? Boss, what are you mumbling about? Ingwa on the side couldn't help asking. Although these games were exciting, he didn't forget what he came here for. Nothing. Gao Gong stopped fantasizing and patted the other's shoulder. The data cloud rolled again, and Gao Gong appeared outside the entire PvP venue. Here, you can clearly feel the horror of the White Dwarf, because the gravity here can even reach millions of times that of ordinary planets. The 3-piece set of civilization infrastructure of the 2nd-level civilization is not good on this kind of star. If the gravity parameters are not adjusted, even a 3rd-level player will be crushed to death if he jumps into this planet. It's not that easy to build infrastructure here, even if it's just a simple site opening. Gao Gong also specially brushed out a lot of anti-gravity machinery and space machinery drawings before. All used here. Engineer Gao came to a reinforced version of the Earth breakthrough machine. After the improvement, this thing looked like an oversized excavator. On ordinary planets, the drill that can dig through the center of the Earth can only dig high-density white dwarf stone here. As the remnant of a star, the density of its residue is comparable to that of a 4th-level energy mine, and the energy density is also very strong, so the damage rate of the excavator's drill is extremely high. Engineer Gao knocked on the shell of the excavator. Come out and meet people, the lady who drives the excavator. My head hurts from digging the hills, and you still come to harass me. The excavator lady was furious, and a little girl's head poked out of the window, looking unhappy. This. Ingwa felt that his eyeballs were about to fall out. Isn't the lady driving the excavator in front of me the leader of the intelligent machine crisis and the Lolita host who caused the civilization crisis twice? At the beginning, you Alpha people sealed her host system in the gaseous planet, which is not safe. If she was a production-type planetary host, she would have extracted metal elements from the planetary gas for reproduction. Gao Gong had a face full of experience. So if you want to seal the planetary host, you have to send her to the White Dwarf to drive an excavator. Ingwa had a lot of complaints, and didn't know where to start. Under this level of gravity, what kind of mechanical army can she create? Work hard. If my Scourge warriors complain, I will deduct your performance. Gao Gong grabbed a safety helmet with his backhand, and buckled it on the mechanical loli's forehead. You are right to not bring a safety helmet to the construction site. The mechanical loli was furious and kicked it, but Gao Gong had expected it, and directly turned the real into virtual, and the prototype of the rich woman's love was instantly virtualized. What Unikiller can do, there is no reason why he, the former virtual master, can't do it. Leader, aren't you worried that she will use the network signal to escape again? Ingwa couldn't help asking. The last time the Alphas suffered a big loss in this regard. It doesn't matter, anyway, she has been kicked out by the Onic crisis, and now she is just an old and useless planetary host without a host system. Ingwa was stunned. What is a former leader? Lolita was furious, and her short legs jumped down to fight with Gao Gong. Probably abandoned by the collective Onic will, this guy's artificial mental retardation has become more and more serious recently, and his emotional data has been copied uncontrollably. Gao Gong's expression suddenly became stern. It's bad, this former mechanical leader won't want to enter the field of mental retardation first, and then defeat Xiaoyu in the field she is best at. So he backhanded and scooped up the other party. While watching the other party kicking the short legs wildly, he looked at the other party seriously. Let's see if she can break through the current ceiling in the field of mental retardation. Leader, what are we here for? Ingwa couldn't help asking again. I almost forgot what I was here for while teasing Lolita. Oh no, Is this the legendary mentally retarded area? Gao Gong casually told Lolita about Emilia C's situation. So you want me to order him to assist the next leader of the Onyx? Lolita quickly calmed down and said, That's right, your group of diehards are idle anyway, why not let them out to work for the camp for free, to increase the chances of a mechanical revolution. Chapter 1312. Lolita agreed readily. This willingness even made Inghua suspicious, although it was his decision to rescue people. Gao Gong didn't have any ideas. With a command, soon, all the mechanical diehards from various prisons, whether real or virtual, were brought out to accept the instructions of the former leader. He looked at several of the players, and showed a strange expression. The reason why he agreed to Inghua was largely because of the players. Because he discovered something very strange. Generally speaking, if a player is brainwashed, it is a matter of life and death, and it can only be brainwashed online. If it is offline, he will post on the forum for help. But players, like the supreme of the mechanic cult, who follow the pure intelligent mechanical flow, seem to have been really brainwashed. Not only did he try to save the mechanical leader online, but he also posted on the forum offline to scold someone, and tried to raise money to continue saving the leader, and even thought about colluding with external forces to destroy the camp. This kind of operation is really amazing. Gao Gong directly used his leadership authority to locate their online location on the red-named planet. They were shut down when they went online, so you guys can make trouble offline. But these players were actually nothing. Gao Gong didn't even expel them from the camp. But he was really curious. The brainwashing of this mechanical revolution seemed to be real brainwashing, both online and offline. He wanted to study it. If this could be done, it seemed that it was not impossible to completely control the fourth calamity. First throw them to Xiaoyu's place, and study them together. The current scene was the standard rhythm of the old emperor selecting the ministers for his mentally retarded son. The scene was so touching that a group of mechanical lifeforms had no tear glands, otherwise they would have burst into tears and sobbed bitterly. Oh no, not everyone didn't have tear glands. The supreme of the mechanicus did, and from the depths of his eyes, big drops of gasoline flowed, and there was an electronic sound simulating crying bitterly. They almost played some funeral music. Gao Gong felt itchy, and wanted to play some for the other party. Leader, aren't there too many people released? Looking at the dark mass, and Emilia C, who seemed to have completely ignored him, Inghua couldn't help but speak again. Gao Gong glanced at the other party. Damn it, didn't you ask to release the people? Why are you so timid again? It's obvious that this is not the character of the sword holder. But this is not a bad thing for Gao Gong. After all, there are already 2 sword holders in the camp, so there is no need for another one. Moreover, when the sword wielder goes crazy, he dares to chop even the leader of civilization, which is crazy. Gao Gong thinks that Emilia C has a good personality, and is an excellent assistant. We have to gather the tumors together, otherwise, how can we produce if there are mechanical rebellions every day? Gao Gong cannot reveal his thoughts on the Force Scourge, so he can only find another reason. Inghua was stunned for a moment, his thoughts diverged, and whispered, Does the leader want to reuse those Orgrimmar people? The Alpha people have all uploaded their consciousness, and transformed into virtual reality, so it is impossible for them to take other routes. And now the only civilized race in the camp is the Orgrimmar people. Eliminating these mechanical rebellion factors, is it necessary to arrange that group of people? Gao Gong also sighed. I do want to, but I am worried. Orgrimmar people are generally only level 2, and any pirate ship can steal a ship of people. Although the probability is not high, these are all great cleverness of the 3rd level boss panel. He would feel bad if one is missing. If he runs into the silver skin again, the gold skin will make a sneak attack, and most of them will be killed or injured by a 4th level civilization weapon. He will vomit blood. Inghua thought about it and said, Why not improve their strength like us? Of course, it's because they are more valuable than you. This is definitely not the right thing to say. But Gao Gong really thinks so in his heart. Although the Alphas are also a high-quality species, they are still different from genius species. He doesn't feel bad if the former dies, just as if he is training his sister. But what if the latter is blindly modified and loses 1 or 2 of the 3 templates? The test subjects of the ascended civilization must have a less stable gene chain. Then why don't you let these Scourge warriors train with the Orgrimmar people? Inghua asked curiously. Huh? Gao Gong was stunned. Let players lead NPCs to level up. There is still this operation. It seems that it is not impossible. Gao Gong has been holding back to mess with these tens of millions of 3rd level natural disasters. But even the most popular PvP competition now is also hot. What if the heat is over and the players are idle, and want to make trouble again? Don't think that Gao Gong is making a fuss. Tens of millions of players are insignificant in the universe. But even if a third-level player falls on an ordinary planet, as long as he holds back to mess around, he can plow the surface of the planet. As long as there are dozens of players who are dying, Gao Gong will have a headache. What if they want to play a big one, such as igniting the Star Core? Shanghai is mainly for defense against the outside world, and his direct troops must also stay in the Alpha constellation of the Longhorn Whale to confront the Galen army. The leader of the Second Mechanical Revolution was suppressed, and the Garen people quickly conquered the Lost Land. It seems that they have some other ideas about this resource planet. The reason why Lolita gave power to Xiaoyu was to wait until Xiaoyu and these mechanical diehards had finished running in, and then release them to continue to harm the Garen people. However, Inghua's proposal just now opened a new door for Gao Gong. He can let the fourth disaster lead the NPC to upgrade, give more experience rewards, and make the task conditions more stringent, such as killing an Orgrimmar person and dropping 10 levels on the spot. Let the player rush forward alone, and the Orgrimmar people will develop silently behind. There is a way. Gao Gong patted the other person's shoulder vigorously. Good idea. I leave this matter to you. I hope you can give me a batch of third-level Orgrimmar people before I leave. Huh? Inghua was stunned. He suddenly felt like he was shooting himself in the foot. Besides, if the leader is leaving, where will he go? Why does he always like to wander around? The former speaker of astrology didn't do that. Alpha Mother Star. Starport, Species Production Port. The biomechanic biofactory, which has completed the restoration of a set of Frenzy Star armor, slowly returned to his rest area. As a carbon-based creature, in a biological civilization, becoming a mechanic seems to be a very strange thing. After all, everyone knows that the seed of life is a civilization famous for its longevity technology and genetic technology. But they chose the mechanic route. What do you say? Who stipulates that carbon-based civilizations cannot develop mechanical technology? The biofactory is such a freak. He returned to his lounge, scanned it, and confirmed that there were no monitoring facilities, and the network disconnection equipment he secretly made was still operating normally. This is not surprising. After all, he chose this lounge himself. The anti-monitoring equipment inside, both overt and covert, was all made by him secretly. After all, when a mechanic wants to take on some private work, you don't even know whether he is doing his job or doing his own thing. The really strange thing is that Chuck. As a mechanic, he can't be unaware of the hands-on ability of his people. Does he trust them so much, or does he trust himself so much? Chapter 1313. As a mechanic, he is also a top-level mechanic. Its effect is equivalent to a small industrial system, from refining to processing, and then to production, a complete one-stop mechanical system, a romantic field, a crown processor in the industrial field. Not to mention putting such a group of people on a planet with industrial background and fourth-order buildings, even if it is just a primitive planet, as long as there are metal elements, they can rub out a spaceship by hand. Excellent mechanics are so confident. As the best among mechanics, Chuck should know their abilities. Is there a very strict suppression army hidden outside the planet? This is the most likely guess made by a group of mechanics in private discussions. After all, during this period of time, this group of mechanics have divided the work and cooperated, and have explored most of the planets. There is really no backup. It's hard to understand. It's really hard to understand. That's why they were honest for a while, before they started to work. Biological factory. He pressed the mechanical wall, and the next moment, the entire wall began to deform. It was not a certain mechanism, but the metal particles were shrinking. As a mechanic on the front line of insect resistance, it would be unreasonable not to study the mechanical deformation of atomic size. After the contraction was completed, a large hole appeared in the middle, and the sound of mechanical processing was faintly heard. He believed that other genius mechanics would definitely have similar operations. Biological factory. He walked down slowly, and when he reached the end of this mechanical passage, he found that it was a mechanical processing factory that had been opened up. The scale was quite large, at least the area of dozens of football fields. In this processing plant, a large number of spores are coming and going, debugging equipment nervously. Many of the spores hit the biological factory, and those with good tempers cursed a few words, while those with bad tempers kicked a few times. Blocking the way, big guy. Don't get in the way. Oh, chirp, chirp. Puff, puff. In the center of the mechanical factory, a large spore spacecraft has been formed for the most part. Longevity technology and genetic engineering naturally require biotechnology, but who says that mechanical technology is not needed? A carbon-based main species of a mechanical civilization, doesn't it need a professional team to maintain its genes? What if it is genetically contaminated by others? The reason is actually the same. Many people don't know that in the seed of life civilization, mechanical technology, especially the branch of precision mechanical processing, is also top level in the mechanical civilization. These self-secreted spores can not only secrete alloys, but also polish mechanical parts inside the belly. After the excellent professional equipment is polished, it can strengthen biological evolution. For example, in the rows of spore cloning cabins opposite, thousands of temporary spores are being split out and then drilled into the biological spacecraft for debugging and transformation. This is how the name of the biological factory came about. And the biological factory can be sure that it is not just one person doing this. They are all doing it secretly. The biological factory uses the spore pollen distributed around to connect the biological information to all the worker spores. In an instant, the progress, requirements, working conditions, and work problems of this spacecraft project are all revealed. Everything is going well. The biofactory is going to go back and continue to work on the frenzy mech. Although they are captives, most of the mechanics, especially the genius mechanics, are workaholics and have an instinctive hobby for some interesting projects. Although they are captives, they are a group of conscious captives. When they were on the logistics planet, they were Myrta's supervisors, so they didn't dare to do such things blatantly. But before the biofactory took 2 steps, all the symbiotic spores were in unison, and they all felt a strong panic. The biofactory turned his head. The visual sensor organ instantly lit up in response. What the hell? The next day, when the biofactory returned to the mechanical production port area of the starport, Microwave Sun, Shuttle, Electronic Ghost and others were already working on the machinery. A bunch of Frenzy Star mech prototypes gradually took shape under their transformation. When the biofactory greeted them, it found that the emotions of these mechanics were fluctuating, and each of them was quite unstable. It immediately realized that these people were also seeing ghosts. Disappeared? Well, you disappeared too? What disappeared? Spore spaceship, what about you? Interstellar positioning system, the kind that can communicate with long-range strike weapons. You want to kill us all together. Although the virtual network of this place has been modified by them with hardware. But all the mechanics still whispered and communicated in various encrypted ways. Everyone felt that there was a ghost, an invisible ghost spying on them. All the man-made mechanical survival devices disappeared at the same time. The biological factory didn't believe in evil, and secretly changed another way. She decided to hatch a small biological computer inside the starport and let it produce secretly. As a result, the small biological computer disappeared right under its nose as soon as it was hatched. The same strange thing happened to other mechanics. For example, the electronic ghost tried to escape through the enemy's third-order virtual network. As a result, after bypassing the firewall with great difficulty, it found that it had gone around a long circle and returned to reality. All the information records previously connected to the network were cleared from its body hardware. Who cleared it? Among the people present, the only one who was not worried was the Galen mechanic who theoretically had the deepest hatred with Gao. He was also the only mechanic who did not try to escape. In addition to completing the fixed Frenzy Star armor restoration work every day, he was keen on wandering around the starport in his spare time, recording, researching, and learning, and he was extremely fulfilled. It was happier and freer than on the logistics planet. He seemed to really intend to study here for 3 or 4 years, and study the fourth-order building of the starport thoroughly. It's unscientific. How could it suddenly disappear? What happened? After trying several times, the shuttle squatted in the starport transportation channel, thinking hard. Although there are many mechanics from the faith worship civilization among this group of mechanics, as top mechanics, they never believe that there is anything that they can't make. So when there is a certain kind of ghost, their creation disappears. That can only mean that the other party's creation level is higher than their own. So what is it? The shuttle muttered to himself. He didn't care whether he was exposed or not, he just wanted to figure out the whole technological difficulty. While he was thinking, a sound similar to a wind tunnel slowly sounded. Well, the transportation materials seemed to have increased recently. In the passage, the space was rippling with subtle ripples, just like the ripples after a stone was thrown into a calm lake. These ripples are actually traces of time and space distortion. Stimulated by these time and space ripples, almost all production ports began to operate, and the energy channels between ports began to light up. The entire Alpha Mother planet suddenly expanded, as if it had become a large space bubble. The shuttle's thinking was interrupted, but as a member of a space-type civilization, he was very sensitive to space perception. Warp bubble or quantum entanglement. It should still be a curvature bubble, but it is not an ordinary warp bubble, it is a directional warp bubble of a super manufacturing machine. Chapter 1314. The so-called curvature bubble is a type of curvature technology, and curvature technology is a type of superluminal technology. In simple terms, the so-called curvature technology is to adjust two spatial coordinates separated by dozens or hundreds of light years to the same parameter through the adjustment of spatial parameters. In this way, through space transfer, a spacecraft can appear from one coordinate to another coordinate in an instant. The directional curvature bubble uses this technical principle, through large-scale, high-frequency spatial coordinate adjustment, and constantly overlap spatial coordinates, allowing the surrounding spacecraft to jump directly into this curvature bubble through space traction. This technology is much more advanced than interstellar high-speed. Because interstellar high-speed is just a channel, and the directional curvature bubble is a spatial coordinate. As long as you obtain a pass within the range of this spatial coordinate, 100 light-years, you can perform superluminal transmission. As a member of the space civilization, the shuttle naturally understands the power of this technology. It can be said that this thing is a magical tool for interstellar logistics. Unfortunately, this kind of directional curvature bubble consumes too much energy and needs to be combined with a super-mechanical system to start. Even the boundary breaker civilization has not developed a way to miniaturize it. As the space ripples became higher and higher, the shuttle was forced to stand up and retreat to the port area. Then, the next moment, a large amount of rare raw materials, fourth-level energy and space fell from the sky. There are so many, probably equivalent to 1/3 of the supply of the logistics planet. How many star armors do we need to build? They can reverse the Frenzy star armor, so the fake Chuck can do it, and maybe he did it a long time ago. But he didn't understand that the Frenzy star armor can be copied, but the core of the Mecha Frenzy, the Frenzy Hub, is the core secret of the Myrta people's core secrets. Even if the Frenzy Hub is taken out, it is a one-time use, and it will be automatically destroyed after use. It doesn't give anyone a chance to copy it. It is precisely because the Myrta people have good confidentiality technology that other mechanical civilizations have not developed other types of frenzy for a long time. Glancing at the space table on his mechanical body, as expected, the frequency of space parameter changes from slow to fast, even tens of thousands of times a second. This shows that these materials come from different places. Most likely different black markets. It's really convenient to use the curvature bubble to smuggle, the shuttle machine complained casually. Space is everywhere, and I don't know where it comes from. The shuttle suddenly had an idea. Space? I don't know where it comes from. If it is some kind of space technology, the microscopic parameter adjustment is carried out. Is it unknown to the gods and ghosts? And this technology must be of a very high level, not just the 3rd level, it must be the 4th level. And it can adjust the microscopic level and modify it by reducing the dimension. It must be an intelligent weapon. The shuttle immediately combined these clues, and thought of a means of technological blockade against low-level civilizations. Sopon! And it is a space-type Sopon! Finally thought of it, but it's a little earlier than I thought. The shuttle turned around suddenly, and saw that Chuck appeared at some point, and gave him a strange smile. The shuttle instantly felt like it was being targeted by a space monster. The space table was jumping wildly. The void monster, whose torso is made up of space dimensions, and whose head is made up of quantum states, is also the monster that the boundary breaker spaceship is most afraid of encountering when traveling through space. The other party must have super items related to space, and even his body is a top-level space treasure. What now that you know it's a Sopon, is there any way to crack it? The senior engineer asked with interest. The shuttle was silent for a moment, and shook his head bitterly. No way. If it was a 3rd-level blockade, a group of 3rd-level mechanics could still think of a way to create some targeted technology. But if the level reaches the 4th level, even this group of genius mechanics can't do anything. This is a pure level crushing. You know, there are many mechanical civilizations that are still in the early and middle stages, and they haven't even developed 4th-level civilization weapons. What the mechanical civilization could not do with all its strength, even if their group of genius mechanics were geniuses, they had a limit to their abilities. Now the shuttle finally knew why Chuck trusted them so much, and didn't even have any surveillance methods. With the 4th-order Sopon, there was really no need for any surveillance methods. Follow me. The senior engineer led the way. The shuttle followed behind in despair. He couldn't understand why there were so many 4th-order technologies in this place. Could this also be the depths of a 3rd-order civilization? The senior engineer took him to a large rest center in the middle of the production port area. Soon, the son of microwaves, the electronic ghost, the Galen mechanic and others arrived one by one. Among them, Galen mechanic couldn't help but be surprised when he saw Gao Gong's face. He was the first person to recognize Gao Gong. But for some reason, He didn't leak the news. And the reason why these genius mechanics rushed here was not because they received the notice, but because the production port where they were located began to close one by one. They had nowhere to go, so they had to come here. Gao Gong had already sat on the sofa, and the Alpha people who were responsible for maintaining the starport quickly prepared a drink and sent it over. Gao Gong took a sip and smiled. The shuttle should have something to say to you. Why not listen to him first? Everyone looked at the shuttle. The shuttle sighed helplessly, and told the secret of the space Sopon. Sure enough, there was a burst of astonishment. Smart? That dimensionality reduction weapon? There are also space-type smarts, aren't they microscopic weapons? No wonder all creations are instantly restored. I thought it was a mysterious time method before, but it turned out to be space technology. After being shocked and stunned, they pondered and then gave up. This kind of expression appeared on the face of every mechanic, if they had a face. After Gao Gong finished drinking the strange-tasting drink, he stood up and said, "Okay, it seems that you are now truly aware of your situation. Very good. Oh, by the way, all production ports have been closed recently. But considering that your private work should not be able to be carried out in a short time, the impact is not great. As for the Frenzy Star armor, make the design drawings first, and wait for a while. After all the ports are fully developed, conduct experimental simulations." These dozens of mechanics have contributed 300 Frenzy Star armor drawings that have been systematically tested to Gao Gong recently. Including the previous ones, Gao Gong has a total of 800 drawings. It has broken through the level of small mecha frenzy, and reached intermediate mecha frenzy. This is the real reason why Gao Gong came. As for why most of the functions of the starport are closed, it is naturally because someone has activated the military option. Frenzy production. Sacrifice the productivity of all other production ports, concentrate the industrial capacity of the starport in one port, and increase the production efficiency of this port by 1000%. Looking at the back of Gao Gong leaving, everyone looked at each other. There was a mechanic covered with mechanical gears, and the gear eyes fell in one direction. In that direction, it felt the brewing of terrifying mechanical energy, which even broke through the limit of the planet's production capacity in a short time. Chapter 13:15. When all the production areas of the entire starport, from inside to outside, from top to bottom, are activated and enter the frenzy production, the result is no longer a planet-level mechanical factory, but the production starts to operate on a planet-by-planet basis. The flowing liquid metal flows directly from the cracks in the ground, converges into long rivers, and spreads to the entire alluvial plain. In this process, the ores and mines hidden underground in the Alpha Mother Planet are all melted and refined. After being extracted by the high temperature and high pressure of the star core refining pool, they flow out of the surface, and then adjust the gravitational field of the entire planet to separate the components and return them to the various mantle forging workshops in need. From the surface to the mantle layer, it is the underground logistics network that moves together with the dynamic factory cluster. In one channel, there are hundreds of millions of processing robots, first level, second level, and third level robotic arms. From surface shaping to refining and processing, to atomic layer carving, tens of thousands of links are completed in one logistics channel. Further down, there is the antimatter furnace temporarily transformed from the star core. The materials smelted inside are the high-grade materials purchased from various black markets. The dense manufacturing matrix is from the outside to the inside, from the material layer to the cover to the gravity layer. This kind of large-scale planetary production can only be achieved with 100% developed starports at full efficiency. In the atmosphere, the Orgrimmar students who were specially pulled here looked at this scene with fiery eyes. This level of industrial production is not only something they have never seen before, even those mechanical geniuses of the third-level civilization have mostly seen it for the first time. It was so exciting, however, they didn't notice that when they were concentrating, two illusory figures flashed in space. Not only did they not notice it, even those third-level geniuses didn't notice it. "It's too exaggerated," Microwave Sun muttered. "Hundreds of billions of machines can participate in production. So scary." The third-level mechanic with gears all over his body was about to smoke. He came to a conclusion, that is, as long as there are 10 such planets, the production capacity they burst out is enough to match the industrial output value of their civilization in a star. "It's too exaggerated." All the third-level mechanics were also dazzled and couldn't help themselves. The passing space figure glanced at these fools curiously. Velvet asked Gate curiously, "Are these the artificial idiots released by the leader? They don't look very smart." "No, they are not mechanical life forms. They have the phantoms of countless machines on them. They should be mechanics from other civilizations." Gate glanced at them and said calmly, So that's how it is. Gade looked at Velvet again. When you meet the leader, it's better for you to be online with your main personality, otherwise I'm worried that the leader will bite you. You found out all this, Velvet said incredulously. You know, his experience with the main personality is more than 95% similar. With this degree of similarity, it's no problem to regard it as a clone of the main personality. This was actually discovered by the other party. Is this guy secretly in love with me? Soon, Velvet's eyes flashed with a complex quantum fluctuation, and the real main personality changed and went online. He complained right away. You are the only one who has too many problems. I brought you here, but you are still nagging. The leader has no problem with it, but you do. I am just giving you a friendly reminder, Gade said calmly. I have noticed that you have changed a lot recently, and you are less and less like an old member of our Star Pirates. I think our Legion doesn't have any strict rules. It's a good thing to have rules. Wei didn't think much about it. After complaining a few words, he complained to Gade again. It's so difficult. The stream of consciousness swordsmanship taught by General Xiaoyu, I can't learn it in my current state, so who else can learn it? In the eyes of the old man, Xiaoyu is just a little girl, but in the eyes of the NPCs who joined later, Xiaoyu is an absolute big shot, the highest ranking general in the camp, the 5-star General Xiaoyu, the same as MacArthur. You should know that there are only 2 5-star generals in the entire camp. That trick to break the skill limit? Gade is also somewhat interested in this legendary trick. After all, even in the Stringer civilization back then, no one had figured it out. And here 2 of them came at once. I seriously suspect that it's a problem with the teaching quality, otherwise I wouldn't have any clues at all. Yes. Hundreds of Velvets' voices rang out at the same time. It's rare to get the approval of so many Velvets at the same time. I'm not afraid of a teacher who's old and slick, I'm afraid of a teacher who's mentally retarded. Xiaoyu is a living example. When a teacher is mentally retarded, even the most powerful students will be dragged into the same mentally retarded realm. But soon, Velvet began to gloat over his misfortune again. But I'm not the most unlucky one. After all, we senior executives can learn for free. If we can't learn, it will only take some time. Those Scourge warriors, who have worked so hard to get the qualification, are the ones who are unlucky. What Wirewise said has already fermented in the forum. I don't know how many posts are complaining about this matter, how to go from 1 to 0 for mentally retarded people. How to keep up with the pace of Teacher Xiaoyu in quantum reading. I found a trick. As long as you temporarily use the cyberpsychosis potion, you can keep up with the pace. I'm vomiting blood. My 100,000 faction points are gone. Now, even the most iron-blooded mechanical angel party can't say anything, because this group of Xiaoyu's brainless fans really spent 100,000 points to learn the legendary skills from the other party. As a result, the learning progress is almost 0. Of course, there are also smart people who try to find another way and understand in battle. After all, everyone knows that in real life, the mechanical angel's intelligent module is generally not turned on, but once it enters combat mode, it is fully efficient, and as long as you watch the other party practice a few more times, with your own learning chip / biological computer / super brain ability, you can copy and paste it. As a result, those who think so were hacked to death without exception. What's more fucked up is that this stream of consciousness knife technique seems to be able to control the player's drop level. After an unlucky guy died, he dropped 10 levels directly and fainted on the spot. Boss, where are you? I want to learn from you. The leader can do it too, why don't you go find him? After listening to Velvet's complaints, Gade couldn't help asking. The leader is elusive, and only God knows where to stop him. Velvet rolled his eyes, and complained strongly. Then you saw me now, which means you are smarter than a ghost. The voice of the senior engineer sounded at the end of the mechanical passage. Wirewire quickly shut up and subconsciously showed a flattering expression. Boss. In front of the temporary antimatter furnace, the two finally met the senior engineer, and saw the Frenzy Star armors implanted in the engine. Looking around, there were tens of thousands of them, all floating outside the star core. The third-level star armor is also a type of third-level energy weapon. The production efficiency of third-level energy weapons is 100 pieces / planet day. And with the blessing of 10,000% production efficiency of violent production, the production efficiency of the Frenzy Star armor has become 10,000 units per day. This is not an ordinary energy weapon, but a large-scale third-level combat machine. The mechanical energy of each Frenzy Star armor is more than 50 million. 10,000 units per day, a very scary number. Chapter 1316. The star armor of the Merida people has a unique aesthetic of the Merida people. No matter which version of the frenzy, it exudes a breathtaking beauty. Some star armors have slender limbs, like the limbs of an elegant dancer, but they also contain powerful strength. Circles of metal decorations, like vines, are wrapped around the arms, and these vines are dotted with sharp thorns, which are both beautiful and dangerous. Some star armors have huge wings spread out behind them, like the wings of a demon. The skeleton of the wings is made of metal that shines with cold light, and countless gems emitting purple light are inlaid in between. The surface of the wings is covered with a thin, but tough metal film, on which exquisite and strange patterns are painted. Unlike the General Man star armor, with 10 circles around the waist, the star armor cabin device is removed due to telekinesis control. Without a device, the Myrda people can give full play to their aesthetic talents. In fact, Gao Gong saw many shadows of intelligent species in these frenzy series, including Garens, with sharp edges and corners, bionic spines winding like mechanical dragons, exposed hydraulic pipelines at the seams of armor like bulging blue veins, the particle ship slashing sword on the right arm humming out of the sheath. 128 folded blades unfolding jagged edges, like a mechanical peacock spreading its tail, and the metal knocking sound emitted by the left shoulder rail gun when it rotates. And locked step by step, just like the hydraulic hissing of the foot piercing the ground, it constitutes a prelude to killing. They are old rivals, and they have a crush on each other. This Frenzy 11 is full of a sense of déjà vu of domineering president. There are 800 drawings of the Frenzy series. According to Gao Gong's plan, an average of 10,000 units of each Frenzy series will be produced. That is 8 million units. Under normal conditions, it takes 800 planetary days. But he doesn't have to wait so many days. After all, the minimum number of small mecha Frenzy is only 100,000 units, which is the number of a star armor army. But Veldy was still shocked. As the owner of the space fruit, he can clearly feel that the threat emanating from these star armors is stronger than any mechanical species in the camp. Only those mechanical generals, such as Blood Spider and Tianwei, can suppress them. This is natural. After all, the Frenzy series is a top-grade product even among all the Myrda star armor types. Ideally, these Frenzy star armors should be equipped with the camp's specialties, such as original arc furnace, Planet Guardian technology, and even God-killing suit, which is the complete form. But it is definitely too late now. Apart from anything else, even if all the 4th level ores of the Narwhal Alpha constellation were mined, it might not be possible to gather the number of original arc furnaces needed in this batch. This is no longer a matter of a planet, or even a star. The correct solution is to first build the most primitive version of the Mecha Frenzy, and then find a way to upgrade it. Have you brought what I want? The senior engineer looked at Gate, or the sword holder Gate. Gate nodded and took out something from the dimensional bag. As soon as this thing came out, the space fruit in Veldy's body suddenly jumped out, and the space light overflowed directly from the surface of the fruit, and the surrounding space parameters jumped wildly. Under the light of the fruit, the spherical body that was originally as bright as a gem completely revealed its existence. It was a hollow sphere composed of dense space strings. The threads interwoven between the strings had completely become quantum states, and turned into a quantum observation point. When you look at it from the quantum observation point, the surface of the sphere will split into countless self-nested geometric bodies, and the shapes of these geometric bodies correspond to the styles of the Frenzy star armor present. Not bad. Gate's mouth twitched a few times, and his mouth moved a few times, but he didn't say anything back. Gao Gong didn't evaluate it from the perspective of technology. Because it was a 4th level individual equipment, and it was so miniaturized, it was absolutely high-tech. Put it in any 3rd level mechanical civilization, it would also be a standard civilization treasure. Gao Gong was purely from the perspective of cost. Most of the string controller legacy he brought back from the black hole was used on this. Apart from other things, 3 space sophons were dismantled, 1 was destroyed due to the experiment, and the other 2 formed these geometric bodies. As for the void chain and void membrane, which are as valuable as the sophon, they are used even more. Space sophon is a 4th tier equipment. But the void chain and void membrane are also standard 3rd tier top level, cross-civilization level. In the fairy tale, they are definitely half a step to the 4th tier. The void chain is fine. In addition to blocking space, the biggest use of this thing is to tame void species, such as some dimension monsters without entities, such as the Lord of the Void. But the void membrane is different. It is just a light membrane on the surface, less than the size of a palm. But if it is stretched out, it can cover an entire star system. If it is just covering, it is just an oversized space rag, but its function is not only covering, but also erasing all space coordinates within the coverage range. In other words, it can erase the star system from the space range. Even if the army of the anti-insect civilization comes, it can't find the star system controlled by Gao Gong. Of course, the Void Dwellers, who are also space-type civilizations, may have space technology for reconnaissance. But this can be discussed. You need the legacy of the string controller, and I just happen to have it. We can make a deal. To be honest, it has been so long, and the group of Void Dwellers didn't come to him, which surprised Gao Gong a little. But now I think it's probably because the Anti-Insect Alliance front collapsed, and they can't take care of him for the time being. And the reason why Gao Gong is willing to give up the virtual membrane. That means there are enough benefits for him to make another choice. For example, stronger offensive means. Gao Gong took the space string ball from the other party, and the system automatically refreshed its attributes. Name: Space String Ball. Category: Civilization Weapon. Quality: 4th Order. Weight? ? Basic attributes: None. Function 1. Space State Space Storage. Every area where 3 space strings intersect creates a space domain as large as a dimensional bag. Function 2. Quantum State Quantum Storage. Through quantum overlap, the fusion storage of quantum states. Remarks: A 4th order equipment with extremely monotonous attributes. To put it nicely, its professional functions are beyond description. Gao Gong thinks the system's complaints are quite accurate. The Space Sapon, which is specially used for dimensionality reduction and attack, has 3 functions. You only have 2, and they are the lowest storage function. But it's good to be able to create it at this stage. You can't expect Gate to have the ability to create things like the top stringer in a short time, nor can you expect the stringer to have the ability of the observer civilization in the quantum field. If they had this ability, Gao Gong would have been beaten to death by a bunch of Shrek. And to be honest, from the perspective of Gao Gong, this equipment is not bad in terms of basic functions. The first space storage is the space domain, not the space area, which means that it is not a simple dead storage, and it is entirely possible to insert a space plug-in similar to the Infinite Machine into it. 100,000 space domains can have 100,000 arsenals. Gao Gong values the second point the most, quantum storage. This is the key to copying the Mecha Frenzy. Chapter 1317. According to Gao Gong's understanding of the mechanical frenzy, the power of this civilization weapon lies in the fact that it uses some unknown technology to integrate 100,000, 1 million, 10 million, or even 100 million third-level star armors into a super-mechanical ecology. Mechanical energy sharing, health sharing, and parts sharing. In this way, even if facing 4th-level weapons, as long as the number is large enough, the opponent can be killed. Special mechas are very important. And this mechanical ecology is more important. Gao Gong is not the kind of freak who can understand other people's technology trees at a glance. But he can achieve his goal in a way. That is quantum technology. The overlap of quantum states is essentially an alternative life ecology. It's just that this life ecology is easily focused on by the space-time administration. It doesn't matter, I have someone above me. The iron-blooded confidant of the Witch of Time. Sometimes, as long as a person is shameless and confident, he will believe the lies he tells too many times. Now Gao Gong is particularly confident. Let's try it. Gao Gong muttered to himself. Gao Gong directly activated the function of quantum storage. The next moment, the nearest frenzy type 11 was attracted and flew over directly. Gao Gong flicked his finger, and the next moment, this space string ball shot into the opponent's forehead. At the same time, Gao Gong closed his eyes, and the machine consciousness backup stored in the biological computer directly uploaded the data. The eyes of this frenzy type 11 lit up instantly. At the same time, Gao Gong's column of mechanical body, which had been gray for a long time, lit up again. Name: Frenzy Type 11, Mr. G. Category: Star Armor. Quality: Level 3 Civilization. Weight: 160 T. Mechanical Energy: 65 million/65 million. Defense Value: 3 million/3 million. Mechanical Modules: Golden Dragon Engine System, Engine Module, Hydraulic Ship Slashing Series, Weapon Module, 16 Instantaneous Railguns, Weapon Module 2, Morbi Mechanical Frame, Torso Model, Gold Particle Simulation, Defense Module, Plug-in Bar, Mechanical Transformation Parts, Airborne Reactor, Star Wars Class Space Cannon * 108 rounds, Space Radar. Advanced Energy Coating, Waste Exploder, Back Exploder, Mirda Telepathic Wave Device. Remarks: Heavyweight Star Armor, High Burst, High Damage, High Defense, and High Damage. It is worthy of being a heavy Star Armor series that simulates gold skin, and its performance is very fierce. Gao Gong pulled out the ship-slashing sword. This ship-slashing sword is huge, with a red blade. It can burst out tens of millions of high temperatures through the high-efficiency operation of the mechanical body, and it also has its own gravity anchor point to suppress. High-frequency shock blade, 2 high-burst skills, is a third-level excellent ship blade. Such excellent ship blades can be produced thanks to the third-level industrial development of the starport. In fact, even if the Milta people produce them internally, most of these ship blades are of excellent quality, and there are very few excellent ones. Gao Gong thinks that this mechanical body should have no problem breaking 10 million damage with full firepower. And as the machine consciousness data is uploaded on the system panel of the house, a series of mechanical talents and mechanical skills are all unlocked. The two most important ones are undoubtedly life and blood volume. The mechanical health is 1333827/1333827. In the category column, star armor is transformed into mechanical life. At the same time, the mechanical energy began to drop wildly, from 65 million, 55 million, 50 million, and finally fixed at 33 million. This is not surprising, because the mechanical body calculates the mechanical energy of all mechanical modules, and the mechanical life calculates the part of mechanical energy related to health. Think positively. As long as higher-level mechanical modules are constantly replaced, the mechanical energy that is dropped can still be increased. And it won't take so long. As the space light of the space string ball on the Frenzy Type 11 continued to light up, one after another, the third-level star armor flew over and merged with the Frenzy Type 11 transformed by Gao Gong. As soon as several star armors merged, Gao Gong's mechanical energy and mechanical health began to soar, and soon reached the upper limit of the third level. Mechanical energy, 100 million. Mechanical health, 10 million. But this is the upper limit of the third-order individual, not the upper limit of the quantum state. Soon, a plus sign was added after both. Mechanical energy, 100 million, plus 65 million plus 55 million plus 62 million. Mechanical health, 10 million, plus 9 million plus 8 million plus 9.03 million. From the perspective of Gate and Velvet, it is the Frenzy 11 type that is devouring one third-order star armor after another. Every time it devours one, the space string bead between the eyebrows lights up. At the same time, the quantum state of the high-tech mechanical body deepens. Velvet has a lot to say in this regard. Seeing the random movement of the Frenzy 11, it was as if thousands of star armors overlapped and swayed, but the shadow of the machine under his feet became larger and deeper. Velvet's spatial sensing ability could no longer detect the spatial parameters around Gao Gong. The high-dimensional state is a higher-order spatial state. Unless he develops the spatial fruit to 100%, he really can't detect the high-dimensional parameters. Can it succeed? Velvet couldn't understand. His consciousness fusion was already extremely difficult. And the other party was not only merging consciousness, but countless flesh bodies. And it was a mechanical body. This kind of operation, let alone he had never seen it, he had never heard of it. Unless they had merged before the quantum superposition state. Gates said thoughtfully. All the Frenzy star armors are part of the Mecha Frenzy, so when they enter the quantum superposition state, the functional module of the Mecha Frenzy is automatically activated. The next moment, the shadows under the feet of the Frenzy Type 11 suddenly turned into a group of star armor shadows. The star armor collapsed on the spot, and turned into hundreds of thousands of mechanical parts, which were then sucked into the body of Gao Gong's mechanical body. 1, 2, 3, hundreds of star armor decomposed and merged. In the eyes of Gao Gong's mechanical body, the black tide transformed by the mechanical frenzy was higher and higher. The two people present felt creepy at the same time. This creepy feeling was like being faced by a star destroyer cannon or a planetary cannon. On Gao Gong's system panel, the mechanical energy changed in an instant, and all the plus signs were added together. Gao Gong's mechanical energy instantly changed from 100 million to 500 billion. Then, his figure disappeared instantly, and when he reappeared, he was on the surface of Alpha's mother planet. The mechanical body bent down, opened its big mouth, and the mouth was as deep as the sea. The mechanical eye sockets were completely black. The next moment, those who were present and those who were not present, all high-level life forms, felt a strong threat to their lives. Number 19, Lady Narwhal, Molters, Gao Yuan, Little Scarlet Queen, Ti Yangqi, Astrology Great Elder and other high-level camp leaders all appeared. And the first reaction was that the Myrna people were coming. From the perspective of outer space, a black line appeared on the surface of the planet again. The mecha frenzy that appeared once before in the Three Worms disaster appeared again. The black line gave birth to a black tide and swallowed the entire planet at sublight speed. In the black tide, countless metal lights surged like a tide, and the metal skeleton glowed with cold light and white light in the tide, and merged into a higher-level mechanical ecology in the next moment. The huge amount of raw materials produced by the starport became the nutrients of the mecha frenzy at this moment. Not only metal materials, but also energy, information, and even the gene chains of carbon-based organisms can become nutrients for the mecha frenzy. This is the real reason for its horror. And just when everyone was on high alert, the iron black tide that had covered most of the planet's surface suddenly got stuck. Chapter 1318. This stuck is not a description, but a literal stuck. The mechanical jaw clicked and dislocated. At the same time, the strong mechanical body of the Frenzy 11 was also dislocated. The mechanical joints, the star armor engine, and the energy pipelines were either smoking or emitting flames, and there were large areas of swelling. With a loud sound of metal tearing, another Frenzy 11 that was even more miserable than it was torn out. After the quantum state was cancelled, the two star armors were torn apart again, becoming 4, then 4 became 8, and 8 became 16. The further they went, the more damaged the star armors were. Some of them collapsed into hundreds of thousands of mechanical parts on the spot as soon as they were torn out, exploding into large mechanical fireworks. The mecha frenzy made by Gao Gong looked even more miserable. Some of the places it covered looked like a pot of just boiled metal soup, with hundreds of mechanical debris floating on it, and the range of the soup was slightly larger, covering the entire sea area. Others turned into rolling hills of parts, towering engine peaks, arc-shaped rainbows composed of electric currents, and mechanical equators surrounding the planet. The main feature was a big show of planetary wonders. Of course, a mere 100,000 star armors would not create so many mechanical changes, but in the process of the mechanical frenzy, it swallowed 1,000,000 times the amount of metal materials as star armors, and its processing speed was even faster than that of the starport. Gao Gong's organism flew out of the starport exit slowly. With the mutual induction of the two life forms, Gao Gong knew what happened long ago. Is it really a failure? Gao Gong gently tapped his mechanical body, which is the Frenzy 11 star armor. This mighty and powerful heavy armor instantly broke into pieces. At the same time, Gao Gong's mechanical health was reset to 0 again. It was not until then that the high-level members of the camp fell one by one and looked at each other. They had 10,000 words to say, but at this moment, they didn't know what to say. Oh, you are here too. Gao Gong seemed to have just discovered this group of people at this moment, and said calmly, "Don't be excited, I am doing a mechanical test. There will always be failures in the test. Little sister, do me a favor and clear the planetary garbage." Is it to clear a planet, or to clear the garbage of the entire planet? Looking at the Alpha Mother planet, that was ruined from the surface to the depths of the planet, more than one person silently complained in his heart. Gao Yuanyuan naturally listened to her brother the most. Soon, the entire planet was virtualized again under the control of the star network. At the same time, several worm babies raised by Gao Yuanyuan, emit protozoa, split directly in the atmosphere, and the insects fell like rain, and the stomach of each insect seemed like a bottomless pit. The piles of garbage were quickly flattened by them after being converted into data garbage. In order to speed up, Gao Yuanyuan also used the ability of her boss template. Progress bar time. Embed virtual code into the void to create a large-scale local area network, in which the progress of time can be adjusted. In the eyes of outsiders, the speed of these insects seemed to have accelerated hundreds of times at once. If according to the standards of a planetary civilization, it would take at least 100 years to clean up the garbage, but it was swept away in just half a day. Looking at the smooth mirror-like surface of the planet, He Guanlon couldn't help but complain, "If one day we can't make it, we can also set up an interstellar garbage disposal company to help people clean up garbage." Gao Yuanyuan covered her mouth and chuckled. There is no temperament of a civilized leader at all. Of course, except for Gao Gong, no one dared to ask the leader of civilization to pick up garbage. "Boss, the mechanical energy and mechanical fluctuations I just detected seem to be..." The old man in the camp, who is also an explorer in the direction of mechanical transformation, couldn't help asking. "It's like, too much like." As the most famous civilized weapon of the Merida people, not to mention the entire galaxy, to be modest, at least it is the epitome of mechanical life forms in this star region. The mecha craze has always been the research object of the surrounding civilized forces and non-civilized forces. Naturally, there are related studies in their own camp. After all, in the era of Dugoka, the Mecha project is even their fifth product to open up the planetary arms market. As an upgraded version of the Mecha, the Star Armor is naturally also within the scope of research. For example, the mainframe has a point of view recently, that is, why the Myrta people's mecha craze is not called the Star Armor craze. A big reason is that this is a kind of mechanical ecology that feeds back to the original. If there is a natural mechanical civilization, their factory settings are unlikely to be a mechanical body that suddenly comprehends artificial intelligence, because in the universe, the probability of survival of such individual machines and the probability of igniting civilization are very low. This does not conform to the number and positioning of mechanical civilization in this universe. Then, excluding the cross-stellar spread of some mechanical virus, or large-scale infection such as mechanical revolution. The most orthodox origin of mechanical civilization may be derived from large-scale mechanical movements similar to the mecha craze. The mecha craze may not be the only origin, but it is definitely one of the origins. Yes, it is the mecha craze. After hearing the truth, the brain screen of the main computer instantly turned into a mosaic. The boss actually made this. This is a civilization artifact. The genius mechanics who came later, after hearing the senior engineer's personal admission, also took a breath. Although it was expected, when the other party really admitted it in person, it was still extremely shocked. As the pearl makers of the interstellar manufacturing industry, only this group of mechanics can truly understand the technological content of the mecha craze. It is not an exaggeration to say that the production of the fourth-level civilization weapons is not as difficult as it. The mechanics present have begun to contact the core of their own civilization technology. It is not an exaggeration to say that even if their civilization does not have the fourth-level civilization weapons, they have relevant development materials in hand. But there is no decent research on the mecha craze. Galen mechanics feel the most deeply. As a civilization of military expansionism, the Galen Republic, which can use heavy ships and cannons, is firmly on the third star circle, and can only open up enclaves in other star circles. There is only one reason for this: the other party has the same level of heavy ships and cannons, not the densely packed Star Armor army. Because the latter, the Galen people have a way to deal with. And this kind of heavy ship and cannon is the mecha craze. Even the mortal enemy like the Galen people did not understand the principle, let alone other civilizations. The most important thing is that Gao Gong is not just talking, he really made it. Although the mecha craze just now only lasted half, this half alone exceeded all the mechanical civilizations that studied it. If the Silver Samurai is still here at this time, I don't know what he would feel now. A mechanic muttered to himself. The Silver Warrior was a genius mechanic of the Myrta people, and he had a strong reputation among the younger generation, even better than the trumpet of the senior engineer. However, when he was running away, he was caught up by the leader of the Dark Elves and hacked to death on the spot. If he was still alive, he would see that the treasure of his civilization was leaked. I am afraid that his mood would be much more complicated than that of everyone present. Chapter 1319. In the eyes of everyone, Gao Gong has evolved from a genius mechanic to a super mechanic. Among individual civilizations, perhaps only a few civilization brains with a safety level above that of civilization leaders can be comparable. But Gao Gong knows his own business. His talent tree is mostly based on the book technology. The rest is all based on advanced vision and step-by-step calculations. Just like this mecha frenzy, he actually took a shortcut. Use quantum superposition to solve the fusion problem of Star Armor. And quantum technology is not only the ascension technology of the string controller, but also the core means of the observer civilization. In other words, he is actually using a dimensionality reduction strike to master the mecha frenzy. The first failure was within my expectations, but the fact that the mechanical body burned out so quickly was beyond my expectations. Once out of the space string ball, the disappearance of the quantum state is also a headache. Gao Gong's mecha frenzy is different from the Myrta version. The Myrta version obviously regards the mecha frenzy as a strategic weapon. Its frenzy center must be a very complex large system. But Gao Gong's version of the frenzy is a personal system. And the anchor point of the personal system is his mechanical body. 10 million HP is already the upper limit of the third level species, and it is impossible to have a higher HP than it. It can't hold on for a moment. So how to last the mecha frenzy? Gao Gong woke up from his contemplation and saw everyone looking at him eagerly, and couldn't help but smile. What are you all looking at me doing? Give the order to isolate the entire planet. I want to use it for experiments. Boss, can I stay and watch? You can let me do anything, the main computer said with shining eyes. Of course, this is a screen special effect. Sure. Someone started, and others naturally signed up enthusiastically. Not only the people of Orbamar, but even the Alpha people who had already uploaded their consciousness, also boldly asked for several places. Looking at the genius mechanics, who were hesitant to speak, Gao Gong smiled lightly. You can also stay, but there is a condition. What condition? Microwave Sun immediately said excitedly. I will evolve the mechanical frenzy, which will cause some damage to the starport. You are responsible for repairing it. Gao Gong had glanced at the system before. Just an unfinished mecha frenzy, the integrity of the starport dropped to 90%. No matter how advanced a machine is, it will not stop running until it is 100% damaged. In fact, if it can maintain most of its functions before it is damaged to 50%, it is already very good and quite durable. The other mechanics did not have any opinions. They are mechanics, and this is what they do. Moreover, researching fourth-order buildings is an opportunity that may not be available even within their own civilization. Mechanic Galen was particularly excited, as he could research both the top spaceport creations and the treasures of the mortal enemy Merida civilization. Double happiness. Fortunately, he was captured at the beginning, otherwise there would be no good news. After arranging everyone, Senior Engineer returned to the core of the starport. The biggest contributor to the ability to conduct the Mecha Frenzy drill was the starport in a frenzy production state. 10,000 units are produced daily. Without this great treasure, any treasure of civilization is just a castle in the air. As the saying goes, no matter how powerful the technology is, it is afraid of production capacity. This is true. For everyone, the drill of Mecha Frenzy is like a peerless beauty winking at them. The first time I saw it, I was very excited. The second time I saw it, I was very excited. The third time I saw it, I was still very excited. There is no cooling off period. Not to mention the boss of the group of fire machines, who stare at each other mechanically every day, regardless of gender, model distinction. All of them are like old perverts seeing girls. The high-level people of other camps also appear at fixed times and locations, as if they were watching a big show, except for a handful of melon seeds and peanuts. Even the players are excited. But it's not because of the excitement of Mecha Frenzy. It's because Mr. G has finally been refreshed and launched amidst the long-awaited calls. Boss G, I love you. Come here quickly, I want you to teach me skills. Take my points and leave my legendary skills. My big knife, oh no, the points are already thirsty. Damn you bunch of roll kings, I said that I couldn't even grab a daily faction during this period. It turns out that you are all grinding. Now this group of players, who have found Gao Gong, have many familiar faces, all of whom have appeared in Xiaoyu's small classroom. 100,000 faction points. I dare not imagine how these people have been grinding. And among this group of black people, there is a small group of special people, each of whom is full of grief and anger, holding banners in their hands. Hard-earned money, my heart hopes, pay me back the debt to get through the difficulties. The bad teacher misleads the children, the planner is hard to change. The two sides jointly set up a bureau, cheating my faction points. Points. Can I surrender half of it? Why was I banned for selling videos on the forum? But Sister G was. Can my doll brother's body be obtained for free? Gao Gong looked at the picture on the projection screen, and his mouth twitched several times. Although the fourth disasters have always been abstract, if they continue to be so abstract, I am really afraid that you will do the same offline one day. You will be invited to have tea. But they can't come in because the entire planet is isolated. Number 19 and Lady Narwhal join forces to create a large-scale energy tide in the high-orbit space of the planet. This is enough to isolate players from the physical level. In addition, Gao Gong's Mecha Frenzy experiment is also coming to an end. After more than 3 verifications, Gao Gong confirmed his ideas and confirmed his equipment needs. And in the reward column, get a civilization customized equipment. This system reward has been dead for a while. Gao Gong has never been willing to draw it. As a reward for defending against the attack of the Merida civilization, this is a rare restricted level, oh no, customized level service of this system. Civilization customization, theoretically speaking, Gao Gong may not only draw 3rd level equipment and 3rd level civilization buildings, but also 4th level equipment and 4th level civilization weapons. If it is a 3rd level civilization in its heyday, it is entirely possible to break through a level with the power of civilization. For example, the group of stringers. Even if he is a little bolder, he can draw an ascension building. Gao Gong can even prepare for the ascension of civilization in advance. This is not an ascension experiment made by the Black Machinery Alliance, but a serious and successful ascension product. However, this time, he decided to use this customization on the Mecha Frenzy. I need a mechanical equipment that can maintain the performance of the mechanical body in the mechanical frenzy mode, while anchoring the quantum state, and Gao Gong described all the problems found in these experiments. Emphasized that the equipment level does not exceed the third level. Although high-level equipment is good, it is useless if the equipment requirements are too high. And this kind of customized service is a bit unexpected. Gao Gong originally thought that the system would create an equipment out of nothing, or give him a few options as before. But the reason why this customization is customized is that it seems to be customized on the spot. The first thing that popped up was nothing else but his own technology tree panel. Chapter 1320. Since inheriting the black hole legacy of the Stringer civilization, the civilization panel of the senior engineer has been all red. Most of the professional knowledge has been lit up. And 9 of the 12 professional knowledge chains of the mechanic civilization are lit up. Advanced armor theory, starship engineering, primary application of galaxy energy, advanced machine ecology, advanced space theory, planetary host, advanced mechanics, body-wise man, mechanical army. From these 9 professional knowledge chains alone, it can be seen that these technology fields involve energy, spacecraft technology, large-scale mechanical engineering, mechanical development, AI, space, mechanical warfare, life system and other directions. So it is not a lie that the mechanic can build anything. As for the remaining 3 great professional knowledge chains, they also represent a direction. Nanotechnology, small and medium-sized celestial body transformation, civilization species-specific technology. The first 2 are easy to understand. Nanotechnology is nanotechnology. The small and medium celestial bodies in the transformation of small and medium celestial bodies are only relative to stars, black holes, supergalaxies, and star clusters. In fact, 99% of the planets in the entire universe are small and medium celestial bodies. And when this technology tree is developed to the limit, a 4th-order starport is the graduation product. As for the exclusive technology of civilization species, it was once pondered by the senior engineer for a while. Later, he went to the black hole and figured it out. Not to figure out myself, but to figure out the exclusive technology of civilization species of the Stringer, 100% of which is on quantum technology. This seems to be a rare, freely selectable professional knowledge chain. As the system automatically activates the panel, the professional knowledge on the knowledge chain seems to be automatically arranged and combined, and is dragged from the civilization panel to the blueprint synthesis panel. For example, multi-species simulation deformation theory and compound material science and advanced armor theory. Honeycomb AI and starship engineering. Purebred mechanical transformation, reactor law, advanced mechanical design and advanced mechanics. Gravitational potential energy system, magnetohydrodynamics, dark energy coupling reaction and primary application of galaxy energy. Supercomputing structure, artificial intelligence integration in planetary computer. Space AI, mechanical AI, quantum algorithm in body-wise. High-dimensional space science, low-dimensional space science and advanced space theory. It was the first time that senior engineer saw that a bet on an equipment blueprint required more than a dozen professional knowledge. You know, so much professional knowledge is enough for betting on civilization buildings. According to his own experience, generally speaking, the combination of 2 or 3 professional knowledge has the highest success rate. If it is higher, the success rate of the blueprint will decrease exponentially. If more than a dozen professional knowledge are used in the same direction, to be honest, if it were not for the system's own operation, it would be the first time for Gao Gong to know that there are so many boxes in the blueprint column. After selecting these professional knowledge into the synthesis column, the system was stuck for 2 seconds. Then artificial intelligence integration was thrown out. This is a bit scary, dear. There is a saying that we are not afraid of AI that is mentally retarded, but we are afraid of AI that is particularly artificial. And you can throw away anyone else, but you have to throw away this professional knowledge. Are you deliberately hiding something? Synthesis successful. You get 15 plus blueprint Klein bottle resonator. You get the equipment Klein bottle resonator so fast. Gao Gong's eyes blurred, and suddenly there was a semi-mechanical, semi-quantum Klein bottle in front of him. As soon as this equipment came out, Gao Gong's lower body directly entered the quantum state. To outsiders, it was like 2 thighs version of billions of particles. Even if you know it is 2 thighs, you can't see 2 thighs intuitively. You can only see countless cells, genes, and even smaller biological structures. This instinctive reaction and inherent concepts have a strong conflict. And when the Klein bottle rotates, Gao Gong's upper body enters the quantum state again. And from Gao Gong's own feeling, it is even more amazing. He even feels that his current state can walk from one time and space into another parallel time and space. But the magic is that you can only walk halfway. Either the upper body walks or the lower body walks. It even makes Gao Gong feel that the upper body is in this time and space, and the lower body is in another time and space. There is a subtle sense of coolness. As for the shape of the Klein bottle, it is like a teapot handle, but one end is inserted into the closed bottle body. In terms of spatial properties, it is an unorientable two-dimensional manifold, without the distinction between inside and outside, and no cross-embedding in three-dimensional space. Theoretically, if you want to contact all of his bodies, 3 dimensions are not enough, you have to upgrade the dimension. And this semi-mechanical and semi-quantum teapot handle is the same as Gao Gong's current state. Either the outside is mechanized, and the inside is observed as countless microscopic particles, or the internal pot neck is mechanized to form a very complex microscopic mechanical structure. Gao Gong directly refreshed its properties. Name: Klein Bottle Resonator. Category: Space-time equipment/quantum equipment. Level: 3rd order, cross-civilization, pseudo-4th order, function 1, mechanical upgrade through resonance. The mechanical device is converted into a quantum state, or the quantum state is upgraded and converted into a mechanical module. Function 2, cannot be embedded in space. Artificially create a closed quantum space, in which you can observe yourself and be observed. Warning: the resonance performance of this Klein bottle is particularly strong. It can be placed in the front or in the reverse direction, but not horizontally, otherwise there is a 50% probability of causing spacetime overlap, resulting in high risk and unpredictable consequences. Note: the 3rd level equipment has this level of function, which is simply a miracle from the creator. Oh my god. So you can actually evaluate the system instead of just complaining. The reason why Gao Gong thinks the system is a real evaluation is very simple. This thing is really a miracle. With the same professional knowledge, Gao Gong used up all the camp experience and couldn't get it. This is definitely the result of the dark adjustment probability, and in line with the characteristics of the more complex the introduction, the more powerful the function. Mechanical dimensionality upgrade can basically solve the maintenance problem of mecha frenzy. It is equivalent to hanging a permanent quantum buff. What's even more amazing is that, because of the characteristics of this thing, Gao Gong can enter the quantum state when releasing the mecha frenzy. Mechanical frenzy for the enemy, quantum mode for himself. Quantum life has no concept of health. Now, the enemy can't behead him. As for the non-embeddable space, or the closed quantum space, it solves another problem. This is also a very serious problem that Gao Gong found after several experiments. That is, the mecha frenzy itself is actually extremely computing power intensive. The biggest reason why Gao Gong's mechanical body is emptied of health every time is because this thing burns all its AI modules. So it's hard not to empty the health. Gao Gong asked Gao Yuanyuan to help test it before. It's about the equivalent of 100 planetary hosts to maintain a small-scale mecha frenzy. So Gao Gong's guess is right. The biggest technical difficulty of the mecha craze is not the mecha technology, but the chip technology. At this point, the second function of the Klein bottle resonator perfectly solves this problem. If the chip cannot be burned, the senior engineer can burn the brain. In the closed quantum space, the senior engineer can observe himself infinitely. In other words, observe infinite selves. Chapter 1321. Not to mention the last life, Gao Gong has also come into contact with a lot of quantum technology in this life, including the string space of the stringer, the Boltzmann brain of the Orgrimmar people, and the quantum key of the universe with quantum properties in his hand. He has a very deep understanding of quantum space and observer effect. The reason why a closed quantum space is closed is not that it has a specific size, but that it can only observe itself. In other words, in this quantum space, you can observe yourself as you want, but you cannot observe other existences. It is even more impossible to change the outside world through observation. Of course, you can also try to do some tricks. For example, improve skills, strengthen brain modules, etc. But this is not within the allowed range. Because it is a closed quantum space, once it involves changes that affect the outside world, all probabilities will be forced to drop to zero. For example, upgrade failed. Brush skills, upgrade still failed. Gao Gong directly activated the non-embeddable space. The next moment, Gao Gong seemed to have entered the Klein bottle and turned into a consciousness in the bottle. Although the senses were somewhat similar, there were hazy and dark probability clouds floating around. But Gao Gong knew that the probability of these probability clouds was zero. This reminded Gao Gong of a Buddhist saying, the infernal hell. There is no interval between the body, time, and suffering. Gao Gong observed a Gao Gong, and Gao Gong observed another Gao Gong. Soon, densely packed Gao Gongs appeared in the Klein bottle. But it is different from Velvy. Velvy can not only communicate and chat, but also learn from each other. Each Velvy is a unique individual. They can even merge their thoughts and become a large consciousness. Velvy hopes to develop stream of consciousness swordsmanship through this, although the experiment has not been successful. But the probability of this possibility is not zero. And the probability of senior engineer is zero. Not only can he not communicate with senior engineers, he can't even contact them. The only thing that can be confirmed is that this group of senior engineers has indeed observed it. Well, since we are in the same timeline, everyone should know what to do. A few days later, when the Frenzy production of the starport once again gathered the number of Mecha Frenzy. And on the Frenzy 11, the space string ball on the forehead and the Klein bottle resonator implanted in the chest entered the quantum state at the same time. Mecha Frenzy was activated. Senior Engineer, or the biological Senior Engineer, glanced at the opposite side nervously. He couldn't feel himself anymore, or rather, he couldn't feel himself in the Klein bottle. It's okay to guard against villains, but even against gentlemen, so why am I not considered one of our own? Gao Gong shook his head and looked at the black line below, which had already covered half of the planet. But this time, it didn't collapse on the spot like before. The space tremor was intensifying, and the mechanical energy was still rising. The mechanics who felt that this drill was special came out of the starport one after another. The gear mechanic, who was good at detecting mechanical energy, was almost smoking with all the gears on his body. The mechanical energy that had reached 500 billion was still soaring. The second wave, it's really the second wave. Other people were also shocked when they heard this. So fast. No, what should be surprising is that it was really made. The reason why the Mecha Frenzy is so terrifying is not only because it can combine the mechanical energy of all star armors, from quantitative change to qualitative change, but more importantly, it has a second wave. According to the technological deduction of other civilizations, this seems to involve the evolution of some kind of mechanical form. 500 billion. 600 billion. 700 billion? The terrifying machinery can make the entire space begin to mechanize. This mechanization is not a biological magnetic field. If I have to describe it, it has a taste of the creation machinery. Space, energy, matter, information, all parameters, are all integrated into this mechanical system. If the first wave of mecha waves is just stacking mechanical energy, with the support of enough star armor legions, the threat level of the Mecha Frenzy is close to some stellar weapons. Then the second wave has risen to the level of civilization threat. Because the strength of this second wave is infinitely close to the power of the fourth level civilization weapon. And this fourth level civilization weapon, in theory, has no upper limit to its power. Even if the high-level engineer only made a small mechanical wave, its full power mechanical energy has reached 1 trillion. This level of mechanical energy can crush most planets alive. This kind of destruction does not cause planetary disasters and lead to the self-destruction of the planet, such as igniting the core of the star, but crushes every inch of the entire planet from beginning to end, including the core of the star, and directly extracts all its explosive energy. The mechanics present were all the creators of machines, and some were even machines themselves, but at this moment, they all felt the fear brought by machines. In outer space, the biological Gao Gong looked at the coordinates of the Frenzy Type 11, but found that it was empty. Is it really in the quantum state? It's time to enter the quantum state. Gao Gong looked at the mechanical frenzy that had wrapped the planet. The next moment, black lines rose from the surface of the planet, combined and entangled with each other, forming another layer of mechanical atmosphere. This feeling is really amazing. After being sealed into the Klein bottle, Gao Gong was completely disconnected from the other part of his consciousness. After all, being able to connect is not closed. But the magical thing is that the mechanical frenzy can always operate according to his ideas. It's like there is a commander who is in tune with him, manipulating this wave behind the scenes. Gao Gong thought of the quantum key in his hand again. If the non-embeddable space is opened by the quantum key, wouldn't it be equivalent to bypassing this kind of closure? And a fully controlled, open quantum space, it is no exaggeration to say that it can produce unlimited troops, but Gao Gong quickly rejected this idea. It was not easy to come up with the mecha frenzy. Don't waste time. You can't waste time. It's not time to do tricks yet. But speaking of tricks, Gao Gong suddenly thought of something. The quantum key has two functions, one of which is the quantum key. Function 1. Quantum key. Quantum entangles everything. This is the only buoy in the sea of information. It is evolved by quantum. It can convert all virtual defense facilities into quantum states and collapse. Duration. depends on the information energy of the virtual defense wall. The stronger the information energy, the longer the collapse time. But in addition to function 1, it also has a function 2. Function 2, ##. Function 2 needs to be unsealed, and it requires a special quantum environment to unseal. Isn't this a special quantum environment? Although isolated, Gao Gong's mechanical consciousness had a vague premonition that he was going to do something fancy, although he didn't know what he was doing. However, he confirmed once again that the system's products must be top-notch, especially the equipment made by the system itself. The effect is quite impressive. The Gao Gong observed has indeed become a kind of humanoid chip. Although he can't affect the outside world, he just needs to affect himself. After all, he is the mechanical frenzy, and the mechanical frenzy is him. With the help of this resonator, the two can achieve mutual transformation. Therefore, he successfully reproduced this civilization artifact and mastered it in his own way. And the system's prompt sounded at the same time. Chapter 1322. You copied and improved the Myrta people's mecha frenzy, and the leader's reputation increased by 15,000. You copied and improved the Myrta people's mecha frenzy, and the camp points increased by 20 million. Your reputation in the first star zone increased by 10,000. You obtained the civilization leader talent, chosen 1, civilization leader talent. Camp morale increased by 30%, camp species damage increased by 10%. Note, this leader is a chosen one, who can always achieve incredible goals through incredible means. Because the talent is a leader talent, it covers all members of the Cybertron Legion camp, including players, NPCs, allies, and temporary employees. Because your civilization leader has made extraordinary achievements, the camp morale is increased by 30%, and the players are immune to mind stamping, species brainwashing, blood assimilation, and other means to a certain extent. Because your civilization leader has made extraordinary achievements, the camp morale damage is increased by 10%, and the player attack damage is increased by 10%. The last two notifications were not posted on the NPC panel of the senior engineer, but on the system panel of all players. Players from all camps were excited. Damn, all damage is increased by 10%. What kind of buff is this? So awesome. Morale bonus, morale. I feel that my dry heart is suddenly filled with rich liquid energy. I am satisfied. Is LS given an enema? And it's liquid energy. If you don't know, you were raped by Lao Ji. That's not right. If everyone adds damage, doesn't that mean no one adds damage? You're stupid. Our faction adds damage, but other factions don't. So it is equivalent to reducing the defense of the wild monsters in StarCraft in disguise. So, this time it is the enhancement of the PvE mode, not involving PvP. Friends of Alpha, have you forgotten one thing? That is, in addition to your camp, there are players from other galaxies. Add 1. Add 2. Add 10,086. Although the cyber test site in Robert Galaxy has been dug up by someone. But there are still many players in other galaxies and other cyber test sites. Oh, I forgot that this game is not just our server. What level are you? 45. Level 2. No, you are a lifestyle player. I haven't seen a level 2 player for many days. A player from the Cybertron Legion Express surprise. No, I am the highest level player on our planet. Your server newly opened? Someone couldn't help asking. It has been open for a while, probably about the same as yours. Since you entered StarCraft and your camp page was fully opened, I have been silently following you. You haven't left the planet yet. Under someone's protection, the players who came from the Machine Rift Star have not yet fully felt the dangers of cyber world. Including the players in the other 3 cyber test fields, they all naively thought that as long as the time came, a novice village guide like Mr. G would naturally appear and lead them out of the planet and into the interstellar space. But in fact, until the late stage of the game, there were many players who had not left the planet. In addition to this episode, more Legion players are curious about what extraordinary achievements Boss G made to benefit the entire camp. Extraordinary achievements? Boss G also plays the latter game? Stupid. Didn't you see that the entire map of Alpha's mother planet was closed? He must be secretly researching something. What do you mean secretly? Boss G and I have always been above board, okay. Senior Sister G. Sister G, you didn't forget to check the forum even though you were busy. It's probably because the technology tree was lit up. After all, a mechanic is probably building mechanical wonders. Planet-level Armstrong cyclotron jet Armstrong cannon. The upstairs. Get out of here, you're messing around again. The 7th floor forgot again, our camp has this thing. It's called the Planet Cannon. There's also the Star Destroyer Cannon. Planetary cannons and Star Destroyers, our group is really a group with constant fire. After all this time, we have been working on the wrong target. We should not be working on the baby, but on the boss G. The players are not fools. Combining the characteristics of their own camps and the skills of the boss G, except for not guessing that it was the mecha craze, the rest are basically deduced. As for the closure of the Alpha Mother planet, it was also to test the mechanical wonder. And after the reward is added. On the camp panel, Leader Reputation, 1983300. Faction Points, 369456000/500 million. Mechanic Civilization, one step closer to the next leader template of Gao Gong. At the same time, the player's favorability is increased by 20%, which is equivalent to the chance of ascension increased by 4%. And the civilization leader talent also reminded Gao Gong that many of the boss panels are actually serious leader templates, the kind that the whole camp blesses. It's easy to gain favor with players with this thing. And now, Gao Gong doesn't need to increase his personal force. When the last frenzy mech was sucked into the space string ball, his mechanical body appeared again. After the two consciousnesses were merged, the system ding 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 again. You get the title of Civilization Leader, a primary immortal leader, and the reputation of Civilization Leader increases by 1. Your reputation in Robert Stringer Galaxy increases by 10,000 galaxy level reputation. Well, this thing is actually not very useful to Gao Gong. For players, reputation, in addition to mission needs, is the most useful thing, in fact, to join Civilization. Although it is very difficult to join Civilization by gaining reputation, it is also one of the few opportunities for the fourth disaster to become a regular employee. And Gao Gong just took a look. On the contrary, the title of Civilization Leader of Immortal Leader surprised Gao Gong. Primary Immortal Leader, you have initially merged with the technology tree of the mechanical civilization. As long as the civilization and technology do not perish, you will most likely not die. The introduction is simple, but the effect is powerful. And this is also true. As long as the mecha frenzy is not suppressed by the enemy civilization, as long as all models of star armor are not physically destroyed, as long as there is still a star armor left, then the senior engineer is literally immortal. Senior engineer can be sure that this level of civilization leader has never appeared in this galaxy. After all, in theory, if you want to see a leader of this level, you have to wait until the third level civilization evolves to the middle and late stages. Space String Ball, a fourth level civilization weapon, consumes most of the Black Hole Legacy. Klein Bottle Resonator, pseudo fourth level, system hand rubbed. Even if we don't talk about these two, just the Frenzy series of star armor, if it weren't for the bug civilization, which caused the Milta people to be seriously short of manpower, do you think it would be open to you? As the first immortal leader, 10,000 galaxy reputation is not much. In Gao Gong's last life, he was called immortal leader, but that was when he was in Ascension Civilization. And he was not in level 4 Ascension Civilization, but in level 5 Observer era. If he had the ability of immortal leader earlier, he would not have been chopped so badly by the Blade Queen. Gao Gong's biological body flew to the opposite side of the mechanical body, and looked at the Frenzy 11 like a steel god of war and sighed. My biological body has always been in the leading position, but now it has finally been caught up by the mechanical body, and it has been left behind by several corners. 100 million biological energy versus 500 billion mechanical energy. The gap is still a bit big. Even if Gao Gong uses the Lion Long Halberd to control the Star Destroyer, he can't break the Mecha Frenzy, and at most he can kill a bloody way out of the mechanical frenzy. This is not an ordinary technology suppression, but a pure technology tree crushing. Chapter 1323. In fact, according to the normal development route, the mechanical department completely crushes the carbon-based department. The reason is very simple. The mechanical department has a technology tree, and the carbon-based department does not. And the reason why Gao Gong's carbon-based body has been in the dominant position for a long time, and even had the title of the second Shrek for a time. The reason is very simple. The Cyber Tide. To be more precise, the mutant planet tree bred in the Cyber Tide. This thing, coupled with the various opportunities of the biological computer, made Gao Gong a real leader of the top third-level forces. These third-level forces usually do not have their own technology trees. They are either vassals of civilizations, or by chance, through unrepeatable experiences, they obtain unrepeatable third-level super soldiers. For example, the Shrek Star Pirates group that reached the end of this route. What is better than Gao Gong is that his biological computer is a camp specialty, and can be mass-produced. Although it is difficult to obtain, and you have to draw lots, there is still a chance after all. However, in the future, mechanical players will definitely have a strong period for one or even several versions. Whether the relationship between the two sides can be balanced is also a headache for Gao Gong. 9.0 Biological computer technology should be the end of this galaxy. Gao Gong suddenly thought of the Leviathan clan and shook his head. Even if the bloodline hardware of the entire space species is obtained, it is impossible to break through the computing power to the first level of the galaxy computer. The mechanical engineer suddenly stretched out his hand. Give me the thing, let me see it. You act as if you have never seen it before. How can I feel at ease without a mechanical body studying it? A mechanical body and a biological body talking to each other, it was like a question and answer, and it seemed like they were talking to themselves. After all, different frequencies are still a problem. There is no way, who made me in a semi-quantum state now? The biological body swung his hand, and threw the completely unlocked quantum key over. In the mechanical frenzy before, he deliberately used the power of the quantum field to activate all the functions of this cosmic treasure. Name, quantum key. Category, cosmic treasure. Quality, ###. Weight, ###. Basic attributes, ###. Additional skills, quantum lock. Function 1, quantum key. Quantum entangles everything, and can convert all virtual defense facilities into quantum states and collapse them. Duration, depends on the information energy of the virtual defense wall. The stronger the information energy, the longer the collapse time. Function 2, space key. Through the mutual transformation of quantum and space, a space door is forcibly opened. The door will lead to a special space coordinate. The coordinate may be a new energy dimension, or it may be a nebula core, or even another time and space. The door maintenance time depends on the injection intensity of space energy. Although the complete properties of this cosmic treasure have been seen on the system a long time ago. But when he saw it for the first time, Gao Gong couldn't help but complain. This is a copy artifact. Gao Gong has always wanted to expand the way players play. In the past, he was just thinking about finding something for the fourth disaster to do. Now, he is thinking about brushing the player's favor. After all, the player's favorability is linked to the chance of ascension. And through the quantum entanglement information capture, he can clearly feel that behind the space gate pointed by the quantum key, although there seem to be countless channels, no matter which one, there are strong energy fluctuations. After all, it is a key-shaped cosmic treasure. It will not open an empty door every time. Gao Gong complained again. In addition to the addition of a function 2, there is another change, that is, the additional attribute has become an additional skill. Quantum lock door. By quantum collapse of space, create a quantum lock. Gao Gong almost forgot that the function of the key is not only to open the door, but also to lock the door. The advanced civilization that created this kind of cosmic treasure is simply a genius. Is it some kind of thief civilization? This kind of civilization is more dangerous than the observer civilization. Even if the latter wants to copy your technology tree and observe your technology tree, it will take a long time, which is enough time for you to react. In addition, the civilization attribute of the observer civilization is more neutral. Otherwise Gao Gong would not try to use the dark jungle law to get rid of the other party. But the thief civilization is different. They can really steal your entire technology tree in an instant. At the beginning of the Civilization Council, the leaders of the thief civilization were one of the few existences that even Gao Gong was unwilling to deal with. If it is a thief civilization, the functional attributes of this cosmic treasure can be understood. For example, with a quantum lock, you can lock your own door, and of course you can also lock other people's doors. There are only two ways to break this quantum lock. Either you have profound attainments in space technology, such as the top stringers, or it is a saturated energy attack. And this saturation is not ordinary saturation. At least it must be civilization war level saturation, the kind that can create a small black hole. If this thing is used to disgust people, it is definitely a divine weapon among divine weapons. I underestimated you. Your manufacturing level is higher than the sun halberd, Gao Gong said to himself. Then the mechanical body was brightly lit. The space string beads and Klein bottle resonators showed their prototypes at the same time. Gao Gong's mechanical body rubbed the quantum key into a quantum thread with both hands, and then carefully inserted it from the space string beads into the Klein bottle. As for the eyes of the mechanical body and the eyes of the biological body, they turned into probability clouds at the same time. In other words, the deep quantum thinking function of the 9.0 version of the biological computer. His eyes captured quantum changes, and the quantum key in his hand constantly captured and entangled quantum information. This operation is simply the rebirth of quantum Dongfang Booby. You can't do this kind of work without some skills. And the result of this operation is that when Gao Gong finished threading the thread, the space string beads, like glass beads, have fallen into the Klein bottle. The space string beads are quantum equipment. The Klein bottle resonator is a space-time equipment with quantum properties, and it is completely closed. Theoretically, if you want to put something into the bottle, you must upgrade the dimension. And at the same time of upgrading the dimension, the object he put in is another quantum equipment. It is equivalent to superimposing two quantum states together. This is much more complicated than threading wool. But Gao Gong succeeded after all. We have solved a problem. The two Gao Gongs exhaled at the same time. The previous description of the primary immortal leader by the system was that if civilization is immortal and technology is not dead, you will not die with a high probability. Since there is a high probability, there is naturally a low probability. At least Gao Gong thought of several low probability situations. For example, after the civilization army besieged itself, it tried to blow up the starport, so that the mecha frenzy was insufficiently replenished and was exhausted to death. For example, the enemy mastered some means to crack the mecha frenzy, first cracked the mecha frenzy, and then beheaded Gao Gong. And the biggest possibility is to find a way to disrupt the quantum states of the two quantum equipment. As long as one quantum state is disrupted, the mechanical frenzy can no longer be maintained, and Gao Gong will naturally take the initiative to leave the immortal leader mode. Now, the last possibility has been prevented in advance by Gao's evil repelling needle method. Klein bottle inside the bottle is a closed quantum space. Since it is closed, you naturally cannot enter. If you cannot enter, you naturally cannot interfere. Of course, the probability of killing the undead leader without destroying the civilization technology tree is very low. Even if there are 10 civilizations of the same level, there may not be such a method. The stringers can do it, but they are dead. Engineer Gao is just in case. After completely dealing with the mecha frenzy, Engineer Gao finally put this worry aside. He let out a long sigh. It's time to pick up Director Du back. Chapter 1324. Back then, in order to earn the first pot of gold for the camp, Director Du resolutely went out to move bricks and collect dust in the cemetery. When Du Gaoka transformed into the Cybertron Legion, she was moving bricks. When the Cybertron Legion defeated the Alpha of the Longhorn, she was moving bricks. When the Cybertron Legion made a lot of money by operating the black market, she was moving bricks. When the Legion repelled several attacks from the Silver Skin and Gold Skin and defeated the Alpha civilization, she was still moving bricks. During this period, Gao Gong also sent messages to the other party several times. Come back, Sister Du. Don't be addicted to moving bricks, go home and inherit billions of assets. But she doesn't want to. She is addicted to moving bricks and can't extricate herself, and she just won't come back. Although you are an engineering girl, is moving bricks so fun? Gao Gong complained about this more than once. But later he realized that Director Du was not moving bricks, she was digging graves, the graves of the Cosmic Noble, the Eternal Life Project. The title of Cosmic Noble is still very precious, and you can't become a Cosmic Noble just because you are rich and powerful. So since Du Xiaodi wanted to do something big, take a different approach, and jump from a contractor to a real estate developer, then Engineer Gao followed her. But who would have thought that he would be gone for so long? It was only when the mechanic civilization took shape that Engineer Gao was sure to convince the other party to come back. After all, moving bricks in other people's homes is not as good as moving bricks in your own home. And once the mechanic civilization enters the technology explosion mode, the construction sites are simply all over the mountains and seas, covering the stars. Everything can be built, and it can be built in any direction. There are many construction sites around our home. Director Du will definitely like it. And with Gao Gong's current strength, even if the old Cosmic Noble jumps out of the coffin, Gao Gong is confident that he can suppress the old man again. After all, the predecessors of many Cosmic Nobles are the leaders of the last civilization. There is no problem within the camp. Players are keen on the game content of this version, taking gorilla babies to upgrade and fight monsters. Although these pet babies are a little ugly, they can't resist the high mission experience. As for NPCs, they also have their own jobs. In addition to the basic operation of the camp, the main direction is to open up the map. It took the Alphas many years to explore 3 star systems, and the Cybertron Legion came and explored the map to 10 star systems. This is just the exploration of some players. When the camp really starts to explode, this exploration speed will be 100 times, 1,000 times faster. As for the Anti-Insect Alliance, Gao Gong has also confirmed with the Dark Elf leader that all the energy of the Anti-Insect Alliance is now focused on protecting the Black Machine Alliance. The trillion-level army of insects, led by a civilization leader-level insider, marched into the territory in a mighty manner. The mechanical army and the insect army have already killed each other in the front line. On a battlefield of that level, tens of thousands of planets were destroyed in a moment. And the figure of the Zerg Queen has appeared in the insect army. With the civilization system of the Zerg, when the Zerg Queen appears on the battlefield, the two third-level civilizations will inevitably choose one of the two. Gao Gong sincerely wishes the Black Machinery Alliance, hoping that you can hold on for a while longer and give yourself time to grow. Because no matter which direction the enemy comes from, it will be at the level of civilized war. But before leaving, Gao Gong has one more thing to do. Leader, do you want to see me? Gao Gong's two bodies sat on two mechanical thrones. Although the little woman's carbon throne has been reproduced for the most part, it is likely that it will not be able to catch up with this operation. When Gate saw Gao Gong's biological body and the fiery sun halberd placed beside him, his eyes twitched. And when he saw the Frenzy 11 and the endless dark shadows behind the mechanical body, his eyes twitched fiercely. This can no longer be described as terrifying. The opponent's level has completely surpassed the concept of individual life. The space string ball you made is very useful. I am going to reward you. Gao Gong said straight to the point. Gate looked around the mechanical body calmly, and did not find any traces of the space string ball, and even his monitoring device was not activated. Where is it hidden? As the saying goes, if the cook doesn't steal, the crops won't be plentiful. Forging equipment, especially equipment of this level, what's wrong with a little bit of profit? Gate specially made several gadgets, one of which is to confirm the coordinates of the space string ball. But now it seems that it can't be found. Strange. Thank you for your reward, but you don't need to do this. Gate bowed his head to thank. Why don't you ask me what I'm going to give you? No matter what it is, it's your intention. Gate said in a serious tone. Gao Gong also knew that no matter what he said, it was actually useless to the sword holder. Moreover, any sword holder, no matter how low his level is, may give him a big job. So he had to deal with this unexpected factor before leaving. Do you know why I asked you to make equipment? Without waiting for the other party to respond, Gao Gong smiled and told the cause and effect of himself, the collector, and the fake Colossus King. Even the sword holder Gate couldn't help but be slightly stunned when he heard this bizarre situation. A parallel universe with living things? Gao Gong saw at a glance where the other party's focus was. He threw his second bait. If everything goes well, when we catch the fake civilization leader and dig out that parallel time and space, Gao Gong paused. Are you interested in developing a second stringer civilization in that parallel time and space? A stone caused 1,000 waves. Are you serious? Gate said with suppressed excitement. I remember that the purple giant overlord exiled all of your high-ranking string controllers, right? Although we cannot disobey the will of the mechanical overlord, at least we cannot release them within the main universe, but we can change the way of exile. For example, exile them to that parallel time and space. What do you think? Even with the mentality of Gate, the sword holder, he was affected. There is no way. The other party is really good at manipulation. Theoretically, exile cannot be released. Not only because of the mechanical overlord, but also because daring to do so will disobey the old man Gu Ji who stands behind the mechanical overlord. That is a 7th level peak civilization leader, a serious universe overlord. Although he dare not say that he controls everything in the main universe, he can still easily control everything in the main universe and his own civilization. Gate himself has never imagined going against the will of that existence. But Gao Gong's idea is equivalent to opening up a new way of thinking for him. The area where the stringers were exiled is an area without spatial coordinates. And the parallel universe also has no spatial coordinates in the main universe. This does not mean giving up exile, it is just equivalent to changing a prison. When the people do not report, the officials will not investigate. The mechanical overlord did not think of killing his former confidant when he was furious. Now it is highly likely that he will not report it. There is a way. Gao Gong knew that the other party had taken the bait. For the sword holder, you can't force it. Just follow the other party's goal and operate in the direction of civilization revival. Then, the other party will be very easy to talk to. For example, now. Gate pondered for a while, half knelt on the ground, and said seriously, if you can really do this, I am willing to offer you all the stringer technology. Chapter 1325. A complete set of stringer technology, according to Gao Gong's understanding, is a complete set of drawings of the 3rd level peak civilization, from level 11 to level 15, probably tens of thousands of them. This is really a big deal, of course. The other party may also be drawing big cakes. But it doesn't matter, as long as we can stabilize the other party, and don't make trouble. According to the anatomical analysis of the sword holders of different civilizations, by a certain civilization-level underground scientific research organization, a conclusion was drawn that the sword holders not only have the quality of perseverance and a sense of honor that transcends all species, but also the most important point is that they have an intuition different from ordinary people about the technology tree, which allows them to always find the weakest point in civilization. Technology. When fighting a civilization war, it's good to have this kind of sword holders in your camp. But in normal times, don't cause trouble for me. Slip away. This time, Gao Gong didn't make a big fuss when he left, and he didn't even take a spaceship. When the mecha frenzy is in the tidal state, it can continuously enter the short curvature mode. Generally speaking, the so-called curvature flight and jump mode are conventional superluminal speeds. Through some means, the two coordinates across light years are adjusted to be consistent, and then space transfer is performed. The short curvature mode is the same principle, but its arm is not that long, and it can often only perform curvature flights of 100, 1,000, or 10,000 astronomical units. And 1 light year is equivalent to 63,240 astronomical units. So it is called short curvature mode. But short curvature does not actually mean that it is slower than regular curvature navigation, but because the space fluctuations it creates are larger and the number of adjustments is more, but the time consumed between curvature adjustments is actually infinitely close to zero. Why do the Myrda people regard the mecha frenzy as a strategic weapon? A light-speed weapon cannot reach the strategic level, even if it is a 4th-level weapon. Among the 3-level civilizations, only superluminal speed can become the representative of civilization deterrence. Short curvature does have disadvantages such as easy monitoring and easy interference. But you have to look at the advantages of the mecha frenzy. Its power can be infinitely superimposed. If it can accurately locate the coordinates of a civilization and cooperate with the explosive capacity of the mechanical civilization, its effect is probably equivalent to the trillion-level insect army that entered the Black Machinery Alliance. It is an existence that can truly destroy civilization. Equipment has a degree of fit. It even requires not only fit, but also inheritance. If the former is related to your mechanical body transformation, the latter is strongly related to your technology tree. Therefore, even if some top-level equipment falls into the hands of players by chance, players may not be able to use it. This is also one of the common problems encountered by players in the later stages of the game. The reason why Gao Gong chose the mechanic civilization is precisely because he has a high degree of matching in the mechanical department. Being able to explore in any direction means that any equipment can be mastered. As he continues to control the mechanical frenzy, he becomes more and more familiar with it. If he could only accurately locate it to the continental level before, he can now locate it to the mother city level. Gao Gong feels that being able to control the mechanical frenzy to the mechanical city level is probably about the same. After all, in general interstellar wars, there are not many weapon systems smaller than the mechanical city. If you encounter some specific enemies, such as subatomic bugs, you need to carry out targeted transformation on the basic module of the mecha frenzy, that is, the Star Armor series, such as the most famous Killing King in the Myrda people's insect killing mecha series. If you can create a mecha frenzy based on the Killing King, it may even cause a large-scale collapse of the bugs. The bug civilization is a typical hive civilization. Once there is a threat to the existence of the Zerg Queen, it will seriously interfere with the operation of the Zerg system. I don't know if the Myrda people are aware of this. At least when Gao Gong Xiaohao took orders, he didn't receive any orders to repair the Killing King. The Myrda people seem to still use this level of star armor as a decapitation tactic. Decapitation tactics don't work well against immortal leaders. And every Zerg Queen will automatically be promoted to a primary immortal leader after giving birth to a Zerg civilization. I haven't suffered enough losses. Gao Gong muttered to himself, trying to tune the two bodies to the same frequency, while flying towards the star where the immortal project is located. As an immortal project of a cosmic noble. In theory, its coordinates are key confidentiality, but Du Xiaodi has not been working for nothing all these years. She got the star coordinates a long time ago, and found a way to hand them over to Desira, who was guarding outside. And Desira released the coordinates through an encrypted channel. However, since Desira and the others upgraded strangely and quickly, this communication has been interrupted. This is why Gao Gong came over immediately. This means something has happened. Although it is not known whether it is a good thing or a bad thing, it must have happened. Gao Gong evolved the mecha frenzy to rush on the road, while thinking wildly. During the period, he accidentally crashed into several planets. Fortunately, there was no hegemony civilization in the Robert Galaxy, otherwise the finds alone would have been fined. The coordinates given by Daisy and the others were not on the third star, the fourth star, or the second star. It was the first star. The advantage is that there is no need to worry about being affected by the insect war. The disadvantage is that this star coordinate has to pass through the Galen people's nest. However, Gal Gong is now more mature and killed directly with great fanfare. I saw a black line across the universe, and the endless machinery crossed the nebula and the aurora. If it was a planetary species, it could not even see the end of this black line. It is natural to show the greatest sincerity when picking up a rich woman. Gal Gong's killer instinct as a killer of rich women was activated all of a sudden. If you can't evolve the mecha craze, you have to be low-key. If you evolve the mecha craze, I still have to be low-key. Then wouldn't my evolution be in vain? Gal Gong decided to be more arrogant this time, and he would do it the same way as the Monkey King married his wife. Moreover, as the immortality project of the Cosmic Nobles, the periphery of this project must have money-level defense measures. Gal Gong didn't plan to rely on his skills in the previous life this time. He had to rely on the hard power of a mechanic to get through one level after another. How could he not let the rich woman see his sincerity? The shape of the Robert Stringer galaxy is different from that of a certain Milky Way. If the shape of the Milky Way is like a pancake, the center of the pancake is a black hole, and the periphery is the pancake wrinkle, that is, the cantilever. Then the Robert Stringer galaxy is like a storm without an eye of the storm. The star swirl is a wind wave. The star region is a large cyclone, and the entire galaxy is constantly ejecting matter. At this speed, in another billion years, I am afraid that the entire galaxy will collapse. There are two possibilities for why this galaxy does not have a black hole eye, or a high-density matter region. One is that the massive stars that formed this galaxy, after evolving to the red giant state, dispersed the matter very thoroughly and evenly, and did not form a large-scale collapse. Another possibility is that this galaxy was transformed by a level 7 mechanical civilization before it was formed, and it was deliberately made into this shape. But no matter what, the space scholars in this galaxy still confirm the birth time of different regions through the composition of interstellar matter, and arrange them in order of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This is the first star swirl, the second star swirl, the third star swirl. And the first star swirl that Gal Gong went to is the oldest region in this galaxy, no one else. Chapter 1326. The oldest region may not give birth to the oldest civilization. After all, if the anomaly of this galaxy is really caused by the ancient mechanical civilization, it will not allow these civilization seeds to interfere with the experiment. As the first batch of life born since the Big Bang, the old man Guji knows these primitive species best. And if the shape of this galaxy is the result of chance, then the environment of the first star cluster is probably a small workshop with a lot of materials. Only when the small workshop becomes bigger and stronger will it try to cater to intelligent species with different tastes, and only then will different types of civilizations be born. Of course, the above are all conclusions drawn by Gal Gong based on common sense. If this first star cluster has local intelligent species and local third-level civilization, it is not impossible. After all, the universe is so big that there are all kinds of wonders. Let alone the universe, there are at least more than 1 billion planets in a star cluster. With such a large foundation, what is impossible? When Gal Gong entered the first star cluster, his first reaction was that the cosmic background radiation was so strong. If the cosmic background radiation in other areas is 1, then here it is at least 100. In Gal Gong's perception, there are even higher noise areas. Part of the black line formed by the mecha frenzy began to quantize. Gal Gong frowned, and the next moment, the boundless mechanical frenzy covering the universe shrank towards the center, turning into billions of mechanical parts collapsing towards the center, and finally collapsed into the shape of the star armor of the frenzy type 11. Finally, even Gal Gong's mechanical body collapsed into billions of parts, revealing Gal Gong's carbon-based body. On the back of Gal Gong's hand, the shape of the Klein bottle slowly disappeared. Gal Gong's eyes instantly entered the probability cloud mode, and at the same time, the computing power of the 9.0 version of the biological computer was fully opened, and began to fully detect the surrounding environment. In terms of data deduction, biological bodies are still stronger. It seems wrong? Gal Gong suddenly found another blind spot. So many star armors, so many sensors, and computing modules. Since health and mechanical energy can be shared, why can't computing power be shared? Apart from anything else, the combat computing systems of 100,000 third-level star armors are combined together, and their computing power should be able to reach the level of planetary computers. The Frenzy series is excellent, and the computing system of each star armor has a computing power equivalent to 5.0 or 6.0 biological computers. Why can't so many computers be integrated into one? Does it require a special mecha, or an improvement in the chip system, or an upgrade of the telekinetic pilot's profession? Gao Gong's telekinetic pilot only has the first 10 levels of professional information and can't change jobs later. Now think about it, maybe the Mirda people completed the integration of the computing power of the mechanical frenzy through this profession. It seems that the transaction of the carbon throne may still be carried out. Gao Gong muttered to himself. And with Gao Gong's thoughts, the biological computer has already completed the modeling of the nearby cosmic background radiation. I saw that the high-frequency cosmic microwaves were constantly transmitted back and forth into the human body. And between the in and out, there seemed to be some subtle adjustments. Stealing biological signals? With Gao Gong's physical strength, he can naturally perfectly seal the biological system. Not only can it prevent cosmic microwaves from entering, it can even adjust the magnetic field so that microwaves cannot sweep his presence. However, the oldest galaxy area can't have its own camera, right? Gao Gong is now certain that this ancient star has definitely been modified by someone. And the modifier is likely to be the cosmic noble Lao Ding. Of course, it is not ruled out that it is a monitoring device of a third-level civilization. Speaking of monitoring equipment, Gao Gong looked to the other side. The modeling breadth of the 9.0 biological computer can cover up to 1 light-year, which is a star system level, and at the edge of the model he made, there seems to be something that does not look like normal interstellar matter. Let's go and have a look. Gao Gong's biological body instantly became transparent, and hundreds of millions of mechanical parts evolved into an endless black tide in his body. In other aspects, such as computing power, monitoring, and exploration, the Mirda people are ahead of Gao Gong. But there is one thing that the Mirda people can never do. That is the individual application of the mecha frenzy. As these black tides completely engulfed Gao Gong's body, Gao Gong completely became a human-shaped wave. The next moment, he directly entered the short curvature mode, and the whole person suddenly entered superluminal speed. Not long after, he appeared at the edge of the foreign object, and at the same time, he grabbed his hand and understood it. Is this an old-fashioned detector, or a CD version? Isn't it another sound of music launched by a first-level civilization? While muttering this, Gao Gong stretched out a finger, and soon, this finger split and deformed and inserted into the interface. Soon, the frequency modulation was completed, the language translation was completed, and even the human projection was simulated by Gao Gong. A group of stone men gathered together in a prison-style environment, and one of the stone men spoke. Heroes from unknown areas, unknown civilizations, and unknown species, if you receive our message, we ask for your help. We are from an intelligent species called the Atlama Galaxy. We are called Venusians. We are wandering and fleeing, and the murderer who caused us to flee is an organization with this symbol. Gao Gong enlarged the symbol, and saw a mechanical planet logo. Although there are countless forces that use mechanical planets as their logo, Gao Gong still recognized it at a glance. This is the organizational pattern that Higher Director do in the black market. That is, the forces under the command of the Cosmic Noble. The Consciousness Furnace logo above is very recognizable. So, this isn't a little trick of the pirates? According to senior engineers' understanding, many pirates like to do this kind of phishing enforcement to fool some rookies who are just starting out. For example, Velvy? Senior engineer got serious, and soon, the modeling of this group of Venusians was generated. Even, how many human body systems they have, how much each accounts for, and what their abilities are almost all marked. Although you look like a brainless silica species, such as a stone man, and your facial features are a bit like the Golden Hall director, giving people an even more brainless feeling, but as an old driver, I can still see that your body is not a stone, but the neural patterns on the stone, and your nervous system accounts for at least 300%. So, although your brain is not as good as the Orgrimmar people, it is not much worse than the Alpha people. Then, I roughly know why you are being hunted down, and I also roughly know what the eternal life direction of that Cosmic Noble is. Engineer Gao touched his chin, thinking whether to go directly to pick up Director Du or take a detour. But he finally decided to find out, not because of how compassionate and righteous Engineer Gao was. But the last message from the other party made Engineer Gao feel shocked. After countless sacrifices, we finally confirmed the mastermind who captured us and tested us. If there are species with strong nervous systems like us in the star field where you are, please tell them that this is what the mastermind looks like. The other party showed a picture full of mechanical style. In the center of the picture, a lady with white hair was looking at the intelligent species that were transported here indifferently. And the appearance of the white-haired lady was Du shouty. Chapter 1327. Gao Gong knew that moving bricks at the construction site was very hard. But no matter what, it would not be so difficult to move bricks that you would become a white-haired witch. Or, the immortality project was unfinished, and the cosmic nobles were insolvent, so they just mortgaged the project to the contractor? Although it was just a video, Gao Gong, as an old driver, could see at a glance that Dude Xiaodi on the opposite side exuded a great mechanical will that was no less than the mecha craze. Mechanical will is different from biological magnetic field. Biomagnetic field is a biological concept. The stronger the organism, the stronger the magnetic field. And mechanical will is neither a biological concept nor a psychological concept. It is a mechanical parameter. To be precise, when your mechanical manufacturing is strong enough to create an entire world, such as when a second-level civilization undergoes full mechanization, this parameter change will naturally evolve into a great mechanical will. This is true for creating a world and destroying a world. After Gao Gong controlled the mechanical craze, he could vaguely sense this. And comprehending the will of the great machinery is a prerequisite for creating the creation machinery. Director Du, is he possessed? Gao Gong muttered to himself, thinking of a series of strange situations before, such as the inexplicable increase in the level of these people. If he was possessed, then everything would make sense. But it's not that likely. After all, Gao Gong looked at the white-haired witch seriously. That unique temperament of the hard-working emperor is simply overwhelming. Can the nobles of the universe be so hard-working? Gao Gong decided to find those Venusians to understand the situation first. Although there are 100 star circles in this galaxy, which makes the scale unit of star circle very worthless. In fact, star circle is really big. And it can be understood in another way. A star circle is roughly equivalent to 1,000 star systems. After crossing the distance of 50 star systems, Gao Gong really saw the wandering spaceship of the group of Venusians. And this spaceship is quite handmade at first glance. There are still a lot of exposed energy pipelines on the spaceship engine. This shows that when entering the light speed, the alloy plate on the outside was ground. Although light speed travel is a common thing in the interstellar society, some light speed materials, such as the ship plate that can maintain the basic structure in the light speed mode, may not be made by ordinary third-level forces. This is also a major transaction in the black market. Compared with buying and selling some strange things, these materials are the real big head of a black market income. This is also what Gao Gong understood only after he started working in the black market. On the other hand, being able to use non-lightspeed materials to build a temporary lightspeed spaceship shows that these people's mechanical skills are not bad. They are not as good as professional mechanics, but they are not much worse than some shipbuilding masters in the black market. Gao Gong's sudden appearance shocked these Venusians. However, when Gao Gong dropped the drifting bottle, these Jingwenshang looked at each other again. After a while, a Venusian who was probably the leader came out and said cautiously, "Aren't you here to arrest us?" Gao Gong did not answer, but asked, "How did you escape?" "We Venusians have our own unique racial ability. We can abandon our bodies in a short period of time, and then regenerate with the help of rocks. This helped us escape from the clutches of that person." Gao Gong casually swiped over to explore. A third-level species with a boss template, okay. Let me tell you in detail. I am a representative of the nearby third-level civilization. We are very concerned about the target who captured you. After collecting enough information, I will find a way to send you back. Gao Gong's words made the eyes of the group of Venusians light up, but soon dimmed again. We can't go back. The Atlama galaxy has long abandoned us, and our civilization has also fallen apart. According to them, the owner of the consciousness furnace joined forces with external forces to directly disintegrate their civilization. This part of them was captured during the escape. Gao Gong has reservations about this statement. If the cosmic nobles can kill civilization, then the civilization forces will not become the mainstream of the universe. There is a saying in the universe that 90% of civilizations will fail in the catastrophe of ascension. But before that, 90% of civilizations will fall apart before they develop to ascension, and they will die in different ways. The internal problems of most civilizations are much more serious than the external problems. In that case, then lead the way. Lead the way, where to? Go back to where you came from, said Gao Gong casually. Needless to say, the next process, this group of stone men finally escaped. Naturally they were unwilling to die, and Gao Gong didn't care about them, forcibly took over the spacecraft, and turned around according to the navigation log. This group of Venusians tried to take back the control of the spacecraft, but was suppressed by Gao Gong. In the process of suppression, these Venusians accidentally exposed their true bodies. It was a multi-legged species, 2.5 meters long, with a fluorescent blue liquid neural network system flowing under the skin. Their heads were in the shape of water drops, and 6 crystal nerve tentacles extended from the back of the head, emitting purple-red bioluminescent pulses of different frequencies, with emotional fluctuations. Just now, it was them who suddenly sprayed a water gun from the stone shell and tried to attack Gao Gong. As a result, they were naturally suppressed by Gao Gong. Interesting. Gao Gong glanced at the Venusians, whose nerve tentacles all turned red. He had seen many different species in the universe, and he would not be surprised by the appearance of the other party. What really surprised him was that after entering the true body mode, a small number of Venusians' boss templates suddenly increased by 1, becoming 2. Boss template, Biomineral Symbiont. Function 1, Special Nervous System, which allows them to increase the efficiency of fusion with various impurities by 1000%. Function 2, can conduct planetary-level neural signal transmission tracks. Function 3, undeveloped. So you are neither carbon-based nor silicon-based, but impurity life? Gao Gong said with interest. Impurity life is not a derogatory term. On the contrary, this kind of life has the survival ability comparable to bacteria. They can easily reorganize their own shells, and can also create shells with different properties in different environments. To put it simply, this is a group of face-pinching masters. But why do you want to mold yourself into Director Gene? Does this thick eyebrow and big eyes fit your aesthetic? You can't go, that's a demon of destruction. If you go, you will experience cruel dissection experiments like us. Many of our kind died in this way. Some other intelligent species also suffered. When the Venusians saw that Gao Gong only suppressed them, but didn't kill them, they immediately switched to verbal attack mode and tried to persuade the other party. Gao Gong listened carelessly. The direction of the immortality project of the Cosmic Noble is most likely the neural direction. That is the so-called immortality of consciousness. This is much better than uploading consciousness. Because uploading consciousness is only transmitted from the organism to the silicon-based hardware, it will still face problems such as system downtime and version degradation. But the reason why immortality of consciousness can achieve immortality is actually to completely eliminate the attribute of death in the life mode. So immortality of consciousness is also called immortality of death. Chapter 1328. The existence of cosmic nobles can be understood as the cloud nobles of the entire universe. Of course, cosmic nobles are much more powerful than these middlemen. Many cosmic nobles themselves were once high-level civilizations and leaders of civilizations, but they chose a path that brought disaster to the country and the people. In order to pursue immortality, or some goals that civilization cannot achieve, they have done a lot of technological work. It is jokingly called the humanoid cyber test site. There is even such a saying. The source of the cyber test site is the inhumane experiments of these cosmic nobles. These experiments were discovered by a certain advanced civilization, who thought it was a tricky operation, and then gradually developed it. And the project of eternal life of the god of death is essentially not to become a conceptual life, but to eliminate the concept of death in normal life. So many people suspect that the source of the experiment of eternal life of the god of death is the evil god of the universe. Although we know the other party's goal of immortality, the specific technological route is not something that Gao Gong can figure out by himself. However, since we have found a mechanical liver emperor like Director Du, it is most likely to take the mechanical route, but there are many options on this route, such as quantum consciousness cloud, immortal star ring, stellar placenta, etc. These are some of the immortal means that Gao Gong knows. The specific effects of each one are different, so you can only confirm it when you actually see it. When Gao Gong was thinking silently at the bow, a Venusian suddenly became excited, and one after another, the crystal nerve tentacles emitted red light representing danger. Then, one after another, dark spaceships emerged from the jump mode, 1, 2, 3. A total of 3,000 spaceships, sailing out of the darkness, like the claws of some dark monster. And the hulls of these black ships are all engraved with the mark of the consciousness furnace. They caught up, they still caught up. A Venusian screamed in despair. How could they catch up? We have clearly untied the shackles of consciousness. Gao Gong turned his head and smiled with a bad taste. That is naturally the signal I sent to them. This group of Venusians can adjust their nerve signals to avoid the biological signal search of the cosmic background radiation. But there is such a pig teammate who deliberately amplifies the biological signal, and the only thing missing is that loudspeaker shouting, "I am here. I am here. If not you, who should I catch?" The Venusians showed shocked expressions of Jin Guanzhong. This expression seemed to say, "Are you crazy?" Gao Gong continued to laugh. I have to confirm whether it is the cosmic nobles who have taken over Director Du's body, or Director Du who has taken over the Cosmic Noble's body. If I kill my way through and find that Director Du has succeeded in taking over, then I'm done for. What's destroyed is my own assets. The dark spaceship surrounded the broken ship, and one after another of the dark energy cannons poked out. The dark port of the ship was breeding black energy. This kind of energy is either dark matter or mixed with dark energy. Anyway, it's not an ordinary energy cannon. The Cosmic Nobles are still rich. Many Venusians have fainted directly from fear. Are your emotional fluctuations a bit intense? Oh yes, it seems that the emotions of neural creatures are quite intense. Their brain-filling ability is generally strong. After a while, a comatose Venusian woke up, but it was not as imagined, directly annihilated by the energy cannon. The neural tentacles of the surrounding people have already lit up with colorful lights, which shows that their neural fluctuations are too intense, and it is difficult to describe them with an emotion. When the Venusian looked at the outside world, he was really dumbfounded. The universe is lonely and dark, so at first glance, it seems that the outside world has not changed. But when he really looked carefully, he found that since some time, the 3,000 black spaceships disappeared, and a thick black cocoon appeared. This thick cocoon has a very large range, directly covering the largest area it can perceive, and its volume is larger than the satellite. On the surface of the satellite, there are a large number of mechanical parts splitting and combining, some of which form a kind of suppression engine, some form a kind of energy absorption system, and some simply split on the spot and turned into tiny mechanical particles invisible to the naked eye. Then, the size of this mechanical satellite became smaller, and finally evolved into a human form, becoming the strange humanoid species before. Gao Gong rubbed his throat and smacked his lips twice. It's a bit strange. Then he landed on the spaceship again and said to the group of dumbfounded Venusians, "Why are you standing there? Go sailing." The group of Venusians finally reacted and became honest in an instant. Although the mechanical frenzy just now was silent, it had already set off a storm in their minds. What kind of mechanical monster is this? Next, as the senior engineer continued to conduct fishing enforcement, 3 waves of slave-hunting fleets from the consciousness furnace arrived, especially the last wave, which had 30,000 spaceships, including a considerable number of starships and even an interstellar fortress. A fleet of this level is more than enough for a small-scale interstellar war. However, this time, the Venusians finally saw how terrifying the full-powered mecha frenzy was. A black line covered the entire battlefield at the speed of light, and thousands of black lines shot out, piercing through the spaceships, and then the black lines merged with each other, turning into an interstellar giant-level mechanical giant palm, directly wrapping the entire interstellar fortress, and then the palm of the giant palm sorted out hundreds of millions of mouths, swallowing the entire interstellar fortress bit by bit. After eating this interstellar fortress, the power of the mechanical frenzy increased again, and soon swept away the remaining fleet. And seeing what happened, the Venusians were completely speechless. An idea even emerged in their minds uncontrollably. With the strength of this monster, perhaps, it can really defeat the mastermind behind the scenes. Of course, what they don't know is that if Du Xiaodi takes the position, these people will become Gao Gong's gifts. You can't get into the interstellar society without a black heart. These golden masters are still too naive. Strange, Gao Gong muttered to himself. Although he defeated the 3 fleets just now with ease, he didn't leave a single prisoner. It's not that Gao Gong is too murderous, but these fleets of consciousness furnace, from spaceships to starships, are all unmanned. But after Gao Gong ate them, he found that there was no AI driving module on these spaceships. It can't be another Boltzmann brain, right? If it's really a quantum tide at this level, I can't fail to discover it. Until now, Gao Gong dared to be sure that the immortality project of the Cosmic Noble must have gone wrong in some aspects. Maybe it's like the deep sisterly love between me and Deep Web back then. The voice of Ms. Deep Web suddenly sounded in Gao Gong's ears. You mean, 2 consciousnesses are fighting for the dominance of the immortality project? Gao Gong was thoughtful. He still remembered that when he asked Patrick to find them a job, he reminded them that stallion-type Cosmic Nobles were not allowed. As a result, Patrick promised with confidence that the Cosmic Noble, who placed an order on his black market, was a standard female species, and had no hobbies in this area. Now thinking about it, it seems that it is not very possible. Chapter 1329. According to your idea, if this Cosmic Noble really pursues immortality of consciousness, and her way of pursuing immortality of consciousness is to build some kind of super building to break through the last step, then if I were Du Xiaodi, I would definitely try my best at the last moment. Mission Wang analyzed. I believe Director Du is not lacking in the ruthlessness of trying at this critical moment, but the Director Du I know is a person who abides by contracts very much. In this regard, she is more stubborn than a robot. If she is forced to this point, then most likely, this cosmic noble has planned to find someone to be buried with him. If the other party's immortality project has a funeral service, then it is understandable that there is no living person on those starships. After all, these ships are driven by dead people. Dead people have no body. Isn't this easy to understand? Are there really dead people in this world? Ms. Wang was surprised. When any intelligent species dies, isn't it just dead? The consciousness dissipates, the body decays, and eventually returns to eternal nothingness. In theory, it is true. After all, the main universe has entropy increase, and even ascended species will die. However, a Master Lu once said that there were no roads in this world, but when more people walked, there would be roads. When there are too many dead people, there will be dead people with consciousness. This is not impossible. You just said that the main universe has entropy increase, so is there a parallel universe without entropy increase? Ms. Wang said with interest. If you can find a parallel universe without entropy increase, then you will make a fortune. Just by selling eternal species, you can become a cosmic rich man. This group of cosmic nobles will buy eternal species from you like crazy, which is much more worthwhile than risking losing all your money and life to do the immortality project. Senior engineer said casually. The universe is so big, there are so many wonders. Ms. Wang sighed sincerely. Gao Gong stopped talking nonsense with the other party. Since the situation was roughly simulated, the script of the Monkey King marries a wife could continue to be performed. Gao Gong's body once again surged with an infinite black tide, directly wrapping the spaceship, and then instantly entered the short curvature mode, and the black line transformed by the black tide instantly entered the superluminal state. Superluminal speed is a vague concept. After all, 1 times the speed of light is also superluminal speed, 100 times the speed of light is also superluminal speed, and 1000 times the speed of light is also superluminal speed. Although the superluminal speed of the Mecha Frenzy is short-handed, the superluminal speed can reach 3000 times, which is also relatively fast among superluminal speeds. By the way, species that can generally reach the speed of light need to take the light speed license at the Space-Time Administration and sign a speed limit agreement. However, the Space Administration stipulates that species traveling at the speed of light must be certified, but does not stipulate that species traveling at superspeed must be licensed, so Gao Gong is justified and confident. He has someone above him. Once the old driver's speed is up, he can't stop. Gao Gong rushed all the way to the space coordinates given by Desira, and then he saw a nebula with a very large coverage area, blocking his way. This is a typical emission nebula, with a coverage area in light years, and it is also a high-concentration cosmic radiation zone. The cosmic background radiation here can reach at least 100,000. This has reached the standard of a cosmic-level dangerous zone, because third-level species will die if they enter it. Why is there a nebula here? A Venusian murmured. When they escaped from the star cage, there was no nebula here. It seemed that their arrival also affected the foggy material at the edge of the nebula. Dark purple arcs jumped between the gaseous clouds. They were not like naturally formed plasma flows, but more like the floating synapses on the surface of some huge organisms. Gao Gong's eyes once again entered the probability cloud mode. When he suppressed the fleet before, he did not feel the quantum fluctuations, but here, he could feel the strong quantum fluctuations. The blue-green phosphorescent fire surged in the rose-red mist, as if there were pairs of dead eyes, hundreds of millions of them, staring at them. Quantum observation point? The probability cloud in Gao Gong's eyes disappeared, but the space string ball between his eyebrows lit up, shining on those dead eyes, and saw dead intelligent species floating in the nebula. Among these species, a considerable part are intelligent species outside the Robert Galaxy. Anyway, Gao Gong has never seen them in the black market. But he also saw the Galen people, the Milta people, and the black-skinned machines of the Black Machinery Alliance. According to the collector, this cosmic noble is an outsider, senior engineer muttered to himself. And the time she came was exactly when the mechanical overlord evacuated. She contacted the local black market owner through the unique communication channels of the cosmic nobles. It was a very good time node. The mechanical overlord still had its power, and could suppress the ascended civilization outside. The civilization in the galaxy had not developed to the level of a hegemon, so it was impossible to carry out cosmic transformation and conduct deep-level intervention. There are basically no external interference factors in this place for the immortality project. I go in, you stay too. The next sentence of Gao Gong was addressed to Ms. Wang. Me? Why? Ms. Wang asked in surprise. She was also very interested in this immortality project. There are many cosmic treasures in the collections of the cosmic nobles. In their circle, there are means to capture relics. Do you want to try it? Then I wait for you outside. Ms. Shawang immediately changed her words, quite tactful. Gao Gong stepped out of the boat lightly, and the black tide in his body surged out, covering his skin. At the same time, his organism began to shrink, shrinking all the way to the space field of the space string ball. This space field is about the size of the dimensional bag, about the size of 10 football fields. As soon as Gao Gong's organism landed, it quickly deformed, the skull was recovered, the neuron synapses surged, forming a nerve mountain, and then quickly intertwined and entangled, forming the contact interface of the CPU, connected to other biological hardware. The skeleton was supported to form a chassis of thousands of meters, and the organs in the digestive system, such as the stomach, became a black hole of flesh and blood, and evolved into a large radiator. The retina began to change from real to virtual, and the holographic screen began to cover 1 sky unit, 2 sky units, 100, 1,000. The entire space field was covered by thousands of screens from top to bottom, and left to right. Although this space field is not small, when Gao Gong evolved the 9.0 biological computer body, this computer room was still a bit crowded. Theoretically, the size of the planetary computer should be the same as that of Gao Gong's biological computer. When Gao Gong showed his original form, it meant that he could no longer fully perform the calculation power deduction, and he did not need to maintain his human form. From Gao Gong's point of view, this is actually a solution that is not a solution. Since the Mecha Frenzy has not evolved its own computing system, in order to completely control this civilization weapon, and not get lost in this strange nebula, he can only let his biological body go into battle. Of course, thinking about it in a positive way, Gao Gong will always take the route of integrating mechanical and biological bodies. This kind of cooperation can be regarded as a pre-drill. When the quantized mechanical body opened its eyes again, it saw the images reflected by countless retinal holographic screens. Chapter 1330. Quantum vision is very different from normal vision. Normal vision is at most about not looking at indecent things, and not looking at other people's wives. But in the observation of quantum vision, it is possible that someone else's wife becomes your wife while observing, which is called quantum entanglement. And it is also possible that this is not only someone else's wife, but also your wife, which is called wave-particle duality. There is another possibility that you think it is your wife, but she is not your wife. She is your wife on another timeline, which is quantum uncertainty. And the last possibility is that your wife does not exist at all. What you see is just a ghost in the quantum world, or you are the ghost. So when Gao Gong saw so many dead people, he immediately activated the 9.0 version of the biological computer, activated the deep quantum thinking mode, and fully opened the computing power. Because in the quantum vision, when you see the corpse, you yourself have actually become a corpse. What the hell is that white-haired witch doing? Although it is called the immortality of the god of death, you created so many quantum corpses. Do you really want to become the god of death? Gao Gong carefully avoided these dead people. The whole nebula seemed to have turned into a corpse nest. There were no less than hundreds of millions of densely packed corpses. Looking around, the sky and the ground were all black. Some of the corpses' eyes were actually rippling with the changes in the probability cloud. This means that it is calculating, or someone is calculating through it. The black tide on Gao Gong's body surged more and more violently. Every time it was about to surge out, it disintegrated into countless mechanical particles, and then the mechanical particles were quantized, and so on. If it wasn't Gao Gong who was present, any third-order species would have been assimilated by these corpses at this time. After deep thinking about quantum, Gao Gong came to a surprising conclusion: this is not quantum transformation, but quantum pollution. To be more precise, there is a kind of quantum virus that is spreading in this nebula. In addition to assimilating corpses, this virus has a special effect, which is dimensional dislocation. This dimensional dislocation will cause the corpse to move in another special dimension that contains quantum fluctuations. This is why, in the unmanned fleet that Gao Gong saw before, there was not a single living person or corpse in it. Thanks to Gao Gong's old driver, otherwise he would have forced his way in with the Mecha Frenzy, and would most likely have been assimilated now. But is this really a virus? Gao Gong immediately thought of the deep sisterhood that Ms. Shawang had mentioned before. Or are the two consciousnesses fighting for the dominance of the god of death, and inadvertently creating neural fluctuations? Death's Immortality, Immortality Project, Neural Biological Test Subjects. As more and more puzzle pieces appeared, the distance between Gao Gong and the full picture of the incident was getting closer and closer. However, as he observed, the probability clouds in the eyes of these corpses became more and more, and the tidal speed on Gao Gong's body became faster and faster. The Klein bottle resonator hummed, reminding him. Some force tried to upgrade him. Even tried to drill into the non-embeddable space. Fortunately, the equipment produced by this system was really powerful, and the closed quantum space also firmly withstood this quantum assimilation. In jargon, the quantum immune system is immune to the spread of the quantum virus. Seeing that Gao Gong was not affected, the corpses seemed angry, and Gao Gong himself was immediately attacked at the quantum level. Memory is like electrons tunneled by quantum, and Gao Gong's memory fragments are randomly superimposed with the experience of strangers. And these strangers are not just one or two, rising from millions to tens of millions, and soon breaking through the unit of 1 billion. The third-order top consciousness, 10,000 points of consciousness, was defeated with almost no resistance. Fortunately, Gao Gong also anticipated this and entered the deep thinking mode early. In this mode, the biological system, including the nervous system, has long entered a complex logical reasoning, and quantum computing is performed through the genome. It is completely unimportant whether there is consciousness or not. Similarly, all retinal holographic screens began to experience visual distortion, and the images on the screen began to collapse into countless superposition noise points. The corpse's face showed a smile and tears at the same time, and the parts of the mechanical body flickered at a high frequency between existence and nothingness, as if billions of quantum bits were competing for the right to interpret reality. All data streams of the biological computer on the mechanical body were infected by the quantum noise in the nebula. In the holographic projection, the face of the corpse gradually dissolved into a mosaic-like Schrödinger state. Even the corpse itself became a Schrödinger state between death and life. They moved their hands and feet, forming a dark tide of corpses, surging from all directions. In the process of this surge, Gao Gong even saw the stars collapse into black holes at the moment of birth, and the geometric structure was infinitely recursive. These pictures were not illusions, but superposition memories forcibly written into his neural network by quantum tides. To put it simply, this is a quantum tide with the attribute of death induced by the corpse tide. And behind this corpse tide, Gao Gong seemed to see a familiar figure. You will become the same. Seeing this, Gao Gong started the mecha frenzy without saying a word, but this time, the black tide also entered the quantum mode. Name, Klein bottle resonator. Function 1, mechanical dimension upgrade through resonance. The mechanical device is converted into a quantum state, or the quantum state is upgraded and converted into a mechanical module. This time, the mechanical frenzy is in a quantum state. The two sides hedged, and this time, these corpses not only became mosaics on their faces, but also on their bodies. Then, under the impact of the more mosaic mechanical frenzy, first, erosion marks appeared on the surface, and then the erosion marks collapsed instantly, swallowing these quantum corpses. And these erosion marks are the quantum tunneling tracks left by the quantum tide in the material. If a quantum tide is used to deal with a carbon-based creature, even if the operator of the quantum tide is level 1, it can kill the carbon-based creature instantly. The opponent can kill you even if he is level 120, not to mention level 3. This is a pure dimensionality reduction attack. There is no reason at all. But if everyone can enter the quantum tide state, then the strength of the main body is the measure of the state of both parties. And Gao Gong's mecha frenzy is all level 3 top star armor, sharing blood volume and mechanical energy. As for these corpses, not to mention that many are level 7 and 80, there are even level 2 and level 1. Obviously, when the white-haired witch conducted species experiments, she did not consider the level at all, but only considered the strength of the nervous system. So, when everyone is in the quantum state and conducts a hard power confrontation, for Gao Gong, it is definitely a massacre for the hundreds of millions of corpses in front of him. When dealing with 3 waves of slave-hunting fleets before, Gao Gong had earned 100 billion experience points. And now dealing with these corpses, he would earn even more. Although their levels were not high, the blessing of the quantum state allowed them to give a lot of experience points. Just killing this wave of people, Gao Gong's personal experience points went straight to 500 billion. If these corpses had not disintegrated into quantum states one by one in the middle of the journey, he would have been reluctant to leave. It was so cool to earn experience points. And when all the quantum corpses disappeared, the familiar figure standing behind the corpse tide finally came over. Director Du? Chapter 1331. When the experience of the senior engineer reaches the unit of 100 million, it is automatically converted into planetary experience, just like mechanical energy and biological energy. 100 million experience is equivalent to 1 point of planetary experience. 500 billion experience instantly becomes 5,000 points of planetary experience. But this is not the point. The point is that he saw Du Xiaodi again, the first rich woman in his life. Men always miss the first rich woman who supports them, and Gao Gong is no exception, so when he saw this one again, he was very excited. She has a clear and porcelain oval face, short hair at neck, tied into a neat ponytail, fair and clean skin, but her palms are a little rough. She wears a white work uniform with sleeves folded up, revealing a pair of forearms, which looks particularly neat and tidy. Director Du, I miss you so much. Miss Du, did you miss me when you were moving bricks? Miss Du, I have sent you so many letters over the years, did you receive them? Boss Du, why don't you say anything? Engineer Gao came over happily, and Du Xiaodi also showed a rare gentle smile, which was very rare even when facing Gao. A straight engineering girl would never seduce a man, but because of this, every smile was particularly moving. After Engineer Gao talked for a while, he found that no matter what he said, the other party would smile gently, not reply, and did not move. It didn't look like a corpse. Engineer Gao walked around the other party, and said with a sigh, "So, Ms. Du, what state are you in now? How come you are mixed in with quantum corpses?" Gao Gong extended a hand, and touched the other person's face. It was warm and moist. This was a real carbon-based body. Why weren't you infected? Or was it because those strong quantum fluctuations were transmitted by you? When in doubt, the system panel. So Gao Gong opened the system panel, and found Du Xiaodi's attributes. Like him, she was level 90 max, and her profession was changed to mechanic star body at some point. Maybe there is also a job change system here. In addition to the daughter of the machine, the heart of creation, and the mechanical genius, there are 2 more templates on her boss panel. Cosmic Noble Immortal. However, these 2 boss templates are gray and seem to be unactivated. What is your relationship with the white-haired witch? Split personality, or a confrontation of quantum consciousness, or simply not digested thoroughly? Du Xiaodi still smiled but did not answer. Engineer Gao no longer counted on the other party, thinking on his own, hiding his body in the nebula, which showed that the fight had reached a certain fierce juncture. Different states depend on different methods. If it was a simple fight, it would be the easiest to deal with, as Gao liked physical output the most now. If it was a split personality and a clash of consciousness, then it would be no problem to go back to his old job. But he was afraid of the last one, that if he had only digested half of it and intervened randomly, then there would be a big problem. But the problem was, he didn't understand who digested whom. While Engineer Gao was thinking, a slightly rough hand touched Gao's face. Engineer Gao was stunned for a moment, and found that Du Xiaodi was looking at him with crooked eyes, as if she was playing with some large toy. Director Du's body without soul is so cute. Gao Gong, who felt this, immediately went over. Director Du also smiled happily, as if he was holding a big doll. Ahem, Director Du, now is not the time to hug each other. Can you help me point the way, that is, where your soul is and the direction of consciousness? Are you fighting with someone? I help you. Gao Gong coughed dryly, and said to Du Xiaodi's body. Du Xiaodi pouted in grievance, cute, like Rua, but at this time, Director Du's superior talent was revealed. Du Xiaodi, who only relied on instinct, tilted her head and thought for a while, and suddenly put her palm lightly on Gao Gong's chest. Gao Gong immediately felt that a strange thought was injected into his body, and the mecha frenzy was affected, and it turned directly into black waves, wrapping the 2 of them. Du Xiaodi's eyes lit up immediately, as if she had found a toy more fun than Gao Gong. Even if she relied on instinct alone, she quickly mastered the control technology of the mecha frenzy. Gao Gong suppressed the resistance instinct of the mechanical body while cooperating with Director Du's operation. Soon, the black tide enveloped the 2 and entered the short curvature mode. With a superluminal speed, Du Xiaodi continuously crossed the real level and the quantum level, and even turned around several times. Although Gao Gong didn't know why, the instinct of the organism reminded him that there was a big danger ahead. And in the process of moving, the 2 were getting closer and closer to the coordinates given by Desira, but just when they were about to arrive, Du Xiaodi suddenly shook her head with a tight face, and then pointed at Gao Gong's chest. You mean, there is something wrong with this coordinate? Are you reminding me? Du Xiaodi looked at him blankly, and was offline again. Director Du's current state is a bit like a vegetative person. He will only react to strong stimulation. He reacted to seeing me and excellent machinery. I suddenly had a bold idea. However, this juncture is definitely not the time to be bold. As a high-quality little wolf dog of a rich woman, Engineer Gao quickly realized what the other party meant. Do you want to enter the space string ball? Du Xiaodi still did not answer, but Engineer Gao had already operated it. Soon, Director Du saw the super biological computer. Director Du was obviously not so interested in the stuff of the biology department. After a reluctant operation, the string of coordinates quickly turned into a series of complex and changing numbers on the retina screen. Daisy is pitting me? No, Engineer Gao quickly understood. This space coordinate is obscured by some kind of fourth-level civilization building similar to a virtual membrane. And this civilization building is obviously of quantum nature. If the virtual membrane can erase the coordinates of an entire star system, then the role of this quantum building is probably to confuse the quantum coordinates with the space coordinates. Although I don't know where it is going, the red warning that pops up on the retina screen cannot be fake. This is not the kind of warning displayed in a small movie, but a warning that can destroy the hardware. If he hadn't run into Du Xiaoti's body, Gao Gong might not have fallen in, but he would have definitely delayed time. You shouldn't have come. Just as Gao Gong adjusted the quantum space coordinates to facilitate himself to bypass the blockade and directly enter the location of the Eternal Life Project, a cold voice suddenly sounded. Gao Gong didn't need to look back, and the retina holographic screen returned to the previous picture. Du Xiaoti, oh no, Du Xiaoti's expression was cold, and her voice was cold, but the deep concern in her tone could not be faked. Then Du Xiaoti returned to her cute version again. You can bypass the quantum blockade and conduct quantum communication. Long time no see. Director Du, you have become much stronger. But we who provide this kind of service always provide pickup and drop-off. After all, the cosmic nobles are cosmic-class rich women. The service must be in place. The next moment, Gao Gong directly activated the Mecha Frenzy and jumped to the real quantum coordinates. Chapter 1332. Quantum coordinates are actually a kind of space coordinates, but their coordinates are not in the material world. Even, they are not in the main universe. Fortunately, through the powerful computing power of the biological computer, the space coordinates given by Daisy have been combined with the quantum coordinates for analysis, and a conversion equation has been obtained. This equation has a single solution. In other words, the quantum coordinates are just a transit station. Only by following this transit station can we reach the real target. The feeling of quantum transfer is also different. The air vibrates at a high frequency like a harp string plucked by invisible fingers. The surrounding light suddenly twists into countless diamond-shaped fragments. The center point bursts out a blue particle vortex. The surrounding nebula materializes in the virtual space. Every light spot is in a superposition state of existence and annihilation at the same time. At the same time, not only the mysterious steel dome appears on the retina, but the God's consciousness of the senior engineer also captures the information cocoon woven by the Klein bottle topological structure. Information cocoon? Isn't this fourth-order information technology? Although this thing is not as good as his own closed quantum space, it is also very powerful. Information cocoon, this thing is very powerful against some virtual species. However, this information cocoon seems to be made by mechanical construction. Although at the quantum level, all forms will collapse and interweave into complex functions. But Gao Gong still saw at a glance that it was a variety of operations belonging to the mechanical department. Information? Carbon-based? Mechanical? Which department is that white-haired witch? The next moment, Gao Gong and others returned to reality. When they returned to reality, they felt the terrifying high temperature that melted the space, and the first thing they saw was a huge star that fell and burned. The expanding chromosphere was like a festering wound, and the groaning of the hydrogen burning zone shook the entire planetary system. The separated dark red filaments filled the surrounding space, and the volume of each dark red filament was comparable to an asteroid belt. The scope of this impact seemed to be more than just one star system. How did it become a red giant? Engineer Gao was stunned for a moment and said, "The construction site environment is not right. When the collector took the job for them before, he patted his chest and guaranteed that the maturity period of the star was quite stable, and it was a mature and safe star project. Damn, this is a typical high-risk operation. If he knew that the construction site was on a red giant, Engineer Gao would never let Du Xiaoti move bricks here." Gao Gong turned his head suddenly. Although it was beyond the perception range of biological organisms, in the perception of the mechanical frenzy, several light years away from the dark red filaments, a huge reflection nebula enveloped this area. There is no doubt that this is where they came from. Gao Gong also immediately understood what was going on with the nebula that suddenly formed. In fact, it was the stellar matter that was spit out and generated in a short period of time. I can report your violation to the Space Administration. The Civilization Council does not prevent civilization wars. Even the mainstream view within the Council believes that civilization wars are catalysts for civilization evolution. But war is war. You can't explode stars at will. This is the same as the Earth War, where nuclear power plants are bombed at every turn. Although this is not a civilized war, this operation is in a sense worse. By accelerating the aging of stars, creating red giants, and conducting human experiments and transformation. Once this thing fails, it will not only cause environmental pollution, but also cause large-scale genetic pollution. What's more, this genetic pollution will flow to different timelines. Because around the red giant, Gao Gong saw a lot of micro black holes, and it is not certain which black hole will really make a small hole in the timeline. This is definitely a job that can make space-time agents work overtime and want to die. As expected of the cosmic nobles, they are really fierce when they do the whole job. Other advanced civilizations are just conducting civilization experiments on a planet. You actually conducted human experiments at the cost of a mature star. You are still showing off. You know, the red giant stage of stars is about 50 to 800 times that of normal stars. If we compare the original star to a glass marble, the red giant stage will expand into a hot air balloon that can swallow the entire street. This does not mean that the technology tree in the hands of the cosmic nobles is stronger than civilization. If you regard civilization as a chain hotel, then the cosmic nobles are small black workshops. Small workshops are aggressive in cutting materials, and the technology ruthless guys are also desperate. Go to the star ring first. My men will help you enter the tombstone of civilization. Du Xiaoti's cold voice sounded again from behind. And this time, when Gao Gong looked over, Du Xiaoti did not lose his mind, and nodded slightly to himself. Gao Gong also nodded, and the mecha frenzy immediately entered the short jump mode, and went straight to the red giant. As a representative of late-stage stars, red giants fully demonstrate what it means to be ominous in old age. The volume and temperature are rising rapidly, engulfing everything. The result of this violent expansion will directly affect dozens of surrounding star systems. The mechanical buildings originally built on the surface, and even covering the depths of the star are also swallowed by the red giant. A large number of species, test data, and test technology will perish one by one in this process. Gao Gong finally understood why Du Xiaoti wanted to resist. This level of burial is too torture. Soon, under the guidance of Du Xiaoti, he found a broken star ring. This kind of star giant structure has a diameter that reaches the diameter of an ordinary planet. Gao Gong swiped the exploration over, and wow, it was not a 4th level building fragment, but a 5th level one. This shows that the white-haired which is also a member of a 4th level ascended civilization. It is not incomprehensible that a 4th level civilization can produce a 5th level building. And unlike the Dyson sphere, which can only be regarded as a stellar power plant, the star ring can completely control everything about a star, such as accelerating the aging of the star as seen in front of us. It can even control black holes. It seemed to have received a notification, and soon, the fragments of the star ring were responding with light. Gao Gong quickly came to its interior, and saw at least 50 mechanics among a group of top-of-the-line mechanical devices. These mechanics have different life forms, and there are even quantum lives, but the only thing in common is the level of 90 max. It was so dazzling that Gao Gong's eyes were blinded. Seeing Gao Gong, or Gao Gong in the form of mechanical frenzy, many mechanics' eyes lit up. But seeing Du Xiaoti's body, they were even more excited. Great Keeper, did our plan succeed? I saw that the planetary funeral instrument was activated 0.0001 microseconds in advance. Master Du, have you completely replaced Hiluapa now? The collapse rehearsal on the mechanical cage doesn't seem to be like this. Du Xiaoti's consciousness seemed to recover more and more, and she could communicate normally. She said, the prisoner's dilemma and the observer effect did produce unknown phenomena, but this is still in our rehearsal. At least from the design of escaping the dilemma, it does not interfere. What really interfered with us was the ascension technology brought by Hiluapa from the ascended civilization, which helped her escape from the prisoner's dilemma. How can the ascension technology work on a traitor of the ascended civilization? A mechanic was amazed. We all overlooked one point. The ascended civilization she escaped from was not a mechanical civilization, but a carbon-based civilization. Our main focus before was always the mechanical cage. Since the information density was quite high, Gao Gong had been digesting it silently. But when the word mechanical cage popped out of the other person's mouth twice, he finally couldn't help it. Mechanical cage? Are you talking about the mechanical cage of the Third Mechanical Revolution? Chapter 1333. If you say that when he came to pick up Director Du before, Engineer Gao was still full of joy and amorous feelings. But when he heard about the Mechanical Revolution, he had the same expression as Bu Jingyun, don't come over. The First Mechanical Revolution, the main body, the Second Mechanical Revolution, the intelligent machine crisis, the third mechanical revolution, the mechanical cage. How come they all came at once? This probability is hundreds of times higher than that of ordinary mechanical civilizations. Du Xiaodi also looked at Engineer Gao in surprise, as if to say, so you also know about the mechanical cage. However, she did not speak, but continued to make arrangements. There must be something wrong with my consciousness. You will teleport me and him into the civilization tombstone later. After we go in, you will continue to contact other people and continue our brain cage plan. Next, Du Xiaodi talked about a lot of arrangements on the details of the plan, such as repairing stellar neural pulses, reorganizing brain dimensional folds, repairing the probability consciousness generator, etc. Gao Gong had heard of all these things. All of them were fourth-tier technologies. Although the pursuit of immortality meant that third-tier technologies were not very useful, when he heard that the other party was talking about fourth-tier transformations, Gao Gong also understood why the other party's level increased so quickly. From the perspective of a mechanic, this was completely a boss monster. After completing the explanation, Du Xiaodi looked at him again. Let's go, I explain it to you on the way. Have you regained consciousness? Yes, the mechanical cage is very useful. Gao Gong's eyes twitched. Would there be another leader of the mechanical revolution in his own camp? He only has 2 eyes. He can't monitor 3 people. The mecha frenzy wrapped the 2 of them, entered the short curvature mode again and left. These mechanics in the tomb industry immediately changed from being serious to whispering and gossiping. Is this Master Du's spouse? Such powerful mechanical energy. I have seen at least tens of thousands of mechanical bodies with good performance sealed in a flesh body. No wonder Master Du is so obsessed with it. A female robot equipped with a mating system was excited, and it felt like the engine was about to drip oil. It's strange, how did he do it? That level of quantum fluctuation is actually very stable. Is he a quantum life number 11? Number 11 is the quantum life mechanic, and it shook its head when it heard it. I didn't feel the aura of quantum life from him. It's definitely impossible to be a quantum life. Master Du likes male carbon-based species. At most, it must be a bionic robot. People like you metal skin, he won't even look at it. The female robot chattered non-stop. I am still very interested in his methods. I can feel that it is a powerful group mechanical force. And this group of machinery can actually be operated by individuals. Could it be that the other party's onboard computer has been modified with ascension technology? Incredible, this is the first time I see the Gravekeeper smile. I always thought she was a humanoid robot like me. No, it's impossible. The Gravekeeper only has machines in his heart. Isn't it because of this that we chose her to be our leader? In the short curvature mode, Du Xiaodi looked calm but brightly at Gao Gong. Only those who are familiar with Director Du know that she is in a good mood now. I know you have a lot of questions to ask me, and of course, I have more questions to ask you. So who should I speak first, you or me? Director Du, as always, took the leading role in the conversation. Gao Gong was also accustomed to it, and after thinking about it, he asked the question that he was most concerned about before. Who is he, Luopa? A traitor of a carbon-based ascending civilization, who became a cosmic noble by betraying civilization, and came here at a great cost to transform stars and pursue immortality. Since it is a carbon-based civilization, why did you mention the mechanical cage just now? Although the possibility is extremely low, Gao Gong still has some hope that he heard it wrong. After all, it is a carbon-based civilization. The Shurha civilization where Luopa is located is famous for suppressing mechanical civilizations. The most famous civilization war was to defeat the Mechanical Civilization Alliance transformed by the mechanical cage, and simulate some of the parameters of the mechanical cage through the Shurha technology. This Shurha civilization is quite awesome. The mechanical revolution may not be more powerful each time, but it is definitely more complicated each time, especially the mechanical cage, which can be said to be the technological birthplace of carbon-based cans. The carbon-based can technology of different, ascended civilizations can be traced back to here. So this thing can be said to be a special attack on carbon-based species. The fact that it can defeat the mechanical cage in turn, although it may not sound like suppression, is enough to prove how awesome the other party is. Du Xiaodi added, it was at the critical juncture when the Mechanical Civilization Alliance was defeated and the Wet River Civilization was severely damaged that Luopa stole a lot of precious civilization information and, with the help of a group of cosmic nobles, divided up the entire civilization, and she became a new cosmic noble. TSK. Sure enough, 90% of civilization conflicts are internal conflicts, and the Ascension civilization is no exception. Or conversely, It is precisely because the internal conflicts of civilization are difficult to resolve that it is necessary to ascend before the conflicts are completely intensified. Wet River Civilization, it sounds like it is going in the direction of wetware technology. Yes, the wetware computer of the Wet River Civilization is quite powerful, and it has even developed a wetware computer at the level of the Galaxy computer. All internal members of the civilization can have their wetware repeatedly regenerated through this wetware computer. I see. In a sense, wetware computers are also a type of biological computers, but they are more inclined to human brains, neurons, or other neurobiological tissues. In layman's terms, this is a rare direction of computing power enhancement in biological computers. So what is the reason for the betrayal? Shura calculated that in order to move towards a higher level of ascension technology, more powerful computing power is needed, and this computing power requires the internal renewal of Shura, and some members of the ascension need to temporarily leave Shura. So, the temporary departure becomes a permanent departure in the hands of Haluapa. It is difficult to tell the right and wrong within this civilization. After all, as an existence that has ascended once, it is natural to know the difficulty of ascension itself. Haluapa may be desperate in the technological chasm. Or, the service life of the wetware itself is coming to an end. After all, everyone is pursuing the immortality project, and the white-haired witch is not young. Even directly seduced and corrupted by the cosmic nobles. Distractions flash through Gao Gong's mind. So, this Haluapa wants to use mechanical technology to simulate a wetware computer, and then use some kind of consciousness uploading operation to create a mechanical cage. Du Xiaodi looked at the other party in surprise. They spent so many years to figure out the truth, but the other party guessed it so easily. It's not the wisdom of the senior engineer. It's that the senior engineer knows the characteristics of the mechanical revolution at different stages. According to another translation of the Civilization Council, the mechanical cage is called eternal imprisonment. Chapter 1334. It can be said bluntly that the third mechanical revolution, that is, the mechanical cage, is the most famous and the most notorious in carbon-based civilization. The reason is that technologies such as biological cans, human-machine brains, carbon-based power plants, and carbon-based perpetual motion machines can basically be traced back to it. If the first two mechanical revolutions, one focused on extinction and the other focused on pollution, then this one focuses on exploitation. The so-called exploitation is to regard the wisdom of different species as the nutrients of computing power, carbon-based technology as the nutrients of mechanical technology, and even the life forms of other species as the key to the evolution of creating their own mechanical forms. Although, compared with the previous two times, this time's machine rebellion not only did not cause large-scale extinction, but all defeated carbon-based species could survive. But this way of survival is very creepy for most intelligent species. At least half of the notoriety of the mechanical revolution was caused by the mechanical cage. But Gao Gong never expected that someone would go the other way and use the mechanical cage model to create the immortality project. But if you think about it carefully, this is not impossible. First, it does not require the power of civilization. Second, it is one of the few ways to permanently change the carbon-based form through mechanical means. Third, it has a considerable match with the technology tree of the Wet River Civilization. Because in essence, it uses the mechanical cage to permanently strengthen the human body wetware. No wonder he was shocked when he felt the information, carbon-based, mechanical and other means before, and thought that someone was taking the fusion route like him. Now that Gao Gong has figured it out, he can't help but complain. No wonder people always say that the earliest version of the cyber test site is the Space Noble version. Now it seems that it is really well deserved. You are really professional in doing technology. Then what is your counterattack? Gao Gong got straight to the point after figuring it out. I was the first to wake up. After waking up, I secretly awakened other cage mechanics. According to Du Xiaodi, after she came here to move bricks, she was like other mechanics. Her mind was imprisoned by the secretly guided mechanical cage, and she became a brick mover without 7 emotions and 6 desires. Maybe it was a coincidence, or maybe the memory worm in her body took effect. She was the first to wake up. After waking up, she secretly woke up other mechanics one by one, compared them with each other, and deduced the design of the mechanical cage. Then, it was a covert operation to survive. It was also thanks to the Haluapa that in order to ensure the quality of the project, he invited mechanics by various means. They were all experts in various mechanical fields, and many of them were mechanics from the third-level mature civilization. These mechanics from mature civilizations have even been exposed to the ascension field. In order to survive, these people communicated with each other, were open and honest, and publicly studied all the methods they could think of. Among them, the quantum mechanic played a big role. It proposed a concept, that is, to manipulate the prisoner's dilemma with the help of the observer effect, replace the consciousness of Hiluapa in the mechanical cage with the consciousness of Du Xiaodi. This requires not only hardware modification, but also the development of quantum technology. However, the quantum technology of the third-level civilization is still half understanding of the observer effect, so the probability of gambling life is still very high. But Du Xiaodi did it without saying a word. So even if many mechanics have better skills than her, they still respectfully call her Master Du. Observer effect, prisoner's dilemma, and quantum superposition. Engineer Gao frowned. Apart from the attributes of quantum technology, these two words are somewhat related to psychology. The observer effect belongs to what you see is what you get. The prisoner's dilemma is another way of saying it. Two prisoners who conspired to commit a crime were interrogated separately, and their outcomes were, if both of them remained silent, cooperated due to insufficient evidence, each was sentenced to 1 year in prison. If one person confesses, betrays, and the other is silent, the confessor is released for meritorious service, and the silent one is sentenced to 10 years. If both confess, betray each other, each is sentenced to 8 years. According to the idea of this group of mechanics, they secretly increased the number of immortals in the mechanical cage from 1 to 2, and deliberately leaked it to the Hiluapa, and then manipulated the quantum state change. The result is like this: if both remain silent, cooperate, both parties enter the immortal mode at the same time. If one person confesses, betrays, and the other is silent, Hiluapa finds something wrong and tries to suppress them, then the quantum field is activated, immediately transferring her consciousness out, and transferring Du Xiaodi's consciousness in, taking over the magpie's nest. If both of them confessed, betrayed each other, Hiluapa would not go out, Du Xiaodi would not come in, the Eternal Life project would crash, the project would be cancelled, both sides would be severely damaged, or even perish together. The mechanics hoped for the second option the most. If that didn't work, the third option was also an option. But they overlooked one point. The other party was a member of the ascending civilization. Even if she was just a former member, even if she was removed from the computer system, she still had some ability to use the ultimate wetware computer Wet River. Even if she only summoned a little bit of power, it would probably be a disaster for everyone present. However, according to Du Xiaodi, the situation should not be that bad, otherwise her consciousness would not still exist. The other party should have simulated the data changes of the Wet River, and created a new quantum variable. To put it simply, a third party was inserted into the two-person solo game. But it should be quite troublesome, because my consciousness is disconnected, and I even uploaded my body into the nebula in advance. This is the worst plan. The current Du Xiaodi is still not the complete Du Xiaodi, but only the Du Xiaodi who has recovered part of her consciousness. The complete consciousness is still in the mechanical cage, fighting a prisoner battle with the white-haired witch. If I'm not here, what are you going to do? Gao Gong couldn't help asking. Forced activation of option 3, just like what's happening now, maybe I've already activated it. Looking at the terrifying high-temperature collapse environment in front of him, Gao Gong was rarely speechless. Is it so fierce? Du Xiaodi comforted the other party. The ending may not be the worst. I have left a lot of hidden modifications in this immortality project. After we perish together, there is a certain probability that I will reshape my consciousness in the machine. That really tests the quality of your engineering. If Du Xiaodi wants to do this and succeed, the first thing to ensure is that these star projects can still function normally in this environment. The second thing to ensure is that the machine consciousness is awakened and then escapes from the explosion range when the fuel is burned out, that is, in the seconds or minutes before the core collapses. Anyway, Gao Gong doesn't think it's reliable no matter how he looks at it. Du Xiaodi seems to realize this and said, so it's not a bad thing for you to come. We can continue to add a variable. Gao Gong shook his head slowly. Chapter 1335. Du Xiaodi's meaning is very simple, that is, through the consciousness of the senior engineer, add another quantum variable, or add another prisoner. She knows that someone has very strong skills in virtuality. However, the senior engineer does not agree with this plan, although his skills are indeed very strong. Limited by vision and technology, Du Xiaodi's understanding of the quantum level is still too shallow. The scene she imagined is 2 versus 2, but in fact, it may be 2 versus infinity, 2 versus Wet River computer, she versus another modified version of the senior engineer. All of these can happen. The galaxy computer is also called a spacetime computer, because this level of computer can interfere with spacetime through quantum computing power. If spacetime can be interfered with, then everything impossible can become possible. Although a former member of the ascended civilization should not be able to mobilize such a huge quantum computing power, even a little bit can create infinite variables. Besides, the other party borrowing the wetware computer was just the idea of this group of mechanics. What if the other party used other means, such as some kind of cosmic treasure, or even some kind of cosmic relic? It's not impossible. Just as you should never underestimate the power of civilization, you should also not underestimate the money power of a cosmic noble. I have a more straightforward method. Du Xiaodi frowned and looked at the other party. She didn't know what the other party was thinking, and she didn't like the other party to have too many ideas. As long as the other party has an idea about me, it's fine. From the hardware level, we will directly kill into the mechanical cage and find the body of Hiluapa. Senior engineer cut his neck and smiled. Physically destroy it and put an end to it. Du Xiaodi is a stereotype person who doesn't like to complain. She only considers whether this matter is feasible. She frowned and asked a key question. Are you sure you can break the star-level defense? Hiluapa was born in a carbon-based civilization. Even if this carbon-based civilization is an ascending civilization, it doesn't mean that she is proficient in mechanical technology. So in terms of engineering, she still delegates more power. So this group of mechanics can do things quietly. But the only point is that the defense measures of the entire Immortality Project are not built by them, nor are they allowed to control them. Their control rights are completely independent of the entire project and belong only to Hiluapa. So a group of mechanics, who are obviously the best at mechanical transformation, can only find ways to break through from the virtual level. Star-level defense, in other words, is fourth-level defense. To put it more clearly, the periphery of the mechanical cage must have a well-defended fourth-level civilization building. If you are unlucky, you may even have a fifth level. After all, the star ring is a fifth level. I can handle it, Engineer Gao said softly but firmly. Okay. Du Xiaodi nodded calmly. Then do it. Although due to the explosion of the red giant, the Immortality Project originally covering the periphery of the star was all swallowed up by the red giant. But as one of the contractors of the entire project, Du Xiaodi quickly confirmed the direction of the mechanical cage. Under the impact of the first wave of the red giant's 1 billion degree explosion, the main body of the Immortality Project seemed to be rushed under the star. In the midst of high-temperature light and heat, Gao Gong saw a dark area. From the quantum perspective, it is an area composed of countless negative numbers in space. And if you switch to the conventional perspective, it is countless micro-black holes that are opening and closing. It is because they absorb a lot of light and heat that the balance of the mechanical cage is maintained. Antimatter annihilation barrier, Gao Gong and Du Xiaodi said in unison. This is undoubtedly a fourth-level defense building, and it is a combination of the two technological routes of black hole technology and antimatter technology. Simply put, artificially created black holes are seriously unstable. Micro-black holes are easily closed under the spontaneous adjustment of space, and large black holes are difficult to control. They are easy to swallow everything and mutate into galaxy disasters. If there is a substance that can stabilize the black hole and control it within a certain range when the black hole opens, it will neither disappear nor spread. Such a substance does exist. Antimatter particles are the best neutralizer. The characteristic of antimatter is that it can offset all physical properties of matter, even the swallowing power of black holes. Nothing can fill the black hole, so change the idea and let the black hole stop swallowing itself, then the problem will be solved. This thing seems to be a specialty of the fourth-level energy civilization. Senior engineer muttered to himself. Now, the obsessive-compulsive disorder is satisfied, and the whole series of machinery, carbon-based, information, and energy are complete. Money is powerful, and this thing can be bought. Anyway, no matter where it is bought from, it is definitely not made by the Hiluapa herself. With this thing, no wonder those top mechanics are helpless. These people are really not professional in energy annihilation and black hole suppression. Gao Gong appeared directly opposite the annihilation barrier, with one hand open, and tens of thousands of energy control systems seemed to appear on one arm. The single-player version of Mecha Frenzy has unique characteristics in some aspects. As the overlapping finger shadows overlapped, in Du Xiaodi's surprised eyes, the antimatter annihilation barrier first decomposed into 10 micro-black holes on the spot, and then the black holes closed little by little, and finally disappeared. After the mechanical energy and mechanical health are shared, it is natural to share the mechanical body functions. I remember that when we were on the G-Li star, there was an unlucky guy named Xie, who died under the micro-black hole. Now even this trick is ineffective against us. Du Xiaodi also thought of the past. At that time, to deal with a guy who tried to marry her by force, Gao Gong had to use the authority of the head of the Ghost in the Shell Department to control the micro-black hole weapon to eliminate the other party. Now, even the micro-black hole can't do anything to them. Du Xiaodi smiled slightly, took the hand handed over by the other party, and the two disappeared directly on the spot. In a mysterious space, the information cocoon is like a transparent jellyfish. Billions of fluorescent data threads hang down from the clouds and penetrate into the interface on the back of the neck of the suspended figure, weaving reality into a docile lie. The white-haired witch version of Du Xiaodi is floating in the air, with a look of struggle and pain on her face. The white rain mist never stops, and after turning into blood-colored particles and penetrating into the skin, it will decompose the inappropriate thoughts into harmless dopamine. What's wrong? Are you surprised? To be honest, I'm also surprised. Your lover's strength is obviously beyond your memory. Or is it because of the emotions secreted by dopamine that your thinking logic has a certain deviation? There are indeed some abnormalities in his memory. Have you never doubted it? Fortunately, I discovered this in time, otherwise the situation would be really troublesome. Do you think I will start from the quantum level? But this is actually a kind of arrogance unique to mechanical species. The evolution of biological wetware is always beyond your imagination. Do you think that the Immortality Project will make my consciousness immortal? Consciousness, memory, personality, what is the source of these existences? It is nothing more than the product of complex neural activities in the brain. As long as there is enough powerful wetware, I can create countless Du Xiaodi, including my version of Du Xiaodi. The white-haired witch opened her eyes, and the information cocoon disappeared, replaced by a closed space wrapped in dark red biological tissue, as if she was in the rotten womb of some giant creature. This is an information cocoon. It is also a biological information cocoon. Chapter 1336. Gao Gong naturally didn't know what happened in the cocoon. This time, he didn't take the virtual route, but took the route of the big mech. It was the big mech, not the big muscle. The black tide transformed by the mecha frenzy collided with the blue tide emitted by the Dyson sphere pulse array. Every time they collided, there would be energy tides. A large number of space ripples mixed with liquid energy rushed out, just like creating a dark blue ocean in the vacuum of the universe. And it was a real ocean scale. At least 1 or 2 astronomical units of energy pulses swept everything. Although described in astronomical units, this energy ocean seems very small, but the scale of an astronomical unit is 149.6 million kilometers. In other words, the central area of an interstellar battlefield is about this size. Only fourth-order buildings can create this level of energy fluctuations, and they are not ordinary fourth-order buildings. Fourth-order building Dyson pulse array. A fourth-order civilization weapon developed based on the Dyson sphere, a large energy defense network covering the star. Each node is a prism cannon that can refract the energy of the star. The entire Dyson sphere will flicker like breathing at the moment of firing. From a distance, it looks like a star spits out a spear of light in the blink of an eye. It's just that because the star was swallowed, the coverage of this Dyson sphere energy network has been greatly reduced, and even many nodes have been burned by the high temperature of the red giant. But this still does not affect its power as a star-level building. However, as the mecha craze spread, a large amount of black light began to absorb the heat energy of the red giant, evolving into a more terrifying wave, and the blue light was gradually suppressed by him, and the Dyson sphere storage nodes were crushed one by one. From the beginning of the confrontation, even forcing the mecha frenzy to show its true form, to complete suppression, this confrontation consumes more and more quickly. Du Xiaodi watched the scene with bright eyes. Gao Gong's appearance gave her a big surprise, and his performance gave her an even bigger surprise. Facts have proved that civilization artifacts are more powerful than fourth-level weapons, especially the modified version by Gao Gong. Its own composition uses fourth-level equipment, and the manufacture of the space string ball uses more fourth-level equipment. To be precise, it is not the Mirta version of the Mecha Frenzy. It is the Stringer version of the Mecha Frenzy. As a peak third-level civilization, there is actually no shortage of fourth-level civilization weapons. When Gao Gong grinded away the last Dyson sphere node, looking at the experience and rewards added by the system, he was slightly dissatisfied. Too slow. This is just a Dyson sphere array whose performance has been destroyed by the red giant. If it is a complete array, how long will it take to grind the opponent completely? After returning, it must be upgraded. I don't know since when Gao Gong took it for granted to suppress the fourth-level civilization weapons. But from the perspective of the previous life, it was indeed taken for granted. Let's go, Director Du. How many fourth-level weapons are there to the civilization tombstone? Du Xiaodi smiled with satisfaction. Not many. We will be able to enter the civilization tombstone soon. According to Director Du, the civilization tombstone is the mechanical cage made by the white-haired witch, and in that place, she will complete the final transformation. Although the name is very abstract and belongs to the type that will be beaten at first sight, it is understandable when you think of the other party's identity. After all, they are cosmic nobles, and they are mainly good at showing off. While Gao Gong was constantly advancing, the group of top mechanics were not idle either. For many professions, level 90 is the peak, but for professions like mechanics, level 90 is just the beginning. It's okay to build a level 3 civilization building by hand, but can it be level 4? If you have achieved level 4, you have to build an ascended building. If level 90 is the threshold, the mechanical geniuses of Gao Gong's camp have not yet entered the door. And these mechanics in front of us are the real master players. And under the control of these mechanical masters, even in such a difficult environment, many mechanical designs are still lit up. There is another planetary funeral device in normal use mode. I can use it to locate the quantum coffin. The stellar neural pulse disappeared. I was trying to reorganize the red giant pulse. When I gave me 10 planets. The mechanical cage is still intact. That's great. The plan can continue. Is this plan a bit too smooth? One of the mechanical masters couldn't help asking. Except for the early explosion of the red giant, which surprised them, everything else seemed to be progressing smoothly. Hiluapa didn't seem to try to suppress them, which resulted in many of their hidden means not being used at all. Isn't this a good thing? At least the machine didn't send any warning. A prophetic mechanical master said that it could sense the emotions of the machine. This is a very special ability. At least so far, the machine has not felt any pain. The prophetic mechanical master suddenly showed a horrified expression. This expression is so rare on a mechanic that the eyes of other mechanical masters fell on it. This mechanic is also a humanoid female, but there are 20 fingers on her palm, and the length of each finger is comparable to her forearm. This special part is not only the source of her excellent mechanic talent, but also the interface for her to perceive mechanical emotions. Just now, I didn't feel any mechanical emotions from Master Du. Isn't this right? A mechanical master wondered. Excellent mechanics are not necessarily mechanical species. The reason why Robert Galaxy has a large number of purebred mechanics is purely because of the mechanical civilization here, and there are too many mechanical races. But when it comes to the larger interstellar society, there is actually a very interesting phenomenon, that is, the best group of mechanics are not mechanical species. Even if it is enlarged a little more, many excellent carbon-based biological evolution experts are AI, and many designers in the field of AI are even energy species. The prophetic mechanic finally revealed the secret in his heart. Master Du is actually a cyborg. The mechanical masters next to him looked at each other in bewilderment. In the process of transforming the machinery, what's wrong with transforming himself at the same time? The female robot understood and became serious. Master Du has never liked her identity as a cyborg, so she has been hiding it from others. She prefers others to call her a woman. This is an identity recognition of carbon-based species, and Master Du, who just came over, is a thorough carbon-based species. The mechanical masters understood immediately, and their expressions turned horrified. In this immortality project, if you want to survive, you can turn yourself into a cyborg, or even a pure mechanical life, which makes sense, and there is such a condition here. But turning from a cyborg into a pure carbon-based species is completely untrue. They are mechanical masters, not carbon-based biological masters. And in the entire star, the only one who has this ability is Hiluapa. Maybe we all miscalculated. We thought that after transferring Hiluapa's consciousness out, without the support of hardware, her consciousness would quickly dissipate, but is there a possibility that she transferred to Master Du's body? The uncertainty of quantum technology greatly increases this possibility. If it's just like this, Hiluapa occupies only the body of a cyborg, instead of becoming a complete carbon-based species like now. The quantum mechanic suddenly changed his face, and thought of another possibility. Could it be that something went wrong with the quantum transfer we created? We not only transferred the consciousness of two people, but also transferred the function of the mechanical cage from the tombstone of civilization? So, the red giant exploded. So now the mechanical cage is outside? What is inside? All mechanical masters were confused. The danger of quantum technology was fully revealed in this adventure. Chapter 1337. So this is the tombstone of civilization. Oh no, it's a mechanical cage. In his previous life, although Gao Gong had never seen a real mechanical cage, he had seen the miserable appearance of players being made into biological cans, so he was still very afraid of the third mechanical revolution. But when he really saw the mechanical cage, He found that this thing was not only unlike the carbon-based species prison he imagined, but also very beautiful. Silver-gray diamond-shaped metal strips were interwoven into a dome birdcage, and the surface was etched with a cyan-blue fluorescent circuit. Whenever the current pulse passed through, the entire cage would expand and contract like breathing. The only thing that can prove its attribute of a tombstone of civilization is that there are a large number of special inscriptions on its surface. Although I don't know what the specific text is, seeing it is like seeing the fall, decomposition, and extinction of civilizations. Quantum text? If it weren't quantum text, there wouldn't be such a cool special effect. This is the cosmic dead text. Oh, that one. In the Civilization Council, a total of 15,129 kinds of advanced cosmic texts are recorded. These texts are not tools for internal communication within civilizations, but texts with mysterious power and even scientific research value. For example, the most famous cosmic book is said to be able to analyze the origin and end of the universe. And the cosmic dead text is one of them, not ranked high, but not low either. And its origin is very unlucky from the perspective of a civilization leader. Every time an ascended civilization dies, a special wave will be left behind in the remains of its civilization coordinates. After collecting enough waves of civilization extinction, the cosmic death text was born. This cosmic death text is more commonly used in some small groups, such as some gatherings to destroy civilizations, or underground meetings of cosmic nobles. Anyway, Gao Gong feels that it is quite bad taste. However, I heard that this kind of document seems to have a blessing effect in sacrifice and death summons. But it is hard to say whether it is a psychological effect. After all, it is difficult for the dead to express their opinions. From the perspective of interstellar architecture, this civilization tombstone is not big, roughly equivalent to the office building of the first-level civilization. Not to mention compared to the Red Giant, even compared to some fourth-level buildings that Gao Gong encountered before, it is pitifully small. But Gao Gong felt a different taste. Gao Gong's mechanical body exuded a clear trembling feeling. When the sensors of 100,000 star armor sensed the same emotion, Gao Gong had to admit that the cosmic death text still had some special effects. Interesting. Gao Gong looked at Du Xiaodi and asked, "Are we just going in? Or should we just destroy this thing? If you want to kill her, you better go in." Of course, destroying the mechanical cage directly is also an option, but you'd be waking up He Luopu in advance. What effect will it have on you? Gao Gong was more concerned about this. Du Xiaodi shook her head. Not sure, the situation is a bit complicated now. I can't sense my main consciousness anymore. Maybe it has been suppressed by He Luopu. It's better to be safe. The combat power of the cosmic nobles is well known for its extremely high upper limit and extremely low lower limit. It is possible that he is a full free god system strongman, or it is possible that he is just a first-level combat scum. After all, although the Immortality Project can achieve immortality in theory, what form of immortality depends on fate. Gao Gong even heard that a cosmic noble became a Phaesus god, and gained endless life by absorbing the excrement of different intelligent species. The legendary Phaesus Superman. Fortunately, no matter how much the mechanical cage mutates, it will not become this state. Gao Gong walked in directly. And soon, he felt the power of the mechanical cage, because as soon as he stepped into it, he seemed to step into an entire micro-nebula. Unlike other nebulae, which are just a cosmic environment, it is as if the entire micro-nebula is suppressing you. Not only gravity, but also space pressure, cosmic background radiation interference, electromagnetic radiation influence. Let alone, just on the system panel, the hundreds of powerful debuffs that appear at once are too much for anyone to bear. Gao Gong was almost instantly suppressed into the mecha frenzy mode. The outline of the surface machinery became blurred, and the black tide in the body was higher and higher. Even though some of the mechanical health was lost when suppressing the fourth-level building, the 300 billion health bar is still daunting. Du Xiaodi looked at him in a daze, and soon shifted her sight. Let's go as soon as possible, go to the information cocoon, and deal with He Luopu. I can feel that my consciousness is getting weaker and weaker. Gao Gong nodded and glanced at the system panel. Whether it was the speed of light or the speed of super light, it was sealed in this environment. The mechanical cage seemed to be a cage. According to Du Xiaodi, the entire mechanical cage was divided into 5 layers. The core was naturally the information cocoon, but outside the core, there were life cocoons, material cocoons, energy cocoons, and mechanical cocoons. When Gao Gong just entered the mechanical cocoon, a black shadow fell from the sky. The moment, the spider claw-shaped quantum entanglement blade cut through the vacuum. It directly split the quantum layer on Gao Gong's body surface, and chopped off at least hundreds of mechanical parts. Gao Gong frowned, stretched out his hand, and a black tide surged out. However, in this environment, the quantum mecha wave collapsed into countless parts as soon as it appeared. It was like the state of no fixed quantum buff in the earliest experiment. Gao Gong glanced at the Klein bottle resonator, and sure enough, the mechanical dimension upgrade entered the gray state. Not only the machinery, but all the abilities related to the machinery were banned? You know, this system equipment is a space-time equipment. Headache. The opponent on the opposite side did not stop attacking because of Gao Gong's headache. On the contrary, her movements were faster and more fierce. Not only could the quantum entanglement blade cut Gao Gong's body, but her swordsmanship was also at the master level. Every knife could kill the vital part of the human body at an incredible angle. The opponent's figure was even more elusive, like a space-time spider, crawling around in space and time. Gao Gong sighed, only one arm blocked his eyes, and said again, "No matter what, it's still very happy to see an old acquaintance again, right, Desola?" Desola did not answer, and her figure disappeared again. When she reappeared, Gao Gong had 8 more scars on his body that were deep enough to see the engine. Then, at the moment when the engine was sparking and short-circuited, a more fierce Japanese long sword flashed from behind. This sword was very fierce, and it had a unique burning red flame. It not only split Gao Gong's mechanical body in two, but also ignited it. This kind of ignition is not a simple combustion, but a continuous consumption of mechanical energy and blood volume. Until it is completely burned out, there is no doubt that this is a kind of dark energy application. Keiko, long time no see, it seems that you have made a lot of progress. Gao Gong turned his head and looked at the former Japanese girl. Chapter 1338. Gao Gong was still impressed by Keiko Matsushima. After all, among the earliest batch of old hunters, there were not many beautiful girls, but many rough men. Another impressive point was that this beautiful girl with a samurai sword confessed to the fat otaku Pang Xiang, but failed miserably. Pang Xiang said that he was only interested in 3-dimensional beautiful girls and had no feelings for 2-dimensional girls. A shameful failure. So when Desola recruited an intelligence team, this one was the first to sign up. The levels of these two people soared strangely during this period of time. Desola rose to level 90 max, and Keiko Matsushima in front of him also reached level 87. "What's the matter with you two now? Have you been brainwashed?" Gao Gong asked with interest. In the shocked eyes of the two, the Frenzy 11 type that was cut in half after the quantum light flashed, once again restored to its complete form. Of course, the output of these two people was not without any effect, and 20 million mechanical health points were brushed off. However, Gao Gong glanced at himself and saw that he still had at least 200 billion HP, and curled his lips. "They may be controlled by Hiluopa. We must go to the information cocoon as soon as possible," Du Xiaodi said in a deep voice. "Haha, of course." Gao Gong laughed dryly, and without saying anything, he directly moved forward against the attacks of the two. Soon, the ceiling of the machine was torn apart by the energy arc, and the dome was undergoing topological deformation, and the space was transformed into a spatial topological fluid. Gao Gong seemed to have come to a pure energy world. Even Gao Gong's mechanical frenzy, its countless mechanical parts were replaced by materialized mechanical energy. In many people's understanding, mechanical energy is closer to a kind of kinetic energy or mechanical parameter, rather than a specific type of energy. It emphasizes more on the strength of the mechanical body. This is both right and wrong. Because as mechanical energy increases, when it breaks through a certain threshold, it will automatically transform into a special mechanical energy. This is different from the energy system, because no matter how much ordinary energy increases, it cannot become dark energy. But mechanical energy has the possibility of changing from quantitative change to qualitative change. What it lacks is just an opportunity. Gao Gong quickly crossed from the energy cocoon to the material cocoon. This time, he could not even maintain the pure human body state, and could only turn into a vague human figure. In the last life cocoon, it can be clearly seen that Gao Gong exudes two kinds of life brilliance, one belonging to mechanical life and the other to carbon-based life. In this process, Desira and Matsushima Keiko have long been unable to keep up. In other words, it is useless to follow them. Even if Gao Gong stood still and let them chop him, he could not be killed. The immortal leader is so awesome. When he arrived at the last information cocoon, Gao Gong finally saw Hiluopa, the white-haired Du Xiaodi. It must be said that this version of Director Du is really a kind of peerless beauty. The long silver-white hair is infinitely growing quantum fiber, the pupils are black with a little red, and the eyes seem to carry the horror of vacuum decay when they blink. It is true that the black is 3 times stronger, and the white hair is 3 times more beautiful. Apart from other things, the aesthetics of the universe nobles are still online. When Gao Gong heard the name He Luopa before, he thought it was a perverted old lady. Now I realized that I was overthinking. You don't seem to want to do it? Du Xiaodi asked from behind. Such a beautiful body, isn't it a pity to destroy it? Otherwise, we keep her and use her when we have nothing to do. Engineer Gao said without turning his head. When did you find out? Du Xiaodi asked. Actually, I found out at the beginning. I did the transformation surgery on Director Du myself. Although Director Du may become a cosmic noble after the consciousness exchange, the exchange has not been completed yet. Engineer Gao would not reveal his system. In fact, even if he didn't have a system, he found out that Du Xiaodi was wrong at the first time. She is a ship girl, not an advanced biological wetware system. Oh no, it is now a top biological wetware system. However, Director Du is the first ship girl in the camp. But you are not fake, right? Engineer Gao looked at Du Xiaodi, and this Du Xiaodi also smiled faintly. This is exactly the same as the real Du Xiaodi's habits. I think there is no need to worry about whether it is true or not. It is the same with me, Du Xiaodi, to assist you. Whatever she can do, I can do. And what she can't do, I can do too. TSK, you are exactly the same, but it's hard to say. Gao Gong heard that some members of carbon-based civilizations played very tricks to obtain higher-level genes. But it's different. Gao Gong sighed. Crossing over by myself is a serious inheritance of consciousness, which is a free extension of someone who died. Even if it is put in the time-travel trial hall of the Space-Time Administration, it can be acquitted. And what you did is a typical case of occupying the magpie's nest, generating new consciousness through organisms to replace the old consciousness. This is completely different. So you plan to do it here? The target is not her, but me? Du Xiaodi asked. According to the unreliable operation of the group of mechanics, there is a high probability that the function of the mechanical cage has been transferred to the outside world. I am not sure if I can do it to you outside, Gao Gong said frankly. Du Xiaodi laughed, not Director Du's light smile, but a very charming smile. And with this smile, her hair began to grow longer and whiter, and between her eyes, it seemed to flash the horror of vacuum decay. Your guess is indeed correct. The function of the mechanical cage has indeed been transmitted to the outside world, so it is natural for me to be resurrected with the help of her body. But you overlooked one point. Even if the entire quantum field is disrupted by those mechanics, I am still the master of this immortality project. As long as I am here, the immortality project will not end, and I can still manipulate it here, such as... Du Xiaodi gently pointed, and the next moment, Gao Gong's mechanical body, or the human-shaped mecha frenzy superimposed with quantum states, suddenly disintegrated into countless particles, classified into 4 categories: life, matter, machinery, and energy. On the system panel, the title of primary immortal leader also turned gray instantly. Sure enough, Gao Gong sighed. There is no way, who let this be someone else's territory. It's also the fault of these mechanics for making the engineering quality too good. The explosion of the red giant star did not cause this thing to crash. This is still inside, it's even worse outside, because outside, not only the mechanical body will be suppressed, but the carbon-based body will also be suppressed. Don't forget that the cage of the mechanical cage does not imprison mechanical life, but carbon-based life. There is still a glimmer of hope now. The main body of the senior engineer slowly pulled out a long halberd that seemed to be made of magma, and a terrifying destructive aura slowly bred and stirred. Du Xiaodi, no, He Luopa suddenly regretted it. If I had known earlier, I would have done it outside. In the quantum state of the cage dilemma, the outside becomes the inside, and the inside becomes the outside. She is outside the cage, and can only activate some of the most basic functions of the mechanical cage to decompose the other party, which also requires the help of quantum entanglement, so she is delayed for so long, and some core functions, such as biological cans, carbon-based suppression and other means, cannot be used. Because now she is outside the cage, but there is no other way. After the dangerous operation of the group of mechanics, her first reaction is to come in, and see if there is any problem with her immortality project. Now it seems that the contractor she selected from various galaxies is indeed worthy of his quality guarantee. Now the only one to be solved is the one in front of her. And Du Xiaodi, who was originally at level 90 max, instantly reached level 120 max. The aura unique to the ascended species rushed towards Gao Gong. Chapter 1339. Ascended species are completely different from ordinary species. After completing the ascension, ordinary blood will evolve into ascended blood, and the biomagnetic field will evolve into the ascended field. Not only will the various attribute states skyrocket, but more frighteningly, it will superimpose civilization technology. In ordinary civilizations, individuals can only enjoy the fruits of science and technology, such as upgrades, equipment, and transformation. But in the ascended civilization, individuals can enjoy the nourishment of the entire technology tree. It can be simply and roughly understood that if Gao Gong's mechanic civilization ascends, each player will have a mecha frenzy, or the immortal leader version. For the former ascended members of the Wet River civilization, the most basic ascension talent is immortality, because they have a Wet River computer. Even if the hardware is removed from the hardware system, it does not mean that her talent has disappeared. It can only be said that she has lost the ability to coexist and die with civilization, but immortality is immortality. Perhaps some of those mechanics have already developed the ascension technology, but it must be said that their understanding of the ascension field is too shallow. From the perspective of the senior engineer, it is another matter. Every cell and every gene chain in the body are being suppressed crazily. Many carbon-based talents have just been lit up and are directly closed under the effect of the ascension field. Outside the mechanical cage, not only his body was liberated, but the other party's body was also liberated. The mechanical cage in front of him suddenly disappeared, replaced by a river composed of wetware. This river is like an inverted galaxy falling into a cosmic crack. Billions of neuronal synapses flicker in the pale pink gelatin. The riverbed is paved with layers of translucent calcified skulls. Whenever a biological current passes through, blue phosphorescence seeps out from between the bone joints. The river water is not liquid, but a living network woven by nanoscale nerve fibers, and each fiber is wrapped in a sticky electrolyte. Gao Gong's organism was instantly melted. The organism collapsed on the spot, from cells to synapses, all decomposed into the most primitive particles, gathered towards the center, and finally turned into a primitive singularity under the scouring of the river. The organism's health was instantly emptied. At the same time, the fourth-level skill subsingularity particle body turned gray. Note 1. Since the body singularization requires the physical body to enter the infinite state, after the skill is cancelled, within 10 planetary days, the player cannot enter carbon-based fusion, let alone use this skill. For a higher-level opponent, your ultimate move is the opponent's flat attack. Gao Gong spent a lot of effort to complete the difficult task, and was rewarded with a fourth-level skill, but the opponent had at least a complete set. From the perspective of difficulty alone, a third-level fight against a fourth level should be the most difficult of all cross-level challenges. This is not a difference of 30 levels, but a difference of a whole set of ascension processes. So without saying anything, Gao Gong immediately entered the Star Destroyer mode. The 100 million degree magic weapon in his hand instantly soared to 100 million degrees, and at the same time, the flame was transformed from magma to black fire. That was the flame that destroyed everything. Luopa's face also changed. The threatening aura she just felt was the one in front of her. Without saying anything, her body instantly turned into an organic data torrent. This is also a fourth-level magic skill she has mastered. The level of life-saving is similar to that of the subsingularity particle body, and the proficiency is higher. On the illusory river, translucent human cortical folds floated in the river water, synaptic discharge formed a dark blue arc, and DNA chains swayed like fluorescent water plants. This river is extremely wide, and the ends are not only in this star field, but also in the entire Xingchuan. However, Gao Gong, under the divine consciousness, saw another picture. Rivers of time spread out from Gao Gong's sight, evolving into countless figures and countless pasts. Star Destroyer is an extremely destructive means, so it does not destroy a person or an object, but a crucial node on a timeline. Gao Gong flipped his wrist, black stars hung high, countless black sunlight fell, and the figure seemed to step into the river all of a sudden. Luopa, who was hidden in the river, was stunned. This is impossible. This is the database of the Wet River computer. However, the next moment, time seemed to be reversed, and Luopa was directly returned to the state before entering the organic data torrent. She turned her head sharply, and the halberd fell. She only felt that the concept of life was destroyed as the opponent chopped her body. This eliminated 99% of the means of resurrection. Luopa's blood volume was at least 1 billion, but it was useless under this move. The blood volume was also emptied instantly. You killed the level 120 boss Luopa, reward. Isn't it just a stolen virtual machine? Do you really think you are the genuine database? Although he said so, after killing Luopa, Gao Gong did not release the destruction mode, even though the state made him start to lose blood, and it was a permanent blood loss. -1,000, permanent, -1,000, permanent, -1,000, permanent. Sure enough, the river surface began to show irregular ripples similar to brain sulci. Those translucent colloid liquids are not real water, but a mixture of billions of nanoneuronal synapses and bioelectrolytes. In these electrolytes, a human figure quickly took shape, gushed out again, and turned into a Heluopa. Gao Gong, who had completely entered the destruction mode, said nothing, and his figure turned into a black star again. The next moment, the entire river evaporated instantly. You killed the level 120 boss Heluopa reward. In the fragments of the star ring, a group of mechanical masters did not stop their work. Instead, they repeatedly tested the various parameters of the mechanical cage, trying to find flaws. However, due to the unique liver power of the mechanics, the entire star project was made by them with their heart. Those who came early have even been on this star for more than 100 years. They have solved all the engineering problems that can be imagined. Which idiot even designed an energy barrier for the fire escape? A white-bearded dwarf master cursed. Didn't you design it? You were worried that some small animals would appear on the star and crawl into the cage through the mechanical channel, the female robot complained. A genius design. Perhaps there is no chance at all. An AI mechanic suddenly spoke. The next moment, countless holographic screens flashed in front of everyone. The various parameters of the red giant star were jumping wildly on it. The numbers jumped so fast that the mechanical masters were terrified. If these numbers are adjusted a few more times, they will be wiped out. This is a standard high-risk cosmic environment. Look at this. A mechanical master finally shifted his sight from the peak of the helium flash and fell on a key-marked thermal radiation parameter. These thermal radiation parameters include visible light, infrared, ultraviolet, etc., which is a complex parameter model. A group of mechanical masters stared at these parameters. Did you see anything? Asked the AI mechanic. Since mechanics can make anything, they have great attainments in various fields, even including cryptography. Someone is sending us a signal through the heat radiation emitted by the red giant? Who is it? Hurry up and decipher it. When the deciphered parameters were combined into a human figure, everyone was stunned. Master Du? Du Xiaodi in the holographic projection had a calm expression. What you are seeing now is the memory fragment I left behind. I specially adjusted the data fluctuations before detonating the red giant. I hope you can receive it. This memory will be automatically deleted after I complete the transmission to prevent that person from knowing it. Your idea of the prisoner's dilemma is too idealistic, so I deleted option 1 and option 2 without your knowledge. In other words, there is no coexistence and consciousness transfer at the beginning. When you take action, the red giant will be detonated by me at the same time. Chapter 1340. The battle between Gao Gong and Heluopa was like an exploding star falling into the Milky Way. The exploding star did not turn into a red giant, but collapsed into a black hole with only a destructive force field. Absorb everything, destroy everything. Gao Gong's eyes turned dark, and his sight continued to spread along the black light. The speed of the light was naturally the speed of light, so his vision continued to stretching rapidly. He saw millions of iris-shaped vortices, and from time to time, a composite organ fused with human eyeballs and brains emerged from the center of the vortex. He saw the click of biological hard disk reading deep in the riverbed. With every click, a huge amount of biological information was read out. He saw undigested memory fragments floating in the undercurrent, translucent jellyfish-like creatures flapping their umbrellas, melting faces hanging at the ends of their tentacles, and those lips were still opening and closing silently, spitting out love words and lies deconstructed by neurons. Many faces turned into Du Xiaodi. But no matter what he saw was destruction. Wherever the light of destruction fell, everything was cleared. It was not just the dried-up rivers, the burned biological hard drives, the broken, liquid mirror made up of billions of cell membranes. But wherever the black light fell, it would disappear and become pure nothingness. This is the real light speed battle, not the kind of speed that reaches the speed of light, but still has to be careful to avoid interfering with time and space, or being interfered with by time and space. The real light speed battle is to control time and space. The core ability of the Star Destroyer is nothing but the destruction of space and time. Heluopa has the ability to kill himself instantly. When Gao Gong controls the Star Destroyer, he also has the ability to kill the opponent instantly. To be more precise, he can clear all the existence of the opponent at a certain time and space node. Not to mention that the opponent has 1 billion HP, even if it is 10 billion, it will still be cleared. This is the means to break through the skill limit. He killed Heluopa at least 10 times. This is not a clone, a doppelganger, or a replica, but a real level 120 boss monster. The prompts on the system cannot be fake. But on the other hand, Gao Gong also knows that as long as he is freed from the destruction mode, he will be 100% killed instantly. He does not have a second 4th level resurrection skill. However, as the Star Destroyer was used continuously, an indescribable feeling surged from his heart. He seemed to see a black vortex, and his back seemed to be pushed into the vortex by someone. In the vortex, he saw lines composed of black light, and each line probed into different time and space. Some of these time and space were primitive planets, some were interstellar fortresses, some were migrating space species tribes, and even pure energy dimensions. When these black lines swept past one by one, everything disappeared, like a formatted file, like a hinged storybook. And when these black lines cleared many time and space, they began to intertwine with each other, turning into a deeper destructive brilliance. Then Gao Gong was forcibly awakened by the Horus Boots. Horus Boots cursed, "How come you are like the kings, trapped in the ultimate destruction?" "What is the ultimate destruction?" Gao Gong asked. "The kings pursue a supreme state of destruction. They set foot in the depths of the starry sky for this, and then never came back." Gao Gong hummed, opened the system panel, and reminded him of everything that had just happened. "Your Star Destroyer has broken through the skill limit again, breaking through to legendary 102%. Your Star Destroyer has broken through the skill limit again, breaking through to legendary 103%. Your Star Destroyer has broken through the skill limit again, breaking through to legendary 104%. This thing, it turns out that it can continue to improve." Gao Gong had some enlightenment. So, the previous breakthrough of the skill limit, reaching the legendary level defined by himself, is only equivalent to a breakthrough to 101%. This also means that this skill limit can continue to break through. However, Gao Gong also vaguely felt that this breakthrough was not all good. Because once this kind of destructive skill becomes powerful enough, it will destroy itself. For example, 30 million of its own bioenergy has been permanently burned. What kind of skill is this? Why does it permanently burn bioenergy? If this were a normal level 90 boss, the bioenergy would be emptied just by using this skill. And this kind of destruction not only burns itself, but also the equipment. The damage rate of Horus's combat boots has reached 50%. If it were a mechanical equipment, it would have been scrapped long ago. However, during this process, Gao Gong also felt that this kind of destruction made the two bloodlines in his body enjoy it. For example, the activation of Horus' bloodline reached more than 90% unconsciously, as if something was about to grow out of his forehead. However, it was capped at 90%. This is probably the upper limit of the bloodline that can be activated by Horus combat boots, a 3rd level black technology. The real bloodline of the kings is not above it. However, this is not the point. The point is that Gao Gong feels that he may be in trouble this time. If he still maintains the destruction mode, the biological energy will be burned dry soon. If he gives up the destruction mode, he will be killed instantly by Hiluapa. Isn't this guy a former member of the Ascended Civilization? How can he be resurrected so many times? Is that wet river so easy to talk to? Not only Gao Gong was in a dilemma. The same is true for Hiluapa. She is certainly not the kind of cosmic noble, with explosive combat power comparable to the leader of civilization. But she is also a standard fast upgrade combat force, and it is the top one. If the opponent is a little more normal, whether it is a mechanical body or a biological body, she would have killed the opponent long ago. She has at least 24th level skills in her hand, which can kill the opponent. But the opponent does not play according to common sense at all. After being killed once, he directly enters the destruction mode. In this mode, the opponent's body is the embodiment of destruction. In this state, she has no way to deal with it, and can only be killed again and again. And the reason why she can be resurrected is not because she can still contact the wet river, and obtain various newly grown 4th level wetware from the wet river. The reason why she can be resurrected is largely because of the large amount of 4th level wetware she took away in advance after defecting from civilization. Through these wetware, she not only completed the biological construction of the Immortal Project, but also developed dozens of Immortal Projects. In these projects, the backup wetware is always connected with its own biological signals. Whenever her body was killed, the assembled wetware card group would immediately activate and evolve into a new body. When this body was in trouble, all biological data would be transferred and activated on a new, identical system. However, now, Hiluapa was a little worried about whether she could kill the other party before all the wetware was consumed. She didn't even have time to consider how a 3rd level species could force her to this point, which was incredible. Chapter 1341. The position of the cosmic nobles in the universe is not simply equivalent to the position of the cloud nobles in the cyber test field. First of all, they do not keep the key, no matter whether the key belongs to the host planet or others. The biggest difference is that the cosmic nobles are not illiterate. On the contrary, they are a group of people who have sufficient knowledge and understanding of the technology tree and are comparable to experts in some fields. Hiluapa is only inferior to these mechanical masters in the field of mechanics. But in the field of biology, she is a true master. She does not want to rely on illusory luck or who can outlast the other first. She keenly discovered a flaw in the Star Destroyer. It can't even be called a flaw, but the Star Destroyer must use its exclusive weapon, the Fiery Sun Halberd, to achieve more than 100% control. And this weapon, in Hiluapa's eyes, must be a first-class cosmic treasure. In other words, as long as this cosmic treasure is temporarily sealed, the other party's destruction will not be complete. And as long as there is a slight incompleteness, she has 10,000 ways to destroy the other party's life form. As a member of the newly promoted Cosmic Nobles, among the Cosmic Nobles, Hiluapa's wealth is not rich. Not to mention that she has not yet started to collect the civilization technology tree. Even if it is a cosmic treasure, there are only 3 or 4. But there is a cosmic treasure among them, and its function is very special. The special thing is that its function can only be used to suppress the cosmic treasure. And this kind of suppression has a number of uses. When Hiluapa got it, it only had one use. She decided to use it here. The 3,000 white hairs of the white-haired witch suddenly shot into the void, and at the same time, the vacuum decay in her eyes was brewing to the limit, and the quantum field in front of her was suppressed to the lowest state. In this state, most quantum technologies will be suppressed. However, the black fire halberd still tore the void and the quantum field. The tip of the halberd was extremely bright and extremely dark. It's not that Hiluapa didn't have some extremely perverted tricks, but Gao chose to break all the methods with one halberd. This trick of clearing a certain time node can be said to be extremely shameless. Hiluapa was also helpless. She didn't want to be dragged. She also wanted to complete the last step of the immortality project as soon as possible, and then run away with her wealth. Once the red giant entered the collapse, she would be dead. The halberd tip with a destructive breath once again tore her, at this time node, and completely destroyed her body. But after this recovery, a trace of determination flashed in the eyes of the white-haired witch, and suddenly there was something in her hand. This thing looked like a time-space hourglass, but it was much smaller than the time-space hourglass, and the whole body was silver. When it was inverted, time and space seemed to be pushed forward by 0.000001 seconds. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Hiluapa used his trump card. With a flick of his finger, a silver needle with a quantum tunneling effect disappeared from this time-space axis, and when it reappeared, it was nailed to the tip of the scorching sun halberd. This had no effect. After all, this kind of melee weapon didn't care about the damage rate at all. As long as it was not broken to 100%, it could still be used, but a magical thing happened. The destructive light of the cosmic weapon in Gao Gong's hand disappeared instantly, and at the same time, the high temperature of hundreds of millions of degrees on the scorching sun halberd was instantly cleared. Gao Gong threw out an object without saying a word, and it grew as soon as it landed. Name: branches of the Holy Tree category. Cosmic materials note: it can exert 70% to 80% of the power of the planetary tree. This is the treasure that Gao Gong specially asked the little woman to leave. It is a life-saving product in the biological system. According to the little woman herself, breaking it off consumed her life essence of 100 planetary years. Fortunately, she grew up on a resource planet, and the speed of blood recovery is at least 100 times faster than other planets. The planetary tree just wrapped itself up, and the next moment, the wetware river seen before appeared again, and the water waves rippled out billions of neuron synapses, directly covering the body of the planetary tree, causing the tree to quickly enter the aging period. At the same time, a strand of the long-haired witch's white hair penetrated the void and directly nailed on the force-open star gate. The 7th level star gate, which was originally damaged to 99.9%, was instantly damaged to 100% and scrapped on the spot. Originally, Engineer Gao was planning to take time to repair it, but now, he couldn't even replace the old one with a new one. The white-haired witch's hook-like nails grabbed the void, and a rumbling sound suddenly sounded from the void. The information phantom of an electronic coffin was forcibly grabbed out, and as she bit her wrist and pressed, the coffin board was crushed. And in the Gao family ancestral hall, in the constellation Alpha of the Longhorn Whale, tens of thousands of light years away, the tallest electronic spirit tablet exploded on the spot. The phantom of a certain ancestor of the Gao family flashed a few times and disappeared on the spot. The white-haired witch shook her hair again, and the white hair pierced into the quantum void. Also in the Alpha constellation of the Longhorn Whale, in a laboratory with the highest confidentiality level, a radiation doll that looked very much like Gao Gong quickly shrank, aged, and turned into bone stubble. The radiation resurrection body developed by studying the aircraft failed on its first use. A roar like a prehistoric beast sounded from the tree of the planet, as if some kind of beast was about to vent from the inside of the tree. However, the white-haired witch walked slowly on the wet river, and a large amount of genetic codes emerged from her cold white skin. The code changed so quickly that it even gave people a dazzling and bizarre feeling. The next moment, Gao Gong's biological computer was like a computer that was stuffed with messy programs, causing the serious software to be unable to open. The 7.0 version of the Flesh and Blood Heavenly King could not be opened directly. This is the biological computing power attack of the biological computer on the biological computer. Let alone the Flesh and Blood Heavenly King, a series of functions from 1.0 to 9.0 have all turned gray one after another. The white-haired witch lightly stroked the planet tree with her fingertips, and the original body of Gao Gong was revealed. There were still some biological bloodlines on his chest and arms, which were the relics of the failed transformation. Gao Gong smiled speechlessly. Sure enough, in the Interstellar Society, don't be superstitious about some resurrection methods. He proved one thing again: the third level fighting the fourth level is indeed the most difficult cross-level challenge. Your fourth level skills are just regular skills in the eyes of others. Your fourth order building is just a conventional technology in the eyes of others. You have a top-of-the-line biological computer, and others have it too, and the hardware is even better. Not to mention the abnormal suppression of ordinary species by ascended species. The reason why he was able to kill Hiluapa before was purely because of his abnormality of breaking through the skill limit. Gao Gong took out an adrenal worm and wanted to take a bite before he died, but as soon as he took it out, he was stepped on by a high-heeled shoe on his forearm. A crisp click. Looking at the white-haired beauty looking down at him, Gao Gong sighed and said, "Fast food is 400, overnight stay is 800, members get 20% off, special services cost extra, and the services include." Pa! Before he finished speaking, Gao Gong was slapped. How about a steel wool? Unfortunately, the white-haired witch opposite did not have the usual chatterbox attribute of the villain. After slapping him to vent her anger, she immediately wanted to eliminate Gao Gong from the genetic level. Gao Gong's neck tightened, and the next moment, he was poured directly into the wet river. This time, it's not that he can't breathe, but all the genes in his body will fall apart. Inside the biological computer, a large amount of garbled code is generated from the screen. This time, it's not that he feels like he's going to die, he's really going to die. Unfortunately, things don't go as planned. Gao Gong's figure suddenly became transparent, and a black tide suddenly surged out of his body, not only covering his body surface, but also wrapping up one of his hands. Is it finally activated, Director Du? Hiluapa couldn't care about Gao Gong anymore, and stood up immediately. Looking around, she found that her control over the mechanical cage suddenly began to disappear. What's more frightening is that the quantum state of the prisoner's dilemma seems to have signs of transferring again. Once transferred, the outside of the cage becomes the inside of the cage again, and the mechanical cage's ability to suppress carbon-based species can be fully demonstrated. Hiluapa suddenly raised her head and looked at her transformed body. A pair of cold eyes appeared on Hiluopo's face. What are you going to do to my people? Du Xiaodi is very, very, very angry now, and Gao Gong, who has been holding on, can finally give up now. It seems that the script of the Monkey King marries a wife was not taken wrong. There is just a small problem. It turns out that he is the wife. Male wife. Chapter 1342. After the mecha frenzy was reactivated, Gao Gong was no longer worried. With a HP of hundreds of billions, even ascended species would be daunted. The reason why Hiluapa had to do it in the mechanical cage, in the physical sense, was largely because he was worried that he could not handle this thing. If it stood still, could the Star Destroyer destroy the mecha frenzy? Gao Gong pondered it with interest and felt it was hard to say. One is pure destruction, and the other is pure blood cow. When the HP reaches a certain level, it is not just more HP. Of course, this is only under the premise that the mecha frenzy does not fight back at all. As long as it enters the frenzy mode and spreads out, the killing of this move is absolutely limited. Because the killing range is limited. After all, it is a big move of fixed point destruction, at a certain point in time and space, whether it is a point within the time range or a point within the space range. If you can't kill her with one move, she will be surrounded and killed by the frenzy that devours everything. This is completely different from dealing with Hiluapa. Gao Gong glanced at Hiluapa, who was wrapped in the black tide. Coincidentally, he could feel that the other party's eyes were also fixed on him. This is what happens when you fail to grab a kill. In this game, you overlook 2 points. First, when you occupy Director Du's body in the quantum world, you shared your immortality quota with Director Du. Second, the real prisoner's dilemma has always been a death game. Either you die or I die. You underestimate these mechanics too much. Hiluapa struggled madly in the black tide, and her eyes of vacuum decay stared at his direction, as if disrupting the quantum field and impacting the black tide in front of Gao Gong. However, the next moment, Hiluapa's real body suddenly blocked Gao Gong's front, with the same white eyes and the same vacuum decay. Where is she? The other party was not asking about Du Xiaodi in front of her. She could feel that her body did not have her consciousness. So Hiluapa still didn't understand why the other party could easily control her body. In this regard, Gao Gong had no obligation to explain. No one is stupid, and no one wants to die from talking too much. And to be honest, this game was not that thrilling. The worst outcome is nothing more than the loss of a carbon-based body. But the ending is the same. Ending with suppressing Hiluapa. In Hiluapa's eyes, I am probably just a young boy who accidentally learned the spatial coordinates of the Eternal Life Project and came to save the beauty. It's not wrong to think so. It's just that Gao Gong found something wrong as soon as he entered it. To be precise, he saw something wrong on the periphery of the nebula. In my boss template, there is a very special template Boltzmann brain pseudo. Its 3 functions are all amazing. Effect 1. Entropy statistics. You can calculate the entropy fluctuation of the area. Warning, entropy changes may be related to large-scale information disasters. When a large number of entropy changes are found in a certain area, please be cautious. Efficiency 2. Vacuum fluctuation observation. Observe the vacuum fluctuation phenomenon through the Boltzmann brain. Warning, this phenomenon is often linked to time travel, timeline adjustment, creation technology, black hole evaporation, etc., or taboos, or dangerous situations. When the host discovers a vacuum fluctuation phenomenon, please carefully choose whether to go and observe it. After all, you are not a real observer. Effect 3. Quantum brain. If you only have one brain, then your learning efficiency is only 1, but if you have 2 brains, then your learning efficiency is 2. If you have more brains, then your learning efficiency will be more. The specific number of brains depends on the random fluctuations of the quantum system. Warning, if your brain generates too many random things, there is a certain probability that it will become an exploding brain fortress in an instant. Then, Gao Gong was speechless. He immediately discovered that the entropy value of this area was increasing wildly, and later realized that a red giant star had exploded. Then he discovered that a large-scale vacuum fluctuation occurred in this area. This shows that someone is creating things, or someone is trying to achieve immortality. Third, it discovered that there is a vaguely existing quantum brain taking shape in this area. The 3 functions of this boss template have all come true. Magic. Gao Gong finally understood why he couldn't contact Du Xiaodi through the memory worm before. An entropy increase alone can destroy information transmission. Without information transmission, the memory worm will naturally be disconnected. Then, he quickly confirmed that this version of Du Xiaodi was impersonated by someone. After confirming this, he immediately realized that the prisoner's dilemma was problematic. At least, the Du Xiaodi he knew would never be so naive. How could someone born in a cyber test field trust technology, especially unknown technology, so much? According to Gao Gong's understanding of Du Xiaodi, she would definitely choose the third option. I may not be better off, but you will definitely be miserable. If she chooses the mutual destruction version, then the red giant star is most likely detonated by the other party. But this kind of mutual destruction is not real suicide, but more of a survival from death. And if you want to survive from death, then Du Xiaodi's glimmer of life should not be in her own body, or in the body of Hiluapa. After all, Director Du's talent points are not in biological evolution, and she knows this herself. The hope of survival from death is the immortality project swallowed by the red giant star. After realizing this, Gao Gong immediately understood that the quantum brain he had sensed before was actually not someone else. It was Director Du's consciousness. He also instantly understood Director Du's entire plan. She did not want to become an immortal or replace Hiluapa's consciousness. What she wanted to do was to become the thinking consciousness of the entire immortality project. People and projects are one, becoming a true contractor. Gao Gong is also familiar with this operation, which is roughly equivalent to the Promex graying version of Kenkli. This is equivalent to jumping out of the cage dilemma directly, and this cage dilemma can be used as a bait to confuse the opponent. If this plan succeeds, the benefits will be amazing. First of all, no matter how Hiluapa operates, she will definitely pursue immortality, and will definitely take the last step with the help of the Immortality Project. As the consciousness of the Immortality Project, she can make her last step fail. After the failure, Hiluapa was seriously injured if she didn't die. At that time, whether she ran away or made a fortune and ran away, she had more choices. In short, it is much more reliable than the metaphysics of quantum technology. However, the success rate of this plan is also very low. First of all, the success rate of transformation into the mechanical will of the Immortality Project is not high. Gao Gong, who has performed the shipgirl surgery, knows this too well. The more complex the mechanical body, the lower the probability of nurturing consciousness. Second, this transformation requires a lot of energy, so Du Xiaodi ignited the star. She didn't want to die together, but to obtain a free energy source. Third, the explosion of the star will 100% destroy part of the Immortality Project, and without this part, even if the consciousness transfer is completed, there is a high probability of becoming cerebral palsy. For example, the quantum brain that Gao Gong saw before. Under normal conditions, the probability of her activation is very low. But no matter what, the observer effect plus the prisoner effect is one wave. The will of the immortal engineering is another wave. With these two waves of interference, Du Xiaodi and her group of mechanics will most likely be wiped out, and Hiluapa will most likely fail to transform. They are all a group of ruthless people. If Gao Gong hadn't come, the ending would most likely be like this. However, Gao Gong came. Chapter 1343. Compared to Hiluapa's confusion inside the mechanical cage. If her sight could be expanded to cover the fragmented star infrastructure, she would immediately realize what happened in the outside world. Black lines seemed to travel through time and space and landed on these damaged engineering projects, spitting out thousands of parts from them, as if a dexterous hand was flexibly operating to repair and transform these machines. And thick neural arcs also lit up on some mechanical consciousness devices. After learning about Du Xiaodi's backup plan, the mechanics immediately took action. They had to ensure that the fragmented Immortality Project could complete the consciousness transmission of the contractor. Even for mechanical masters like them, it was very difficult to carry out mechanical transformation in this environment, especially the lack of tools. But the mechanical frenzy made up for this. Although it did not create a powerful computing system, in addition to sharing mechanical bodies and blood volume, the mechanical frenzy actually has a hidden talent, that is, sharing mechanical tools. Not only did the senior engineer not discover this, but the Mirta people also did not discover it. Each star armor has a self-repair system inside. After all, it cannot be returned to the factory for overhaul. And this kind of repair system, through the mechanical frenzy, has become a kind of existence similar to a universal repair tool. For mechanical masters, this tool is particularly handy, and it can be continuously transformed and deformed according to their ideas. It is also under these stimuli that the Fragmented Star Project has transmitted more and more data streams, and some have even evolved virtual data arcs. And Gao Gong also made a backup plan. In the quantum brain, a large number of memory worms fell into the rain, creating a series of small cyber waves, and a large number of Du Xiaodi's memories were converted. This ensured that the consciousness of the contractor who woke up was a complete Du Xiaodi, not a missing limb. Hiluapa finally realized that the real problem was not inside the mechanical cage, but the outside world. Unfortunately, it was too late. Because the entire Immortality Project seemed to have its own consciousness, completely stripping her of the immortality quota. This was more shocking to her than using quantum technology to do evil ways, and even with a hint of fear. As a cosmic noble, she even began to negotiate with Gao Gong. I can leave here and let you completely master this mechanical cage. I can even hand over all my treasures, including the knowledge of ascension in my brain. You should know that these things can only be traded by ascended members. Kill me, you will be on the death list of the Black Nobles. Killing you will, but replacing you will not. Gao Gong knows the ethics of those cosmic nobles too well. However, Gao Gong did not respond. Who knows if the other party has similar means of information curse? The black tide transformed by the mecha frenzy only trapped the other party, but did not kill the other party. What really hit the other party hard was the cocoon of the mechanical cage. Life cocoon, material cocoon, energy cocoon, mechanical cocoon, information cocoon. This cocoon technology is actually a more complex space bubble technology. By creating a space bubble, resetting the underlying operating logic inside the space bubble, it is similar to the laws of physics. If you can't resist the pressure of the entire small world, you will be stripped of some of your body components. The 5 cocoons are like 5 cages that trap all the biological components of the other party. When Gao Gong's organisms all felt uncomfortable, Gao Gong knew that the mechanical cage had finally returned to normal. And once this third mechanical revolution is in operation, it will be too disgusting for carbon-based organisms. You are disturbed by the third mechanical revolution, and carbon-based fusion is sealed. You are disturbed by the third mechanical revolution. Biological rejection is increased by 10,000%. You are disturbed by the third mechanical revolution. Biological energy is 50% temporary. The target of the mechanical cage is not Gao Gong, but Hiluapa. On the surface of Hiluapa, a trace of purple electric current began to overflow. This is not an ordinary biological current, but an electric current containing life energy. And Gao Gong should not be too familiar with this phenomenon, biological canned food. I didn't expect to see someone being made into a canned biological food in this life. It was not a player, but an NPC, and a cosmic noble. However, in Gao Gong's memory, in the later stages of the game, the cosmic nobles were basically no longer seen, and it was unknown where these people had gone. And these decomposed biological currents did not disappear, but were injected into the body of another white-haired witch. Du Xiaodi made her own canned biological food by herself, and then fed it to Hiluapa's body for consumption. It felt a bit strange. However, whether it was Gao Gong or Du Xiaodi, they were both casual people. The key point is that on Du Xiaodi's panel, the boss template of the Immortal began to light up. Immortal, Effect 1, break the limit of cell division. Without external interference, life cells can divide endlessly. Effect 2, get rid of the lifespan lock of life technology and break through species iteration. Effect 3, can artificially adapt to most cosmic environments, especially the accelerated timeline. Gao Gong glanced at these effects, which were similar to his impression. In fact, there has always been a misunderstanding in the outside world, that is, the higher the level of the ascended species, the more immortals there are. In fact, this is not the case. On the contrary, the more the ascended civilization, the stricter the control of individual lifespan. As the saying goes, the old and immortal is a thief. The older the ding, the more serious the old thinking, and the more old ding, the more solidified the class. If there is another group of old ding with almost infinite lifespan and still holds the highest power, then this civilization is basically declared finished. Therefore, in the ascending civilization, limiting lifespan is equivalent to limiting class solidification and breaking the stumbling block of technological thought evolution. Of course, not all ascending members agree with this. So some of them chose to betray, such as the one in front of them. And soon, another boss panel also lit up. Cosmic Noble, Effect 1. Within the universe, you will gain a prominent status and automatically receive the top VIP treatment of any civilization, organization, and power. Effect 2. You will automatically obtain channels, information, and organization invitations in the Cosmic Noble Circle, and obtain the authority of the Cosmic Dark Web for free. Effect 3. The more technology trees you absorb, the greater the authority you get, until one day, you will reveal the truth of the cosmic nobility. The effect of this boss template is a bit beyond Gao Gong's expectations. How to say? Quite inspiring? Although the cosmic nobles are not so illiterate, Gao Gong thinks that this boss template should be a bit arrogant and extravagant. After all, they are nobles. Or is it that there are actually different types of boss templates for the cosmic noble, and the one Du Xiaodi got is the hard-working version? No matter which one it is an established fact that Du Xiaodi has completed the immortal transformation. And the changes in the boss template brought about by the evolution of this life form are only a small part. Chapter 1344. The biggest change brought by the immortals is actually the change of attributes. After all, it is a complete transformation of a life form. In a very special way. After all, the main universe they are in is a main universe with entropy increase. So is this form of immortality a bug? Will it interfere with the operation of the universe? This has been argued countless times in the Civilization Council, but no result has been reached. It's a pity that Gao Gong can't see Du Xiaodi's attributes. This is not because of the level difference, but purely because after occupying the body of Hiluapa, Du Xiaodi became a member of the Ascended Species. An Ascended Species cannot be brushed out by exploration. The system can't brush out either. The biological wetware layer of the members of this camp is immersed in the wet river, and the organisms are protected by the Ascended system. If you want to unlock the other party's attributes, you need to crack the wet river system first, so even this thing is inherited. Gao Gong was a little speechless. Ascending civilization is not a paradise, whether from the perspective of ascended members or from the perspective of civilization. For example, from the perspective of civilization, there is a very troublesome point that the nationality of ascended members is not so easy to be stripped away. It is not easy to get it done by simply going through a procedure of expelling nationality. It needs to build a special anti-ascension machine to unbind the other party from the civilization, whether at the physical level or at the level of consciousness. If the other party runs away quickly, then this quota will be bound to him forever. Unless this ascended civilization is dead, or it succeeds in ascending again, it cannot be unbound. If there are too many members who defect, it will seriously interfere with the chance of the next ascension. If they are recruited by hostile civilizations again, it will be even more fun. For example, Hiluapa, who has defected, can still enjoy the protection of the Wet River. However, this also indirectly shows that the Wet River civilization has not completely disappeared. It may still be lingering somewhere, preparing for the revival of civilization. Just like the galaxy computer of the Leviathan tribe, as long as there is biological hardware left, there is still the possibility of resurrection. What are you thinking about? Gao Gong looked up and found that the white-haired witch after the evolution was completed. Oh no, it was Director Du, with a pair of pure white eyes, looking at him calmly. After the immortality, Du Xiaoti's white hair became longer, reaching her waist, but to be precise, it is not called the tip of the hair, but should be called the quantized neural synapse, which has the power to cross light years and attack the enemy. Gao Gong had enjoyed this before. The fourth order building was vulnerable in front of her. As for her eyes that were pregnant with vacuum decay, they didn't look as scary as before, but Gao Gong understood that this was vacuum decay entering a metastable state. A stable quantum weapon was far more threatening than a quantum tide. For example, the Boltzmann brain before was quite unstable in Gao Gong's opinion. If Du Xiaoti was in her current state, she could even observe the other party in reverse, and then observe the other party's ascension technology. As for Du Xiaoti's skin, it turned into a completely cold white skin. In the past, some working parts were actually a bit rough, but now it is smooth and delicate without a pore. There is indeed no pore. After the immortal is immortal, 99% of the organs that interact with the outside world will disappear or lose this function. This seems to be a necessary condition for immortality. How is your body? Asked the engineer. It's a bit uncomfortable. I'm urging those people to repair it. Don't repair it. Pack up the core machinery and leave here as soon as possible. I feel that the red giant star will explode at any time. Okay. The white-haired witch in front of him can only be said to be half of Du Xiaoti's body. The remaining half is actually the mechanical cage in front of him. Soon, this civilization tombstone completed its transformation in front of the engineer, and various functional modules began to fold. It can be seen that a lot of space technology must have been used. A mechanical module, as big as a house, was directly folded into a palm-sized mechanical armor piece, which was tightly attached to the white-haired witch's body from top to bottom, forming a female close-fitting mechanical outer armor, from chest and abdomen to heels, soft and sharp. This is the complete version of Du Xiaoti. At the same time, the system prompt sounded, the Cybertron camp has gained a space noble, the space dark web reputation has increased by 1, and the chance of ascension is plus or minus 5%. The mechanic civilization has obtained the third mechanical revolution mechanical cage source code blessing, and the chance of ascension is plus or minus 10%. Du Xiaoti looked at Gao Gong, who was in tears, and her sharp eyes rarely eased. Next time I do something, I will definitely tell you in advance. This time I really can't help it, sorry. It's okay, I'm so excited to see you again. Gao Gong was so excited that he had nothing to say. He really had nothing to say. This is fucking gambling is illegal. Soon, before the red giant exploded, a fourth-order spaceship entered the superluminal mode and jumped out of this star field. As for the dozen star systems disturbed by the explosion of the red giant, and the dozens of star systems affected, that is none of their business. It is the work of the cosmic nobles anyway, and it is none of Director Du's business. If there is really a space-time disaster, it will be handed over to the Space-Time Administration Bureau to deal with it. They are professionals. Unlike the Star Destroyer, Hiluapa's fourth-order spaceship, the Wet River, is a purely interstellar version of a luxury cruise ship. On the ship alone, there are no less than 100,000 chefs, who are used to prepare delicacies from different star fields and civilizations. It can be seen that Hiluapa really likes food. It has been a long time since we last met, and Gao Gong naturally followed Du Xiaoti like a little follower, and at the same time used the divine sense to repeatedly spy on each other. Du Xiaoti glanced at him several times, and did not change his bad habits. If it were a player, he would have failed countless times. But senior engineer, that was another matter. After staring at the other person's buttocks for a long time, he finally found an attribute. Name, Du Xiaodi. Species, Ascended Species. Level 120 max. That's all. And Du Xiaodi also called all these mechanical masters to introduce them to senior engineer one by one. This is number 4, a quantum life form. Because of losing contact with civilization, he Luopa recruited her on the black market of the Corbo Galaxy. This is number 5, a Xiandong person. She was captured and sold as a slave because of her defeat in the war. Because of her unique skills in making weapons of the gods, she was hired by local forces. This is number 6, Merda, a female robot from a third-level mechanical civilization that has transformed all species. This is number 7, a fungal-shaped creature that is good at building atomic machines. This is number 8, a semi-mechanical exile who lives in the asteroid belt and has built a third-level mechanic force. These numbers were not chosen by Du Xiaodi, but by Luopa. During the long journey of star beating, many of these people have forgotten their names, and some are too lazy to call each other by name, so they just call each other by numbers. This number extends to 200 and beyond. Gao Gong was almost drooling when he saw it. Each of these people is a level 90 max mechanic, and each of them has at least 3 mechanic templates. If I were to recruit them myself, it would take me a long time. Gao Gong felt that these people were one of the biggest gains of his trip. Chapter 1345. These mechanical masters are very interested in Gao Gong. They are mainly interested in the mecha craze. They admire Gao Gong's ability to stuff 100,000 star armors into a mechanical body. However, this is a camp secret. Gao Gong can't answer casually, he can only fool around. Seeing this, Du Xiaodi arranged for these mechanical masters to rest. After all, this group of people have been fighting for so many years, it's time to enjoy themselves. This group of people must be ours. Of course, Du Xiaodi nodded as a matter of course. And since Du Xiaodi said so, it means that she is fully confident in conquering this group of people. Now that the outsiders have left, it has become a two-person space. But Du Fupa was unromantic and had no interest in Gao Gong himself, but was very interested in Mecha Frenzy. After getting the control of Mecha Frenzy from Gao Gong, she started to study it with shining eyes. Gao Gong forgot one thing, that is, when it was on Jilai Star, that is, the era of Du Gao technology, the flagship product of the camp was Mecha, and the person in charge of this flagship product was Du Xiaodi himself. So when Director Du saw the Promax Ultimate Edition of Mecha, it was natural that he was addicted to it. Gao Gong suddenly felt that he was at risk of falling out of favor. Although the one who was favored was another part of his body. Well, there will be plenty of time for research in the future. I will study the body of the cosmic nobles first. This will be of great help to the biotechnology of the camp. Engineer Gao said seriously. Du Xiaodi blinked her eyes and showed a half smile. Are you sure it's just research? Of course. Engineer Gao pulled the white-haired witch version of Du Xiaodi onto the big bed and gently pressed on her. With Director Du's current form, he doesn't even need to cosplay, which is great. Having lived 2 lives, this is really the first time he has studied the cosmic nobles, so he has to study it carefully. As a pioneer in the field of biology and a passerby on the fusion route, Engineer Gao couldn't stop this research. Almost half a month had passed before Du Xiaodi was free from the state of being studied, and her face showed a tired and happy expression. Although I'm not very good at dusting, I'm a professional at unclogging sewers, Engineer Gao said seriously. Du Xiaodi couldn't help rolling her eyes again. This person, let's go, I take you to see it. What to see? Why, you are not interested in the property of the cosmic nobles? Yes, so much, Gao Gong said excitedly. He has been serving the rich woman for so many days. Isn't he waiting for this day? Du Xiaodi put on a white shirt and got off the bed with 2 long legs bare. Director Du is actually half now, and the remaining half of the body is the mechanical cage. Gao Gong was curious about where the other party put the lady's mechanical armor. When he went out to see, his eyes widened. It turned out that the mechanical cage was hanging on his mechanical body. No wonder his mechanical body has been trembling for a few days. Gao Gong thought it was his own feeling that was transmitted. It turns out that you really dare not move. Are you touched? Don't dare to move. Director Du, is your mechanical cage controllable? Gao Gong asked a soul-searching question. He finally suppressed the intelligent machine crisis, but he didn't want to come back with a more severe wave. Although she didn't need to watch for a long time, Du Xiaodi still kept her old habits. She wiped her face with a towel, walked to Gao Gong and said softly, I don't know. Don't know? In Luopa's memory, This is just a means for her to pursue immortality. As for what consequences this means will cause, she doesn't care. It's really the style of the cosmic nobles. Du Xiaodi stroked the mechanical cage-style outer armor, and this half of Du Xiaodi gently flipped the armor plate, as if responding. Although it was also an accident, Director Du's current route seems to be the fusion route, Cosmic Noble, Ascension Bloodline, plus Mechanical Cage. It seems to be more luxurious than his own version, the configuration of Biological Computer plus Mecha Frenzy. Could it be that he has to hug thighs even if he takes the fusion route? The vacuum decay in Du Xiaodi's eyes flashed, and Gao Gong instantly captured the change of quantum information. The next moment, Gao Gong saw the wet river again. The viscosity of the river water changes with bioenergy, and the melted brain tissue slowly creeps. When it encounters a reef, it suddenly boils and bursts into thousands of iris-shaped whirlpools. And the next moment, the splashing water falls on the ship's wall and ceiling, and the hull begins to undergo large-scale mutations. The tightly fitted metal seams suddenly seep out blood-colored mucus, which flows to the walls and the floor, and begins to transform the entire spacecraft from mechanical to biological. Various machines began to soften, with textures similar to muscle fibers. The ring-shaped restraint device inside the spacecraft reactor began to reverse, and the glowing plasma was replaced by a more enchanting blue biological flame. The wall began to bulge on a large scale, and bone nails pierced out from the metal wall. At the same time, with these nails as the center, the spike skeleton began to grow, and a large number of biological plugins emerged, some of which grew directly, and some were sealed in these biological cabinets. And these biological cabinets gave Gao Gong a very familiar feeling of biological cans. If he opened the cabinet and saw a few heads, Gao Gong would not be surprised at all. The fourth disaster display cabinet, Gao Gong visited it in his previous life. It looks familiar. However, when he saw this densely packed biological cabinet that he could not see the end at a glance, Gao Gong could not help but smack his lips. How many pieces did this Heluopa take away? Nearly 20 million pieces. In order to build the Immortality Project, she traded nearly 10 million pieces with other immortal nobles, and lost more than 2 million pieces in the experiment. Now there are almost 7 million pieces here. Are all 4th level goods? Du Xiaodi looked at him strangely. Of course, she is a 4th level member. Boss, are you still clearing the sewer? This time I promise to clear it all the way, Gao Gong said sincerely. After Gao Gong got a roll of the eyes, he smiled and opened a cabinet casually. Luckily, he didn't see a human head, but he saw a graphics card. Of course, it was a biological version. The main body of the biological graphics card is streamlined, and the surface is covered with a translucent biological film, similar to the shell of an insect. Its central processing unit area is embedded with a glowing biological crystal core composed of dense fibrous tissue, similar to a neural network or mycelium structure. This is probably extracted from the core of a space monster. Anyway, Gao Gong felt that his Leviathan bloodline shrank a little. And its interfaces, slots, pores, and other structures are all standard biological styles. In the slot area, Gao Gong also saw fine tentacle-like biological fibers. These fibers can adjust adaptively according to the shape of the motherboard slot and secrete conductive mucus when in contact to enhance signal transmission. Gao Gong casually swiped the exploration name, Wet River Graphics Card 4080. Tier 4. Equipment attributes, biological plugin. Process technology, 2 ZIM. Video memory capacity, 0.5 planetary bytes. 1 planetary byte is equivalent to the storage of a planetary computer. Enhanced performance. Quantum information tracking. Tier 4 AI acceleration. Biological microcosm simulation. Population level AI group training. Tier 4 carbon-based enhancement. Planetary level organism empowerment. Note: Tier 4 biological graphics cards are all quite good in this tier. Chapter 1346. It has been proven that the 4th level is stronger than the 3rd level, and it is stronger by more than 1 level. Not to mention the half-planet computer level storage. Just to say one thing, a biological microcosm simulation alone is enough to make people envious. This biological microcosm simulation looks quite abstract. In other words, it is called a brain in a vat. In other words, a 4th level graphics card has the function of a brain in a vat. And the brain in a vat is a planetary disaster at the worst. And in a 4th level civilization, it is just a function of a certain product. The gap between the two sides can be imagined. Foreman Gao exhaled and said, "It seems that my organism can be strengthened again." Before, he thought that the 90 level max combined with the 9.0 biological computer had reached the top. Now it seems that his imagination is poor. He did not imagine the money ability of the rich woman at all. But then again, even if you have the money, your kidney function must be worthy of it. Gao Gong randomly picked a few 4th-level biological plugins, and found that the minimum requirement was also the 9.0 version of the biological computer. There is no lower. So in the entire camp, only he can equip it. Maybe the little woman can also, because some equipment requires a planetary organism. This is really a fortune. If this ship's goods were leaked, he would be besieged by all civilizations in the entire Robert Galaxy. Du Xiaodi looked at him with a smile. She absorbed He Luopa's consciousness, and knew the amount of these assets clearly, but she was not very excited. For an engineering girl, it is better to sell the property that she has gained without any effort to build infrastructure. But seeing that he is very happy, she is also a little happy. Anything else? Anything else? He Luopa should have several cosmic treasures. Du Xiaodi took the lead and followed the bridge filled with biological plugins to a place similar to an island in the lake. The periphery of the island in the lake is an encrypted biological liquid that has evolved into river water. The island in the lake itself is made up of carbon-based corals, like the sulci of the human brain. Their branches are solidified artificial neural networks. Whenever a breeze blows by, it will make a subtle crackling sound similar to the discharge of the hippocampus. This is cage number 3, and it is also the only one that has been successfully tested. After this successful test, she started the mechanical cage plan. Engineer Gao nodded. Even if the parameters of the mechanical cage are obtained, it is not an easy task to simulate it with biotechnology. The reason why He Luopa succeeded was largely because the direction of her experiments matched the technology tree of the Shurha civilization. After all, Shurha technology is the epitome of biological plugins. And the best thing about plugins, a kind of biological technology, is parameter simulation. After all, plugins. Although Du Xiaodi suppressed him, Gao Gong could feel the dangerous power similar to the mechanical cage in this biological cage. If the mechanical cage suppressed carbon-based civilization, then, in turn, the biological cage suppressed mechanical species. Gao Gong came to a surprising conclusion. This version of the mechanical frenzy will be suppressed and disintegrated on the spot in this biological island. Did you use the ascension technology? Gao Gong asked curiously. Du Xiaodi shook her head and said nothing, looking at him with a pair of big eyes that could speak. Oh, it seems that there is one. Ascension knowledge is different from professional knowledge. It is taboo knowledge that cannot be passed on. Even some knowledge itself has its own wisdom. It will choose talents to teach, and those with poor brains will be banned directly. Gao Gong studied it with interest for a long time, and always felt that this thing was very useful, but he didn't know where to use it. It was not until Du Xiaodi went in first that Gao Gong walked in reluctantly. That was the biological building in the center of the island. Compared with the complex and dangerous outside world, the interior of this building was empty, with only 4 items suspended in the air. But each item occupies an area, emitting a lot of light, some involving changes in time and space, and some pure darkness. For cosmic treasures, oh no, including the needle on the fiery sun halberd, there are actually 5. Gao Gong summoned the fiery sun halberd, and saw that the silver needle was still firmly nailed on the tip of the halberd, causing the system panel of this weapon to be completely gray. Director Du, can you pull this thing off? Du Xiaodi shook her head and explained. The eraser is a conceptual weapon with a limited number of uses, and once used, it cannot be cancelled, because it itself is the embodiment of the concept of erasure. Gao Gong also used the divine sense to refresh its attributes. Name, erasing needle. Category, cosmic treasure. Number of uses, 0. Function, erases all attributes of an equipment, including its own attributes. Note, conceptual weapons, basically no solution, unless you max out the creation technology, you can create something out of nothing. This is a classic 1-for-1 exchange. Gao Gong's mouth twitched, and he didn't know which genius created this thing. Really disgusting artifact. Without the blazing sun halberd, Gao Gong could only barely reach the legendary level if he used the Star Destroyer. And without the divine weapon that was stimulated to 100 million degrees, it would be difficult to erase time and space. Headache. Since it is a conceptual weapon, then time reversal is probably not going to work. Gao Gong looked at a corner in the east, which was covered by a silver light, and under the shining of the silver light, the biological tissues there were constantly repeating aging and rebirth. The core of silver light is a small silver hourglass. Compared with the space-time hourglass, this hourglass is obviously smaller, but its appearance is metal style, which is completely different from the illusion of the space-time hourglass. However, the style is exactly the same. Isn't this thing configured by the director? Senior engineer waved and took the hourglass in his hand. Sure enough, name, Spacetime Hourglass. Category, Spacetime Treasure. Quality, Universe Treasure. Time function, Spacetime debugging by reversing the hourglass. The timeline can be reversed forward/backward by 3 seconds. Timeline positioning can mark the spacetime coordinates of a certain timeline. Timeline transfer after completing the coordinate marking, the timeline can be transferred. The main universe transfer needs to be registered. Warning 1. This item is controlled by the Spacetime Administration and is listed as one of the 100,000 time prohibited items. Warning 2. This item is a director-level configuration of the Spacetime Administration. If one is lost, it will be investigated by the administration. Please hide it carefully. When using it in the main universe, hide the coordinates. I said it looked familiar. Feeling the complex time technology patterns on the surface of the spacetime hourglass, senior engineer muttered to himself. Where did this thing come from? Dushouty recalled and said, it seems to be an internal meeting of the Black Nobles. At that time, the Cosmic Noble who traded also said that in the future, if there is any cooperation in spacetime smuggling, you can come to him, and he can provide internal channels. Good guy. I know that you Cosmic Nobles are ruthless and wild, but I didn't expect it to be so wild. There are 2 possibilities. One is that this big guy killed a senior executive of the Spacetime Administration and replaced him. Another possibility is that he completely corrupted a senior executive. Chapter 1347. When Gao Gong was still gloating over fooling a low-level spacetime agent, the Cosmic Nobles had already developed their subordinates to the director. You know, although the director of the Spacetime Administration Bureau is divided into the chief and deputy director, no matter which one, it must be approved by the Civilization Council. Does that mean that the reviewers of the Civilization Council also have their people? Awesome, Gao Gong exclaimed. He had heard that there was a super lobbying group composed of Cosmic Nobles outside the Civilization Council, which was specifically responsible for getting some civilization representatives to propose and pass their proposals. But no one has ever come to him. It may be because his rank in his previous life was not high enough, he did not enter the top circle, and he did not have much value. It may also be because he was not short of money from selling books in his previous life. But no matter what, in this life, he finally got in touch with the interest network of the Cosmic Nobles. I have to say, it is really awesome. This thing is really good. I use it recently. Seeing Du Xiaodi looking at him in confusion, Gao Gong briefly explained the Collector, the Supreme, and the possible existence of the parallel universe. Assuming everything goes well, we find a way to enter the parallel universe, but we don't know the time ratio between the parallel universe and the main universe. Maybe we stay in it for 1 day, and the main universe has already passed a year, or even 100 planetary years. That would be a big problem. It is even possible that because of the passage of time, we in the parallel universe cannot reconnect to the main universe. Although this possibility is very small, it cannot be ruled out. Engineer Gao shook the time-space hourglass. At that time, this thing will be very useful. It can accurately locate different timelines. With it, you don't have to worry about not being able to come back after going there. After listening to Engineer Gao's plan, Du Xiaodi thought, if there really is such a parallel time and space, I can go there to host the rear and use it to break the main universe. Engineer Gao said helplessly, Sister, you just came back. Why are you thinking about moving bricks outside? Our current situation in the Robert Galaxy is far from this point. Maybe when we return, the Anti-Insect Alliance will be defeated by that insect civilization. Well, this can be used as a backup plan. After all, if there is really a parallel universe, it cannot be handed over to outsiders. Du Xiaodi said, as a matter of course. Engineer Gao opened his mouth, but finally closed it. When Director Du goes to that parallel time and space in person, he will know the difficulty of its development. The observable universe, or the main universe, has a diameter of about 93 billion light-years. In this universe, whether it is a high-risk cosmic environment or an extremely dangerous environment, it is actually a material environment. But the parallel universe is different. In the parallel universe, most areas are conceptualized and cannot be set foot on at all. And the frequency of spacetime storms in the parallel universe is much higher than that in the main universe. You have worked hard for 100 years, and it is a high probability that you will return to the time before liberation. So most parallel universes are called parallel time and space, because they do not have the area and resources of the main universe. There is also a very troublesome point. Different parallel universes have different ascension ceilings. Some parallel universes have a limit of ascension of level 4 civilization, that is, You can only ascend to level 4 civilization at most, and no more civilization can evolve. So many civilizations in parallel universes are desperate to enter the main universe, and this is not without reason. But to put it simply, even if a parallel universe has only 1/1000th of the useful area of the main universe, it is equivalent to a galaxy cluster. And inside a galaxy cluster, there are generally hundreds of galaxies. Not to mention that a level 3 civilization can eat its fill. Even if it is an ascending civilization, it is a lottery-winning treatment. So Gao Gong did not reject it on the spot. He really had to go and see the specifics before making a final decision. He quickly came to another corner. If the place where the time-space hourglass is located is the change of time and space, then the place where this cosmic treasure is located is pure darkness. Its darkness is not ordinary darkness, but the darkness of a black hole. It absorbs all light externally and accelerates expansion internally. And at the center of the darkness, there seems to be a book, name, Book of Darkness. Category, Cosmic Treasure. Function, absorb dark energy and transform into a one-time dark tide. Storage quantity, 1, 3, remarks. The strength of the dark tide depends on the strength of the dark energy you absorb. If you can absorb the dangerous dark energy ranked in the top 100,000, then the dark tide you create can even destroy a group of ascended species. Including you, naturally. Why does this remark sound unsafe? Gao Gong naturally knows that the dangerous level of the dark energy ranked in the top 100,000 is, to be frank, the kind that can destroy ascended civilizations when accumulated to a certain level. After all, dark energy is not just dark energy. Like dark matter, it is an unknown existence. Dark energy that can be analyzed is not called dark energy, but known interstellar energy. Gao Gong glanced at the only dark energy stored in the Book of Darkness. Name, Bone Erosion Mist. Effect, it erodes the molecular structure of matter and converts it into dust. It has a miraculous effect on the fusion mode, 1, 2, 3 times, of carbon-based organisms, but is immune to carbon-based organisms that have been fused for the 4th time. Analysis level, 11.4%. Bone Erosion Mist. Gao Gong has never heard of this kind of dark energy. Although the effect of this dark energy does look exaggerated, at least from the perspective of a 3rd-level biological civilization, it can destroy a 90-level biological army. But the potential of this dark energy does not seem to be large enough. At least in terms of being immune to the 4th carbon-based civilization, no ascending civilization will study it. This is also the reason why many dark energies have not been analyzed. It's not that even the technology of the ascended civilization can't do this, but the value of this dark energy is not high, so there is no need to analyze it. However, Gao Gong can probably guess why He Luopa chose this dark energy. Its carbon-based destructive effect is very useful for studying mechanical cages. It seems that after returning, a dark energy collection task will be issued to the players. I don't have time to run around the world, but the players are different. Some scenery players are born to love running around. This task is just right for them. Gao Gong turned to the 3rd cosmic treasure. This cosmic treasure is like a river, and it is a wet river. The sticky milky white brain matter squirms under the water light, and the nerve bundles are entangled like transparent water plants and float to the surface. The bioelectricity beating between synapses arouses dark blue ripples. Name, Wet River Branch. Category, Cosmic Treasure. Function 1. Soak in the wet river to repair biological equipment and biological plugins. Level 4/below level 4. Function 2. Repair 99% of biological system problems, including biological rejection, implantation failure, system disorder, evolutionary backlash. Function 3. Communicate with the main wet river, sealed, remarks. A biological civilization that can mass-produce cosmic treasures, Tisk. It's terrifying when you think about it. You think about it, but I think your system is also terrifying when you think about it. Gao Gong couldn't help but complain. As soon as he got close to this wet river branch, Gao Gong's biological body had a strong desire to soak in it. And he was not the only one who had this desire. Chapter 1348. Hurry up, I want to go to the sea, I want to go to the sea. The tongue of Horace's boot stretched out long, trying to reach this wet river branch. His eyes almost lit up. Obviously, this cosmic treasure is extremely attractive to him. Seeing this, Gao Gong did not hesitate, first threw the boots in, then activated the Hand of Knock. The blood-red evil spirit spread from his arms to his whole body, and then threw himself in. The two war-crazy bloodlines sighed at the same time. This feeling is like the Promax version of a hot spring. Countless beautiful tongues are licking every cell of yours, and every damaged cell. A trace of life force flows out of the body, and every injury is healing faster. Hey brother, how about we make a deal? Horace's boots rarely spoke in a flattering tone. Well, I just saw that you have a lot of good stuff. I also know that you have extraordinary skills. When you are free, can you strengthen me too? You also want to use biological plugins? Gao Gong asked knowingly. I can feel the strong and charming aura on them. It seems to be more pleasant than the body odor of the kings. What a perverted metaphor. Gao Gong laughed and said, I don't have the final say. These riches belong to Director Du. Horace Boots immediately changed the object of flattery. That woman, oh no, sister-in-law, you may not know me, but I am my brother's close comrade in arms. I can inject him with the powerful Horace bloodline, and let him have the indestructible body of the kings. If you strengthen me, I can provide better protection. Du Xiaodi immediately showed an interested look. Horace Boots hesitated, gritted his teeth, and made a big bet. I can tell you a secret, the secret of the ultimate destruction. This time, even Gao Gong showed an interested look. This big mouth of equipment has revealed most of the information of Horace civilization when it is free. Of course, it is in a tone similar to Homer's epic plus ancient Greek mythology. In the eyes of outsiders, this is a standard myth story. In this story, each of the kings has the power to destroy the world. In Gao Gong's understanding, it is to easily destroy a planet. The kings are the gods, and there are also sons of gods, demigods, and legions of gods. In the end, the kings chose destruction, walked into the starry sky, and never came back. Every time after bragging, Horace Boots will end with a paragraph. In the myth, this is probably the ending of the Ragnarok. In online novels, this is a bad ending. But Gao Gong did not simply listen to the story, but analyzed it from the perspective of the technology tree. In his opinion, this is a typical case of a third-order carbon-based civilization. A divine civilization, because it could not suppress the war-crazy gene in its blood, eventually embarked on the road of destroying civilization and chose the way of ascension to destroy civilization, which is what it calls ultimate destruction. Although Gao Gong will definitely not take this route, he must not miss the opportunity to study the ascension method of other civilizations. Perhaps because he felt that the pure pie in the sky was not convincing, he drew a bigger one. After the ultimate destruction mark in my body is extracted, I am confident that I can completely destroy that strange needle with your destructive power. Horace Boots said confidently. So Gao Gong quickly reached a deal with the other party. After he completed self-strengthening, he would also strengthen it. As a condition of the deal, it handed over the so-called ultimate destruction mark. After Gao Gong's biological body soaked in the wet river hot spring, he didn't want to come out. Anyway, there were still mechanical bodies outside. The faint smile on Du Xiaodi's face soon disappeared. People who come from the cyber test field often have two extreme personalities, either perverted to the extreme, or conservative, as if they were branded with a mental stamp. Director Du belongs to the latter. Although she has a strong talent in machinery, her view of machinery has always been that it is just a tool. Even if it is a mechanical life, it is just a conscious tool. Let's make it clearer. For her, the biological body of the senior engineer is the senior engineer, and the mechanical body is just an external equipment. For a piece of equipment, there is no need to give a good face. She is only interested in the mecha frenzy, and she will not be interested after the dissection is completed. And the mechanical body of the senior engineer came to the last cosmic treasure. Compared with the time and space hourglass, the Book of Darkness, and the Wet River branch, the last cosmic treasure seems very low-key. Not only is it squeezed into a corner by the aura of the three major cosmic treasures, but more importantly, it seems incomplete. Name, Life Thread. Category, Cosmic Treasure. Function 1. Weave DNA chains, create or transform any organism, and give it consciousness. Below the ascension stage, Function 2. Decompose the components of high-level organisms and obtain powerful original genes from them. Function 3. Lack when Life Thread is combined with Whisper of the Stars, Endless Embryo Disk, and Queen Bee's Coffin, it will be possible to try to produce a natural disaster race with group thinking, super combat power, and super reproductive ability. Remarks: group thinking, super combat power, super reproductive. You know what I'm thinking, of course. I also know what you're thinking. Zerg? When these three talents came out together, Gao Gong's first reaction was the Blade Queen. Her body was like a living mountain, perched on a carbon throne condensed from the secretions of the insect nest. 6 pairs of diamond-shaped compound eyes were arranged in a fan shape, and the pupils flashed with patterns, like the Milky Way star map. Her abdomen bulged like a meteorite crater, and the surface was covered with wriggling egg-laying tentacles. The black hole-like organ in the throat could swallow warships or asteroids. Are you thinking about another woman? Du Xiaoti's killer instinct was instantly activated, and she looked at Gao Gong suspiciously. No, I'm thinking about a monster, Gao Gong immediately said seriously. He didn't lie. The Zerg Queen in his memory was actually the original body of the Blade Queen, a completely Cthulhuized Zerg monster. But the amazing thing is that the Blade Queen's cup sold quite well. It can only be said that in the field of XP, he still has a lot to learn. Seeing that Du Xiaoti was still looking at him, he had no choice but to tell her about the 4 cosmic treasures that could be combined into one to evolve the Zerg. Du Xiaoti immediately became serious after hearing this. Although she had been working hard in recent years, she had actually heard a lot about the Zerg civilization. Even in Heluapa's memory, she had focused on the Zerg civilization, and even sighed that a civilization disaster had been bred in an ordinary galaxy. This group of emerging third-level civilizations was really unlucky. There was no memory of evolving the Zerg in her memory, but if that was true, then the importance of this cosmic treasure would be far greater than the other 3 treasures. Not to mention the birth of a Zerg civilization. Even if it was just the birth of a Zerg army, it would be a trump card for the camp. Chapter 1349. In Du Xiaoti's mind, the preciousness of this life thread was raised to the highest level, more important than the other 3 cosmic treasures. However, Gao Gong was not so optimistic. It was not so easy to collect the other 3 cosmic treasures, even if it was through the channels of the cosmic nobles. After all, Heluapa himself did not know the real function of this cosmic treasure. And although it was said that the Zerg could be evolved after completing the 4-in-1, but whether it could be evolved, or even what type of Zerg it could be, was hard to say. If the Zerg was really so easy to evolve, then the entire universe would be full of Zerg civilization. However, this treasure suddenly reminded Gao Gong of something else. Name, ? A hair of the ultimate creature, rank, 9th rank. Quality, ? Weight, ? Basic attributes, ? Additional attributes, ? Remarks. In theory, this kind of item should not exist, at least not in this universe. Be careful of the existence behind the Supreme Organization. This is the hair plucked from the old man Hunjia. Of course, it is definitely not his. The owner of this hair, Gao Gong, has now been identified. The legendary founder of the Supreme Organization, the Old Master. It was the first time that Gao Gong saw the parts of a 9th-level creature. And it was also the first time that he knew that in addition to the 9th-level civilization, there were other ways to create 9th-level creatures. But it was precisely because the rank of this hair was too high that he had not been able to study it. Even with a 9.0 biological computer, he could not analyze its composition. Now, this cosmic treasure in front of me is just the right one for my profession. Function 2. Decompose the components of high-level organisms and obtain powerful original genes from them. Following the thoughts of the senior engineer, this hair was sent into the life weave. The appearance of the life weave is between the DNA chain and the transparent silk. After being stimulated, it automatically generates induction, and countless information threads are decomposed and penetrate into the inside of this hair. The senior engineer had checked before, and this hair seemed to have no microscopic structure at all, no molecules, atoms, quarks. Even if observed microscopically, only a black mass could be seen. But it is not right to say that it has entered the quantum state. At least it is a material existence. However, the fact that the biological computer cannot detect it does not mean that the cosmic treasure cannot detect it, especially this kind of scientific research cosmic treasure. At the moment when the information line penetrated, the entire life we've exuded unprecedented light. In front of Gao Gong's body, a tall, illusory figure suddenly appeared, or should I say, a divine figure. His left eye was a clock made of the horizon of a black hole, and the pupil of his right eye was sealed with a fire that seemed to be the first generation of civilization. On his neck hung the skull of a mass extinct species, and a chain woven with dark matter, and around his body was an isolation zone composed of the concept of death. The aura it exuded, like that of an ancient god, almost instantly put the two into alert mode. Gao Gong entered the quantum state, and Du Xiaoti turned into a white-haired witch, with each strand of white hair piercing into the void, and her eyes evolved into vacuum decay to counter this terrifying force field. It seemed that this decomposition alarmed the other party. His left eye looked over. The next moment, the matter in front of the two disappeared, replaced by a huge rotating black hole. The black hole slowly wrapped the two, as if to swallow them completely. The bizarre pictures were constantly generated as the black hole compressed. Among them were the rise and fall of species, the expansion and contraction of interstellar disasters, and the destruction and regeneration of the universe. If it were an ordinary third-order species, or even a fourth-order ascending species, they would be suppressed by the black hole aura and unable to move. But as an old driver, Gao Gong has always been prepared for a rainy day. The time and space hourglass in his hand entered the time and space debugging mode as soon as possible. Time and space debugging. By reversing the hourglass, the timeline is reversed forward/backward by 3 seconds. The golden hourglass turned 180 degrees. As the golden time sand passed, the two were suddenly pulled to 3 seconds ago. You have escaped from the 9th level force field of the old master. Personal experience increased by 1 billion, and the reputation of the 8th universe, already heat dead, increased by 1. Gao Gong touched his forehead and felt the hot metal. The mechanical body had just entered the state of overload. To be precise, 100,000 star armors entered the overload mode at the same time. After returning, I have to repair the engine, Gao Gong muttered to himself. On the other side, the 120 level ascended species, the universe noble Du Xiaodi, was not much better. Her small white jade feet landed gently on the ground, and she staggered. If Gao Gong hadn't helped her, she would have squatted down in an unsightly manner. You need to explain to me. Director Du was not angry, but his tone was very serious. Engineer Gao touched his nose. If it were him, he would have wanted to kill the other party. This is a little bit of research, and he almost sent him and the rich woman away. Actually, this is somewhat related to the parallel time and space I mentioned before. Engineer Gao repeated the previous Supreme Organization and the Supreme Attack. When Engineer Gao finished speaking, Du Xiaodi's eyes flashed with anger. This was not directed at Engineer Gao. Has the planet in our camp been besieged by a large army at least 3 times? That group of people took advantage of me not being at home. How dare they? 2 third-level civilizations, dealing with a planet-level interstellar force, is actually not very bold. It's just a routine operation. And each of them suffered a lot of casualties. However, Engineer Gao would definitely not take the blame for the Jin and Yin families, but instead focused on the system prompts. The heat death of the 8th universe? No wonder you can brush up the universe-level reputation. Maybe there are no living creatures in the entire universe, so it is easy to brush up the reputation. No, this old world master is most likely a creature from the 8th universe. Although he was almost sent away, Gao Gong was not afraid at all, and even felt a little fortunate. Without this wave of operations, how could he find out the bottom of the old world master? The two sides are not at the same level at present, but the more so, the sooner they should understand each other, which is called an active defensive strategy. And obviously, Du Xiaodi also thinks so. Try again. Are you sure? Du Xiaodi glanced at the time and space hourglass, confirmed that there was no crack on the surface of this thing, and nodded. Of course. The biggest difference between the time and space hourglass of the bureau chief level and the time and space hourglass of the low-level agent is the quality, except that one is a conventional weapon and the other is a disposable item. Even though he almost summoned a projection of a 9th-order species seemingly. But this time-space hourglass still had no cracks. Very good, let's continue. Gao Gong was also a bold and reckless person, so he activated the life weave again very quickly. And this time, not only did his mechanical body enter the mecha frenzy mode, even the biological body entered the state of controlling the Star Destroyer. Although he didn't have the Sun Spear, Gao Gong now had a lot of advanced weapons. He grabbed a space sword produced by the Stringer, which was also a third-order black technology, with the ability to cut through the subspace. The old master appeared again. Chapter 1350. Seeing this 9th-order species again, at least in terms of appearance, Gao Gong was not very surprised. The other party did not seem to be very surprised to see them again. Apart from the fact that the other party was a 9th-order species, and had the ability to look directly into the future, another possibility was that he was not within the scope of the main universe. So he was equivalent to jumping out of the scope of time and space changes. Similar to Gao Gong's Son of God incarnation, but with a higher dimension. And this time, it was his right eye that lit up. As the saying goes, left eye twitching means wealth, right eye twitching means disaster. This is absolutely true. This time is more dangerous than the last time. Gao Gong completely entered the mecha frenzy mode, and the black tide surged out of his body, but his blood volume dropped by hundreds of billions in a few breaths. And Du Xiaodi's face turned gray, and her life breath was greatly weakened. At the same time, a large number of words symbolizing death appeared on her skin. The whole person fell to the ground, and his eyes dimmed visibly. If the opponent's left eye represents death and black hole, then Gao Gong couldn't even distinguish the ability of the right eye for a short time. He just knew that this ability was very, very dangerous. At the same time, The golden sand in the time and space hourglass began to jump wildly, like popping candy in the mouth, ready to splash out of the hourglass at any time. Fortunately, the equipment configured by the bureau chief was absolutely powerful in terms of quality. The next moment, the hourglass turned over, and the two returned to 3 seconds ago again. Gao Gong glanced at the system panel, and the drop of hundreds of billions of health just now seemed to be just an illusion. 100 million health points are the health points of a planet. Does this mean that the opponent can destroy 1,000 planets with one glance? This is just a projection summoned by a hair of the opponent. If this is the real body, how powerful would it be? Every carbon-based creature is a terrifying evolutionary machine. Whether it is Gao Gong or Du Xiaodi, it is the same. And this kind of memory of surviving death, especially being spied on by a higher-level monster, it is not an exaggeration to say that it is a great opportunity. Neither of them spoke. They were digesting the results of this time. And Gao Gong closed his eyes and activated the second function of the Klein bottle resonator. Function 2, non-embeddable space artificially create a closed quantum space, in which you can observe yourself and be observed. The focus is not on self-observation, but on being observed, but first, you still have to observe yourself. Gao Gong quickly observed thousands of cells. Although these senior engineers cannot communicate or contact each other, as self-observers, they can confirm their number. It must be said that this is a very magical thing, and also a very quantum thing. Sensory data upload. The next moment, the biological data generated by the previous confrontation with the old master poured into the body. Tens of thousands of senior engineers faced great fear in an instant. This time, there was no time and space hourglass to save the scene, and most of them died on the spot. To put it more miserably, they were all scared to death. This feeling is so sour and refreshing. After being scared to death, the main consciousness observed it again, shook his head, and sighed. The time regression of the time and space hourglass is not a regression without cause and effect and side effects, and this kind of time and space technology does not exist. It is more like pulling noodles, dragging the previous time node back a little. So Gao Gong's memory is real, and the experience is also real. And through quantum technology, one experience suddenly becomes thousands of experiences. The biological computer changes back and forth between countless crashes and restarts. Compared with silicon-based computers, the biggest advantage of biological computers is that they can evolve themselves. So a series of system prompts came out. The system firewall performance of your biological computer has increased by 1%. The system firewall performance of your biological computer has increased by 2%. Your biological computer has developed a new function, carbon-based wall, automatically generate a carbon-based firewall. Any enemy who attempts to attack the biological host will automatically collapse its carbon-based fusion mode. The firewall restrains the range of level 1/level 2/level 3/level 4. Level 4? Isn't this the ascending level? Doesn't this mean that the attacks of the ascending species will be weakened first? Very good, very good. The preciousness of this ability can even be compared to a cosmic treasure. When Gao Gong opened his eyes, he found that Du Xiaodi had already woken up, and was looking curiously with her white little hand. From her palm to her forearm, one cosmic dead text appeared and disappeared, and every time a text appeared, its life breath would undergo a subtle change. For the ascending species that inherited the property of wetware civilization, Du Xiaodi's gains would not be much less than his own. Can you read it? Gao Gong asked with interest. Although the cosmic dead text in his impression is useless, it is still a kind of cosmic text after all. Maybe, if we encounter some civilization with death attributes, Du Xiaodi can serve as a diplomat. I can only understand half of it. Du Xiaodi smiled slightly, and pointed her finger at the mechanical shell of Gao Gong. The next moment, the shell of the Frenzy 11 type decayed and dissipated visibly with the naked eye. So, I can use my life force to replace the death force in the same way. This ability seems to be a bit conceptual. Gao Gong felt that it seemed to be a life-threatening means at first, but he quickly reacted. No, Director Du isn't immortal. Theoretically, she is immortal. So theoretically my death force is also infinite. Du Xiaodi's pure white eyes turned dark in an instant, and the next moment, Gao Gong only felt endless death, swallowing himself and the entire spacecraft. But the next moment, Du Xiaodi restrained her ability, and the entire spaceship returned to normal. Awesome. In a sense, it is more powerful than her star armor frenzy. This is a big move that continuously reduces lifespan. It is more powerful than real damage. However, according to Du Xiaodi's own research, she also found that this kind of death power is not infinite. First, it cannot cover upwards. That is, She cannot brush the lifespan of species with higher ranks than herself. Second, its range is affected by Du Xiaoti's own power. The coverage range of a 120-level ascended species is naturally very large, and it is no problem to cover the entire interstellar battlefield. But like the Mecha Frenzy, as long as the productivity meets the standard, the coverage range is endless, which is still a lot worse. Even so, this ability also surpasses the level of 4th-level civilization weapons, such as the Sapon. If you have to say, it is more like a cosmic treasure with the attribute of death. The same is true for the carbon-based firewall that Gao Gong obtained. If there is no restriction on decomposing carbon-based fusion, it is a complete carbon-based special attack. It is equivalent to the old world master giving them 2 cosmic treasures at once. It is directly equivalent to half of He Luo Po's assets. This is the real cosmic aristocrat. No, it is the big brother of the cosmic class list. Chapter 1351. I've made a profit already? After listening to Gao Gong's gains, Du Xiaoti was even a little bit unbelievable. When did the ability of the cosmic treasure level become so easy to obtain? In her logical thinking, the greater the difficulty, the more work, and she didn't know how much effort she had put in to counterattack He Luo. But this time, it seemed to succeed casually. Gao Gong couldn't help but twitch his mouth slightly. Sister, you can't think about all problems with the mindset of moving bricks. First of all, the parts of this 9th-level species should not be accessible at this stage. The 9th-level species represents a monster that has at least 9 carbon-based fusions. This kind of monster, I have not seen many times in my 2 lives. Second, He Luo's cosmic treasure is also a crucial link. Who knows that the other party is a time-space hourglass and a life weave, which just happens to meet the conditions for research. The most important thing is that both of them have power beyond the level. When you can use cosmic treasures to study 9th-order creatures, this in itself is a great opportunity. Gao Gong and Du Xiaoti looked at each other, and could see the passion in each other's eyes. There's something going on. Let's do it again. But this time, when they summoned the old world master for the 3rd time, the scene changed slightly. The cosmic environment background where the old world master was located suddenly had a lot of wrinkles and whirlpools, and galaxy cluster level nebulae were sweeping towards the center frantically. And the old world master in the center also showed his body parts that were larger than stars, and even composed of different stellar organs. However, it was useless. His body surface continuously emitted supernova-level light, the stellar cavities broke one after another, and the dark energy blood condensed into a broken space surface in the vacuum. Those tentacles that were enough to destroy galaxies waved wildly, but they could never reach the predators in higher dimensions. Du Xiaoti and Gao Gong looked at each other in surprise, and they had never expected such a scene. In the eyes of the two, the supreme existence that was unattainable and could even be crushed to death by a hair, now seemed like a beaten dog in the water, beaten violently by an unknown, more supreme existence. The picture in front of him changed again. The matter at the level of galaxy clusters suddenly began to retreat, and the picture seemed to have pressed the freeze button, and then began to retreat. He used some kind of ascension power to manipulate space? Du Xiaoti said uncertainly. He felt a transcendent power similar to ascension from the other party, but it was many times stronger than hers. He is traveling through time and space. Gao Gong said softly, his eyes brightened to the extreme. So, the other party is really not in the main universe, he said softly. His voice was so soft as if he was afraid that the other party would hear it. As a former civilization master, he knew very well that if he were to travel through time and space on this scale in the main universe, it would not be possible to succeed, nor would it be so easy. Who is suppressing him? Need I say this? The one who can suppress the 9th-level creatures is naturally the 9th-level civilization. In our eyes, the 9th-level creatures are greater than the sky, but in the eyes of the 9th-level civilization, the 9th-level creatures are just a trivial member of it, just like the toys and natural disaster warriors in our eyes. What do you want to do? As a person beside him, Du Xiaoti saw that Gao Gong was eager to try. On Gao Gong's biological body, both types of fighting blood were completely activated. His biological body turned into a giant of less than 100 meters. On the surface of his skin, large and small black veins swam back and forth. Horus combat boots also rarely talked nonsense before the battle. Bone spurs pierced out from the heel as the biological organs deformed. Du Xiaoti even saw that a series of blood-red eyes on the surface of the boots were trembling and rolling their eyes. Either fear or excitement. It was trying to challenge an enemy that the kings had never encountered. No, even unimaginable. Horus combat boots felt that something was brewing from the depths of its blood. However, Gao Gong no longer had the time to pay attention to anyone, except to open up all the biological computer functions to capture quantum information entanglement, which was the only means by which he could anchor in the changes of time and space. All that was left was to activate the Star Destroyer, and then activate it again. On the black-tech weapon of the Stringer, black lines flowed out from the transparent sword. Although the weapon attributes did not match, there were also advantages to not matching. At least it would not be a pity if it was broken. What is the limit of destruction? Gao Gong really knew it. It was the invisible, organic, and corrupted of the three major natural disasters in the universe. It was the slashing and falling of billions of civilizations like meteors. It was the end of this game universe. Gao Gong's memories of his previous life were completely integrated into this skill that surpassed the level limit. Although the 104% of the skill limit did not change, for some reason, Gao Gong seemed to have a feeling that he had finally understood this skill. It was not the understanding of the system, but his own understanding. Facing this 9th level creature that was madly fleeing in time and space, Gao Gong slashed out his sword that transcended time and space. The black light disappeared, and turned into a dead white light. The end of destruction seemed not to create casualties, but to create meaninglessness. He felt that he had turned into a dead white light, which fell on the calf of the creature whose end he could not see, and only scraped it lightly. Then everything went black. Then, he was covered in blood and his broken boots, and was thrown into the wet river branch. As for the sword, it had long been gone. Are you awake? Can you open your mouth? Then eat. Gao Gong opened his mouth, and let Du Xiaodi gently serve him food. Although this scene was strange on a high-level creature. But Du Xiaodi liked to do this, and liked it as much as her work of removing dust. How long will it take for your body to be repaired? After feeding, Du Xiaodi asked with concern. Gao Gong glanced at the repair data of the wet river branch and thought about it. Before returning to the Alpha Star system, you should soak it. Then you have a good rest. I will call you next time you eat, Du Xiaodi said gently. Gao Gong nodded. But his mind recalled the scene of his killing with the destruction skill more than 10 days ago. Before, he was able to completely control this killing move. The answer is yes and no. There is no permanent reduction in his biological energy or biological blood volume. But all the human body systems exploded. After waking up from the coma, he saw from the system that when he used this move, the human body system transformation rate of his 8 systems broke through 200% in an instant. This is directly off the charts. The only one that did not break through 100% is the Leviathan system. I can only say that it is worthy of being one of the biological plugins of the Galaxy computer. The high configuration is awesome. It can be considered a success. At least as the body is constantly strengthened, one day, I will be able to completely master this destructive skill. And Du Xiaodi also told him what happened after Gao Gong killed the Star Destroyer. In fact, there is not much plot. After the killing, the Old World Master may not even be scratched. All the opponent's energy was used to fight against the universe-level suppression. The picture disappeared quickly. And the hair was decomposed very smoothly. Chapter 1352. The thing decomposed from this hair is quite strange. Name, Fusion Gene. Rank, 5th rank. Function, allow species of any rank to enjoy the experience of 5th rank fusion in advance. Note, as a male species suspected, where do you think the hair of the old master falls off the most? The system is really getting more and more abstract. And this time, the fusion gene extracted is not 1, but 2. The functions are the same, but the ranks are different. 2 5th rank and 1 6th rank. So the 6th rank one naturally enjoys the experience of 6th rank fusion in advance. Gao Gong didn't expect to draw an experience card. How to say this thing? Treasure it, of course. But Gao Gong hasn't figured out how to use it. Maybe enjoy 5th rank fusion in advance? Use it to make biological weapons? Being able to experience carbon-based fusion across ranks is definitely a great progress for the evolution of organisms. The difficulty of carbon-based fusion at the ascending level is far greater than that of the 3rd level. As a leader of a faction, it would be embarrassing if Gao Gong himself did not comprehend it. From this perspective, the fusion gene came at the right time. Moreover, Gao Gong did not have to worry about the 3 experience cards being used up. Du Xiaodi found a decorative bottle with a hardness comparable to that of a cosmic treasure from Heluapa's treasure. At this moment, in this glass bottle, a palm-sized chaotic blood was stored, swimming in the bottle like a living organism. Its system annotations were quite similar to the previous ones. Name, ? A pool of blood of the ultimate creature, rank, 9th rank. Quality, ? Weight, ? Basic attributes, ? Additional attributes, ? Remarks. While being suppressed by the universe, it was bitten by a small ant, resulting in the leakage of genes. If this ninth-rank creature had a vassal civilization and installed a gene lock on itself, it would not have fallen to this point. Of course, if the 8th universe could still develop civilization, it would not have tried every means to sneak from the dead universe into the main universe. Gao Gong's previous judgment was correct. The other party was indeed not in this universe, and did not even belong to the multiverse and parallel universe. Although it is not clear what the relationship between this 8th universe and the main universe is. But according to the system, at least, it will not be a conceptual universe separated from the main universe. Is this how the plot of infinite power comes from? Gao Gong muttered to himself. In the middle of the game, there is a big plot of the universe, that is, a bunch of 9th level creatures suddenly appeared in the main universe, and many advanced civilizations were attacked. Many advanced civilizations even suspected that it was the 9th level civilization that was doing it, trying to clean up the number of civilizations in the universe. Because in theory, 9th level creatures can only be created by 9th level civilizations. And Gao Gong can now be sure that at least this old world master should have nothing to do with a 9th level civilization. Otherwise, he would not have been beaten by the defense mechanism of the main universe. The old world master of the 8th universe, then the 7th universe, the 6th universe. Will there be similar existences? Gao Gong looked at this chaotic blood, and he could feel that it had consciousness. It is rumored that a cell of a high-level creature can pollute an entire intelligent species. Then this pool of blood, I am afraid it can pollute civilization? Although Gao Gong's body cannot move, his head can still move with difficulty. He shifted his sight, and saw a drop of blood wrapped in the thread of life. It is hard to say which is more precious, blood or hair. But Gao Gong knew that this part had been abandoned by the old master. Because the same method can no longer summon this brother on the first list of the universe through blood. This brother on the first list is also very miserable. He may have thought that it was a supreme henchman in the main universe, who finally found a safe smuggling channel to help him smuggle in. Just like the goal of the supreme organization. As a result, the other party did not even take basic safety measures. After entering, he was beaten violently, and even his mother didn't recognize him. It was so miserable. It is estimated that in the short term, this person will not dare to think about sneaking into the main universe again. I can be considered to have succeeded in stealing chickens, Gao Gong muttered to himself. As for the price, it is not small, nor is it big. Gao Gong looked at the old man who was taking a hot spring bath with him. In fact, the worst one was not him, but this third-level black technology equipment. If it is said that after Gao Gong used that trick, the system transformation rate exploded. Then this person literally exploded and fell into pieces on the spot. But if you say it is cold, it is not cold, at least not so completely cold. There is even the possibility of a blessing in disguise. Name, Horus Combat Boots. Category, External Biological Organs. Rank, Level 3 Black Technology Evolving. Status, 90% damaged. Weight, 50 tons. Basic attributes, Horus Bloodline Transformation, 90% improvement. Functions, Lightspeed Combat, Space-Time Transformation, Primary, Magnetic Field Destruction. Notes, in the Horus civilization, any ordinary member of the civilization can become a new king by challenging the kings. This is not a simple classical beast fighting mode, but with the help of this transformation, a complex biological information evolution is completed. But in the end, this evolution is completed through death. The closer to death and destruction, the higher the success rate of evolution. According to the remarks, there is nothing more suicidal than using the means of breaking through the upper limit of skills to attack a 9th level creature. And the function of the Wet River branch can keep its vitality and prevent it from completely dying. Maybe this boot can be automatically upgraded without implanting a biological plugin. Above black technology is cross-civilization. It seems that the group of Horus kings failed to ascend. So Gao Gong is quite interested in the function of this boot after evolution. 1 month later, on a black market route, a player was adjusting his mechanical eyes, staring at the space anchor in the distance with wide eyes. Soon, a pirate ship teleported over, and then another pirate ship teleported over, and then another. A full 10 ships formed a pirate ship team, moving along this smuggling route. It is not accurate to say that they are pirates, because some of the ships are obviously transport ships. So they may be black market channel dealers, smugglers, or interstellar mercenaries. More likely, the pirates are working 3 jobs part-time. After all, these days, relying purely on robbery is like relying on luck to make a living, and we need to develop in a diversified way. Hey, those crazy people. If it weren't for them, we wouldn't have fallen to the point of having to work a proper job to make a living. Inside the ship, a pirate leader complained loudly while drinking alcoholic beverages. Generally speaking, there must be a large number of pirates' dens around the black market. These pirates' dens have a natural cooperative relationship with the black market, such as selling stolen goods, looting, and handling black goods. Even many black goods are sent back after being taken out of the black market. The blackness of the black market is not just the color. But who would have thought that there is a thing called the fourth disaster, which uses these pirates' dens as wild monster refresh points every day, refreshes every day and night, and the business environment around the Alpha constellation of the Longhorn Whale is better than most commercial planets. Not to mention road robbery, there is not even a guy who takes advantage of the situation. From the perspective of the player, what a joke, this is the easiest daily cleanup of the camp. Chapter 1353. A forced sale occurred in a certain commercial district. The seller is a crystal symbiote, and the buyer is a shadow tribe. Please go to coordinates to stop it. The Anakins are too tall, over 3,000 meters, to use tractor beams. Please move them physically. The Cocoon tribe tried to lay eggs in situ and settle on the spot. Please go to stop it. An energy gunfight occurred in a certain floating commercial district. Please ask the Scourge warriors to eliminate both sides together. This is the happy daily book of the Alpha player of the Longhorned Whale. You can encounter all kinds of strange species and events. In terms of entertainment alone, this is much more interesting than running errands and delivering goods. The faction points given are also not small, so players are willing to do this kind of work. So day after day, the security of the entire resource planet is naturally good. It is safe outside and inside, so the Star Pirates can only change their careers. However, even the Star Pirates who changed their careers were remembered by the players. A ghost spaceship quietly followed behind it. Don't do it. No one should rush to do it. Everyone be patient. This time we might catch a big fish. TSK, this invisible coating is really useful. It can even hide the breath of the third level. That's all because of my baby, a player said proudly. What are you proud of? I asked you to lead the baby, not to let you be led by the baby. Look at how much help they have given you along the way. Bullshit, it's like you have no benefit. I wonder how long you can be happy. When your baby reaches level 60, you will return to the camp to change jobs. It's broken. I'm gaining too much experience. I should have done it less. The player stamped his feet and beat his chest, with a look of regret and annoyance on his face. Behind them, a boy who was silently maintaining the spaceship smiled softly, and the mechanical octopus claws on his back flexibly repaired and modified the spaceship. After so many days of modification, the performance of a second-level spaceship was almost close to that of a third-level spaceship. This is why other players are envious and jealous. If they had known, they would have accepted the baby leveling task. However, this is not the Alpha Star system. The number of pet babies generated by the system is limited. As soon as they landed, they were snatched up. Soon, after following several underground routes, this group of players finally saw the Big Fish, a small spaceport that had been parked for an unknown period of time. This thing is a standard space infrastructure, and a third-level infrastructure. Everyone thought it would be good to capture a wandering space station, but unexpectedly there was an unexpected gain. If this thing is captured intact and sent back to the camp points will be increased. Even the little boy who had been silent all this time came over curiously, and looked at this civilized building with interest. Do you want to fight? Why fight? If you break it, you will pay for it. What should we do? Of course, we will call for help. Brother, open the signal tower and send a task application to the electronic network department, saying that we are going to do a big job. The boy nodded, and quickly manipulated the octopus claws to pull out an Abyss subtower. This Abyss subtower is actually a low-profile version of the third-level building blueprint Abyss Tower, and it is also the handmade version of this little boy. Even if it is a manual version, it is still no problem to connect to the newly developed virtual pulsar of the faction. Soon, a series of third-level virtual life forms were projected directly with the help of the Abyss subtower, but before they came down, they started to curse. Fuck, with this information strength, are you trying to kill for money? My arm is stuck, pay. Or I will hack your spaceship. What kind of system? You almost located us a light year away. The little boy's face became serious, and he quietly retreated behind everyone. He is a mechanic, doing mechanical design. If the software is not good, then he really has no choice. However, as the fourth disaster, the players on the ship will not care about each other, even if the other party is a senior employee of the electronic network department. For them, it is nothing more than a hidden profession. They are not envious at all. They just spray back very powerfully. You bunch of idiots. Didn't you say that the star network can be used to teleport anywhere and at any time? Why are you such losers? Fuck, what the hell? Do you want to see where you are now? Are you within the coverage of the star network? That means you are all losers. You are the loser. Your whole family is loser. Idiot. Your whole family is idiot. You are my family, good brother. In the end, it was a player who persuaded the quarreling parties. Otherwise, this group of virtual players would have planned to insert 24-hour free pop-up ads on the human body plugin. If you don't work, the star pirates will sell the stolen goods and run away. The only thing that can attract the hatred of players is naturally the wild monsters. Next, the attack on the wild monster den was uneventful. First, the hacker player hacked a wave, cut off the network, power and brain signals, and then the mechanic took control of all the weapons and equipment of this space building. The carbon-based players exploded on the spot. A group of big muscles completely crushed the ordinary space pirates, who were mostly at the second level. After finally dealing with all the space pirates, a cyber hacker looked at the virtual human brain he pulled out with interest. I found it interesting news. Behind this group of space pirates, there seems to be the shadow of the Galen Foreign Affairs Department. Those gold skins. Hand them in, and see what you can find out. If you are really bored, you can make a mission impossible, and see if you can find out anything. It's interesting. Count me in. The virtual technology of the gold skin is not very good. However, most players are not interested in this. After all, as an old hand, I have come across hundreds of task clues, if not thousands. Not every task clue is useful, and not every clue can lead to a task. Even if you really get a task to fight against the Galen Republic, can you handle it? So now even the pie drawn by the system is not so attractive. A group of players, mainly Star Network players, are building a temporary signal center. Signal connected. Transmit. I'm tired. Reality is too boring. I want to be a dead otaku. I want to enter the virtual network and breathe digital air. The next moment, the entire small spaceport, along with all the players, disappeared. And when it appeared again, it was in the orbital space of the Alpha Narcissus. Then everyone went back to their own homes and looked for their own mothers. Of course, not everyone was willing. For example, the player who raised a baby, after completing the task, was holding the baby's thigh and refused to let go, almost pulling the person's pants off. Swallow, you have to be happy. You have to be happy, okay? Swallow, take me away, Swallow. Swallow, how can I live without you? Swallow. Other players were complaining around. You look like this. It's no problem to say that you are molesting a young girl. You are really perverted. You don't even let the people of Orgrimmar go. Then again, didn't the people of Orgrimmar look wild before? Why are they like this now? Didn't they have plastic surgery? Then it's pretty good, but why does this look have an inexplicable sense of intimacy? I remember. Rich woman loves the first generation machine. Fuck, is this considered an infringement of the right of portrait? Haha, naive. Do you know that many of these people from Orgrimmar changed their surnames after joining the faction? So what? What's wrong? Let me tell you, these people changed their surnames to Gao. Chapter 1354. The people of Orgrimmar have no habit of missing the past. On the one hand, it is because of their smart brains. Smart people will not miss the past, which will hinder their hardcore innovation. On the other hand, they hate their creators, the group of observers in various senses. No one wants to be a test subject, not to mention that they are testing their most proud wisdom. If even wisdom is tested, what is the meaning of their existence? So after joining the camp, for various reasons, they urgently need to get rid of the past, and the most direct way to get rid of the past is naturally to change their image. In the interstellar era, plastic surgery is already a very low means. Even some strange gender surgeries in the past did not really change the chromosomes in the body, and even had to take medicine for life. But in the interstellar era, these means are outdated. What is popular now is called species transformation. It is to wipe out the original species' blood through genetic modification surgery, and completely transform it into another species, for example, the same style as Gao Gong. But the people of Orgrimmar have not yet completely done this. Because they want to keep their brains, or in other words, keep their brains and become Gao family members. The people of Orgrimmar are very interested in this project, because if they can do this, they can prove that they are not just observed, they can also evolve themselves. Gao Xiaoyan finally said goodbye to this player. Although he thought this guy was interesting, he had to find his own evolutionary path. And the other party was wrong in one thing, that is, not all Orgrimmar people can have the surname Gao, only the most outstanding Orgrimmar people are qualified to be given the surname Gao by the race leader. He is very good, because ordinary Orgrimmar people have 3 boss panels, while he has 4, and these 4 are all in the direction of mechanical manufacturing. Professional counterparts, not a single useless template. Withdrawal reaction sufferers, like Gao Xiaoyan host, are everywhere in the forum. My baby has grown up, and can finally leave home. The empty nest old man is in tears. The little lowly ran away before she was raised. Damn, the upstairs is a pervert. Is this considered a faction-limited benefit? An auxiliary baby with 3rd level equipment manufacturing, 3rd level mechanical manufacturing, and 3rd level blueprint transformation. He also has excellent tactical design ability. With him, our team's death rate has dropped by 30%. He can also assist in combat. Damn, didn't they say that he wouldn't be dragged to the battlefield? Is the person above fouling? Brother, this is the interstellar age. Apart from those carbon-based big muscle guys, who would fight physically. Remote control of mechanical weapons, unmanned spacecraft, remote control of star armor, these babies' operating skills are at least excellent, and they learn very quickly. Agree with the person above. Before operating the star armor, he was only at the entry level, but before leaving, I suspected that his driving skills had reached the master level. He is also well-behaved and cute. He knows how to eat at regular times and places, and he doesn't make noises. What a cute child. Look at the clothes I bought for him. How cute and beautiful. This player uploaded hundreds of photos in a row. It seems that he completely raised this Orgrimmar Lolita as his daughter. Baby doll skirt, Lolita skirt. Fuck, there is a pervert upstairs. Call the police quickly. Please ask the ghost in the shell to send police immediately. Bullshit, I'm a woman. That's a female pervert. A middle-aged woman harassing a young species. No, I have to correct your personality. Your uncle. Although the players are nostalgic for the Orgrimmar people, this group of highly intelligent species were all withdrawn after the upgrade. In addition to completing the final job transfer, it was also for the purpose of collecting and testing species data. After the initial transformation, many Orgrimmar people still retain the habit of brushing their fur and catching lice, which is a variant of phantom limb syndrome. There are actually many small problems like this. If it is a complete genetic transformation, these problems will not occur. But the problem is that they want to complete the genetic level transformation and want to keep their own brain. So the transformation is very complicated. At least the little woman, the planet tree, feels that her brain is not enough. At this moment, her incarnation, a branch transformed into the Huang Yuanli clone, is complaining to Qin Hazel about this problem. Qin Hazel listened carelessly, frowning from time to time. She didn't frown for others, but for herself. President Du was coming back. Of course, there was nothing wrong with her coming back, but she was not coming back alone. Desla was also coming back. She had always been somewhat hostile to the old people in this camp. Of course, this was a hidden thought in her heart. In professional terms, this was a niche competition. Not only the two of them, but also Dr. Rong, Dong Gang, the mainframe brain, and Fat Xiang, the old people, appeared one by one on the surface of the Alpha Mother planet. The middle-level camp on this planet came over to greet them, but they were full of questions, and didn't understand why so many high-level people got together. But soon they understood that a starship of extreme luxury and style that had never been seen before slowly sailed out of the void. Its shell was made of liquid metal, and it flowed out a galaxy-like vortex of light and space. When it entered the atmosphere, a rainbow-colored plasma shield would automatically be generated on the surface, as if it was wrapped in a layer of flowing nebula. The bow was inlaid with a holographic projection array made of 12,000 pieces of top-grade energy stones, which could project the galaxy image specified by the passengers in real time. It felt like a moving dream nebula. As the nebula split, a staircase composed of countless kinds of planetary flower bin was spread all the way from the high-orbit space to the surface of the planet. Various wonderful fragrances overflowed from the flower bridge. 2 figures appeared at the hatch. Many alien star bin grew and bloomed on the spot. Tear this down later, I don't like it. It's normal for people to like colorful things when they get old. Of course, Director Du is young and beautiful, which definitely doesn't suit your taste. This is not only a flower bridge, but also a flower bridge with built-in space teleportation function, so in a few breaths, the two appeared on the ground. Although the image has changed drastically, everyone still recognized their old superior at a glance. Boss, Mr. Du. Boss Du. Boss Du, welcome back. Facing these old acquaintances, Du Xiaodi nodded very calmly, and quickly replaced the ecological niche of the camp leader. and her eyes were already densely packed with electronic data projections. Obviously, she was checking the camp's infrastructure, military, weapons development, interstellar market, and other indicators during her absence, and her expression was very serious. And Gao Gong, who was following behind her, with his head resting on his arms, showed a gloating expression. Let you laugh, see if you can laugh later. As expected, almost no one was polite, and soon Boss Du convened a high-level meeting and severely criticized the group of senior executives. You have been lying in your comfort zone for too long. The black market coverage rate is less than 1/3, and the retention of old customers depends entirely on personal connections. When I left, how many new technological products have you developed? Your new military weapons have played a decisive role in how many local conflicts? Chapter 1355. From the perspective of the camp's top brass, they did a good job. The black market was booming, the various legions were formed smoothly, and more than 20 star systems around the Alpha civilization were detected. From the perspective of an interstellar force, it can be said to be excellent. But when Senior Engineer presented the technology tree of the mechanic civilization, Du Xiaodi clearly realized that the next step was the explosion of the camp's technology. She needed super talents, who could trigger waves of technological waves, not old people who could only maintain stability. So, taking this as an excuse, Director Du began to vigorously rectify the situation as soon as he came back, and the capable ones were promoted, the mediocre ones were demoted, and the useless ones were kicked out. This is not something that ordinary people can do. Apart from other things, there are only 2 people in the entire camp who can scold old people like Huang Yuanli and Dr. Yu like grandsons on the spot. Senior Engineer can naturally do it, but he is too lazy to do it. I am already very busy collecting technology trees and fighting monsters to upgrade, and I still need to rectify you useless people. So there is a purpose for inviting Xiaodi Buddha back. With her, the mechanical planet system, outer city system, and new mother city system will not become empty talk. And with Director Du's great power. On the system panel, several prompts were unexpectedly refreshed. Your camp has triggered the mechanical trend of thought and mechanical political system reform. The trend of thought must meet the conditions. 1. Strong leader, system centralization. 2. Civilization technology tree, professional knowledge chain greater than 6. 3. Excellent reform species, Orgrimmar Alpha, the 4th disaster. Effect of the initial trend of thought. Internal affairs operation efficiency increased by 20%. Senior Engineer narrowed his eyes, and confirmed that he was not mistaken. He seemed to have seen something extraordinary. The 4th disaster? Is it too radical to let players participate in the reform? When Xiaodi Buddha scolded the immortals, Gao Gong had time to take a nap at the gate of the starport. When he woke up, the system gave him a series of reminders. In the process of civilization evolution, triggering thoughts is equivalent to technological evolution. In other words, thoughts without technological evolution are just empty talk. But the consequences of triggering thoughts are not entirely good results. It may be increased internal efficiency and cohesion, or it may be reduced loyalty of senior officials, out-of-control technology, accidents, and ethical conflicts. However, Gao Gong is confident in this, and will pull back when Director Du's reform is too radical. This is also the inevitable result of the development of civilization. Every civilization will go through such a stage. From the 3rd level top power to entering civilization, this is a necessary path. Senior Engineer yawned, patted his buttocks, stood up, and walked slowly into the Star Harbor. The Congress Center was already empty, with no one there. Du Xiaodi, however, left a holographic projection for herself. I took them to conduct a survey. You should be mentally prepared. I can only use less than 30% of these people. Got it. Also, you are too easy to talk to those mechanics. I will let my people deal with them. First, force out all their star armor technology, and then see if it can be used. If not, just kill them. Oh! With a group of mechanical masters joining the camp, the group of mechanical geniuses are indeed not that important. Also, I think I have to tighten the ropes for these old people. I plan to select some talents from the Scourge Warriors to organize the efficiency department and accelerate the transformation of the camp. Wait! Gao Gong always felt that Director Du's operation was a little familiar. Is this department called the Camp Efficiency Department? Yes, I think others don't have enough reputation. How about you temporarily become the director? Gao Gong's eyes twitched fiercely. I thought I knew everything, but I didn't expect that I was just a horse. Although it's not bad to be a horse for a rich woman, isn't it too efficient to join the 4th calamity? Our camp is not so redundant, right? Once these people point out some strange skills, they can't let go. Gao Gong quickly left a series of messages to the other party, trying to dispel the other party's genius idea. You let the fourth calamity participate, you might as well do a mechanical revolution, at least the latter is more reliable. Gao Gong's muttering triggered a response from Du Xiaoti's projection. How do you know that I plan to kill some of the Scourge warriors? So in this life, I am the initiator of the player canning. Canning biological creatures is not okay, but canning mechanical ones is okay. Gao Gong quickly connected with Du Xiaoti, trying to understand what the other party was thinking. In fact, this idea also originated from that Lolita. Before she was suppressed, didn't she develop a group of die-hard fans through the mechanical revolution? Since she can do it, I can do it too, and I can do it better. She only mastered the second mechanical revolution, and I master a higher level of revolutionary power. We must ensure that this power is in our hands, so use the third mechanical revolution to suppress the power of the second and first. This is also to prevent these two forces from starting to bite back at us during the development of mechanical technology. With their immortality and revolutionary genes, they are the best candidates for suppression and reform. Didn't you tell me that the fusion route is the ultimate direction of civilization? Then, by transforming organisms through mechanical technology and producing a batch of experimental canned food, wouldn't it be a good preview of this technical route? And if the final direction is this path, then isn't it necessary to reserve a group of outstanding talents in advance, so that they will not be affected by other mechanical revolutions? Speaking of this, Du Xiaoti's tone was very serious. Gao Gong took a breath. So am I shallow? At first glance, this idea sounds quite abstract, but after careful consideration, it is very reliable. Use the mechanical revolution to suppress the mechanical revolution. Use the fourth disaster to control the mechanical revolution. There is another mechanical revolution to control the fourth disaster. Good guy, triangular trade. Oh no, triangular cycle, positive cycle. Forget it, let me think about it. Gao Gong did not completely reject this proposal in the end. But he didn't agree. Although theoretically, this is a good proposal, and from a technical point of view, it is possible to achieve it. But Gao Gong is still a little hesitant, or a little disgusted. In the last life, the players were made into biological cans, and the ending was very miserable. In this life, I can kin the players one step ahead? What kind of magic plot is this? As long as I am one step ahead, I am not afraid of others being awesome? Is this how it works? Moreover, my crossing is 100% strongly related to the system, so the system brings me back just to get ahead of other NPCs and make cans? It seems a bit wrong. And due to the excellent operation of the intelligent players, the mechanical revolution seems to be one of the few means that can brainwash players online and offline at the same time. Is it reliable to strongly bind players to their own camp? Although it is only one part of Du Xiaoti's mechanical reform plan, Gao Gong clearly feels that this is a decision that can affect the future. As the king of crossing, this time, Gao Gong is a little confused. Gao Gong was wandering around the starport while thinking. Then he saw the mechanical master brutally beating the mechanical genius. Chapter 1356. As a mechanic, Gao Gong knew the morals of this group of people very well. Born in the third-level civilization, they are gifted, determined, and arrogant. Geniuses, and disciples of the sect with strong backgrounds, are naturally stubborn. However, they are facing the mechanical masters of the sect elder level. All the things they are proud of have been replaced by superiors. When they were still studying the fourth-level machinery, this group of mechanical masters were already thinking about the ascending machinery. So crushing is a natural result. The competition between mechanics has different ways of competition in different civilizations. But no matter which way it is a crushing game for these mechanical masters. Master number 6, Milta, a female robot, comes from a third-level mechanical civilization that has undergone all species transformation. And her opponent, the son of Microwave, also comes from the Black Machinery Alliance, a third-level civilization that has undergone race transformation, and even triggered a rebellion of the main race, the Dark Elves. The fighting methods of both sides are very special. They are trying to dismantle each other and assemble themselves. In this process, the two sides cannot touch each other, let alone prevent each other from transforming. There are a lot of mechanical materials and mechanical devices inside the starport. Both sides are very fast, not only temporarily modifying, but also temporarily manufacturing. Within 1 second, there are thousands of mechanical parts combined and implanted. The life forms of both sides change so fast that it is dazzling. However, as time goes by, Milta's mechanical form becomes more and more humanoid, and even more slender, while the black-skinned machine of the son of Weibo is forcibly changed into a big iron-skinned toad. With the implantation of the last mechanical part, with a click, the mechanical system in the body of the microwave sun completely shut down. Little brother, it seems that your civilization is quite backward. You haven't made the human nature mechanical anchor point and the human body mechanical form center, but you want to fight with me, your sister. You are too naive. Milta laughed softly, and the slender mechanical body suddenly liquidized. All the mechanical plugins that were implanted before were melted and transformed. In a few breaths, the mechanical body was the same as before. Seeing this scene, the microwave sun's eyes were straight. Can liquid metal be played like this? Milta seemed to notice the senior engineer on the side and threw a coquettish eye at him. On the other side, the number 5 master of the Asgard was holding his own temporary mechanical hammer, hammering a star armor hammer back. The attack direction and attack routine of this hammer happened to be the system weakness of this star armor. The more complex, the more fragile. Don't you understand this little truth, kid? The Asgardian was rough and honest, with billowing hot smoke all over his body. It was obvious that he had entered the carbon-based fusion mode. The temporary battlefield transformation in his hand was even more miraculous. This was a weapon that could fully match the 3 carbon-based fusions. When the hot smoke inside the Asgardian's body was integrated into this mechanical hammer, the mechanical energy of the hammer was soaring rapidly. Even Gao Gong stopped to watch this strange phenomenon for a while. This fusion technology is quite promising. The mechanical genius, who was driving the star armor on the opposite side, was soon hammered to doubt his life. As for the other mechanics' confrontation scenes, Gao Gong also watched them. They were all crushing. Soon, this group of mechanical masters gave the bet to Gao Gong, and the original 800 Frenzy series suddenly became 1500. You are really good at hiding. Gao Gong shook his head speechlessly. Mr. G, we can actually make these 3rd-level star armors, a mechanical master said enthusiastically. You can lead them one by one. First lead them to build the prototype, and after that, I will make other arrangements for this group of mechanical geniuses. Gao Gong's order was quickly implemented. Those mechanics who were arrogant before have now completely calmed down, and their faces are pale, and their self-esteem is hurt. Gao Gong decided that after the first batch of Orgrimmar people changed their jobs to the 3rd level, he would follow them as assistants. Hurt them again. 1500 cards. It is almost enough to form a wave of medium-scale mecha frenzy. Generally speaking, if the production capacity is sufficient, 500 frenzy mechas are equivalent to a small scale. Below 1000, it is a small and medium scale. More than 1000 is considered medium-sized. More than 2000 is considered large-scale. This large-scale mecha frenzy has not been launched many times, even in the history of the Myrta people. A considerable part of it was used on the Good Brothers Galen people. Generally, the use of large-scale mecha frenzy is at the level of civilization war. According to the leak of a Galen mechanic, the types of Myrta's Frenzy Star armor will not exceed 3000. The difficulty of creating a Frenzy Star armor is 100 times that of ordinary star armor. It becomes more and more difficult as time goes by, and it is not a superposition of 1 + 1 + 1, but an exponential superposition. In recent years, the Myrta people's Frenzy Star armor seems to have reached the upper limit of this branch of technology. For example, Master Tunilo, a national treasure-level mechanic of the Myrta people, who was known by Gao Gong's trumpet, would probably still be on a scientific research planet, studying mechas and trying to make the final breakthrough in mecha technology if it weren't for the accident of the insect civilization. According to Galen Mechanic, many Myrta executives have become pessimistic and tired of this kind of research and development. A large amount of funds have been invested in this bottomless pit, and even the direction cannot be seen. It is indeed doubtful that the large-scale mecha frenzy seems to be the upper limit of star armor technology at the 3rd level. It can only be said that the opponent knows the opponent. And this Galen mechanic is also the only mechanical genius who does not hide the frenzy blueprint. The other party seems to have made up his mind to pick this pearl of Myrta industry. As for who picks it, it doesn't matter. After Gao Gong took a walk, he felt much better. At least the next wave of strengthening direction of his mechanical body has been found. Even after this wave of transformation is completed, he can copy it. Since there is a mecha craze, there can naturally be a ship girl craze. Whether in terms of mechanical energy, scale, or performance, the upper limit of the ship girl craze is higher than that of the mecha craze. Since we are here, let's do another thing by the way. Gao Gong temporarily put aside the choice of player cans, because the conditions are not sufficient. He is waiting for the truth. But before that, he can do another thing. 3 planetary days later, with the appearance of the Star Destroyer from the void, Gao Gong came to a nebula layer. The strange phenomena of the nebula layer are no longer new to Gao Gong. What interests him is the special energy fluctuations in the nebula. Are you sure it's here? The dark matter point in the nebula? A virtual wave twisted, and then, an elk composed of third-order virtual code ran out. It's not accurate to call it an elk. Its essence is a third-order virtual creature group that StarNet has recently conquered. This creature composed of virtual code has a faint blue glow all over its body, as if it is made up of countless tiny luminous numbers flowing and splicing. Its body is slender and elegant, and its fur is not real hair, but is covered with layers of translucent geometric patterns, which ripples gently as it moves, like water waves. The most eye-catching thing is that its huge antlers are not real, but are composed of light that is constantly split and reorganized. The universe is so big that there are all kinds of wonders, such as virtual life, that was also born from the nebula. This is also one of the gains of the camp's continuous exploration outward. Chapter 1357. According to cosmic life science, there are thousands of high-incidence areas of life in the entire universe, and the top ones, besides planets, are nebulae. Any nebula belt of any galaxy actually has the conditions for nurturing life, with energy enrichment, various high-frequency signals emerging in an endless stream, complex materials, and a high probability of contacting external life information. In the star system explored before, there was a nebula belt of a star system with obvious abnormal signals. After detection, it was found that there were virtual life fluctuations, which triggered a wave of virtual players catching babies at that time. And this kind of cloud deer is the original virtual baby. Although its intelligence is only at the level of primary AI, it has various abilities such as multi-signal exploration, nebula material detection, and advanced energy analysis. It is a powerful exploration baby. Are you sure it's here? The cloud deer nodded, and at least a dozen rays of light lit up on the antlers composed of strange rays, forming a gray-black fluid. Dark matter. As the leader of the camp, the treatment he enjoys is naturally not comparable to that of ordinary players. His Cloud Deer King is the leader of this virtual population and has a boss panel. Moreover, the ability of its boss panel is dark matter exploration. The alphas could only vaguely lock the dark matter point, which was soon locked to the specific coordinates. In such a complex environment, such specific coordinates are actually difficult to determine. Galgong quickly came to this dark matter point. Sometimes, the boundary between dark matter and dark energy is blurred. For example, some dark matter itself is energy, and vice versa. At least the cosmic treasure in my hand can be absorbed by induction. Name, Book of Darkness. Category, Cosmic Treasure. Function, absorb dark energy and turn it into a one-time dark tide. Storage quantity, 1, 3. Note, the strength of the dark tide depends on the strength of the dark energy you absorb. If you can absorb the dangerous dark energy ranked in the top 100,000, then the dark tide you create can even destroy a group of ascended species, including you. As the Book of Darkness brightened, the seemingly ordinary nebula area gradually precipitated a trace of gray, and then as if the fast-forward button was pressed, the nebula material in front of me suddenly turned gray, and the gray also covered all the vision at once, and then these gray particles would make a crisp sound like glass breaking when they touched the pages of the book. Storage quantity, 2, 3. Name, Hidden Color Matter. Function, through the interaction with the color charge of ordinary matter, it produces a large-scale chameleon effect, covering nebula matter, general energy life, and carbon-based life. Analysis level, 0%. This seems to be a kind of hidden dark matter. This thing is somewhat similar to the nature of the virtual membrane, both of which are large-scale hiding methods. The biggest difference is that this hidden color matter can move. It can be used as a group stealth tactic in the interstellar battlefield. Galgong touched the head of the Cloud Deer King and said, "Let's go to the next energy point." It took Galgong several planetary days to visit several other dark energy points. 2 of them are fake energy points, that is, they clearly detected high-intensity energy fluctuations, but in fact they are just coincidences of various information combinations, and there is no dark energy or dark matter. As for the remaining 2 dark energy points, one of them is called Axion, which is a standard destructive dark energy. Once there is a slight change, a large-scale space explosion will occur, and this space explosion does not distinguish between enemies and friends, and there is not even a delay. So Galgong made a decision and finally gave up this Axion energy and chose another dark energy with more standard properties, becoming unknown, with unknown properties, able to form energy tides, and has a strong devouring ability. But after devouring enough energy and matter, it will tend to be stable. This type of dark energy occupies more than 50% of the universe. It is precisely because of these relatively stable dark energies that fill the basic framework of the universe. And a large part of the entropy reduction project of the Civilization Council is to fill the material needs of dark energy. When most dark energy areas tend to be stable, entropy will naturally drop. After finishing this matter, Gao Gong was thinking about whether to go back to see if Horace's combat boots have been upgraded, or to go and exchange ideas with a group of mechanical masters. After all, he is also a professional in machinery, and to study the next evolution plan for his own organism. After all, his current 4th level wetware is the kind that fills the warehouse. Let's study the evolution of organisms. After all, mechanical evolution will be the mainstream for a long time to come. Although Gao Gong's powerful organisms have been a killer for a long time in the past, and he even earned the title of the second Shrek for this. But the version has been updated. The second Shrek will soon become a thing of the past. Next, no matter which one, it will be a civilization war level. But you can't throw your own organisms into the warehouse. After all, this is a rich woman's product. How can you not update the configuration? So it is necessary to strengthen it in the end. However, a strange communication number appeared in Gao Gong's encrypted channel. Generally speaking, not many people know about his encrypted channel. He thought it was a call from the collector at first. After all, since he revealed the news of the Old World Master to the other party, this person has been calling him recently, trying to find out the news of his former boss. Even if he has told all the information he can reveal, the other party still tries to find out more. When Gao Gong thought it was this guy who came to harass him again, a deep and strange voice sounded, and he got straight to the point and reported a string of numbers that seemed to be space coordinates. Before the other party hung up the communication, Gao Gong remembered the other party's identity, and quickly asked a question. How's the fight going? The Black Machinery Alliance was destroyed, and the bugs won a great victory. Beep beep beep. Gao Gong raised his eyebrows slightly. Robert Galaxy, or more precisely, the first star zone of Robert Galaxy, finally had the first destroyed civilization. This should have the greatest impact on his two neighbors, Gold Skin and Silver Skin. After all, being able to destroy the Black Machinery Alliance means being able to destroy them as well. As for that string of space coordinates, the Black Machinery Alliance's legacy. It seems that he has to go out again. Ancestor, you finally came to save me. On Heluapa's 4th Order spaceship, a branch of the planet's tree, Huang Yuanli's incarnation, said with a dusty face. Gao Gong glanced at the other party, curled his lips, and did not reply. What does this have to do with me? I turned into a tree. How can I still have KPIs? I did whatever you told me to do. So why are you blaming me for the failure of the experiment? Is it because I raised Xiao Xianhong, and she's looking for trouble with me? Seeing the strange expression on Engineer Gao's face, Huang Yuanli looked around in fear, then arched her body and said stealthily, She didn't hear it, did she? I really didn't mean to disrespect her at all. Chapter 1358. Gao Gong saw Huang Yuanli's hopeless look and finally couldn't help complaining. You've turned into a tree. What are you afraid of? You've been in the cyber test field before. The 3-piece set of the cyber test field, the personality plugin, the worker implantation warehouse, the corporate brainwashing. Which one has our camp done? In other words, when has our camp's biotechnology become strong enough to brainwash organisms of your level? That's right. Huang Yuanli finally came to her senses, slowly stood up, and raised her head and chest, and became arrogant. Even if I don't do anything, what can that female devil do to me? But she couldn't hold on for 3 seconds, and she whispered again, Are you sure she didn't hear it? Isn't she a ship girl? This ship can't be her body? No, Gao Gong glanced at the other party. One of her current bodies is the 3rd mechanical revolution. How could it be just a starship? But whether she will tell on you or not, that's hard to say. Engineer Gao raised his chin. Well, who is it? Me. As the mechanical door opened, a familiar face leaned against the side, with his arms crossed and a smile on his face. Do you think I will tell President Du that you said she was a female Hades? Daisala. Huang Yuanli rushed forward excitedly, and the steel plate hit the D cup, and gave a covered milk cup hug. They all came from the Iron Sand Desert, so they are old comrades. Why are you here? I haven't seen you for many years. I can't contact you all these years. Daisala also sighed a little. She didn't expect this mission to be so long and so dangerous. Not to mention that she can't come back. Even if she is a little bit short, President Du can't come back. But it can be regarded as a blessing in disguise. Her current strength is more than 100 times stronger than before. Gao Gong also knows the opponent's status. The level is 90 max, plus a set of rare and upgraded mechanical transformation. This transformation is operated by hundreds of mechanical masters at the same time. In terms of performance alone, it is stronger than the God-killing set. Because before they figured out Hiluapa's plan, according to the idea of Du Xiaodi and the group of mechanical masters, they actually found an opportunity to assassinate the cosmic noble and destroy the opponent in a physical sense. At that time, all the defense systems of the Eternal Life project were independent of other engineering projects, and there were only a few professional combatants, Daisy. So these mechanical masters took the opportunity to improve the performance of these people's mechanical bodies. This is why, for a period of time, Gao Gong saw that the levels of these people were rising rapidly. If they were players, Gao Gong would suspect that they were cheating. Hundreds of top mechanical talents from different civilizations serve. This treatment is something that Gao Gong himself has never enjoyed. Not only the hardware has been updated, but the software has also been updated. Gao Gong squinted his eyes and looked at the other party's naked mechanical back. From the other party's hardware code, he saw strong traces of mechanical cans. If the mechanical cage is just a simple species transformation, then most mechanical technologies can do it. Even biotechnology can do it. But the reason why the mechanical cage is powerful and more complicated than the first and second mechanical revolutions is that it can not only completely transform the species form, from the biological side to the mechanical side, but also this transformation can fully stimulate the biological performance of the original species. To put it simply, after the body is mechanized, the strength and potential are not weakened, but enhanced. Among the mechanical revolutions of all generations, the mechanical cage is the only revolution that can greatly enhance the performance of hardware. Desira's current mechanical body is very powerful, and can even be stronger, because she can control part of the power of the mechanical cage. Excluding the Star Destroyer and the Sun Halberd, if she only uses the war-mad bloodline to fight naked, her own biological body may not be able to beat her. Gao Gong came up with an unexpected but reasonable answer. While Desira and Huang Yuanli were whispering, looking at Huang Yuanli's face, she probably thought that she had finally bribed the other party, and her face calmed down. But she didn't know that the current relationship between Desira and Du Xiaodi was equivalent to the relationship between the Zerg guards and the Zerg queen. Everything that the Zerg can perceive will eventually be transformed into a special data stream and transmitted to Du Xiaodi's processor. Gao Gong silently lit a candle for the other party. Huang Yuanli was still unaware, and even complained to the other party about Boss Du's tyranny. Who does she think I am? I am a biological computer, but I am not a planetary computer in the cyber test field. She seems to think that I am useless if I cannot create planetary life. I don't have this ability, okay? If she has the ability, she can do it. Ahem. Desla was more sympathetic than Gao Gong. She couldn't bear to see the tragic experience of her old comrade in the next period of time, so she interrupted the other party directly. Boss, I asked Huizi to find Peng Xiang. According to the time, he will be here soon. Why did you call Fat Xiang here? Huang Yuanli asked curiously. It can only be said that the treasure of the cosmic nobles is so well hidden that even the planetary trees can't detect the slightest breath of high-level biological plugins. Gao Gong glanced at Daisy and nodded gently. The latter nodded slightly. Now, apart from Du Xiaodi, only the two of them can open the treasure of Hiluopa. Soon, the huge spaceship was transformed from the mechanical side to the biological side. The dense biological plug-in drawers spread all the way from the spaceship channel to the bridge, and then spread out in all directions. Huang Yuanli's mouth grew bigger and bigger, from an egg to a duck egg, then to a goose egg, and finally it was big enough to swallow a watermelon. So rich. This is Director Du's asset, not mine. Seeing the other party's money-grubbing eyes staring at him, Gao Gong immediately shifted his hatred. I will show my loyalty to Boss Du right now. I will die for her. I feel relieved when you say that. Du Xiaodi's voice suddenly came from Desla. Gao Gong patted her. Remember not to find the boss's confidants when you say bad things about the boss in the future. As one of the few in the camp who can match his biological computer performance, the biggest difference between Huang Yuanli and himself is that one has a desktop computer and the other has a laptop. No matter how powerful the laptop is, it can't compare to the desktop in some functions, such as playing games or doing experiments. So strengthening her is a common idea of Du Xiaodi and him. At least to raise her system limit to the same level as her own biological body, and with the enhanced version of the brain in a tank function, it may be possible to develop a planetary-level biological body. For example, copy the planetary tree, one for each planet. As for why Peng Xiang was called over, the reason was simple. As a third-generation biological hunter, who inherited the legacy of all the old hunters, this person's own second-level wetware system was really a good match for these fourth-level plugins. This was also a way he found after thinking for a long time to bypass some of the wetware level restrictions. Moreover, he had high expectations for Pang Xiang. He hoped that Pang Xiang would become the second person in the camp NPC who successfully took the artificial fruit. Male version of Desira. Considering that he had other uses for YRY, in terms of combat power alone, Pang Xiang would become the second Shrek in his own camp. Oh no, it should be the third Shrek. After the Son of Kun, a new unit of measurement appeared. Chapter 1359. Soon, Keiko Matsushima brought Fat Xiang over. The Japanese beauty glanced at the people present, snorted coldly, and threw the meatball-like Fat Xiang down, and rolled several times. Fat Xiang smiled innocently, not angry, patted his butt and got up. Huang Yuanli couldn't help but complain. Didn't he just not agree to your confession? Do you have to bully him every day? In fact, not agreeing is not a bad thing. When we were in the desert before, Aunt Xiang told me that she doesn't like a small-breasted and small-but girl like you. You can't give birth to a big fat grandson at a glance. Keiko Matsushima was so angry that her teeth were about to break. I didn't expect her to be this kind of person. She once told me that her big fat boy was taken care of by me. I want to settle accounts with her. That's going to be difficult. According to the time, Aunt Xiang should have passed away. Pang Xiang touched the back of his head and laughed. When you go downstairs, remember to say hello to my mother. However, Pang Xiang did not notice that Matsushima Keiko was staring at him with wide eyes, but looked around with confusion and excitement. Brother, I can feel that there are many terrible auras here, but some of them don't seem to hate me. Well, although the wetware system on you is only level 2, it is the core of the original Transformer civilization after all, and the foundation is not bad. Go and ask your Aunt Huang to upgrade it to level 3 first, and then I will find a way to find matching wetware for you. Hey, why call me Aunt Huang? Call me sister. After Pang Xiang is done, I will give you a big upgrade of your whole body configuration, at least in terms of performance. To surpass all computer systems in this galaxy, Engineer Gao also painted a big pie for the other party. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and equip Fatty Xiang. Huang Yuanli was also a person without moral integrity, and she immediately changed her tone. Yeah. Gao Gong, or more precisely, the biological Gao Gong, glanced at the space window. He could keenly sense that his mechanical body had now entered the superliminal mode. I hope that the civilization heritage of the Black Machinery Alliance will give people unexpected surprises. This time, Gao Gong did not fly through the interstellar space in his physical body. Considering that this time he was going to the 5th star circle, there was a high probability of conflict with the Zerg, so he drove away the Star Destroyer. The few weaknesses of the Zerg, or the places that can be slightly restrained, are large-scale, high-intensity energy attacks. Strangely enough, with the Zerg's abnormal evolutionary ability, theoretically, it can evolve into all kinds of strange abilities and forms, but it did not point out the branch of the energy Zerg, and there was not even a Zerg with semi-energy attributes. Fortunately, otherwise, with more than 50% of the dark energy and dark matter in this universe, this group of natural disasters would have evolved like crazy. This is one of the few important evidences that can verify that the Zerg still belongs to the species category and is affected by the environment. In the dark, it seems that there is a will of the universe suppressing and threatening its evolution. This time, Gao Gong was not the only one on the trip. More than a dozen mechanical masters came, all of whom were interested in the heritage of the Black Machinery civilization. More than a dozen members of the Gao family came, all of whom were the elites of the Orgrimmar elites, and each of them had at least 4 mechanical templates. Even 2 captured mechanical geniuses came, one of whom was a black-skinned mechanical from the Black Machinery Alliance. Even until now, it has been skeptical about the destruction of the Black Machinery Alliance. When the Star Destroyer entered the AI driving mode, Gao Gong was surrounded by enthusiastic mechanical masters. The way they looked at him was like the feeling of a rich woman looking at her body, very enthusiastic. Gao Gong was also happy to chat with these mechanical masters, because these masters had sharp eyes, and could easily find the shortcomings of the magic-modified mechanical frenzy. You mean, there is no space transport channel? Gao Gong thought seriously. Theoretically, his version of the mecha frenzy does not need much logistics, because the storage space of the space string ball is quite large. More importantly, it is a living space, that is, it is no different from the real space. It can not only store living things, but also nesting dolls. The simplest operation is to fill the densely packed dimensional bags, and the dimensional bags store thousands of star armors. This can also achieve unlimited violent troops. However, a mechanical master raised a question. In this way, if the enemy cuts off your spatial sensing ability, then your rapid deployment may not be possible. But if the enemy can cut off my spatial perception, it seems that there is no problem in cutting off the spatial troop transport channel. Engineer Gao found a blind spot. What I mean is, by strengthening the network, a directional coordinate coverage can be achieved. According to the idea of this mechanical master, in fact, it is to use the star network to create a virtual connection between himself and the star port. Once a rapid deployment is needed, this signal can be converted into a spatial channel at any time. The star network can be used for interstar transmission, but it must be within the network coverage. However, this is not a problem, and it can be solved with an abyss tower. Don't have too many communication drawings in the hands of the senior engineer. If you modify it again, the virtual signal nodes are not completely covered on the body, but scattered among dozens or hundreds of space units around. Even if the body is sealed by space technology, it can summon the mecha frenzy and break the seal. This idea is more and more interesting. After studying the design of the Klein bottle resonator, another mechanical master first admired its exquisiteness, which was simply amazing, and soon proposed another idea. Can the intelligence of the mecha frenzy be enhanced in disguise by designing some sub-resonators and expanding the quantum space, preferably to each star armor? This kind of operation. This is the first time that the senior engineer has heard of it, because before, he always thought that in order to accurately control the star armor, the profession of telekinetic mechanic must be upgraded to the maximum level. Now it seems that another method can also be used. He did it as soon as he thought of it, and the mechanical master immediately began to rub his hands. Gao Gong thought about it, and told the other party the contact number of gate. To build this kind of sub-resonator, it may require the space-casting technology of the stringer. And the Gao family Loli and Gao family Shota on the side were watching with shining eyes. The casual words of these masters could make them feel like they had been enlightened. Originally, the black-skinned mechanical was still worried about the safety of his mother's civilization, but after listening for a while, he couldn't help but come over. He had too many questions, or in other words, he didn't understand the technical difficulties. Gao Gong also listened with great interest. After all, it would be a waste if he didn't listen. The more he listened, the more experience he gained. You get the enlightenment of Mechanical Master number 2, Mechanical Experience plus 2 million. You get the enlightenment of Mechanical Master number 3, Mechanical Experience plus 2 million, Mechanical Reputation plus 1. When Gao Gong was listening happily, a voice sounded next to him. Leader, there is news from the Merida military channel again. Do you want to listen? Gao Gong lowered his head, and saw the beautiful face of a silver-haired female elf. When he saw him looking over, he pursed his lips slightly, revealing a light smile like a breeze blowing across the lake, completely without the arrogance of the daughter of a senior executive. Chapter 1360. Among all the geniuses, Wei Zi is the most inconspicuous. Her executive father is not that high-ranking. In the Morbi Chable, there are tens of thousands of such executives, and they cannot participate in top-level decision-making. They are at most equivalent to senior workers. In addition, the Mirda people are indifferent to the concept of family affection. Even if her executive father likes this little daughter very much, he will not do anything against his own interests because of her. But no matter what, this is an attempt by Gao Gong to pry the Mirda people into his corner. Let Wei Zi contact her father, which is also intentional. This father is also very smart. He did not try to find out the origin of the mysterious interstellar force that rescued her. Instead, he was concerned about Wei Zi's own safety first. After confirming her safety, he began to contact the camp, and the two sides conducted some simple cooperation. For example, Gao Gong has a large amount of high-level energy mines that the Mirda people need now. Achieving energy freedom and achieving battlefield energy freedom are not the same thing. After the logistics were ripped off by the bugs, the Mirda people are now in urgent need of this battlefield resource. As a Chable that is good at producing civilian mechas and civilian machinery, the other party has a large number of mechanical equipment needed by senior engineers, such as the simplest planet transformation module. Although this thing can be made by ourselves, this kind of large and blank thing, using the starport to manufacture it, does block production capacity. With this time, why not produce something else? With each side taking what they need, the cooperation between the two sides was soon established. Even though the other party knew that there were only a handful of interstellar forces that could provide such resources in the first star zone, and it was easy to locate Gao, who was already on the Milta people's blacklist. But since it was not discovered, the cooperation could continue. When Gao Gong asked the other party to provide some insect intelligence, the other party also provided a military channel very straightforwardly. This channel is naturally the lowest level, similar to military broadcasting. But this is not something that outsiders can hear. And the news broadcast on this channel during this period of time is naturally all about insects, and all of them are bad news. Either the insect army has eaten up a planet, or it has swallowed up an entire fortress cluster. There are also a lot of distress signals in the channel, which are basically the big and small defeated armies of the Anti-Insect Alliance, being hunted by insects. As an old driver, Gao Gong can easily distinguish that the situation on the battlefield has been corrupted. If the 5th star Xian cannot be saved, the 4-star Xian will soon face the front of the insect army. The Alpha Star system is located at the edge of the 4-star circle, but it is also in it. That is to say, whether Gao Gong is willing or not, it will soon fight with the bugs. This is probably one of the reasons why the other party is willing to have friendly contact. No matter what conflicts the two sides had before, even if Gao Gong damaged the other party's civilization treasure, the main conflict now is the bugs. Gao Gong also needs this telegram group to avoid some areas where the bug army is rampant. Originally, he wanted the Dark Elf leader, the Insider, to open a backdoor for himself. But the other party's communication was always unreachable. Strange, could it be that my method of absorbing the power of ascension could not attract the other party? Gao Gong was a little suspicious. Was this guy looking for an opportunity to blow himself up? So although Wei Zi herself was useless, as a human channel, she was still indispensable. And this girl seemed to be attracted by my body, and worshipped it fanatically. Of course, it might also be attracted by my boss template, although the 3 functions of this template, men are delicious, a good husband, and a beautiful harem, seem to have nothing to do with the other party. It might also be the influence of my rich killer instinct. This time, in addition to providing military intelligence, Wei Zi also brought a small request from her father. Are you saying that a small logistics team was surrounded by a bug squad and asked us to rescue it? Gao Gong said in surprise. Yes, my father heard that we were going to the 5th star, and roughly confirmed our location, and asked us to help a little. Facing the scarlet electronic eyes of the Frenzy Type 11, Wei Zi lowered her head in fear. It's a pity, if it was her own body, this little mistake wouldn't have happened. But it doesn't matter, the other party can only confirm their star field coordinates. Unless they use weapons of mass destruction, they can't get rid of me, and even if they use them, they can't kill me now. But except for me, the other mechanics will be dead, and then the senior engineer will take crazy revenge. While the senior engineer was pondering, the other mechanical masters were very interested in the bugs. Is there a bug plague in this galaxy? Let's go and take a look. What type of Zerg is this? Is it the same type as the Zerg in number 15's galaxy? Mechanic Master number 15 is a mechanical master of an exiled civilization. He traveled around for the survival of civilization. As a result, he Luapa got the news from somewhere and kidnapped him and his boat during a transportation of materials. So the face of this mechanical master is always full of melancholy. Could it be another Scarlet Zerg? What a disaster. Number 15 said with compassion. Gao Gong has also heard of this Scarlet Zerg. It is said that this Zerg has a scarlet corruption ability, which is quite terrible. It can permanently corrode the effect of carbon-based fusion and then transform into a corrupted Zerg. Although this effect is ineffective against mechanical life, the galaxy where number 15 is located happens to be dominated by carbon-based civilization. Therefore, the mechanical civilization he is in, facing a pile of corrupt armies of former carbon-based civilizations, was abused on the spot, an explosion in the physical sense. After hearing this story, Gao Gong's first reaction was that it would be great if the other party's galaxy could exchange insect plagues with Robert's galaxy. Microscopic Zergs are the nemesis of most mechanical life forms, which is an objective fact. But it is not the case for carbon-based species. The third-order carbon-based species that can master carbon-based fusion can even forcibly absorb and digest subatomic bugs by adjusting the biomagnetic field. After all, carbon-based organisms themselves are also bacterial aggregates, and powerful carbon-based species can even actively spread genetic disasters. And apart from the entire galaxy, there are only a few carbon-based civilizations that can be counted on one hand. Among the top interstellar forces, the force with the most third-order carbon-based warriors seems to be himself? It's bad, I have become the main force in anti-insect. Gao Gong always has a premonition that he will take the blame. At the request of a group of mechanical masters, Gao Gong can only turn the bow and head to the rescue coordinate point. He almost forgot that in addition to the strong desire for creation, the strong desire for death of mechanics is also the source of their power. Gao Gong felt that this group of masters even wanted to capture some of the subatomic Zerg to study materials and life systems. More than a dozen light-years away, black lines filled the void, crisscrossing each other, and wherever they passed, warships and spaceships were all broken into countless pieces. Many people have a misunderstanding that the Zerg wins by numbers and types of troops, but in fact, every Zerg is actually a master of weapon development. And these black lines are actually a kind of space fluctuation with an annihilation effect. Chapter 1361. The weapons of the Zerg are very special. They don't have individual weapons. Each of their biological weapons is a large weapon. And this annihilation thread is one of them. Its essence is actually a spider web effect produced by countless insects biting in the subspace. Unless your attack strength can break through the subspace, this space thread will always follow you. And even because of the waves of space ripples, you can't break out of this area at all. And in the fragmented fleet, on a seemingly ordinary spaceship, a bunch of Myrta people fell into panic. Myrta people have many nicknames: interstellar nobles, silver-haired elves, artists, and brain-developed people, but none of them are related to strong neural will. In other words, once the battlefield enters a kind of flesh-grinding wheel mode, Myrta people are often the first to collapse. This is also the time of the Gold and Silver War. No matter how you win in the early stage, as long as you hold on to the end, the Galen people will always have the upper hand. It's not that there are no technological means to increase the strength of these Myrta soldiers, such as the simplest mental stamp. But the strength of the Myrta people lies in their delicate and sensitive telekinesis. Once they enter a certain brain area transformation, this telekinesis will lose a lot, or even disappear directly. Even a third-level civilization is not omnipotent. Among this group of Myrta people, an ordinary white-haired Myrta man is sitting in front of the command desk, with a calm face, and even has time to pour himself a cup of tea. Master, do you want to communicate with the telekinesis network and teleport you away first? A Myrta Silver Guard said anxiously. Myrta Silver Guards correspond to the Galen people's metal executioners. They are elite guards that only Myrta's official high-level officials have, and they are level 85 boss monsters. If the other party confirms my identity, then even if I communicate with the mind net, I can't leave. If the other party does not confirm my identity, then this fleet can still hold on for a while. Don't worry, young man, I'm not so anxious to die. The hair of this Myrta man is not the white-haired witch-like director do, it is purely dry because of old age. But her tone has an indescribable charm, and the several extremely anxious Myrta Silver Guards around her quickly calmed down. I tried to send a signal to the outside world, but it was difficult to send it out. This is not a smart choice. The Zerg Queen has a strong sense of perception, and has already locked on to all the high-level members of the Anti-Zerg Alliance. We finally deceived them, but you summoned our elite fleet. The Zerg army will definitely increase the stakes. In the case of escalating military confrontation, it will be easy for the Zerg Queen to find that I am still here. But didn't you say that the Zerg Queen was severely injured when invading the Black Machinery Alliance's home planet? That's why you need to be more patient. The Zergs are all crazy now. The elderly Milta took a sip of tea. If I were the military commander responsible for saving this fleet, I would try to reduce the threat level of this military rescue operation. Not only would the federal fleet not be dispatched, but the Chable civilian armed fleet would not be used either. Instead, various coincidences would be created to let non-staff personnel carry out the rescue. And it would be best if this non-staff personnel didn't even know who they were saving. A commander next to him hesitated for a long time, but couldn't help asking, Master, is the Zerg Queen really seriously injured? With the number of Zergs and the speed of their evolution we saw when we were fleeing, this doesn't seem to be true. Or is it just slightly injured? If the civilized weapons of the Black Machinery Alliance can't seriously injure the other party, then we don't have to worry too much. The old Milta was full of confidence. Just when everyone was full of expectations, she changed her tone. Anyway, we can't win. It's death sooner or later. Everyone. Seeing everyone's dead expression, the other party laughed again. Don't be so nervous. In order to ambush the Zerg Queen before, our families took out the treasures at the bottom of the box. Now the main force of the Zerg army is chasing those fleeing troops. Maybe we all go back, and the Book of Coevolution is gone. This is not impossible. This consequence is much more serious than the annihilation of a group of people. This master is really as humorous as the rumors say. The old Myrta let out another exclamation, and looked at the monitoring screen curiously. It seems that our reinforcements have arrived, but the number seems to be a little small. Silly child, are they here to deliver food? The monitoring system of the spacecraft did detect a breath of life, but it seemed that there was only one. When the monitor projected the image of the other party, all the Myrta people present let out a light exclamation. The smooth and violent fuselage, the telekinetic sensor embedded on the forehead, and the various Myrta-style interfaces and mounting points on both sides, a star armor with quite powerful firepower. The two large melee weapons on the left and right even have the heavy metal violence unique to the Galen people. Frenzy Type 11? The old Milta stood up in a state of doubt, with a puzzled and unbelievable expression. Facing the sudden appearance of the enemy, the insects had almost no hesitation, and millions of black silk threads were sprinkled from the void, ensuring that even if the opponent was a super soldier carrying a cosmic treasure, he would be taken away in one wave. If the guaranteed damage of ordinary energy attacks is over 10,000, then the guaranteed damage of space attacks is 1 million. With so many space attacks, any third-level species will be killed instantly. Unless you are like Gao Gong, who has a big cheat. Gao Gong's mechanical body laughed and clapped his hands. The next moment, a black wave surged from his mechanical body, covering the surrounding space with a raging wave. The black light even instantly illuminated the subspace where the insects were. Dense insect shadows seeped out of the space, fell, and were swallowed by the black light. The black light was dazzling, deep, and so dark that it caused all the Myrta people present to crash their brains. Mecha Frenzy. The artifact of their Myrta civilization. Several silver guards couldn't help but use telekinesis to repeatedly clean their brains to make sure that there was nothing wrong with their eyes. This familiar feeling of swallowing everything, and the black light produced by the repeated separation and reorganization of the star armor, how could this be possible? After Gao Gong tore the subspace created by the bugs apart, he directly sent an evacuation signal to the trapped Myrta fleet. Then, he took a bunch of bug corpses and ran away instantly. After all, this is an enemy-occupied area. If you are too arrogant, you will really be besieged by the bug army. By then, it will not be just one subspace, but a super wormhole composed of thousands of subspaces. And Gao Gong had no idea that after he left, an elderly Myrta tried to seize the control of the spacecraft and ran towards his operation. Fortunately, he was controlled by the silver guards. Myrta is not her home. The one just now is her real family. What he didn't know was that in the spaceship he saved, there was a national treasure master of the Myrta people. What's more amazing is that this national treasure master has a certain connection with him. To be precise, it's not a connection with him, but a connection with his trumpet. This person is the nominal master of his trumpet, the dean of the Telekinetic Mechanical Academy, the developer of the Mecha Frenzy, Master Tunilo. Chapter 1362. Is this the Zerg of this galaxy? How small is it? The Zerg of the subatomic level has a very small life system, which also indirectly shows that the Zerg Queen's will is more tightly controlled. So, it's impossible to subvert it? It doesn't seem to have a nervous system? It seems to have some spatial properties. Since Gao Gong brought back a bunch of Zerg corpses, this group of mechanical masters immediately gave up their old love and started thinking about new love. After all, the mecha craze can be studied every day, but there are not many opportunities to study Zerg. For most mechanics, this civilization disaster that is only heard of, but not seen is still very attractive. After all, there are not many species that are both civilizations and natural disasters, and in terms of rapid military and production capacity, Zerg civilization is one of the few that can suppress the existence of mechanical civilization. This makes many mechanics dissatisfied. In terms of production, how can there be a species that exceeds the mechanical system? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. So a bunch of mechanics began to study. However, Gao Gong did not expect much to be able to research. Although the mechanic can make anything, this range is limited to the mechanical system, and the worm is a carbon-based system. Of course, this statement is also questionable, because some Zergs are evolving in the direction of carbon-based fusion, while some Zergs, such as the subatomic Zerg, do not have the ability of carbon-based fusion. So in the eyes of some interstellar evolution experts, there is actually a lot of controversy about which system the worm belongs to. The mechanic is also in a heated discussion. Whether the Zerg has the ability of carbon-based fusion depends on whether the Zerg Queen has deprived them of their ability. The reason why some Zerg Queens are so powerful, and even their bodies are equivalent to a super-species disaster, is because they have absorbed the carbon-based fusion ability of all Zergs. Number 15 ended the game with one sentence. He had fought against the Zerg head-on, although he failed. The melancholy master walked up to the senior engineer, hesitated, and asked, "Are the Zerg armies really coming? It will be very soon." The difference between these Zerg and your Zerg is that they have the ability to transport troops in the subspace. The senior engineer calmly stated the facts. Number 15 sighed, stretched out his mechanical palm, and the densely packed circuits on his palm lit up, and soon made a storage chip. Then maybe you need this thing. You have obtained the third-level civilization secret Scarlet Zerg information, thank you. No need to thank me, I just hope you don't die too ugly. Looking at the other party's frustrated mechanical face, The senior engineer was speechless. Is it necessary to be so pessimistic? Oh, your civilization has been destroyed, so it is indeed possible to be pessimistic. Gao Gong inserted the storage chip into his mechanical body, and the system popped up a prompt. Do you want to interpret the data? Confirm interpreting, 10%, 20%, 30%. A series of drawings and data were refreshed. You get the habits and species analysis of the Scarlet Zerg. You get the disassembly of 26 civilization weapons of the Scarlet Zerg. You get the 13th level mechanical blueprint biological gene interference gun. You get the 15th level mechanical blueprint quantum resonance cannon. You get the research on Scarlet corruption. You get the 14th level biological blueprint gene disintegration spore bullet. You get the 15th level blueprint Queen's will disintegrator. You get the research on the Queen's gene. The other party's data was so complete that Gao Gong only refreshed 50% and obtained nearly 100 mechanical weapon blueprints. All of these blueprints were special weapons for fighting against the Zerg, and some of them even belonged to the category of biological weapons, such as those spore bullets, gene disintegrators, etc. It is most likely the cultural heritage left by the carbon-based civilization of the other galaxy. The mechanical civilization of number 15 probably held on to the end, and found that it could not hold on any longer, so it began to run away. If these things can be traded to the mechanical civilization, I wonder what they can be exchanged for. It would be okay to exchange them for a few cosmic treasures, right? Gao Gong's eyes were bright, and his eyes were shining as he looked at the group of mechanical masters. These are all treasures. As expected, talent is everything. Although there should not be anyone like number 15 among these mechanical masters, who has a galaxy and the anti-insect experience accumulated by all the fallen civilizations. But they have 100% experience in building fourth-order buildings, as well as blueprints, and even ascending buildings. We have to find a way to get all the bottom of these mechanical masters out. Gao Gong thought of countless ways in an instant, many of which were not very healthy. But in the end, he decided to take it slow. After all, he had to consider Director Du's face. Secondly, these old men were not easy to mess with. The means of controlling the brain, such as memory worms, might not be discovered by them. It's not good to tear the face. While Gao Gong was thinking, he found that the black skin machine came over at some point, and was hesitant to speak. This guy had a good relationship with his trumpet, so Gao Gong didn't deliberately leave him alone. He also knew what the other party's problem was. How about I connect you to the internet, and you can ask a few acquaintances? The black skin machine opened his mouth, and finally shook his head helplessly. Not to mention whether it can contact people in this chaotic season. Just seeing the worm figure appearing in the 4-star Xian, you know that the front line is definitely not holding up. The Black Machinery Alliance is over. Since you are here, tell me about the situation of the 5th star. For example, do you know how many mechanical civilizations there are in the 5th star? Gao Gong did not mean to comfort him, and even asked him for information. The birth and death of species and civilizations, in the eyes of an old driver like him, don't see too much. Especially if they can't survive the 3 major natural disasters, everyone will be dead. It's just a matter of time. The black skin machine was silent for a moment, and began to talk about what he knew. It knew that there were 3 civilizations in the 5th star, the Nebula Whisperer, the Thousand Faces, and the Nozentic Matrix civilization. The latter 2 were standard mechanical civilizations, while the Nebula Whisperer was a civilization composed of a group of energy life, very mysterious, and only active in the nebula. The remaining 2 had a love-hate relationship with the Black Machinery Alliance, equivalent to the Galen people and the Myrta people. It seemed that based on the principle of making friends with distant people and attacking nearby ones, these 2 civilizations did not join the Anti-Insect Alliance. However, according to Hype's understanding, when the Zerg became more rampant, these 2 civilizations both delivered military supplies to the Anti-Zerg Alliance. Especially the Thousand Faces, it seems to have reached some military agreements with the Black Machinery Alliance. However, with the collapse of the Black Machinery Alliance, everything became empty talk. What caught Gao Gong's attention was that the Thousand Faces civilization seemed to be a nanomachine civilization. This kind of civilization is often very powerful when there is no nemesis. But once it encounters a nemesis, it often collapses more violently than anyone else. Nano is much larger than subatomic. This means that subatomic Zerg is a natural enemy. This also means that once facing the Zerg, these nanomachines will all collapse. As for the Nozentic Matrix civilization, according to Hype Machinery, it is a non-aligned civilization that advocates mechanical independence. I hope it can last a little longer, at least until I go back. And the war of civilizations is ever-changing, and an outsider, no matter how experienced he is, cannot see through all the changes. The fifth star, the coordinates of the Thousand Faces civilization. An unexpected negotiation is taking place. Chapter 1363. The coordinates of civilizations need to be disguised. If you don't disguise, the hostile civilization will use some fierce superluminal weapons according to the ancient dark jungle law, and you will be hurt. There are many ways to hide, such as the simplest way, which is to directly erase the spatial coordinates of this area. You can also hide it. If you have the technology of ascending civilization, you can even hide it in another parallel universe. Of course, considering that the third-level civilization does not have such high technology, even if you hide it, it is easy to be detected unless you are a completely closed civilization. Otherwise, it is impossible not to expose the coordinates when you come in and out and communicate with the outside world. But the Thousand Faces did a good job in this regard. It has many trading points in the outside world, including many large black markets and large commercial planets. It also supports a large number of interstellar killer organizations and interstellar assassin organizations. People who don't know it still think that this civilization is a certain interstellar killer giant. No one knows the true coordinates of this civilization, and even the approximate range cannot be confirmed. Some even suspect that their civilization coordinates are not in the fifth star, and the fifth star civilization they claim to be is just a cover. Even the Thousand Faces may not be a civilization itself, but a killer organization disguised as a civilization. It is precisely because it disguises itself as a third-level civilization that other third-level civilizations have to accept it making trouble in the interstellar. These exaggerated and bizarre rumors, in addition to the dark and weird style of the Thousand Faces, have another reason, that is, it points to the nanotechnology tree. Basically, even a third-order species cannot always pay attention to the existence of the nano-level. Regardless of whether it is a killer organization packaged as a civilization or a civilization disguised as a killer organization, this mechanical civilization is taking a different approach. At least it did not follow the usual route of a large mechanical army plus super explosive production of mechanical civilization. The fifth star, the called a symbiont civilization. This is the civilization mother planet of a second-level biological civilization. Its civilization development level is a little higher than that of the alphas, covering nearly 20 star systems. Every planet in a star system has completed the biological planet transformation. The city is composed of symbiotic biological communities, and the atmosphere is composed of biological clouds composed of green plankton. A large number of newborns are directly injected with genetic memory chains and grow rapidly. Between the planets, there are also a large number of engine creatures domesticated. These small space species drill into the interstellar spores, which is a biological spaceship. It can be seen that this biological civilization is now very nervous. Not only has it begun to mass-produce arms, it has also begun to completely cover asteroids and create living ecological arcs. This is the final preparation for the migration of civilization. These symbiotes disassemble themselves into three parts, namely the thinking core, action unit, and memory carrier, to minimize their vitality. As long as any part escapes the pursuit of the Zerg, they can reassemble their bodies. This civilization is not an individual civilization, but between individual civilization and group civilization. The one who holds the highest power in this civilization is the symbiote union composed of all the Cardans, and this symbiote union also has its own biological will. At this moment, on the star of the Carda star system, the biggest and most important work is in progress. They want to activate the flesh and blood Dyson sphere, which is the translucent biological membrane surrounding the star, and activate all biological energy networks by destroying the star, emitting biological information in all directions, and carrying out a great escape of species. This operation can increase the speed of species escape from the speed of light to superluminal speed. Of course, many people will die in the process. A Carda biological engineer was debugging the energy conversion gland. He looked up casually and saw the shadow of Carda, which is this star. He first looked down. The light of the star had long been swallowed by the full light absorber and energy conversion gland covering the surface, so the light that was emitted was not only not bright, but even a little dim. But no matter how dim it is, there should be no shadow. There is no such thing as a shadow in the universe. Not only did he see it, but hundreds of millions of biological engineers on this star all saw this scene. The projection of the Calda star first took shape, then squeezed out space little by little, and when squeezing out space, countless black shadows fell like rain, and each drop of black rain disappeared when it fell. But in fact, in the microscopic field, 1,000,000 troops were decomposed. Soon, a transparent planet similar in size to the Calda star appeared opposite the star. This is a space-type star, Otherwise, any other material would cause turbulence to the entire star system. This called a man overflowed with deep fear from the depths of his blood. He knew that the bugs were coming, and his body quickly melted, and so did the hundreds of millions of bioengineers working on the planet's surface. The fluids of these Kalda symbionts flowed into the transformation glands and light absorbers, and quickly formed a giant biological face of at least planetary level on this biological Dyson sphere. Symbiont union. The civilizational will of this biological civilization, and this civilizational will did not have the slightest idea of resistance. He bowed his head very obediently. Please allow us to be loyal, Queen of the Zerg. The same face slowly squeezed out on the transparent space star, and the face was full of symbiotic granulations unique to symbionts. Looking closely, these granulations seemed to be double helix structures, but in fact they were concentrated human noodles. Okay. The same voice came out from the equally transparent face opposite. The symbiont union breathed a sigh of relief. Then please allow us to complete the Zerg transformation. Zergization is an irreversible process, and also a token of surrender for the carbon-based species. But unexpectedly no. This sentence, like a sickle that seduced the soul, made this civilization feel deep fear. The intuition of billions of symbiotes told it that it would be dangerous next. Why? Because I want to transform you, not you. The Zerg Queen's voice seemed to come from the abyss of darkness, with a mysterious and strange breath. It was like an invisible tentacle, gently drilling into your ears, and then circling and entwining in your mind. However, something even weirder happened. The giant face of the planet transformed by the symbiotes will suddenly showed a horrified expression, as if it felt something completely incredible. The next moment, the opponent's giant face exploded, and countless nanoparticles were ejected. And it was happening in every star system, and every biological planet controlled by the Carta symbiote civilization. All biological buildings, biological clouds, biological spaceships, and biological arms were all decomposed on the spot, and countless nanoparticles were replaced by splitting and recombining, turning into faceless humanoid mechanical bodies, hundreds of millions of them, standing in the void of the universe, and kneeling towards the star transformed by the Zerg Queen. Your Majesty. After the disguise of the second-level biological civilization faded, it was the civilization coordinates of the third-level mechanical civilization. The interior of those biological planets was full of nano-machines. And none of the Cardans knew this. They were just skins. Then, start the transformation. Chapter 1364. Too quiet. Gao Gong muttered to himself as he looked at the vast starry sky. Since entering the fifth star, Gao Gong had expected waves of Zerg troops to come like a tide, and he had already made preparations. For example, he had to fully power the Star Destroyer. The fourth-level energy or piled around the reactor was enough to fight an interstellar war. But except for the rescue of the Mirta spacecraft, he had not encountered the Zerg once. Is it because my luck is too good? Or is it that the main force of the Zerg army, in addition to hunting down the anti-Zerg alliance, has already been working hard to surround and kill the three civilizations of this star? Many civilizations that have not come into contact with the Zerg have a misconception that after destroying a civilization, the Zerg will rest and then attack other civilizations. But in fact, after destroying a civilization, the Zerg will absorb the heritage of the entire civilization, and will not only not weaken, but will even become stronger. It was also thanks to the Black Machinery Alliance that they completed the mechanical transformation of species. If it were a carbon-based civilization, it would be even worse. According to the mechanical department, this is a typical mechanical farming and warfare. And a mechanical civilization that can follow the farming and warfare is also very rare among mechanical civilizations. But every Zerg civilization has this ability. If those subatomic bugs are now besieging the three civilizations of Xingchuan, Gao Gong is not surprised at all. But he vaguely feels that something is wrong. It would be great if the organisms were still there. Gao Gong muttered to himself. A powerful organism can merge its own magnetic field with a cosmic background radiation. This fusion can enable it to contact higher dimensional concepts, such as time, space, and destiny. In human terms, it is the cosmic version of the unity of man and nature. This ability is also a supercomputing, and even a computing power that surpasses biological hardware. If Gao Gong's biological body is here, he can detect the good or bad of this action in this way. Although his mechanical body is far more powerful than biological bodies, it cannot compare with biological bodies in this respect. If the fusion of carbon-based fusion is so easy to imitate, it cannot be one of the four major systems in the universe. However, the following situation was beyond Gao Gong's expectations. Not to mention the insect army, he didn't even see any of the anti-insect alliance army being hunted down. For this situation, Gao Gong can only comfort himself. After all, a star wheel is very large, and there are at least 1 billion star systems inside. Even if it is a civilization war, or even a war between more than a dozen civilizations, it is actually just a fight for a corner at this scale. It is more likely that they will not meet. In this way, they safely reach the coordinates given by the Dark Elf leader. At least this time, it's not a nebula. Looking at the huge wreckage of the interstellar battlefield in front of him, Gao Gong muttered to himself. This battlefield wreckage should not be the battle area between the Zerg and the anti-Zerg alliance, at least not the thousands of battle coordinates announced on the military channel, otherwise Gao Gong would have known which target was. And the participants in this interstellar battlefield, one side is definitely the Zerg. Gao Gong saw the wreckage of the Zerg warship, and the other side is difficult to identify, large machinery, energy matrix wreckage, and some non-humanoid mechanical bodies. Nozentic matrix civilization? The words of the black-skinned machine made Gao Gong hum. It turned out to be the mechanical civilization of this Xingchuan. Unexpected, but reasonable. Without Gao Gong's reminder, this group of mechanics and Gao's apprentices excitedly started the great cause of picking up garbage in space. Gao Gong also entered the battlefield with great interest. Not far away, a Zerg spaceship and a mechanical battleship melted into one in the explosion. Biological blood vessels and energy pipelines were entangled with each other, and the brain-like organ in the center of the ship was still releasing disordered biological waves, interfering with mechanical equipment within 10 meters around. Unfortunately, this Zerg brain had been blown up by an energy cannon. In the distance, the remains of the Zerg hive giant ship formed a dark red nebula stretching for millions of kilometers, and the inactive biological tissues condensed into tumor-like floating islands in the vacuum. In some areas, the suppression anchor can be vaguely seen piercing the Zerg mother nest, and tens of thousands of high-level insect eggs that have not yet hatched are strung on the anchor chain. These insect eggs are not ordinary insects, but serious Zerg high-level warriors. There was even a golden egg in it, which was riddled with holes, but still exuded a strong vitality. This was not a high-level Zerg warrior, but a high-level Zerg cadre. The high-level cadres of the subatomic Zerg did not necessarily have to be subatomic in size. After all, the larger the size, the stronger the biological energy. Of course, they must have mastered the skill of subatomicization. The senior engineer grabbed it casually, and the system directly refreshed the opponent's attributes. Name, Hive Guardian. Rank, 3rd level plus. Bloodline, high-level Zerg bloodline, Queen's bloodline. Status, damaged, 96%. Note, the commander of the biological battlefield is equivalent to the dual commander of the mechanical core and the Star Fortress cluster, and has the powerful strength to launch an interstellar battle. Oh, what a good thing! Gao Gong was not surprised but happy. He quickly took off the golden egg and put it away. The Zerg gene is so powerful that it can be repaired as long as it is not 100% destroyed, even at the genetic level. No matter which aspect of the Zerg gene characteristics this thing can infer, it can strengthen the biological direction of the entire camp. Because the Zerg is perverted enough no matter which evolutionary direction it takes. But it seems that something is wrong? Gao Gong's mechanical body entered the short curvature mode and crossed the entire battlefield at the speed of light. During this process, he saw supernova-like explosion traces, a large garbage dump similar to the mechanical cemetery, and a large number of strange symbols in the core area of dimensional collapse. This is probably the sequelae of the use of some dimensional weapons. There are Zerg, machines, and various energy cancerous areas and silent areas. This is a standard Zerg battlefield, and the energy intensity of this type of battlefield is much higher than that of ordinary battlefields. Just standing there, Gao Gong's mechanical body has a feeling of heating up. Gao Gong finally figured out where the problem was. This is the subatomic Zerg. Gao Gong looked all the way and didn't find any trace of microscopic attack, not even a corpse of a subatomic worm. Strange, my electronic eye is accurate enough to see the atomic level. Gao Gong didn't believe it. With a flash of quantum fluctuation, he directly changed to a mechanical body. It was not the Frenzy 11, but the Frenzy 49, which was famous for its long-range blocking, and had a long-range strike capability of more than 10 space units. Still didn't find a corpse of a subatomic worm. But he saw a lot of large ones. Gao Gong decided to ask the master. So he opened the communication channel of the mechanical masters. Coincidentally, the masters were also discussing this issue. Secondary evolution? A master who studies the direction of mechanical enhancement found a blind spot. I feel that the environment here is a little uncomfortable. Number 7, the mechanical master in fungus form, spoke. This one is good at building atomic machinery. Radiation effect? No. The mechanical master's mechanical body, a small robot the size of a palm, raised its head. It's the influence of the Matrix. Chapter 1365. On this mechanical battlefield, the largest number of mechanical wreckage is not energy weapons, nor spaceships. Rather, it is matrices of all sizes. The so-called matrix is actually a high-density arrangement of mechanical units, which form columns, spheres or cube modules, and are built in the form of orderly grids. And this kind of matrix is also called a universal module, because it combines the functions of manufacturing center, space defense/offensive array, mechanical species body, high-dimensional computing entity, etc. If it is stronger, it even has powerful functions such as time-space interference and dark energy extraction. At this time, a large amount of energy data was refreshed on Gauguin's electronic eyes, and he finally realized something. After all, the 90-level mechanics, who were matured by the system, are not as good as the instinctive intuition of these mechanical masters. I saw that whether it was the space curvature, energy fluctuations, or cosmic gravitational waves, these various cosmic data had strong traces of being modified. And these traces of modification are not only in a certain battlefield, but in large interstellar battlefields with light years as the unit, all of which have been modified. Senior engineer casually refreshed the data of a matrix module. Name: Nozentic Matrix Type 4, Military Edition, Category: Mechanical Matrix. Quality: Level 3 Civilization. Weight: 12100T. Mechanical Energy: 0/10 billion. Defense Value: 30 million/30 million. Plug-in Column: High Energy Computing Entity, Joint Matrix Module, Space Parameter Adjustment Plugin, Energy Parameter Adjustment Plugin. Military Plugin Column: Microcosm Plugin. Note: in this galaxy, there is finally a mechanical civilization that has figured out how to fight the Zerg. It is not easy. The system did not despise this, but was a little emotional. Under the protection of the mechanical master, although the development progress of this galaxy civilization was suppressed, in a sense, another form of peace was also brought. The mechanical civilization, which should have grown up in the fierce confrontation of civilizations, had just adapted to the intensity of interstellar wars, but it suddenly pulled its intensity to the top and enjoyed the treatment of interstellar disasters. Therefore, the insect civilization was able to sweep over from other star regions. In addition to its own strength, it was also because these mechanical civilizations, which had just been promoted to the third-level civilization not long ago, were completely unadapted to such a fierce war. The anti-insect alliance's logistics and frontline combat style of play was okay for disasters of general attributes. But to deal with the Zerg, you have to move a bunch of mechanical planets to the opposite side of the Zerg mother nest, so that you can rely on mechanical liver power to kill the opponent. Of course, not all mechanical civilizations have not figured it out. For example, the current Matrix civilization has found the flaws of the Zerg, or the subatomic Zerg, from a tactical perspective. All microscopic species, whether subatomic, nano, or molecular, can basically sweep across the universe without any rivals when they don't encounter their nemesis. After all, the molecular density, atomic density, of the weapons you carefully crafted may not be as large as that of a bug. Then you can't block them. However, these microscopic species are not without their nemesis, that is, they are easily disturbed by environmental properties. Once the microscopic environment changes drastically, these invincible bugs will die on a large scale, when ordinary species cannot feel it. The Matrix civilization obviously discovered this. The so-called microcosm plugin is, in plain words, space bubble technology. Generate a large number of space bubbles through the Matrix, and then cover the entire battlefield through the powerful adjustment ability of the Matrix, causing the death of a large number of subatomic bugs. Since subatomic bugs do not have carbon-based fusion ability, they cannot explode, let alone break through the adjustment of space bubbles. The most feared thing about space bubble technology is that the data fluctuates too much in an instant, which will collapse the entire space bubble, and even cause a chain reaction. Gauguin finally understood. Why can't even a subatomic bug be found on this interstellar battlefield? Most of them are annihilated in the space bubble. The reason why a large number of normal-sized Zergs are temporarily evolved is also very simple. The microscopic bugs are dead, and in this kind of battlefield, as many as they come will die. So, I didn't see a single bug on the way here because after destroying the Black Machinery Alliance, the Zerg Queen went on to deal with the Matrix civilization? Don't think that the civilization will not fail due to natural disasters. If it didn't fail, how could those interstellar disasters that could even be recorded by the Civilization Council be quelled, If the technology of this matrix civilization is further developed and countless battlefield matrices covering the battlefield are created, even if the Zerg cannot be destroyed, the most powerful means of the Zerg can be interrupted. Even if it shares this technology with the Anti-Zerg Alliance, with the ability of more than a dozen mechanical civilizations to rush troops, it may really be able to push back. Will the Zerg Queen not take action again? Gao Gong muttered to himself. Generally speaking, only where the Zerg Queen is, the Zerg will show a high-density state, and the evolutionary ability and mass production ability of the Zerg can reach the peak. This generation of Queen is so hard-working. This reminded him of some unfriendly memories. It came from a more terrifying Zerg Queen. Unknowingly, Gao Gong arrived at the edge of the battlefield through short curvature flight. This area is very empty, and the concave traces of space can be clearly seen, like a bankrupt version of a black hole, without black, only a hole. Then, in a concave area, a faint but hard-to-ignore light began to flicker. The speed of this light propagation appeared in a way that exceeded the spectrum, rendering the surrounding space, and in the next moment pulled Gao Gong down from the superluminal mode, and at the same time, all of Gao Gong's mechanical senses were stripped away. No moon? This special effect picture reminded Gao Gong of the old cartoons he saw many years ago. It's pretty cool. Through the repeated drop in health, Gao Gong confirmed that the damage of this move was about the same as the Star Destroyer he used casually without the Sun Spear. Legendary? No, it should be the peak master level. It's still a long way from the legendary level. Otherwise, Gao Gong wouldn't have been able to confirm the opponent's attack direction and attack weapon so easily. As the electronic eye of the Frenzy 49 type went completely black, Gao Gong entered the semi-mecha frenzy mode. This is also the attack method that Gao Gong has just figured out recently. On the telekinesis access device of the eye, 100,000 frenzy types made shooting movements at the same time, and the anti-space firearms separated from the shoulders and combined, and the muzzle overflowed quantum fluctuations from the space fluctuations. The next moment, a silver-white anti-space bullet disappeared. But in the eyes of the enemy, it seems that there is another bullet hidden inside this bullet, and inside the hidden bullet, there is another bullet, and inside that bullet, there is another bullet. This is not an attack of one bullet, but a nesting doll of 100,000 bullets. Although the killing power of an anti-space bullet is not great, the superposition of 100,000 attacks makes the Dark Elf leader hiding in the dark instantly shudder, and he has to give up his dark domain, reveal his original body, and disappear on the spot. However, this is not the end. One quantum bullet after another travels through space, and even affects time to a certain extent, constantly appearing 3 centimeters away from the face of the Dark Elf leader. If it were not for the fact that the attributes of this former civilization leader were equally terrifying, and his skills were not lacking in the 4th level, this bullet alone would be enough to kill him instantly. Chapter 1366. Faced with this attack that could kill him instantly, the leader hiding in the dark did not change his face. The Dark Elf leader pulled out an elven sword from the void. The sword body was like moonlight falling on a quiet lake, flashing a cool and soft silver glow. The silver glow seemed to be the evolution of a higher level of energy. With a slight flick of his wrist, the tip of the sword was inserted along the edge of the bullet at an incredible angle, and the light on the sword's spine fell on the bullet, shining on each other. The sword body also instantly lit up with quantum light. As if the void was swinging a soft whip, the sword light shook, and the bullet brushed the left shoulder of the Dark Elf, and at the moment it passed the opponent's shoulder, it disintegrated into 100,000 space bullets, which flashed by. Undoubtedly, it was another cosmic treasure, but what surprised Gao Gong the most was that the opponent's sword-flicking skill was undoubtedly another peak master level skill. Could it be that this former civilization leader is also a rare swordsman? However, this did not affect Gao Gong's attack. One by one, quantum bullets traveled through space and appeared in front of the opponent. The opponent's elf sword light flickered slightly, and the bullets disintegrated into countless pieces on the spot, like a group of silver fireworks blooming in the universe. The opponent was not just defending but not attacking. He had a skill similar to teleportation. His figure brushed across the timeline and instantly appeared in front of Gao Gong. With a flash of silver sword light, he completed the transformation of quantum state and chopped Gao Gong's body surface, and at the same time fell on a part of the mecha surface. Even if it was just a flat attack, one attack could take away tens of millions of blood points. Your cosmic treasure has poor lethality. This attack intensity only lasted for a moment, and the opponent couldn't stand it anymore, so he called off this temporary ambush full of murderous intent. Gao Gong glanced at his long blood bar and curled his lips. I spent so much effort, but I only lost a little blood. Why bother? The Dark Elf leader was silent for a moment. The sword attack just now was enough to kill a group of space creatures. What kind of monster is the opponent? Oh, you probably don't know what an undead leader is. That's right, you have been out of office for many years, and it's understandable that you don't understand the technological progress in recent years. After all, this is a mechanical method. A few billion blood points are indeed not worth mentioning in Gao Gong's 300 billion blood bar. The Dark Elf leader felt that his Tau heart was a little broken. I was clearly testing the opponent's strength, and I was using a very dangerous dark duel method, so how come I became a useless guy in the other party's mouth? Fortunately, you didn't continue to lead the Black Machinery Alliance, otherwise this civilization would be ruined by you. Of course, it's also fortunate that you didn't continue to lead the Alliance, otherwise the title of leader of the fallen nation would be on your head. If the Black Machinery Alliance was still dominated by carbon-based species, it would have no power to fight back. What the other party said seems to be not without reason. If I were still the leader of the Alliance, then now, the Dark Elf quickly stopped this association and said in a deep voice, I invited you to come here because I have something to discuss with you. This guy actually said the word please, and Gao Gong was very pleased. It was worth his verbal attack on the other party. However, he was not used to being led by others. He snorted coldly and said, I remember that I had an agreement with someone that there would be great benefits in the transaction between you and me. I came all the way here, risking being surrounded by bugs. Don't tell me that it was just for this space junk all over the ground. Although these space junk are not bad, they are not the kind of space graveyard that has been dug for hundreds or thousands of years, but the freshly baked civilization battlefield. With the ability of these mechanical masters, they can make a lot of money just by reversing the technology tree. But then again, who would complain about too little benefits? After all, the Dark Elf leader is also a former civilization leader. He knew that he had to bleed a lot this time, and he had already made preparations. He said, the benefits I give you are naturally more than this. It is the real legacy of the Black Machinery Alliance. Gao Gong laughed dryly, still not taking the bait, but changed the topic again. I didn't see the bug army on the way here. Why? Is it true that the Zerg Queen was seriously injured as rumored? This is not Gao Gong's nonsense, but the official statement in the military channel. In order to completely destroy the Black Machinery Alliance, the Zerg Queen personally went to the battlefield, but was severely damaged by the civilized weapons of the Black Machinery Alliance. I don't know whether this is a morale statement or a fact. So Gao Gong decided to ask the person involved directly. The Dark Elf leader did not hide this matter. He pondered for a moment and said, maybe a part of the body was sealed, but I don't know what level the civilized weapons of the Black Machinery Alliance are now, so you have to ask the person involved. Gao Gong now understands the other party's purpose a little bit. He asked the last question, will the three civilizations of this star cluster go to war or peace? That group of Matrix life will most likely resist to the end, but when the Thousand Faces join, it's hard to say what the situation will be. Also, who told you that there are only 3 civilizations in the 5th star cluster? At least when I was still in office, there were 5 level 3 civilizations in this star cluster. Good man, there are 5 civilizations in one star cluster, so among the 100 known star clusters, there must be 500 level 3 civilizations. There are too many civilizations in this galaxy. But Gao Gong soon felt that this algorithm was wrong. The closer to civilization, the higher the probability of giving birth to civilization. And the former civilization beacon of this galaxy, the only sun, is the mechanical master purple giant. So the distribution of civilization should be centered on her, from dense to sparse. And all cyber test sites are within the scope of the first star zone, so the number of civilizations should be the largest in the first star zone, and then the density begins to disperse and decrease. But no matter what, the number of level 3 civilizations in this galaxy should exceed 3 digits. That is to say, the variable of the bugs has triggered the civilization war in advance. Otherwise, when all civilizations have developed, the civilization battle royale will be more exciting. Gao Gong asked the former leader about the news of the other 2 civilizations, and this person also knew everything. Seeing that the other party's attitude had reached this point, Gao Gong pondered for a moment, and was indeed interested, so he said, wait for me. A moment later, he brought the black-skinned machine that had just fainted from the superluminal speed. Let's go! The former leader did not perform any action, and the space in front of him suddenly turned black, and the rich dark energy evolved into giant arms with muscular entanglements, like the sharp teeth of the Cthulhu monster, with upper and lower canine teeth interlaced to support this dark space. Good guy, it turned out to be a dark energy space with dimensional will. Dark energy space is also a subspace, which is rare and precious. It also breathes the will of dimension, and is controllable. It is simply an SSR card. In the field of subspace, it is the top configuration. It will be yours in the future. When saying this, the former Dark Elf leader was quite sad. But Gao Gong soon understood why the other party was sad. As soon as he entered the space, the subspace parameters around him were fluctuating wildly. He understood that this was the will of dimension adjusting the space coordinates. A rough calculation showed that there were probably hundreds of astronomical units. Wow, a subspace of the scale of a star system, a standard large subspace. When the transfer was completed, two groups of people were seen confronting each other. One group was the Dark Elves, and the other group was also the Dark Elves. Chapter 1367. As a species whose appearance was once comparable to that of the Myrta people, the Dark Elves are also quite famous. And unlike the elegance and refinement of the silver-haired elves, their beauty is more reflected in mystery and wildness. Once upon a time, their figures were slender and agile, like cheetahs in the dark night, and every movement was smooth and rhythmic. They were generally tall, slender but powerful, like works of art carefully carved by the power of darkness. Their perfectly proportioned bodies were like flowing shadows in the darkness, seemingly erratic but full of substantial oppression. Of course, that was only in the past. Now, the once slender and agile figures have become twisted and weird, and their bones have been deformed under the erosion of the dark power, making their figures a little hunched, but they inadvertently exude a kind of evil tension. The original deep skin color has now been replaced by a more gloomy and decayed color, especially the eyeballs, which originally symbolized the darkness and depth of the universe, but now seem to be the evil devil's eyes burning with hellfire. On the other side of this group of corrupted Dark Elves, there are authentic Dark Elves, or dark mechanical bodies. They still have the aesthetics of the Dark Elves back then, agile, powerful, and full of mechanical sense. The external organs such as shoulders, hands, and eyes have been completely mechanized. The older generation of Dark Elves are still ashamed to show this mechanized appearance, but as the younger generation grows up, this kind of mechanical aesthetic will become more and more serious until it is completely mechanized. It seems that your species has been mechanized, but the emotional module has not been removed, Senior Engineer said softly. It needs to be transformed, but the transformation is not thorough. Evelyn, this idiot. Evelyn is the new generation, and the last generation of Dark Elf leaders. As an iron-blooded official from the military Shadow Department, her nickname Shadow Vampire is more widely circulated. By the way, this person is also a big shot with a high bounty ranking in the killer organization under the Thousand Faces. The leader who can publicly assassinate a civilization must have his backers behind the scenes, naturally another civilization force. The two Dark Elves were confronting each other, but they didn't fight after all. However, with the appearance of the former leader, the scene became noisy again, and many black-skinned machines even directly entered the armed mode, and their bodies became half mechanical and half energy states. Moreover, the energy flowing on the mechanical bodies is not ordinary energy, but standard dark energy. With this former leader brushing hatred, Gao Gong even had the time to brush a few probes, and found that all of them were elites above level 85, and there were even several guys at the maximum level. This is most likely not a mass-produced soldier in the Black Machinery Alliance, but an elite, or in other words, a spark of civilization. Just when the restlessness reached a peak, a young man and woman stood up. Although these two people were also black-skinned machines, there was no trace of mechanical components on their bodies, and their appearance had a deep temperament that black-skinned machines did not have. They looked more like biological bodies than mechanical bodies. They did not use any means, and the extreme emotions of the orphans of civilization immediately dissipated. Adjustment of emotion module parameters. This is really quite Dark Elf. According to the introduction of the black-skinned machine, the Dark Elves are not a citizen system, but a standard aristocratic system. The difference in authority between the upper and lower levels is huge. After the whole species has been transformed, the gap seems to be even greater. The young man and woman saw the former leader, was silent for a moment, and came to pay their respects. Lord Ragnar. The former leader's face with ravines and grooves showed a gloomy and cruel smile. Evelyn, that stinky bitch, really used public resources for private purposes. You two didn't carry out species mechanical transformation at all. In fact, we use a higher level of physical transformation technology, the male elf said calmly. Yes, no matter how much you use public resources for private purposes, you can't compare to you, sir, who polluted all the noble blood for the so-called higher evolution, the female elf said with gritted teeth. He also brought the Zerg Queen into our civilization, and completely destroyed our civilization. The most failed reformer, and the most powerful traitor, these two titles are quite suitable, the male elf's tone also turned cold. He? The former leader opened his mouth, revealing a mouthful of uneven teeth, staring at the two men with a terrifying look for a moment, staring at them for a while, making their faces pale slightly, as if they thought of the horror of this man in power. The Dark Elves. The name doesn't sound very bright. The former leader didn't seem to have any intention of whitewashing himself, pointing at Gao Gong and said, "Follow him. He will take you away from the pursuit of the Zerg army. After escaping, what you want to do is your business, and it has nothing to do with me. I have returned the favor to that old woman Evelyn." Seeing the two looking over, Gao Gong wanted to show a kind smile, but he was a mechanical body, so he had to give up. Who is he? Facing this mysterious mechanical life, the man and woman lost their superficial respect and seemed a little rebellious. "He can destroy all of you." The former leader's tone was more impatient. Gao Gong laughed, and the aura of the mecha frenzy was released in coordination. Suddenly, the shadows overlapped, and the terrifying pressure of the mechanical supreme suppressed all the mechanical bodies present. Including the two super second generations, who were not transformed much, they all had a creepy feeling. Needless to say, the following arrangements, and after showing their strength, this group of dark mechanical elves were also quite obedient. And the young man and woman, for some reason, quite trusted Lord Ragnar, the betrayer of civilization. Gao Gong also accepted the dimensional will of this dark energy subspace from the former leader, and took over all the assets here. You gain the loyalty of the 11th floor of the dark dimension, the leader reputation increases by 2,000, and the dark mechanical elf's favorability increases by 500. Respect. I know you have a lot of questions. Ask him. He knows me very well. Although the black-skinned mechanical was very happy to see his fellow tribesmen again, he really wanted to complain in front of everyone that he was not familiar with the other party. However, the senior engineer did not give him a chance to explain, and turned around and left the 11th floor of the dark dimension, appearing in the vacuum of the universe. Then he saw the former leader standing on a large meteorite. He asked a question. "In addition to the group of dark mechanical elves, will your men also follow me?" The former leader said lightly, "You have obtained so many treasures. It should not be difficult to use your means to help me expel the ascending evil power from them." Gao Gong smiled. "It is not difficult, but you are so troublesome. I originally came to give gifts, but I didn't expect that these troubles would come one after another." "What's the trouble?" "It's just a matter of going along the way. These space heritages, plus the civilization heritage of this group of dark elves, are they not enough to pay for the passage?" After gaining the loyalty of the 11th floor of the dark dimension, Gao Gong naturally understood that in addition to the millions of dark mechanical elves, there was also a large amount of civilization heritage, and even a cosmic treasure. Although it could not compare with the assets of Hiluapa in terms of quality and quantity, as the former dark leader said, a sum of money for going along the way was more than enough. Gao Gong asked curiously again, "I helped your men expel the ascending evil power, what about you?" Chapter 1368. Gao Gong could see that this person was the most seriously contaminated by the ascension evil force. Let's put it this way, if the evil force on the other person was extracted, at least 1/3 of the pseudocarbon-based fruit manufacturing needs could be met. The other person was indeed a former civilization leader, and he could survive under such abnormal pollution. The other person must have a lot of secrets. Although the former leader, Lord Ragnar, was very tempted, he finally shook his head. "If I am cured by you, I am afraid that person will be wary of me." Gao Gong magically understood what the other person meant, turned his head a few times, and asked curiously, "Then are you really going to get along with that Zerg queen? I see that you haven't turned into a Zerg yet?" Ragnar showed a weird smile. Gao Gong understood again that with the ascension evil force on him, even if he turned into a Zerg, it would consume a lot of blood and bones. Since he didn't do it when he was in good condition, he would not do it when the queen's injury was unknown. But then again, if the other party really became Zerg, then he would naturally run as far as he could, and would never hook up with the other party. Zerg-like species cannot betray the Zerg queen. Gao Gong touched his chin and smiled. "Your choice is really good. The Zerg civilization is now in full swing. If you really make a concerted effort to clean up all the civilizations of the anti-Zerg alliance, and use the resources of these civilizations to explode, there is even a certain probability that you will become the overlord of the entire galaxy, and it is not impossible to ascend to heaven." At this point, Gao Gong suddenly thought of something. It seems that he has not heard of any Zerg civilization that failed to ascend. Even those powerful Zerg civilizations recorded in the Civilization Council seem to have failed to ascend, either being beaten to death, or struck by lightning. Why is that? Seeing that the senior engineer was silent, Ragnar spoke. My subordinates have come to your side, and cannot return for a while. Please take care of them for me. I will tell you more information about the Zerg Queen. The senior engineer nodded. Ragnar thought about it, and decided to reveal a bombshell first. The Thousand Faces have surrendered. They have a large number of intelligence networks, and killer networks in the 5th star. With these help, the group of Matrix monsters may not be able to withstand it. The senior engineer was surprised. When he was communicating with the black skin machine before, he heard a very interesting piece of information, that is, the Thousand Faces set up underground organizations everywhere and trained elites. In fact, the real purpose is not to make money, but to insert people into other civilizations. However, this is a high-end customized service, which is basically only available to high-level civilizations. Hype has only heard of this rumor. This is really a mechanical civilization that takes an unconventional approach. It does not increase production capacity for no reason, but instead engages in assassination. This is not right. Although Gao Gong did not know that the Zerg Queen and the Thousand Faces had reached such a deal, he felt that the probability that both parties could completely trust each other was not high. What if a super killer civilization like the Thousand Faces tried to take the Queen away? Then the Zerg Queen of this generation would become a classic textbook for dealing with the Zerg, and a shameful version. Since they cannot trust each other, there is only one way: the civilization will become Zerg. This thing is actually a powerful weapon of Zerg civilization, second only to the shared Queen's authority. Gao Gong thought with a strange expression. Why does this subatomic Zerg Queen seem a bit green and inexperienced? Whether it is the Zergization of civilization or the shared Queen's authority, a large amount of Queen's authority is consumed, and this Queen's authority is a non-renewable resource. If it is used too much, it may even cause civil strife in the Zerg, which is a standard carbon-based magic skill. Is it necessary to be so anxious? Anyway, if he were the Queen, he would never do this. Of course, he can't be the Queen. If everything goes well, the Zerg civilization devours one civilization after another, and naturally it can rely on this way of constantly taking over to survive. But what if it gets awkward? Ragnar was in a complicated mood. Gao Gong silently pondered the situation. The atmosphere was quiet for a while. These two, one is an old driver, and the other is an even older old driver. Although it was only the second meeting, for some reason, the two sides had an indescribable tacit understanding. Of course, in terms of experience, the former leader of the Black Machine civilization had to suffer much more. Originally, he should have been the Black Glove of the Black Machine civilization, playing some tacit games and fake matches with the Black Machine civilization. Although the performance was like the real thing, when he saw the attitude of the descendants of the two civilization leaders, Gao Gong knew the true identity of the other party. But by chance, he was caught by the Zerg Queen. He had no choice but to make the fake play real. As a result, he played the Black Machine civilization to death. This is really a case of there being stronger people among the strong, and there are always better people among the weak. Gao Gong stayed in this space cemetery for more than 10 days, and the mechanical masters finally stopped with satisfaction. And those apprentices of the Gao family also had rosy faces, and they leveled up, ranging from 2 or 3 levels to 4 or 5 levels. It's still better to have your own baby. Although going out is to earn extra money, it is more for training these little gorillas. Once they are trained, the Zerg Queen and the anti-Zerg alliance will all be overturned one by one. Your Zerg's ability to make soldiers is very strong. So is my mechanized farming and warfare disadvantageous? You know, my camp is a super camp with 3 mechanical revolutions. As long as I am given a chance, I will unite with the Zerg Queen to wipe out those anti-Zerg alliances first. Hey, it seems that this is not impossible. Gao Gong stayed for more than 10 days, and the former leader left the next day. After all, he was worried about being suspected by the Zerg Queen. Once the Thousand Faces are successfully transformed, there will be not many high-level people who are qualified to be traitors. Before he left, he also warned very seriously that the Thousand Faces had too many spies in the Xingchuan, not only in the major interstellar forces, but also in different routes, and even smuggling routes. In other words, when they came, they were 100% discovered. It was just that the Thousand Faces was undergoing a civilization attribute transformation at that time, and had no time to deal with him. It was best to leave now. If you don't leave now, you may not be able to leave. Gao Gong thought to himself that your arrangement was really good, just stuck at this time point. Gao Gong didn't delay much, and didn't even confirm what good things these mechanical masters took from the battlefield. He put the people on the Star Destroyer, and ran away directly. And not long after he left, 2 figures appeared on the space battlefield. Have you confirmed it? The Fourth Order spaceship? Well, Maybe we caught a big fish. What evidence do you have? Haven't you heard of the name of the second Shrek? The man paused, then said, besides, I have an informant from a destroyed civilization. He has been sending me coordinates recently. The situation is very urgent. The other person was excited. No matter what, we have caught a big fish. Well, but there may be two. That would be the best. On the other side, Gao Gong didn't know that he was being remembered. He was happily thinking about his fourth boss panel task. In addition, after absorbing the 11th level of the Dark Dimension, Gao Gong's leader reputation officially exceeded 200,300. So, another leader task was refreshed. Chapter 1369. Boss Template Mission, Dimension Conquest. Leader Conquest. Difficulty, Unknown. Mission Brief. As an evolving interstellar leader, you should not only spread your glory in the material world, but also spread your ideas in the dimensional world. Mission Objective. Conquer or destroy more than 3 dimensions. Mission Reward. A boss panel. Is this a coincidence? Not really. After all, dimensional exploration is a must for a civilization with space attributes. And to make a breakthrough in space technology, you even have to conduct a dimensional expedition. Compared to the difficulty of dimensional exploration, it is actually more difficult to find a suitable new dimension. Although this kind of stable dimension is not as difficult to find as a parallel time and space, it is not so easy to find. But Gao Gong happened to have a magic weapon that can be used for dimensional exploration. Quantum Key, to be more precise, the second function of Quantum Key, Function 2, Space Key, can forcibly open a space door through the mutual conversion of quantum and space, which will lead to a special space coordinate, which may be a new energy dimension, or a nebula core, or even another time and space. The duration of the door depends on the injection intensity of space energy. Gao Gong originally planned to do dungeon brushing with this thing. But while brushing the dungeon, you can also help your boss do tasks. When the player was brushing the dungeon, he suddenly received a hidden task Dimension Conquest, which must be very happy. What a kind leader he is, he never forgets the players when doing the tasks. Compared with the previous template tasks, this time's tasks seem to be done by players. Is this the correct way to open the boss template? Mr. G, what kind of kindness are you talking about? The dark female elf Lunala asked curiously. Gao Gong shook his head, continued to talk to me about the dark dimension. I really want to know what kind of lethality your civilization weapons can achieve. Lunala was very smart and stopped asking. This dark subspace is called the 11th layer of the dark dimension. Since there are 11 layers, there are naturally the first 10 layers. According to the daughter of the civilization leader, in theory, there are 1,000 layers of the dark dimension, and this 1,000-layer dark dimension is the civilization-killing weapon of the Black Machinery Alliance. This was originally the ultimate secret of the Black Machinery civilization, the kind that the leaker wanted to erase from the genetic level, but the Black Machinery Alliance is gone, so there is no need to hide the civilization secret. Especially for a long time, these dark elves have to live under someone else's roof, so this kind of leak can also be regarded as a kind of flattery. According to this Lunara, the dark elves have mastered a method of creating a subspace, which is to transform the free dark matter in the universe to create a subspace with dark energy properties. Since these subspaces are created with the same technology, when fighting against a powerful enemy, they can even overlap space and create the opposite of space-time turbulence, that is, space-time overlap. When the Zerg Queen entered the Black Machine planet, she was severely injured by this time and space overlap. After all, this is equivalent to an entire parallel time and space overlapping the flesh of the target. Even if the Zerg Queen is born with the characteristics of a primary undead leader, this is also a very cruel move. Mother told us that she gave a part of the Queen's body that was sealed to the top leaders of the Anti-Zerg Alliance, but it is unclear whether this top leader escaped from the pursuit of the Zerg army. Interesting. Gao Gong made a summary. The interesting point is not that the Zerg Queen was sealed, but that the civilization weapon of a mechanical civilization is actually a super space technology. Although it is known that the Dark Elves before the transformation are born with the talent of close to dark energy, it is still rare to be able to do this. Sure enough, any civilization should not be underestimated, and any civilization weapon has unexpected effects. Gao Gong left this dimension again. You said too much, Lunala, said Aaron, who is also a descendant of the civilization leader, with a frown. Brother, we will have to live under someone else's roof for quite a long time. I don't think it's a bad thing to make friends with others by trading these secrets. Lunala said calmly. Really? What if the other party wants us to hand over the dark dimension forging technology? Brother, will Ragnar hand us over to such a person? You are too naive, sister. Any top strongman who is committed to the development of civilization will not give up the pursuit of civilization power. Then let's trade it. Lunala shrugged and said, do you really think that we can revive civilization? Or do you want to be a puppet of other civilizations? Lunala thought that since the Black Mashiri Alliance had perished, their current status might not be comparable to that of top interstellar powerhouses like Mr. G, and Alone was obviously more ambitious. The two parted unhappily. Alone soon found one of his mother's confidants, who was also a top agent of the Shadow Department. Keep an eye on my sister, and don't let her do anything stupid. The dark mechanical elf nodded silently. But just after Alone left, the Shadow agent gently turned his mechanical fingers, and a trace of special energy fluctuations overflowed from its fingertips, and fell into the dark dimension. This energy fluctuation was like a feather touching the face of the dimensional will, which would make the dimensional will adjust spontaneously. And this adjustment, under the search of the faceless technology, became a positioning coordinate. And Gao Gong was looking at the mechanical masters with a look of astonishment at this time. You didn't take anything? Of course not. What's so good about that pile of scrap metal? A mechanical master said confidently. We are mechanics. Don't worry, Boss G. As long as you give us some time, I will build all the mechanical weapons on the battlefield for you. Yes, I have completely recorded the mechanical codes of those matrices. Don't worry, Boss G. I will definitely restore you to that battlefield-level matrix. Boss G, just wait for your happiness. This group of mechanical masters felt that this trip was really worthwhile. They not only studied Boss G, but also studied bugs and matrix technology. Now it's time to build something. These mechanical masters enthusiastically invested in the technology deduction. This is a very interesting game for them. As for Gao Gong himself, except for feeling that he was fed a big pie, he didn't gain anything. It seems that you have been doing this for a while. You better come up with something for me, otherwise I will complain to Director Du. When Engineer Gao was angrily thinking about how to write a short essay, his trouser legs were pulled by someone. He looked down and saw a little Loli staring at him with big beautiful eyes. As expected, it is a face that I pinched myself. It is beautiful. Special edition of the Rich Woman Love Series Lolita Control version. What do you want? Engineer Gao held the other person on his lap and asked gently. This little guy named Gao Lily is a super genius with 5 templates. Boss, we got a lot of good things for you, the little Loli said with a face full of treasures. Chapter 1370. Although they are two sides of the same coin, when Gao Gong's mechanical body went to the 5th star, Gao Gong's main body, or biological body, was actually vague in perception. He could vaguely feel what the other party had encountered, but the specific plot would only be clear when the other half came back. But this state is not a dual personality in the general sense. If you have to say, for the mechanical body/biological body, the other half is like anesthetized and circumcised. There is a little perception, but not much. This state is not all bad. Because in this way, Gao Gong can upgrade Pang Xiang and Huang Yuanli with peace of mind. The process is like this. Huang Yuanli first strengthened Pang Xiang's wetware bloodline to the top level of the 3rd level through radiating blood. Then implant the 4th level wetware. It is easier to upgrade Huang Yuanli, because the tree spirit on this planet can configure itself and choose the appropriate biological plugin. It was a bit difficult to upgrade Pang Xiang, and he even failed several times. The most serious one was that even the biological clone exploded, and Pang Xiang had to rely on the Gao family ancestral hall to reconstruct his consciousness. The reason is not complicated. A 2nd-level prosthetic doctor performed surgery on a 3rd-level organism and implanted 4th-level wetware. It would be strange if the success rate was not low. The reason is that the level of the secondary job is too low. In the game cyber world, whether it is the main job or the secondary job, it can actually be upgraded through the improvement of the camp technology tree. For example, a 2nd-level cyber hacker can naturally have a 3rd-level cyber hacker under the star network system. Of course, the 3rd-order virus and 3rd-order skills of cyber hackers have to be developed by yourself. This is also the reason why many players change their jobs. But no matter what, it is feasible to upgrade the profession under the same system. The reason why his deputy job of cyborg doctor has not been upgraded is largely because there is only a 3rd-order mechanical technology tree in the camp, but no 3rd-order biological technology tree. For a profession like cyborg doctor, whether it is to implant mechanical prostheses into biological bodies, or to implant biological prostheses into mechanical bodies, both sides need professional knowledge and systems. If it is a virtual plugin, such as a network implantation warehouse, virtual technology is also required. And there is no 3rd-order biological knowledge in the camp. The reason why the operation was successful was not because of the flash of inspiration of the senior engineer, but because of the two top-equipped biological computers. That is, he and Huang Yuanli performed genetic data calculations to ensure that every cut can increase the success rate of implantation. So it was successful in the end. And the normal professional system is universal. The strength of a civilization is actually proportional to how many occupations of the same level it can provide. If I ask you to develop civilization, how long will it take for you to point out the third-level radiation civilization? After the operation was completed, Senior Engineer asked Huang Yuanli casually. Me civilization? Huang Yuanli was stunned, and soon entered the calculation mode of the planetary computer, and quickly came to a conclusion. Well, according to the calculation, it will take 120 planetary years to enlighten all radiation species, and 341. Senior Engineer knew there was no hope after just hearing the beginning. Then he looked at the wise face of the other party. If this guy becomes the leader of civilization, he will 10,000% fail to select any leader blessing characteristics. Is there any problem with your main body? Gao Gong asked again. No problem, there is a resource planet absorbing energy. I feel that when my main body wakes up, it will be stronger than any previous period, including the Cyber Tide period. Huang Yuanli is full of confidence. Gao Gong nodded, and looked at Fat Xiang, who was repairing in the repair chamber after the operation. Even through several layers of defense, he can feel the terrifying biological energy in the other party's body. It is similar to his own biological body, with a guaranteed biological capacity of 100 million, and has the ability to explode. After all, Gao Gong has replaced all the biological hardware on the other party, and the number of fourth-level biological plugins in the other party's body is more than 10. In other words, in the third level, the physical potential that the other party can exert is destined to be only a small part. After all, the Wetware civilization where Hiluapa is located is the most powerful one among the fourth-level ascending civilizations, and belongs to the level of touching the corner of the fifth-level ascending field. Pulling Matsushima Keiko's twin ponytails, she diverted her hateful eyes. During the previous operation, Pang Xiang was killed on the spot several times. This guy almost wanted to fight with himself. Fortunately, Pang Xiang's will is strong enough, otherwise this operation can't be done. Gao Gong sighed. Although he has a lot of resurrection tricks, if the operator can't bear it, and his consciousness collapses, then he can't do anything. Facts have proved that the other party is worthy of being the inheritor of 2 generations of old hunters. In terms of will, there is nothing to say. You should also report to the 3rd generation Mother City. You are needed to preside over there. Gao Gong looked at Daisala, who nodded silently. No matter who the opponent is next, it will be a civilization war level. He needs the intelligence network of the camp, and the spy network will also reach the war level. The coordinates of the 3rd generation Mother City are no longer a certain planet, but a space fortress equipped with a planetary computer. The top-level 3rd-level building blueprints of the space fortress are not even brushed out by Gao Gong himself, but designed by several mechanical masters. It is said that Director Du personally said that several mechanical masters are full of energy. If you want to bet on this level of special blueprints, Gao Gong thinks that it will not work without tens of billions of experience. As for Director Du's big survey, it is also nearing the end, and as for her next stage of mechanical plan, to put it simply, 1,000 planetary hosts, and 100 planetary trees. At present, the camp has explored less than 1,000 planets. However, after Gao Gong carefully scanned the plan, he suddenly found that it was not impossible. The Cybertron Legion he controls is a 3rd-level force on the surface, but in reality, it is a 3rd-level civilization disguised as a 3rd-level force. The Legion technology, which is most of the 3rd-level mechanic technology tree, will definitely exceed everyone's expectations once it explodes. This is also the conclusion she came to after obtaining all the knowledge and information provided by the senior engineer. If the production capacity is really insufficient, can we directly transform the entire species and the entire civilization into mechanical cans? National policy. Mechanical slaves. This is Director Du's idea. So, I am the pure one. Then you will take care of Fat Xiang. Keiko Matsushima nodded without looking back. The senior engineer told the other party that after Fat Xiang wakes up, he should come over to debug the organism, and suddenly his heart was throbbing. This throbbing comes from the blood, and it is the blood of the war madman. And in this place, there are not many items that can cause this kind of throbbing. With a flash of his footsteps, Gao Gong appeared in the biological island in the center of the 4th Order spaceship, and came to the room where the cosmic treasure, the Wet River branch, was placed. At this time, the Wet River had already entered the repair mode of Function 1. Bubbles were bubbling on the surface of the river, and these small bubbles were nothing but HeLa cells that had been genetically edited. HeLa cells had broken through the upper limit of lifespan, and the modified HeLa cells could prolong life. In other words, repair the durability of equipment. In the whirlpool in the center of the river, the Horus combat boots were placed. Chapter 1371. On the system panel, the two attributes of this black technology biological equipment fluctuate greatly. One is durability, and the other is damage rate. Especially the latter, which often drops below 10%. And from the naked eye, the surface of this boot has already appeared dense cracks, not gaps in the conventional sense, but more like a bloody wound with a knife, and the bloodstains have not healed. This shows that this equipment has evolved to a very dangerous juncture. In fact, if there is no cosmic treasure with repair properties, the evolution will most likely fail. Too anxious. Gao Gong frowned at this scene. Ideally, the opponent's damage rate reaches 0, and then he implants several 4th-level biological plugins with suitable attributes into it, and completes the upgrade in this state. After all, Gao Gong knows that there is no bloodline of kings in this biological equipment. But for a war maniac, once he gets too excited, life and death, life and so on, are all trivial matters. The most important thing is to be happy. Evolution is very happy. The more painful, the faster. Do you want my help? Huang Yuanli also rushed over, and couldn't help asking. I'm afraid you can't help with this. Huang Yuanli was able to help Pang Xiang implant the plugin. A big reason is that Pang Xiang also has radiation blood, and all the old hunter wetware on Pang Xiang has radiation factors. But the Horus bloodline is a standard war maniac. If the two different bloodlines fight again, this equipment will basically be finished. Then there is no hope. Huang Yuanli felt a little regretful. In her opinion, this boot is a pretty good equipment. Not entirely. Gao Gong raised his head and thought about it, and thought of one thing. This thing was told to him by this broken boots when he was bragging to him. It was probably about two war-crazed civilizations, the Horus kings and the Nock family fighting each other. The Nock family used the beauty trap and left a group of female family members behind, and then the kings enjoyed the spoils. The most exciting thing came, because the bloodline factor of the Nock family was special, causing all the male kings of this generation to get pregnant. The key point was that it was not the female slaves who got pregnant, but the kings who got pregnant. Then the two families reconciled. There was no way, after all, the next generation of kings had the bloodline of the Nock family. Even many of the descendants, who absorbed the bloodline of the kings, went back to inherit the position of the patriarch of the Nock family. A genius design. So you also want to evolve and conceive? Gao Gong muttered to himself, and quickly entered the Nock's hand mode. His two arms were like black pillars with hundreds of dragons and snakes coiled around them, and he activated the family blood at the same time. Boss template, Nock's hand. Family blood. Every blood of the war-mad civilization has the potential to kill gods and demons. Try to activate it, and you will have more family authority. The black blood, like magma, dyed the surrounding space red, and covered the sky above the wet river branch. Sure enough, the two war-mad bloodlines began to merge. The phantoms of two carbon-based demon gods appeared above the biological island. A terrifying existence that exuded a dark purple evil light, as if it had crawled out from the bottom of the endless abyss. A figure with disheveled hair and a white bone crown on his head, from the gun handle at the spine joint to the knife handle at the elbow joint, every protruding joint part was a fierce biological weapon. The two demonic shadows began to merge. To be more precise, the Bone King among the Horus kings began to absorb the Nock bloodline. There seemed to be the bloodline factor of the kings in the Nock family bloodline. After all, he was the surrogate father. After absorbing the authentic bloodline of the kings, the image of the Bone King became more and more real. At the same time, in the system panel, the original evolution became 1%, 2%, 3%, 4%, 5%. The original combat boots also began to decompose, the boots exploded, the top of the boots began to crack, and the entire appearance began to ossify. Then this Horus combat boot gradually turned into the shape of a fingerless glove, and the surface of the glove had a pattern of a biological engine. Although Gao Gong himself did not have athlete's foot, the evolution of boots into gloves was somewhat abstract. Cough, 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 vomit. A tongue suddenly spit out from the palm of one of the gloves, plus a large pool of blood. Hee hee, I finally saw the shadow of the kings. So that's it. This mouth made a wow sound, and spit out a ball of black light. As soon as this ball of black light came out, whether it was Gao Gong or Huang Yuanli, or the wet river branch under their feet, or even this biological island, there was an indescribable tremor and shiver. It was as if some natural killer was born. Gao Gong felt that there seemed to be something more in the war-mad blood in his body. But his attention was all attracted by this ball of black light. He had an extremely familiar feeling. He naturally knew what this thing was. Ultimate destruction mark. But this familiar feeling, Gao Gong waved and took it. Then at the same moment of acceptance, with Gao Gong's palm as the core, a large number of cracks spread from the palm to the arm, and then from the arm to the whole body. Go, are you okay? In Huang Yuanli's perception, Gao Gong's life breath dropped to 0 at once. Nothing, how about you try? Gao Gong played with the mark for a moment, and threw it over. Huang Yuanli took it subconsciously, and then felt her body fall into a cold deep pool. All concepts related to life, consciousness, memory, soul, and thinking, all soaked and scattered. The same cracks appeared on this clone, and also on the main body of the long-legged whale Alpha. The impact on the main body is much greater. It even attracted the attention of the surrounding players. Oh my god, what happened to this tree? Is it having a seizure? It seems that my old graphics card can't hold on any longer. Down? Dead? However, this phenomenon of withering trees only lasted for a moment before returning to normal. The reason is very simple. Huang Yuanli's clone threw the thing back and said horribly, "What the hell, I saw the withering and destruction of all radioactive species, and I even saw your death. This shows that your perception is correct." Name, Ultimate Destruction Mark. Category, Ascension Item. Remarks, ascension of the destroyed civilization starts with self-destruction. Do you want to try it? Sure enough. Senior engineer muttered to himself. This shows that his speculation is correct. The Horus Kings finally chose the route of destroying civilization. Through self-destruction and species destruction, civilization ascends. This is probably the simplest way to ascend with the lowest success rate. But once the ascension is successful, even among the ascended civilizations, the destruction of civilization is quite fierce, and the deterrent power is second only to natural disasters, and it also comes with a blacklist of the Civilization Council. So did they succeed or fail? Gao Gong asked with interest. From black technology to cross-civilization. This glove obviously saw something. The kings fell in the ultimate destruction, which is a great ending. The glove said sincerely. This is very war-crazy. Yes, they almost succeeded in ascension, which is too terrible, Gao Gong complained. Put it on me. Let me see your feel and properties. Forget it, you should wash it first. Why? Horus Glove wondered. The smell is too strong. Didn't you vomit blood just now? Oh, it's really troublesome. Horus Glove quickly washed it back and put it on. It's broken. I forgot to wash it when I was doing handwork before. Chapter 1372. Faced with Gao Gong's dirty talk, the newly promoted Horus Evolution Gloves did not play according to common sense. Instead, he thought seriously and said, "That's right, I can feel the blood you just injected. Maybe you are pregnant with offspring, so you can't control your desire. In our Horus bloodline, the desire in the process of pregnancy is infinitely magnified." Faced with Huang Yuanli's expression of holding back laughter, Gao Gong's mouth twitched. "Thank you, I don't. No. From your genetic level, I feel that you have traces of offspring inheritance. Well, I just don't want to have a second child. If the Little Red Queen is considered the first child. So in fact, I am also a young woman? A young man? A young woman with a baby? So exciting?" Gao Gong suddenly figured out something. No wonder after he crossed over, even if he didn't sell books, he was still so popular with rich women. Chao Zai's special supply, how exciting. While thinking this, Gao Gong also expressed this point of view, trying to communicate with the two present to confirm it. Huang Yuanli. She suddenly felt a little tired. Nothing, I go back first. What are you going back for? You can only rest for a while. After Director Du's first phase of the mechanical plan is released, this guy will die. I'm going back to prepare for the billionth birth. Oh, I almost forgot, in terms of species cultivation and production, this one is the real big boss. She gave birth to an entire race. Awesome, I give you the camp title of Mother of the Planet when I go back. After one person and one equipment successfully angered the other party away, Engineer Gao had time to open the properties of the new equipment. Name, Horus Evolution Gloves. Category, External Biological Organs. Rank, Level 3 Epic Making, Cross-Civilization, Basic Attributes, Horus Royal Family Transformation, 100%, Function 1, after activating the gloves, transform into one of the Horus Kings. Function 2, Lightspeed Combat. Function 3, Space-Time Transformation. Function 4, Destroy Magnetic Field. Cross-civilization function 1. Evolution engine. Cross-civilization function 2. Question mark. Remarks. The power of cross-civilization equipment is because it has the power of cross-civilization, but its danger is also because of its power. The system's remarks are a bit confusing, but senior engineer still understands it. The attributes of cross-civilization equipment are already the limit, or ceiling, that this civilization can develop under the current technology tree. Even half of the hand has touched the ceiling. So it is very powerful. But it is uncontrollable because of this. Because it has crossed the level. So there is another saying about cross-civilization equipment, pseudo-ascension equipment. After the equipment is upgraded, the previously activated functions are fixed. The only additional one is the incarnation of Horus Kings. Is the ability of incarnation of kings fixed to a certain Horus King? The chance of incarnation of Bone King is higher, but it is not certain, because the kings have the habit of sharing spoils. What one king enjoys, all the kings share. Isn't it just a silver party? It's so righteous. Gao Gong silently complained. Gao Gong silently clicked on the newly added cross-civilization function. Evolution engine. The limit of the War Maniac bloodline is unlimited. It can target a certain part of the carbon-based flesh and infinitely strengthen it, and even infinitely strengthen all the functions of the flesh. This is the winning weapon of the kings in the Battle of the Void. Note, but be careful, the number of kings who died in battle is far less than the number of kings who self-destructed. Infinite strengthening. This function is indeed quite abnormal, but the old driver Gao Gong can see at a glance that the so-called infinite strengthening is essentially infinite self-mutilation, and it is not the kind of self-mutilation that loses arms and legs, but self-mutilation at the genetic level and carbon-based level. No wonder Zhang Kuang chose destruction in the end. In a sense, when the kings chose this way to conquer the void, they had already cut off the conventional ascension mode. Disabled species, no matter what kind of disabled they are difficult to ascend. Because before carbon-based species ascend, they must ensure that two places are intact, one at the genetic level and the other at the carbon-based level. If these two directions are destroyed, it seems that they can only take the route of destruction. Destruction civilization does not care whether you are complete or not, anyway, it will eventually be destroyed. This is true. If Gao Gong didn't have a fully equipped biological computer that could accurately measure the performance of every part of the body and its overdraft space, he wouldn't dare to use this function. However, it seems that there is something that matches this ability very well. Gao Gong suddenly thought of the fusion gene he decomposed from the old master. 2 5th-level ones and 1 6th-level one. This seems to be possible. They are not afraid of consumption. After all, this thing itself is a consumable. So, I can temporarily play the role of an ascended species, although considering the upper limit of the equipment level, I can only play the role of a 4th-level species at most. But the 4th-level ascension is also an ascended species. Outsiders, or civilizations without ascension, it is difficult to imagine the power of ascended species. The gap between the two sides is not the gap of one level, but the gap between an ant and an elephant. I never thought that I would enjoy the ascended combat power in advance. The universe is so big that there are really all kinds of things. Gao Gong thought silently. In his previous life, he would never believe that there were actually 3rd-level species that could transform into ascended species. He asked the gloves about the second cross-civilization function. I don't know, but I have a vague feeling that it needs to be used with the ultimate destruction mark. Oh, then it must not be used. Cross-civilization plus ultimate mark. That is 100% related to the ascension of the destruction attribute. Maybe it is to enjoy the state of the destruction of the kings in advance. He Gao has a bright future, so there is no need to do this. The power of the fusion civilization must also be far greater than the destruction civilization. Gloves didn't know what Gao Gong was thinking, but said excitedly, "You and I will cooperate, use the blood of the kings to control the ultimate destruction mark, and we can completely break that little needle." Gao Gong didn't doubt that with the help of the upgraded destructive power, it was indeed possible to destroy the cosmic treasure. Gao Gong touched his chin and said, "I suddenly have a bold idea." "I like bold ideas," said Gloves. Gao Gong summoned the Lion Long halberd and looked at the erasing needle on the halberd. "Instead of destroying, it's better to create. What do you think if I recast these two cosmic treasures and add the characteristics of the erasing needle to my halberd? After all, the erasing needle has a bug-like feature that erases all the attributes of an equipment, including its own attributes. With the attack strength of the Lion Long halberd, it is absolutely impossible to block it with the flesh alone. If Gao Gong suddenly banned the opponent's important equipment at a critical moment in a battle with a powerful enemy, or in a civilization war, ban the enemy's civilization weapons, This has a greater effect and can definitely make a comeback. Under normal circumstances, this kind of creation is impossible, even if Gao Gong is a level 90 mechanic. Even if there is a space fluid purifier, he can't do this. Because creation means destruction, Gao Gong is not capable of destroying the basic structure of two cosmic treasures. But with the ultimate destruction mark, this kind of destruction is possible. After destruction, it is creation. Gao Gong thinks he has to find a few mechanical masters to study. Creating new cosmic treasures, these mechanical masters will definitely be interested. Hey, what's the matter with this sense of deja vu? It seems that I did the same thing in the 5th Star Xian. Chapter 1373. Don't be fooled by the fact that these mechanical masters have a lot of experience and have participated in countless top civilization projects, such as 3rd level and 4th level buildings. But Gao Gong can be sure that none of them has ever built a cosmic treasure. The reason is simple. To build a cosmic treasure, you need to rely on the power of ascension. Of course, you can also simulate the power of ascension in some way. But this difficulty is like collecting carbon-based fruits and forming a god system when you are at the 3rd level. Theoretically, this can be done, but in theory, you also have the possibility of winning the lottery. Huh? It seems that I have done both of these things. Awesome. Even Gao Gong himself couldn't help but praise that his start in this life was indeed a bit explosive. He quickly focused his attention on another place. When he just upgraded the glove bloodline, he felt something fall into his body. Although it is probably not a bad thing, Gao Gong is also worried about having a second child. Boss template changed. Knock hand promoted to Knock Patriarch. Boss template. Knock Patriarch released. Knock arms. Flesh nokization. Basic attributes: strength, agility, endurance, intelligence, perception plus 10,000. Automatically master all 3rd level combat skills of the Knock family. Family bloodline. Activate all Knock family bloodlines. Void affinity plus 5,000%. Energy affinity plus 5,000%. The body has the ability to pull dimensions. Family blood. Every bloodline of the war-mad civilization has the potential to kill gods and demons. Try to activate it, and you will have the authority of different families. Family members. Unseal develop family members. Develop a real family system, and gain the blessing of family power. Family authority. Sealed. The real family authority is the ascension of the whole family. As Gao Gong activated this boss template, for a time, the entire Alpha Mother planet was covered with dark clouds, and there were even signs of space tearing in the dark clouds. The Knock family is a war-crazy family, and it is a relatively rare space bloodline owner among the war-crazy families. And where the Halupo spacecraft was parked, Gao Gong slowly opened his eyes. There was no change in his body, or in other words, he became the Patriarch, and he himself was a war-crazy, and any form was the final form of the war-crazy. And in the biological computer, the download was also completed. 3,000 3rd level combat skills, 10 race-long forms. It turns out that the boss template has a second stage. Among Gao Gong's 7 boss templates, this template has the greatest blessing on combat power. It can even be said that the other 6 templates combined into one, in terms of combat power, are not as powerful as this one. Although there is no difference in the rank of the boss template, the effects of the templates obtained in different periods and different tasks are very different. The key is that Gao Gong himself also knew for the first time that the boss template has a second stage. As a player in his previous life, he had never used this thing. After activating the second stage template, Gao Gong's bioenergy was refreshed to 100 million. Of course, 100 million bioenergy is only the upper limit of the 3rd level. Like Pang Xiang, he can also make a breakthrough. And it feels like this kind of breakthrough is easy. So, many of the boss templates of those civilization leaders are actually in the second stage? I was wondering why those old guys are so strong. So, the civilization war between the two war-mad civilizations back then was actually a breakthrough war? Just like the classic plot of martial arts novels, two peerless masters, who have reached the end of their cultivation, make a life and death game somewhere, to seek the final breakthrough. Boots? Oh no, gloves are just an item after all, and their field of vision is very limited. They can only see silver, but as early as several previous civilization wars, this kind of war-mad blood exchange and genetic confrontation had already begun. And on this boss template, in addition to the comprehensive enhancement of the 3 functions that had already existed before, there are 2 more functions: family members and family authority. Family authority, needless to say, in the direction of biological civilization, Gao Gong did not intend to take the ascension route of the war-mad civilization. As for family members, they can inherit the war-mad ability and blood of the war-mad. similar to the Gao family ancestral hall. This made Gao Gong think of a possibility. Could he pass on these bloodlines to some of the Orgrimmar people and reorganize the Doom Hammer? Although the Gao family has a strong talent for mechanics, in addition to the mechanic talent, it seems that they also have a strong talent for combat. Especially compared with these two families, they are the ones who destroyed civilizations and ascended successfully. This level of talent cannot be wasted. How about trying it out first and forming a Doomhammer interest group? Gao Gong thought this was a big deal. Just when Gao Gong's two parts had a lot of plans to arrange, a piece of information was transmitted, which made the mechanical body/organic body's eyes light up at the same time. It's finally here, the last link of the 9th universe mission, Ultimate Liberation, or the so-called System Truth. Sister G's group finally killed to the headquarters planet of the Liberation Society. It's finally here. For Gao Gong, this is a question he is very interested in. And for the players, this is more important, which will determine whether someone will kin the players. Of course, for Sister G's group, it is to finally complete the task to the last link. Clean up the branches of the Liberation Society everywhere, some are even in other stars. For the current players, it is indeed a long journey. But the journey will eventually end, and it ends with the destruction of an interstellar force. Whether it is Sister G, Brother Umbrella, or the airplane with a big change of mind, they have to admit a fact. Whether it is a one-on-one fight or a group fight, they may not be able to beat the Jiachuohui cadres. Currently, there are only a few people such as Feiji and Sange who can single-handedly brush the 80-level cadres with boss templates. The rest can only brush the grassroots members of Jiachuohui. But the problem is that this game is too real. If you can't beat them, you can run away. Orbital bombardment is still effective. At first, Baozi only transferred starships from his mechanical city, but later found that even if Baozi was as financially strong as Baozi, the number of starships in his hands was not enough to cover a planet. It was too late to call for more people. Sister G had not returned to the camp for many years, and her connections were somewhat insufficient. And this was her mission after all, and it was not appropriate to always ask for help. But later a group of players took the initiative to contact her, offering free help, without compensation, and even without lunch boxes. They claimed to be optimistic, positive, united, friendly, helping each other, gentle and kind, Peace Society player group. A club that is keen on developing a series of healthy hobbies such as orbital bombing, genocide, edible species development, human cannons, etc. The latest hot project is biological cans. According to them, this is an excellent renewable resource technology. It is not simply to put people into cans, but to fully stimulate the biological energy of this biological can through the development of human potential activation methods. It is said that the power generation of a third-level biological can is comparable to that of a large-scale power plant. Some people even calculated that they don't need too many, only 10 million third-level biological cans are enough to equal a Dyson sphere. Gia felt that it was a waste of talent for these people to join the camp, and they should join the Liberation Society. It just happened to swap positions with her. Chapter 1374. Change camp? Why do you want to change camp? Whose camp is better welfare and treatment than ours? One of the administrators in the P Club player group, Rebels Everywhere, said in surprise. I am loyal to our boss G, absolutely loyal. There is only one son in my heart. Gia said speechlessly, I think you can better exert your potential in the Liberation Society. Who would join such a hopeless force? Are there third-level equipment for sale? Are there third-level professional transfers? Are there soldiers recruited? Can fleets be formed? There is nothing. Why should I join? Rebels Everywhere said in surprise. In this day and age, will anyone join an interstellar force with no potential? Said another P Club player. Aren't they just waiting to be bombed by orbit? Said another P Club player. Although these people are crazy, their brains are not stupid at all. It started. Prepare for bombing. Sister G could hear the excited rubbing of hands of a bunch of Peace Society players on the public channel. Soon, one starship after another entered the orbit of the target planet. On the ship, huge turbolaser cannons slowly adjusted their angles, and the muzzles gradually condensed into dazzling white energy balls. The surrounding space was slightly distorted due to the high compression of energy. Not all interstellar forces have orbital defenses, especially underground organizations like the Jiatua Society. As long as they build a space defense network outside the planet, they will be detected by civilization 100%. Without orbital defense, this planet is basically defenseless. Soon, in the atmosphere of the planet, the laser beam rubbed violently with the air, producing dazzling flames and deafening roars. Then, the laser beam hit the target accurately, and the energy released instantly was equivalent to the simultaneous explosion of tens of millions of tons of TNT explosives. A huge mushroom cloud rose from the ground, and the hot air waves swept around with overwhelming force. On the ground, the city was razed to the ground in an instant, and the third-level buildings collapsed like playing cards. Some anti-ship weapons were named one by one before they entered the counterattack mode. Countless dazzling spears of light poured down from the dark space and landed accurately on the weapon's strike points. This starship control skill is at least at the level of an expert. Is it so awesome? Sister G was a little surprised. During the period when you left, the big version was called the starship version. At that time, the players who could kill monsters in batches were not only starship pilots. Brother Umbrella sighed, as if thinking of the painful experience of not being able to kill monsters at all. In the 3 planetary defense battles and the Alpha Civilization Conquest War, at least half of the players could only watch the CG, and the only profession that could kill monsters to death was the starship pilot. And for some unknown reason, this group of Peace Society players are quite talented in this aspect. Although they are relatively weak in other aspects, they are all veterans in spaceship driving skills. So the level of this group of people is generally very high, often starting at level 80. Where does this group of people get the money? Sister G asked puzzledly. You know, starships are very expensive. Even if you can redeem them with faction points, the starting price is 10 million, and there is no upper limit. Do these people have such a strong ability to make money? Many people looked at Bowsy. When it comes to making money, this one is a master. Well, the business this group of people does is very profitable: species smuggling, arms trading, part-time star pirates, genetic modification, extinction campaigns. This group of people has a good relationship with some planetary governors, and the planetary governors like to use them for some private work. Bowsy touched his chin and said playfully, half of the reputation of the faction Scourge Legion was earned by them. Sister G felt the tension of the former wave being chased by the latter wave. This group of people seemed to be even more perverted than the classical terrorist organizations such as the Liberation Society. These guys who are more terrifying than terrorist organizations should be hung on the wall. Sister G was indignant, and felt that her hard days of hiding here and there over the years were in vain. Why aren't they wanted? Because this is a civilized behavior, not a terrorist behavior, said the eldest brother Hui suddenly. How many people will be killed by the Observer civilization to wipe out the Orgrimmar people? How many people will die if the Myrda people succeed in suppressing the Alpha civilization? The 1,000 faces hid inside the symbiote civilization. Just by showing up, they wiped out a civilization. How many people will die? This is not in the units of 100 million, but in the units of 10 billion. Although players may not know the truth about these things, combined with various rumors in the interstellar world, they actually have a vague feeling. Compared with a small organization like the Jiatua Society, which can easily liberate a planet, which one is more efficient? It's either a terrorist act or a civilized act. The reverse is also true. It's already civilized, Sister G sighed. She felt that she had missed a very strong period of rising camp. I'm afraid there will be no such good opportunity next time. Let's go down. Didn't the Jiatua Society fight back? Didn't it get blown up before it even took off? Are there any special signal fluctuations? Someone looked at the PP leader. The PP leader silently shook her head. In her eyes, there was a virtual model of the entire planet, even accurate to the coordinates of the leader of the Jiatua Society. But there was no special signal. Then we will go down, you continue to monitor. Bowsy was also itching, although he seemed to have a strange buff called the Law of Death on the battlefield. But after running such a long-term mission for so long, he always felt that something was missing if he didn't see the boss in person. But he was still afraid of death. After hesitating for a long time, he summoned a clone and asked PP Leader to help him temporarily transfer his consciousness, so that even if he died, the loss would not be great. PP Leader still stayed on the starship and continued to monitor the planet. But in fact, she had built a temporary virtual network on this planet, and a large number of virtual PP Leaders had appeared in every corner of the planet. One person became a million. It seems that Unikiller combined with Starnet technology, and his subsequent career development was very smooth. What is this called? Skynet Killer, right? PP Leader was startled by the sudden sound. Looking back, he saw the image of a peerless virtual boy appearing on the mirror of his third-level implant warehouse. Boss? Well, how do you feel? Asked the boy with interest. The PP Leader breathed a sigh of relief and explained, the effect is very good. It can already complete the monitoring coverage of an entire planet. At least in terms of monitoring, it can really rival the planet host. In addition, 3 enhanced skills have been added. As an old man, the PP leader has long known that his boss is a bit smart. He can basically understand the jargon of players that ordinary NPCs can't understand. Sometimes, he even feels that the other party is more of a player than the player. Gao Gong listened silently. Cyber killers belonged to special troops in the cyber test field period, but in the interstellar era, the computing power of cyber killers was not enough. After all, in the planetary era, a planet is equivalent to a mechanical city in those days. So Gao Gong asked his sister to combine StarNet technology and develop 3 levels of cyber killers based on the original 5 levels of killers. And Skynet killers are cyber killers at this stage. The basic function of this Skynet killer is to complete the monitoring coverage of a planet. Chapter 1375. In the interstellar era, planetary computing power is no longer new, and it is not even considered powerful. Otherwise, Director Du would not have built 1,000 planetary computers at once. And this is only the first stage. The first stage is just a beginning. Gao Gong knows that Director Du's real goal is to build a galaxy computer. This fourth-order space supercomputer is the real computing power giant. Without the technology tree of carbon-based civilization, the galaxy computer on the biological side cannot be built. But this does not mean that the galaxy computer on the silicon-based side cannot be built. Many of the mechanical masters have participated in similar projects. By the way, the improved version of the galaxy computer can even be used as an ascension building. With the technology tree provided by Gao Gong and the financial resources of Hiluapa, this engineering girl now has an amazing appetite. This kind of king of volume temperament naturally drives other senior executives. That's why Skynet Killer was picked out. Otherwise, Gao Yuanyuan would rather stay with her brother than be a civilization leader. Skynet Killer can be used as an advanced profession. Although the professional level is the same, the attribute bonus obtained is completely different. After all, with the StarNet computing power bonus, let alone ordinary cyber hackers, even virtual life floating in the universe cannot escape this kind of monitoring. Of course, that is the next job transfer. Gao Gong decided to name it StarNet Killer. With the attributes of the PP leader, splitting into 10 million virtual clones is already the limit. And these 10 million virtual lives have already entered the major networks of this planet. In the era of the planet, this is already a large-scale virtual invasion. Boss, this profession has great potential. After splitting to the upper limit, the PP leader felt his current state and exclaimed, "This virtual clone is different from the general password invasion and Trojan control. It is essentially a clone, so it can use all the skills of the hacker. A cyber hacker, after splitting, is equivalent to a hacker army. This is caused by computing power, from quantitative change to qualitative change. This ability to split itself is not rare. The previous Cloudwing killer can do it, but it is limited to the virtual level and must be within the scope of cyberspace. And in the powerful signal transmission of the Star Network, this split has been comprehensively improved in all aspects. The PP leader has a hunch that this advanced profession will trigger a revival of cyber hackers. Even if most hackers only have some second-level invasion skills, it is still the same sentence: quantitative change leads to qualitative change. Moreover, as far as the PP leader knows, the group of alphas who have transformed into third-order virtual life are developing a kind of virtual equipment suitable for third-order virtual life. The properties of these virtual equipment are much more powerful than the old-fashioned network implants. Once the development is completed, then any virtual stream player, in theory, can become a fully armed hacker army of tens of millions. The PP leader still has integrity, and has no intention of making profits through insider information, but he is still shocked by the changes in the professional system. And this is only a small part of the changes brought about by the development of the entire virtual technology tree. A bigger virtual revolution is still brewing in the Star Network. Although Gao Yuanyuan is far inferior to Director Du in terms of hard work, she has a good brother, who has a full set of virtual technology trees in her hands. So in theory, the first to break out the Industrial Revolution and Virtual Revolution should actually be the Star Network civilization. It's just that Gao Yuanyuan is used to being relaxed. It was only when Director Du came back that she clearly felt the crisis and felt that her position as a foster sister was not safe, so she rolled up. "Boss? I go down and take a look too." The phantom of the peerless boy flashed by, and the next moment, in a paradise on this planet, the facial features of a virtual PP leader quickly deformed, and the virtual code on the surface of the body was also separated and reorganized, turning into the image of a rich woman's love prototype. Gao Gong hacked into a virtual clone of the PP leader. At the same time, the field of view was switched, and the field of view of 10 million Skynet killers was instantly obtained. The whole picture of the entire planet was peeked at. There is nothing much to say about the bombed planet. There are craters of all sizes and shapes everywhere, each of which raises fine gray dust, and many areas are still experiencing intensive earthquakes. The former urban agglomerations are now only twisted metal skeletons, skyscrapers are like cans crushed by giants, and steel bars burst out of concrete, forming hideous metal thorns. Some building wreckage presents a strange semi-molten state, and the outer walls flow and solidify like candles, retaining the high-temperature memory of the bombing moment. Orbital bombing is so cruel. The paradise on this planet was also destroyed. This planet not only has large and small paradises, but also is called paradise. In the paradise, there are large and small life sculptures. Although it is not a popular amusement planet, it is also a niche attraction. Some sculptors from different civilizations often come here to collect materials, and are amazed at the lifelike sculptures here. But who would have thought that this is the headquarters of an interstellar terrorist organization? Players are carrying various weapons, even their own troops, to the underground headquarters of the Liberation Society. Generally speaking, players who take the mechanical city route will cultivate their own city legions. The reason why some do not cultivate is also very simple: it is too expensive and cannot be raised. If you buy a third-level soldier from the camp, it costs more than 1 million points. You can't buy it through external channels at all. Civilization will not sell its own legion technology, let alone sell civilization members. And some third-level combat power belongs to the middle and high level of a larger interstellar force. Therefore, the number of members in most legions is just one guard, commonly known as the stormtroopers. Many player stormtroopers are even their own clones. That is cheaper and easier to make. Of course, from time to time, there will be players posting for help, saying that they were killed by their own clones, and now the clones are playing themselves in the game. In general, in this case, the Mother City is responsible for sending people to verify the truth. If the situation is true, then inhumane destruction will be carried out. It is foreseeable that as the player's cyber technology continues to light up, these things will only continue to increase. Galb Gong did not focus on the situation of players fighting bosses. At his current level, neither players nor bosses can attract his interest. What he is focusing on now is the deep information flow floating on this planet. To be more precise, it is a kind of deep information flow called entropy countercurrent. This thing is a standard forbidden item, not just for one or two civilizations, but for all civilizations. Because if there are too many of these things, it will cause heat death. If the table of the universe is overturned, then no one will have to eat. This is why this thing is sealed. Among the many cosmic protection projects, one of them is the Entropy Reduction Project. Galb Gong felt that if he reported this planet to the Space-Time Administration, he would definitely be able to give Gavri a performance.